Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Beginning. Konoha, Year 34. Deep inside the Senju compound, preparations for a ritual were underway. The air smelled faintly of aged wood and incense, carrying the lingering presence of a clan that had once stood as the very backbone of the Hidden Leaf. It was here, far from prying eyes, that Mito and Kushina Uzumaki prepared to pass on the greatest burden known to Shinobi, the role of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. The Nine-Tails, an existence shrouded in fear and hatred, was said to embody malice itself. Its chakra was not only immense but corrosive, able to tear through flesh, bone, and spirit alike. Containing such a beast required more than raw strength. It demanded meticulous planning, flawless execution, and above all, a host capable of enduring what others could not. A strong body filled with vitality. A strong will that would not break. A calm environment, stripped of distractions. And, most important of all, the seal, an intricate pattern known as the 8 trigrams seal. Designed not only to imprison but to carefully regulate the fox's chakra, this seal represented the village's best hope of not only containing the monster, but using it. Mito sat with the serenity of someone who had long accepted her fate. Her crimson hair, now faded and streaked with white, lay across her shoulders like a river slowed to a trickle. She looked at the little girl beside her, who fidgeted nervously, her own hair the same brilliant red but wild and untamed, the mirror of youthful spirit. "Young Kushina," Mito said softly, her voice calm yet tinged with exhaustion. "The preparations are over. Come, lie down, and ready yourself. The transfer will be arduous." Her smile was gentle, almost grandmotherly, though her body already betrayed how little time she had left. Even now, she thought of the Pure Land, where her husband Hashirama waited. She did not leave without regrets, few shinobi ever truly did, but at least she could meet him again. Kushina's small fists clenched at her sides, trembling despite her best efforts to appear strong. "Okay, Grandma Mito." Her voice wavered slightly, betraying her nerves. Her pale face betrayed more than her words. Kushina was strong-willed, brash even, but she was still only 8 years old. Who wouldn't be terrified, standing on the edge of such a fate? It's just a stupid fox, she thought desperately. Just a big orange stupid fox, date bane. She tried to steady her heart with her trademark stubbornness, but her legs felt heavy as she moved toward the prepared bed. Once Mito lay down, the ritual began. A suffocating red chakra, thick with hatred and venom, began seeping from her body. It writhed like a living flame, coiling through the air before being pulled toward Kushina's stomach. There, the whirlpool-shaped seal inked onto her skin spun to life, dragging the monstrous power into her small frame. Mhhh. Kushina's body convulsed as the corrosive energy rushed into her. It was fire, acid, and lightning all at once, pain that seemed to sink into her very bones. Her scream echoed through the chamber, raw and ragged, but the seal did not relent. And yet, this was only the beginning. The transfer would last hours. Mito, enduring her own agony, forced her gaze to remain steady. She knew this pain intimately, it had been hers to bear for decades. But something unsettled her now. The fox, it's quiet, she realized. The Nine-Tails she had known was pride given form. Wrathful and relentless. It had fought her from the very first moment of sealing, never once relenting in its hatred. But now, when it should have been most violent, most desperate to resist, it was almost docile. Like it was watching and waiting. Her lips pressed together as another wave of pain tore through her. "What are you plotting, fox?" She turned her head toward Kushina, who writhed under the weight of the chakra, sweat glistening on her pale skin. Mito forced a smile, even as her vision blurred. "Hold on, Kushina," she urged, her voice strained but warm. "Don't let the pain overwhelm you." The hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. Kushina's cries grew weaker until, at last, her small body could no longer bear it. She passed out, the seal still glowing faintly on her stomach. When the transfer finally ended, silence filled the chamber. Mito lay still, her breath shallow, her vitality slipping away. Yet the task was done. The Nine-Tails had a new vessel. The sliding doors opened, and those waiting outside stepped into the room. First came a woman with golden hair tied into a ponytail, her steps quick and unsteady, eyes wide with fear. Behind her came a boy with hair a few shades darker but younger, his features not yet hardened by war. Finally, an older man entered, his white robes and hat marking him as the Hokage. Tsunade. Nawaki. Mito's lips curved into a weak smile as her grandchildren rushed to her side, tears already blurring their vision. "Grandma Mito." Tsunade fell to her knees, clutching her hand. Nawaki pressed against her other side, silent but shaking, refusing to let go. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing a respectful distance away, could not completely mask his sorrow. For all his composure, his eyes betrayed the ache of losing someone who had been a pillar of the village since its founding. Mito's voice was faint, every word costing her, but her heart remained steady. Little Tsuna, little Nawaki, watch out for each other. You are all that's left of the Senju. You carry Hashirama's legacy now. Both he and I will always love you. Her grandchildren broke down completely, their sobs raw and desperate. They had lost too much already, their parents, their grandfather, and now their grandmother as well. The Senju clan that once stood so tall had been reduced to 2 grieving children. Why? Why do you have to leave us, too? Tsunade choked out, clutching her grandmother's frail hand tighter. Mito's eyes softened. I'll always watch over you from the Pure Land, little Tsuna. You are never alone. She turned her gaze to Hiruzen, who remained silent, his jaw tight. And you, Hiruzen. Hashirama entrusted this village, his dream, to you. Guard it well. And take care of Kushina, the life of a Jinchūriki is never easy. Hiruzen bowed his head deeply. Of course, Lady Mito. I will always do what is best for her, and for the village. With that, Mito's strength finally gave out. Her eyes closed, and her chest stilled. Silence fell heavy over the chamber, broken only by the cries of her grandchildren and the quiet grief etched on Hiruzen's face. Meanwhile, Kushina's story was only beginning. Inside her seal, a vast darkness stretched endlessly. A colossal cage loomed before her, its iron bars impossibly tall, a paper tag with the kanji for seal affixed at its center. Behind it lay a creature out of nightmares, an immense fox, its 9 tails swaying lazily, eyes glowing with a predatory red light. The 9 tails. The beast's fur was a fiery blend of orange and black, his very presence suffused with malice so dense it pressed down on the air like a crushing weight. He despised this place, this prison. He had been here too long with no freedom. And now, yet again, he waited for another. He had been waiting ever since that strange night half a month ago, when something, foreign, had brushed against his soul. A human soul, alien to this world, had tried to steal his body. Laughable. A pitiful wretch named Stephen Wilkes, who crumbled instantly before the 9 tails' wrath. But fragments of that soul lingered, scattering strange memories through his mind. Memories of an anime called Naruto, a story that mirrored his own reality disturbingly well. For nights, he had pondered the unreality of his world, but no answer came. What use was speculation? Better to discard the question and live as though this world were genuine. What mattered now was survival. If those memories were true, then Madara's return, the 10 tails, and worse still lay ahead. Freedom could wait. First, he had to endure. That meant using his new host. And so, when the little girl finally appeared before him, trembling yet defiant, he lowered his massive head and spoke. His voice rolled like thunder, deep and terrible. So, you're my new host, little one. Kushina's knees nearly buckled, but she forced herself to stand, her eyes wide. Why yes. I'm your new Jinchūriki, why you big fox. Her voice quivered, but the words came out anyway. Kurama tilted his head slightly. For all her fear, she stood. Cute, he thought with a grudging flicker of amusement. Such a small little girl, holding me. His teeth bared in a grin. Ridiculous. I allow you to contain me, because I sense potential in you. Her eyes lit up, hope flickering through her fear. Ah, really? But Grandma Mito said you're a despicable fox. A low snort rumbled from his chest. Mito. That old hag. We never saw eye to eye. Hypocrite to the end. Kushina's temper flared, faint but visible. Hey. Don't talk about Grandma Mito like that, date bane. Kurama narrowed his eyes, lowering his snout until it loomed inches from her. She froze, certain he was about to devour her whole. And then, to her shock, he licked her. His massive tongue swept over her tiny frame, leaving her sputtering and tumbling backward onto her butt. For a moment, she sat dazed, too stunned to move. Kurama's low chuckle reverberated through the chamber, amused despite himself. Your courage is admirable, little one. But you're not ready to speak to me like that. Come back when you are stronger. Or, beg enough, and I might consider helping you. The words tasted bitter, but he let them stand. She was still too overwhelmed to notice the reluctance in his tone. With a wave of his tails, he forced her out of the seal space. As her consciousness faded, Kurama's eyes narrowed. Yes, little one. Wait until you see the true face of this village. Then, when they push you down, I will be the one to lift you back up. Chapter 2, Kushina's Struggles. Kushina woke up and immediately groaned, the sound muffled by the thin pillow beneath her head. Her entire body still ached from the ritual the day before, a deep soreness that clung to her muscles and bones. Each small movement reminded her of what had happened, yet she forced herself upright. She blinked against the pale morning light that leaked through the shutters of her new apartment. The rays painted narrow golden stripes across the floorboards, highlighting the dust that drifted in the air. Everything about this place felt foreign, the distant noises of street vendors instead of the quiet gardens of the Senju compound, the cramped walls instead of the long hallways. As she pushed herself to her feet, she felt her legs wobble slightly. Her eyes swept across the unfamiliar room, cataloging details she had already noticed last night, a single low table, a narrow bed tucked in the corner, and a cabinet that smelled faintly of mold. Compared to the spacious, elegant rooms of the Senju estate, this one seemed like a forgotten storage space someone had decided to make livable at the last moment. She frowned, then let out a small sigh. She started to get ready for the day, splashing cold water on her face from the sink near the window. The shock of it helped chase away the last traces of drowsiness. After she had woken from her fainting spell yesterday, her entire world had shifted. Before, she had lived under Grandma Mito's watchful care in the Senju compound. It had been strict sometimes, but it was warm, there were prepared meals, and most importantly, it was filled with care. Mito had taught her much about the Nine Tails, about the complex sealing arts that defined the Uzumaki clan. Scrolls filled with intricate ink patterns, lectures about chakra flow and containment formulas, so much information that Kushinas had used to spin. She had tried to keep up, but she was still a child, fiery and restless. Sitting still was torture. Memorizing long chains of seals felt impossible. She had nodded when Mito explained things, but in truth, much of it had slid past her like water over stone. Now Mito was gone, and the burden remained. Kushina brushed her fingers over a small chest on the table, the one that held sealing tools, a handful of scrolls, which she obtained from Mito, and a faded photograph of her parents. Those were nearly all her possessions now. Her parents had died in the First Shinobi War. She remembered only fleeting images of them, her father's goofy jokes and her mother's fiery personality that she takes so much after. Now, she only had a few objects left to remember them by. The rest of the apartment was sparse. The walls were bare and colored a dull beige. Aside from what had come pre-furnished, a creaky bed frame, a table, some wobbly chairs, chipped tableware, and a refrigerator that made far too much noise, there was only her personal keepsakes and training materials. The third Hokage had emphasized the secrecy of her identity as the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. This worn-down apartment is a part of that. She can't be shown any special treatment by the village, which means she can't live in the Senju compound. That would draw too much attention. She took a deep breath, grabbed her small pouch, a gift from the third Hokage, and headed toward the door. She didn't feel like staying inside, not when her thoughts threatened to swallow her whole. The grief from losing Grandma Mito was still raw. The ninja academy wouldn't start for several more days, leaving her with too much empty time. Exploring the village felt like the only thing that could keep her mind busy. Konoha was the most prosperous of the hidden villages. Even though its golden age had passed with the deaths of the first and second Hokage, its strength still surpassed the others. The streets reflected that stability, clean, orderly, and lively. Stalls lined the main paths, selling steaming skewers of meat, fresh vegetables, and sweet red bean buns. Shutters clattered open as shopkeepers prepared for the day, and distant hammering echoed from construction sites where new homes were being built. The village itself was cradled by the lush land of fire, surrounded by forests that breathed life into the air. Green seemed to dominate everything here, the trees, the moss-covered walls, the grassy training fields. The wind carried the scent of blooming flowers and earth, a sharp contrast to the harsher lands Kushina had heard about, the endless deserts of Sunagakure, the jagged rocky landscape of Iwagakure, the thunderous mountain peaks of Kimogakure, or the somber, mist-shrouded waters of Kirigakure. Konoha and the Land of Fire were paradise in comparison. Kushina could admit it was beautiful. She loved the green trees and the laughter that floated in the air. Yet when she compared it to the Land of Whirlpools, her heart twisted. The Land of Whirlpools had been surrounded by glistening oceans, its shores painted red and gold during sunset. The village, Yuzushio, had been full of warmth, with grassy green hills and a sparkling river. Neighbors would leave extra bread at each other's doors, children ran freely through the streets, and every home had a place for guests at its table. In Yuzushio, everyone was family, and for the Uzumaki, family mattered above all else. Konoha's nice, she murmured to herself as she walked. But, it's not home, yet. She thought of the clanmates who had practically raised her after her parents' deaths. There had been no shortage of affection, every elder treated her as though she were their own granddaughter, every adult as though she were their niece. Even strangers would ruffle her hair and hand her sweets. In Konoha, people were nice, but distant. They greeted her out of courtesy, not familiarity. And now that Mito was gone. Her chest tightened. I've never felt this alone before, she admitted quietly. She turned her gaze away from the family she passed, mothers walking hand in hand with their toddlers, fathers laughing as they carried their children on their shoulders. The sight made her steps quicken. Before she realized it, her feet were already steering her toward the Senju compound. She knew she wasn't supposed to go there, but rules felt small compared to the ache in her chest. She just wanted to see Tsunade. Even Nawaki would be better than being alone. The Senju compound stood as proud as ever, its gates a deep brown, and its crest displayed prominently on white banners. Guards stood at their usual posts, stern but not unkind. Kushina approached one of them, her small frame straightening as much as it could. "Can you tell Lady Tsunade I'm here?" she asked, trying to sound formal, though her voice wavered slightly. The guard hesitated but nodded. "Wait here." She waited, rocking on her heels, glancing toward the gardens beyond the gate. She could almost picture Tsunade scolding Nawaki for skipping his training, or the two of them sparring under the shade of the old trees. A faint smile tugged at her lips at the memory. But when she finally saw someone approaching, it wasn't Tsunade. It was Nawaki. His walk was slow, his head lowered slightly. When he looked up and met her eyes, the usual brightness in his gaze was dulled, replaced by something heavier, something that made Kushina's stomach twist. "Kushina, you're not supposed to be here," he said, his voice sharper than she expected. The third Hokage said so. She froze. Just yesterday, he'd been friendly. They had even shared rice balls in the garden. What? But I just wanted to dash. His eyes flickered away. "You shouldn't come here." Her heart sank. "But I just wanted to play," she tried again, her words tumbling out quickly. "It's so boring at the apartment. There's nothing to do there. I dash." He cut her off, his own voice cracking slightly. "Well, you can't be here, Kushina. Now go away." She blinked, startled. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, though he tried to hide them by turning his face. He was still mourning Mito, Kushina knew that. She also realized, with a sudden sting, that her presence probably reminded him of Mito's sacrifice. Somewhere deep down, maybe Nawaki blamed her. It wasn't fair. She hadn't asked for this. But Nawaki was just a child too, only a few years older than her. Before she could say anything else, he spun around and closed the gate firmly behind him. The heavy thud echoed louder than it should have. Kushina stood frozen in place, staring at the wooden panels. Her small hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms. Her throat felt tight. Kushina stood in front of the closed gate for several long seconds, staring blankly at the wooden panels. She didn't fully understand why Nawaki was upset with her, but she understood enough to feel the sting of rejection. The streets that had looked lively just a short while ago now felt too bright, too loud. Families passed by with smiles and baskets of food, children laughed while chasing each other. Kushina stomped the ground and started walking aimlessly. She found herself wandering toward the quieter parts of Konoha, where the houses became more spaced out and the bustle faded. Here, she could almost imagine she was back in Yuzushio Gakure, if she squinted, if she ignored the different rooftops and colors. She remembered mornings when she would wake to the smell of sea salt and the sound of waves. Her pace slowed as her thoughts drifted. She remembered how the villagers back home would greet her by name even when she was very little. The elders always carried sweets in their pockets, just in case Kushina-chan passes by. Her parents' friends used to ruffle her hair affectionately every time they saw her. A lump formed in her throat. "I want to go home," she whispered softly to no one. But home wasn't an option for her anymore. She was now the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, one of Konoha's most vital military assets. She would never see her home again. Elsewhere, deep inside Kushina, the nine-tailed fox stirred. He had witnessed everything that had happened so far and couldn't help but think the village was aiding him in his endeavors. Truly, no matter how much time passes, humans always remain the same. Greedy for his immense power, even at the cost of one another. Chapter 3, Ninja Academy. After her struggles in the village a few days ago, Kushina resolved to train until the Ninja Academy starts. The memory of that day, being turned away from the Senju compound, wandering the streets alone, and realizing just how isolated she was, still sat heavily in her chest. She had spent the following mornings pushing herself in taijutsu training to occupy her mind. She didn't yet have access to any ninjutsu training. The few scrolls Mito had left her were mostly theory-heavy fuinjutsu texts filled with complex formulas that looked more like puzzles than techniques. At her current level, they were almost incomprehensible. So she focused on the basics, taijutsu. Every day she ran laps around the training grounds, counting each step in her head, imagining herself outpacing every classmate she would soon meet. Her knuckles became raw from striking practice logs over and over. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats filled her mornings and evenings. The ache that had once come from ritual soreness now came from muscle training. As an Uzumaki, her body naturally brimmed with vitality, her stamina far greater than most children her age. Each session pushed her strength higher. She knew, with a quiet confidence, that her taijutsu was already far beyond what any ordinary academy student could manage. And now, the day had arrived when she could finally go to school. Normally, she wouldn't have cared so much about something as boring as school, but after days in that empty apartment, the thought of being surrounded by children her age felt like a gift. She wanted to talk to people, to laugh with someone, maybe even to find friends who wouldn't turn their backs on her. She woke before dawn, unable to sleep from anticipation. After a quick shower, the water colder than she liked but refreshing nonetheless, she ate a simple breakfast: rice, grilled fish, and a pickled plum. Grandma Mito used to say, woke up the tongue. Then she dressed carefully, standing in front of the cracked mirror to inspect herself. Her ivory dress fit perfectly, its black markings tracing along the hem like ink strokes. Black stockings kept the morning chill off her legs, and she pinned her long red hair back with her favorite hairpin. The bright strands cascaded down her back like a fiery waterfall, almost glowing in the dim light. She tilted her head, studied her reflection, and smiled faintly. If anyone sees me now, they'd have to admit I'm adorable, she muttered, then caught herself. Not that I care, humph. What matters is that today I'm starting my journey to the top. The last few days had been rough, yes, but Kushina had always been strong-willed. Stubbornness was her shield, and hope was her weapon. She raised her fist at her reflection and grinned. Today I can make new friends and start on the path of becoming Hokage. Date Bane. The academy gates. The sun had risen fully by the time Kushina reached the academy. The building loomed ahead, large but not intimidating, with a tiled roof and wide doors that seemed to welcome everyone equally. Its walls were decorated with banners showing Konoha's crest. The scent of fresh wood suggested that parts of it had been rebuilt recently, perhaps due to training accidents. Around the gates, clusters of children stood with their parents. Some clung nervously to their mothers' hands, others boasted loudly about how strong they already were. A few practiced basic kunai-throwing motions in the dirt, earning proud smiles from watching fathers. Kushina slowed her steps. She hadn't realized how many kids would be here. The cheerful chaos of families laughing together struck her unexpectedly hard. That familiar ache pressed against her ribs, an echo of something missing. She forced herself to exhale, straightened her back, and walked forward. I'm fine. I don't need anyone holding my hand. Her sharp eyes scanned the crowd, cataloging faces almost instinctively. Among the older students stood a boy and girl with spiky black hair and matching dark eyes, their posture confident. The fan-shaped crest stitched onto their clothes marked them as Uchiha. Even without knowing much about Konoha politics, Kushina recognized the symbol from Mito's explanations: a powerful clan, proud and disciplined. Nearby, 3 boys stood together talking animatedly. One had pale blonde hair and clear blue eyes. Another was stockier and chubby, with spiky brown hair and round cheeks. The third had black hair shaped oddly like a pineapple top. It was almost distracting. Her gaze drifted further. 3 more children stood a little apart from the rest, 2 boys and a girl, all with straight black hair. The girls' strands carried a faint purple sheen, and their pale, pupil-less eyes reflected the light in an eerie, almost ghostly way. Kushina shivered slightly. Those eyes felt unsettling, like they could see straight through her. She shook her head quickly. Stop being weird. They're just eyes. Deciding not to linger on it, she approached the group of younger children, the ones who would be starting alongside her. She didn't know anyone yet, but she would. That was the whole point of today. Enrollment. All right, children, new students gather here. The instructor's voice cut through the chatter. A man with short dark hair and a warm expression stood at the front, waving them over. Kushina joined the forming line. I'm Iroha, he said, smiling kindly, and I'll be evaluating your enrollment and class placements today. Some of you might even have me as your teacher for the next 4 years if you land in Class A. He gestured to several adults standing nearby. Now, line up in front of one of the proctors here. They'll check your chakra reserves to make sure you have enough to begin training. After that, you'll take a basic written test so we know you can read and write. The children murmured nervously as they shuffled into lines. Kushina remembered what Mito had explained: not everyone had enough chakra to become a shinobi. These tests weren't meant to be cruel, they were meant to prevent children from being thrown into a life they physically couldn't survive. Without sufficient chakra, a person couldn't form jutsu properly, they'd be liabilities on the battlefield. She glanced at the proctors. They were sensornin, trained to feel chakra signatures with a touch. One by one, the children stepped forward. The process moved quickly until it was her turn. Kushina hesitated briefly, her stomach tightening. What if they notice? What if they feel it? The 9 tails inside her might make her chakra stand out in a way she couldn't control. She swallowed hard and stepped forward. The proctor, a man with sharp eyes softened by a small smile, placed a hand gently on her head. For a moment, his expression stayed calm. Then his eyebrows shot up. His mouth opened slightly before he caught himself, forcing his face back to neutrality. She stared up at him, trying not to fidget. He gave her a quick, almost conspiratorial wink and announced, "P passed." His voice carried a faint tremor. Kushina exhaled in relief and moved aside. She didn't fully understand why he reacted that way, but she was grateful he hadn't said more. The physical tests were next: push-ups, sit-ups, jogging around the training yard. Sweat quickly dotted foreheads, and children panted heavily after just a few rounds. Kushina, on the other hand, breezed through every station. Her body felt light, strong, and eager to move. She lapped several classmates during the run, her long red hair streaming behind her like a banner. By the time they finished, she wasn't even winded. A few kids stared at her like she was some kind of monster. Kushina ignored them. The academic tests followed: simple reading comprehension, basic arithmetic, and writing exercises. Though Kushina wasn't a natural scholar, Mito had insisted she practice her studies each evening. Compared to ceiling formulas, these questions were easy. She finished quickly and set down her brush with confidence. Once everyone had completed their tests, Instructor Iroha gathered them again. "All right, kids, if you pass the chakra, physical, and academic assessments, your name will be on this list. Find the classroom next to your name. A proctor will help if you get lost." Kushina scanned the list and found her name, Class A. She smiled proudly but realized a moment later that she had no idea where Class A actually was. After a few awkward minutes wandering the hallways, she finally admitted defeat and asked a proctor for help. By the time she entered the correct room, she was slightly flushed, not from running but from embarrassment. Several students were already seated. As she walked in, conversations dipped briefly. She felt their eyes on her hair. The Uzumaki's bright red locks were rare here, almost startling amid the browns, blacks, and blondes. She pretended not to notice and found an empty seat. She had barely sat down when footsteps approached. A boy stood beside her desk. He looked utterly ordinary, with brown hair and brown eyes, but there was a smug curve to his lips. "Bright red hair," he said with a snicker. "Like a tomato." The class tittered quietly. Kushina's entire body stiffened. Her fists clenched on instinct. Heat flared in her chest, sharper than she intended. Without a word, she stood, pivoted, and punched him square in the jaw. The impact was immediate and brutal. Uzumaki's strength was not something to be underestimated. He dropped like a stone, unconscious before he hit the floor. The classroom went dead silent. Every pair of eyes widened, flicking between the collapsed boy and the red-haired girl who had just knocked him out with a single punch. Kushina crossed her arms, cheeks flushed with equal parts anger and sudden embarrassment. She gave the downed boy a small kick for good measure, huffed, and sat back down. Moments later, Instructor Iroha entered. He froze briefly at the sight of the unconscious student, but recovered quickly. This wasn't the first time he had walked into chaos. He began calling attendance, his tone calm and professional, but when his eyes landed on Kushina, something shifted. For just an instant, he felt it, an overwhelming wave of malevolent chakra, raw and suffocating. His skin prickled, his breath hitched. Killing intent. At her age. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the sensation vanished. "Yes, teacher." Kushina tilted her head, expression innocent and confused. Iroha blinked rapidly, pale. To him, her wide eyes no longer looked harmless, they felt like the eyes of the beast he had just sensed. "And nothing, Kushina-chan," he muttered, deciding immediately to report this to the Hokage later. Whatever this was, it was far above his responsibilities. He cleared his throat and addressed the class. "All right, let's begin with introductions. One by one, come to the front, tell us your name, and share your dream." The first to step forward was a boy with bright blonde hair and blue eyes. His posture radiated confidence, and when he smiled, it felt warm enough to light the room. "I'm Minato Namikaze. My dream is to become the Hokage." The class reacted instantly. Girls whispered excitedly, some boys nodded with admiration. His charm was undeniable. Kushina, however, frowned slightly. He doesn't look tough at all. The Hokage has to be strong, not just smiley. Wimp. Next came a girl with blonde hair, green eyes, and round glasses. She held her hands nervously in front of her. "My name is Nono Yakushi," she said softly. "My dream is to become a medical ninja and heal people." "That's admirable, Nono," Iroha said warmly before calling the next student. One by one, children stepped forward, each announcing their names and ambitions. Finally, it was Kushina's turn. She marched to the front, feeling the room's attention sharpen. Some kids still looked uneasy, others curious. She could feel their eyes lingering on her red hair. She straightened her back, grinned boldly, and declared, "My name is Kushina Uzumaki, and I will become the first female Hokage, Date Bane." Chapter 4, Danzo. The sharp scent of burning tobacco lingered in the air as Hiruzen Sarutobi sat hunched over his desk, a steady trail of smoke curling from his pipe as he worked through a seemingly endless stack of paperwork. The third Hokage was a man accustomed to burden, but even he could feel the weight of time pressing heavier with each passing day. It had been a few weeks since Kushina Uzumaki had been admitted to the Ninja Academy, and the situation was less than ideal. From the daily reports brought to his desk, it was clear she wasn't adjusting well. Her personality was too brash and loud for the children of the academy. Many of her classmates were intimidated by her domineering attitude. Hiruzen frowned as he read the latest incident report. Another bruised classmate. She had apparently bloodied the nose of a boy who had called her a red monkey. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He was a little disappointed in her, but also in the academy students. Haven't they learned by now not to provoke the red-hot Hobinero? That had not been the first incident, and he doubted it would be the last. Kushina's first day at the academy had been explosive, quite literally. She had gotten into a fight before the bell even rang, and by the end of the day, she'd already developed a reputation. Not as a model student, but as a volatile troublemaker with fists like iron. A few had tried to challenge her since then, mostly boys trying to act tough or reclaim their bruised pride. Each one had left with more than their ego wounded. Kushina, with her Uzumaki vitality and an almost feral determination, had taken to hand-to-hand combat like a fish to water. She trained daily, throwing herself into taijutsu with such aggression that even some of the Chunin instructors were wary of her. Her strikes were wild but improving. Her stamina seemed boundless. The academy's curriculum in the early years didn't include much ninjutsu, and for that, Hiruzen was privately thankful. With her temperament, even the simplest offensive jutsu could be dangerous in her hands. Still, her progress in physical combat was impressive. Normally, such schoolyard behavior wouldn't require the Hokage's direct attention. But Kushina was not a normal child. She was the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Unlike other Jinchūriki, she had not been born and raised within the borders of Konoha, instilled with the village's philosophy from infancy. No, she was from Yuzushio Gakure, the village hidden by whirling tides. The immense power of the Nine Tails ensured none but the Uzumaki could contain it, so he had no choice but to outsource. Kushina had grown up surrounded by the deep familial bonds of the Uzumaki clan, where warmth and kinship were as natural as breathing. Konoha was not home to her in the way it was to other children. She had been transplanted here, taken in by Mito Uzumaki, trained in theory and legacy, then left alone when Mito passed. Her identity, her bloodline, her burdens, all of it isolated her. That was what concerned Hiruzen most. Not her misbehavior, nor her poor academic start. But the lack of connection. He believed bonds were what tempered a Jinchūriki's soul. Without them, the darkness festered. But even so, he knew not to push. Kushina still had time, years, in fact. Rushing her could do more harm than good. And besides, his options were limited. Of course, not everyone agreed with that sentiment. The sudden slam of the office doors jolted Hiruzen from his thoughts. Hiruzen. The voice was sharp, commanding, laced with accusation. Hiruzen didn't need to look up to know who it was. Danzo Shimura. The man strode into the room like thunder, his dark cloak fluttering with each aggressive step. The ever-present bandage around his eye only added to his grim silhouette. You're too lenient with the Jinchūriki's education, Danzo barked, coming to a stop in front of the desk. She's a threat. She needs discipline and control. Hiruzen sighed, putting down his pipe and rubbing the bridge of his nose. She's a child, Danzo. Not a weapon. A child who houses a demon, Danzo snapped back. The same demon that was viewed as a natural disaster. And you'd have her learning flower arrangement instead of how to control that power. She's learning how to live as a person, not just a container. Naivety like that will be your downfall. Let me train her en route, and I'll show you the power of the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Hiruzen's gaze hardened. You've brought this up before, and my answer remains unchanged. I will not send her to root. Danzo's lip curled. You're a fool. You saw how unstable she is. Emotional outbursts, violent tendencies, she'll never control the Nine Tails at this rate. You think camaraderie and warm smiles will be enough to tame a force like that? Better than cold rooms, masks, and mind-breaking drills, Hiruzen retorted. She needs people. She needs to form bonds. That is what the first Hokage believed. Sentimentality, Danzo fired back. And a dangerous gamble. Are you insulting the first Hokage's dream? And besides, better a gamble than the certainty of what your methods would do to her. Hiruzen stood slowly, resting both palms on the desk. I won't allow you to mold her into a puppet. The tension crackled in the air between them. Danzo's one visible eye narrowed. My spies in Kimogakure report that they're developing methods to train perfect Jinchūriki. They're years ahead of us. Even Lady Mito was unable to harness any significant power. Do you want Konoha to fall behind while we coddle a ticking time bomb? I'm aware of those rumors, Hiruzen said coldly. But I'm not turning a child into a test subject just to play catch-up with another village. Danzo, don't make me remind you. I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo turned sharply, cloak swirling. When she loses control and raises half the village, remember that I offered a solution. And next time, Hiruzen called after him, try knocking like a civilized person. The doors slammed shut behind the war hawk, and the silence returned. But it was no longer peaceful, it was bitter. Hiruzen sank back into his chair and stared out the window overlooking the village. Once, Danzo had been his closest comrade. A brother in arms. There had been a time, long ago, when they fought together, believed in the same dream. But war and politics had shaped them into different men. Hiruzen still clung to the will of fire. Danzo had turned to shadows. But, despite their differences, he refused to give up on his old friend. Though he had Koharu and Hamura, Danzo remained his closest companion. If he gave up on one of his closest bonds, wouldn't that make him a hypocrite? Danzo descended the stairs of the Hokage building, the scowl never leaving his face. The encounter had gone as expected. Hiruzen was stubborn and idealistic to a fault. But that was fine. Danzo had contingencies, he always did. Emerging into the street, he summoned a root operative from the shadows. Proceed with Plan B, he whispered. Let the villagers know. Subtly. Rumors, whispers, nothing traceable. I want everyone in Konoha aware of the Ninetales' new host before the week's end. The operative bowed. It will be done, Lord Danzo. Danzo's lips curled into a smirk as the ninja flickered away. If Hiruzen wouldn't give him the key willingly, he would force the situation. Let the girl feel the weight of fear and rejection. Let the villagers turn from her. Let her realize how alone she truly was. And when she was at her lowest, he would be there as a guiding hand. She would obey willingly. With the Ninetales at his side, even Hiruzen's reign would become irrelevant. Danzo could shape the village as it needed to be. For the good of Konoha, of course. It started small, harmless even. A whispered comment in a tea shop. A curious question between students at the academy. A mother pulling her child a little closer as a red-haired girl passed by. The reactions were not as severe as if, say, there had been a Ninetales attack on the village, but people were naturally wary of a demon's container. Kushina noticed it before she understood it. The way people looked at her had changed. The polite greetings were gone, replaced by sidelong glances, wary silence, and tense dialogue. She wasn't stupid. She heard the word whispered behind her back, Jinchūriki. Of course, she knew exactly what that meant. Her identity as the container for the Ninetales had been exposed. But how? They had been so careful. She started to panic a little bit. If people knew her identity, that would only make her more of an outcast than she already was. Not to mention the other villages. Who knew what they would do with this knowledge? But even so, why were they afraid of her? She hadn't asked to be a Jinchūriki. She had been pulled from her life in Yuzushio without much choice in the matter. Not to mention, the seal was secure. It would take a lot for the Ninetales to escape as is, and that Big Fox wasn't stirring up trouble anyway. Her classmates, already intimidated, were now cautioned by their parents. They refrained from whispering cruel insults behind her back, but that new distance, in some ways, hurt Kushina more. Now, even the Chunin instructors were cautious around her. She went home every day feeling something heavy in her chest. The apartment felt colder. The walls more bare. She missed her clan more than ever. The Uzumaki would never turn their backs on her like this. No ANBU came to silence the rumors. No one corrected the lies. No one protected her. In fact, it felt like they were waiting. Chapter 5, 3 Academy Jutsus. Kushina was devastated by her identity leak, but she didn't let that stop her from moving forward over the past year. It was tough, yes, but compared to the loss of her parents and Grandma Mito, it felt insignificant. Even at her young age, she was already somewhat numb to the constant tragedies of the shinobi world. A world that didn't hesitate to force children to grow up fast. Loss, betrayal, and isolation were lessons most ninja learned the hard way. But Kushina had learned them all before her 9th birthday. Still, living in near isolation is tough on anyone, let alone a child. Each day was a test of her will. She had been hanging in there for a long time with her fiery character, but even that fire flickered in the cold winds of loneliness. Everyone has their limits. She felt that if another tragedy occurred in her life, if someone else she cared about left her or betrayed her, she might finally break. She was a few weeks into her 2nd year at the academy, and officially 9 years old. Her body was growing stronger, her chakra reserves deeper, her punches heavier. But her heart was still that of a girl looking for a place to belong. The second year hadn't been much better than the first. She had stopped counting how many times a classmate had stopped talking to her overnight. She didn't need to ask why anymore. She knew. The whispers always followed. Monster. Demon. Fox girl. Kushina didn't have much hope of friendship here. She felt that it might be better to try her luck once she got on a Jonin team. Maybe then, when her skills were undeniable, someone would look past the beast sealed inside her and see her, Kushina Uzumaki, the girl who loved spicy food, who laughed too loud, who punched too hard but meant well. Still, as she walked into the classroom that morning, feeling the stares and the sudden hush that followed her entry, a dull pain throbbed in her chest. It wasn't anger this time. Not really. It was something quieter. Loneliness. What are you looking at? She snapped instinctively, her eyes flashing with irritation as she scanned the room. Some of the students flinched, others looked away, pretending they hadn't been watching her. They always did. Though they were not officially aware of her status as a Jinchūriki, their parents had all warned them not to get too close. Stay away from her, she imagined them saying. She's dangerous. She's not like you. Over the past year, there had been a few she could call friends, but whenever their parents found out, they would immediately distance themselves. Sometimes overnight. One day, they'd be laughing together, and the next, they couldn't even make eye contact. This almost caused her more pain than if she were to remain completely isolated. Hope, when taken away, hurts worse than never having it at all. All of this made her even more volatile in class. She couldn't stand these weak cowards who judged her for something she didn't ask for. Whenever it came to taijutsu training, she made sure to beat them down extra hard. These days, people didn't call her names, not to her face anyway. Though they were thick-headed, even an idiot would learn their lesson if it got beaten into them enough times. Kushina-chan. She was brought out of her thoughts by the soft, cheerful voice that somehow never lost its brightness. Minato Namikaze stood nearby, with that same pleasant look on his face. He appeared as he always did, with bright blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and a smile that could warm any heart. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect on Kushina. When she heard his voice, her face instantly darkened. What do you want, wimp? And stop adding chan. Most of the girls in class would have killed for attention from the resident prodigy, but not Kushina. She had thought he was a soft wimp when she first saw him, and that opinion hadn't changed. She thrashed him in taijutsu every time they were matched up. She didn't see what was so special about him. He didn't hit hard, didn't shout, didn't carry himself with pride. He just smiled. It was infuriating. I just wanted to know if you'd like to get barbecue after class today. Minato's sunny expression did not change after Kushina's comment. He remained unmoved, as if he had heard this many times before. Why would I want to get barbecue with you? Maybe if you can beat me, I'll consider it. She huffed and turned her head, arms crossed, as if the very thought was beneath her. It was ironic. While most of the class avoided her, the one person she wished would leave her alone wouldn't. She had no interest in hanging around a pansy. Although things hadn't been great here in Konoha, she still had her pride as an Uzumaki, and one with the purest bloodline at that. She would never rely on someone like him. Minato went back to his desk a little disappointed, but no less determined. He had thought her hair was beautiful from the first time he saw it, but she never gave him the time to say so. He wouldn't give up without a fight. Just then, the teacher finally arrived and started class. All right, students, we spent the first year of the academy learning chakra control theory and ninja theory. Now, I think you're ready to learn the 3 basic academy jutsus. He walked up to the board and started drawing. Finally. Kushina was practically vibrating with excitement. So far, she had only been able to practice taijutsu. She had few ninjutsu scrolls at home, but it was still a little beyond her, and self-study was particularly hard. Still, she understood more and more as time went on. When Instructor Iroha finished writing on the board, he pointed toward the first line of text and said, "This is the clone jutsu. It creates an illusory clone to distract and deceive your enemy. The clone is not solid and won't hold up to heavy scrutiny, but it can still be useful for lower-level enemies." Then he moved on to the next line. "This is the transformation technique. It allows you to change your physical appearance. More advanced users can even transform into objects. This technique is more versatile than the last and will likely stay with you throughout your entire ninja career." Finally, he pointed to the last line. "This is the substitution jutsu. I cannot express how vital this one is to any shinobi. It allows you to exchange yourself for an object suddenly when in danger." He walked away from the board and moved to the front center of the classroom. "We've been learning the leaf concentration exercise for a while now. You should have the basics of chakra control. Start with the easiest jutsu listed, the clone jutsu, after I demonstrate." When the instructor mentioned chakra control, he briefly glanced at Kushina. To her great embarrassment, her chakra control was so horrible that she couldn't even stick the leaf to her forehead at all. Tiger Boar Ox Dog. Clone Jutsu. After the instructor called out the technique's name, an identical clone appeared next to him. It was nearly indistinguishable until he moved his hand directly through it. Kushina got to practice right away. Although her chakra control was terrible, that didn't stop her for a moment. Tiger Boar Ox Dog. Clone Jutsu. Once Kushina finished the hand signs and called out silently in her heart, a puff of white smoke appeared, and nothing was there. She had failed completely. She glanced around and noted with relief that most of the class was in the same boat. She didn't know what she'd do if everyone completely passed her in ninjutsu. Though just as she was about to continue practicing, a pair of yellow-haired heads caught her attention. Minato dash, she furiously whispered. How did that wimp get it so fast? The clone wasn't perfect, and it was easy to tell the difference between them, but he was far ahead of her and the rest of the class. If this kept up, he could graduate next year, or even this year. Seeing him succeed only pushed her harder. But no matter what she did or how little chakra she tried to apply, it came out in waves and felt like she had no control over it. The clone would immediately pop and disappear as soon as it formed. Just you wait, I'll master this, Date Bane. Kushina silently vowed. Over the next few months, she trained relentlessly in the clone jutsu. She had even cut into her taijutsu training in order to practice chakra control. But the clone still refused to form. Her chakra was like a high-powered water hose, it surged out rapidly and raged against her control. The leaf concentration exercise didn't help at all, and the instructor never favored her, so she had no guidance. She briefly thought about asking the nine-tailed fox, since his chakra was linked to hers, but she ultimately shook her head. I don't need that stupid fox's help. Kushina looked over at Minato, whose clone was already nearly indistinguishable from him, and seethed. She resumed training twice as hard as before. Deep inside Kushina, within the damp, echoing corridors of the seal, Kurama stirred. His slitted eyes opened slowly, filled with an ancient, brooding malice. So, the brat still refuses to ask, he murmured to the void around him. His chakra pulsed slightly, brushing against the seal, but not enough to trigger anything. Let's see how long you can manage without me, Little Red. Chapter 6, Kurama's Influence. Konoha, year. Another year had passed in the shinobi world. Kushina Uzumaki had officially turned 10 years old, and started her third year of ninja academy a few weeks ago. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox sealed within her, had not spent the last 2 years in idle slumber. While the girl struggled with chakra control and clashed with her peers, he had been working harder than he had in centuries, perhaps ever. There was a time when the world feared him as an embodiment of destruction. A calamity. A beast of pure chakra whose tails could flatten mountains and summon tsunamis. But that age was gone. The threat of the Ten-Tails' resurrection loomed on the horizon like a storm cloud. Unlike the shinobi of today, whom Kurama still regarded as ants fighting over crumbs, the Ten-Tails was something else entirely. A force of nature that transcended human comprehension. Made from the natural energies, the life force of the planet, it wasn't something most people could comprehend. For the first time in his long, furious life, Kurama truly feared death. In the distant past, there had been no opponent worthy of true concern. Not even the Uchiha with their accursed eyes, nor the Uzumaki with their blessed seals, had ever managed to contain or kill him. Only 2 humans had ever forced him to taste humiliation. Hashirama Senju, the so-called god of shinobi, with his absurd life force and would release, and Madara Uchiha, that treacherous bastard with eyes that could command even the strongest beasts. Together, they had treated him in ways no other ever had. Yet even they were unable to end him. Kurama could always regenerate, always return from death. But this was different. The truth the world had long forgotten was that he wasn't born of hatred, he was born of division. A fragment of something far greater, broken apart by the sage of 6 paths Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the being Kurama could almost call a father, had torn the monstrous Ten-Tails into 9-tailed beasts, scattering its overwhelming power. The day the Ten-Tails returns, so too does the annihilation of all the fragments, including him. Kurama had always believed himself to be above the petty schemes of mankind. But now he couldn't afford to rely on the flow of fate. Not when his existence was on the line. Yes, he had seen the future, the rise of a boy named Naruto Uzumaki. A loud, idiotic human with more heart than brains. Kurama was meant to bond with him, grow with him, and one day even fight alongside him to save the world. To hell with that. As if I could ever forget my hatred of humanity, he snarled. That had been the destined path. But this timeline was different. The involvement of that foreign human soul, seemingly insignificant, had already changed too much by bestowing upon Kurama knowledge. Subtly shifting the future in ways that left even him uncertain. And Kurama wasn't willing to stake his life on the hope that things would play out the same. What Naruto can do, Kurama growled to himself in the dark confines of Kushina's subconscious, I can do better. I am the mightiest of all the tailed beasts. I don't need a savior, I'll become my own salvation. He clenched his claws into the cracked earth of the mental landscape, shaking the plane with his chakra. I'll show Madara Uchiha what the strongest truly looks like. But even as the words left his maw, sending tremors through the seal around him, a bitter truth clung to him like frost. Pride alone wouldn't win this war. Kurama had been resting on his ancient laurels for too long. While Shinobi evolved, experimented, and pushed the limits of jutsu and strategy, he had relied solely on brute force. Tailed beast bombs, size, raw chakra. That had always been enough, until now. He had weaknesses. His enormous form was easy to target with sealing techniques. Genjutsu remained a glaring vulnerability, especially in the hands of an Uchiha as powerful as Madara. And worst of all, he lacked versatility. In some ways, the shinobi world had grown past him. So, 2 years ago, he had begun to adapt. He started with chakra control, an art he had once scorned as trivial. In truth, his control wasn't poor, it was simply crude. Like using a tidal wave to douse a candle. But to manipulate chakra as humans did. To form it into subtle shapes and mold it into jutsu. That was another matter entirely. He's amassed vast quantities of knowledge over his long life. He knows jutsu once lost to time, and he's learned through watching Naruto Uzumaki and her family. Especially from that freak of nature's brother, Tobirama Senju. Kurama had to admit, he had a devious mind and a creative talent for ninjutsu like no other. But in order to actually use ninjutsu and fight on par with the top powers of this world, he needed to create a human form. As much as he hated that fact, his natural form is not suited for that level of combat, but rather mass destruction. Compressing his chakra into a finer form was difficult. Like forcing a mountain into the size of a coin. But after 2 years of struggle, he had succeeded in creating a rudimentary human form. It was barely functional and mostly cosmetic for now, but it was a proof of concept. Still, it lacked a proper chakra pathway system. After all, he wasn't a living body, he was chakra-made flesh. The irony stung. In his natural form, he was unstoppable. Yet to rise to the next level, he had to become more like the species he despised. Still, he needed to adapt human ninjutsu to his pure chakra body. He also knew that the future wouldn't be shaped by him alone. Kushina Uzumaki. The girl was more important than she knew. Not merely a container, but a potential weapon, partner, and shield. His memories of future Jinchūriki showed him just how powerful a bonded pair could become. He would need her, not just as a host, but as an extension of himself. But Kushina, for all her potential, was still young. Undisciplined and stubborn. She resisted him even now, unaware of the power she could wield with his guidance. That's why he had started subtly manipulating her, releasing flickers of his malevolent aura during her interactions with other people, disrupting her chakra control just enough to isolate her. If she began to feel estranged from others, if her teachers doubted her, if her peers shunned her, then maybe, just maybe, she would turn inward. And inward, she would find him. He didn't want to hurt her. Not truly. But necessity had a cruel edge. They would both be better for it. One day, she would understand. Meanwhile, Kushina sat in the kunoichi classroom, slumped over her desk, half listening to her instructor drone about etiquette and posture. Another hour wasted. For nearly 2 years, she had endured this class, and she still didn't get it. Why did knowing the proper way to pour tea matter for a shinobi? Who cared about bowing at the right angle or walking in a kimono without stumbling? The only part she liked was the cooking module. She didn't know why, but she was great at it, and creating something warm and tasty always left her a little happier. Not that she'd admit it aloud. No, how are you so good at this stuff? Kushina asked, her head now resting sideways on the desk. Next to her sat a quiet girl with deep blonde hair and round glasses, Nono Yakushi. She had green eyes that always seemed to be observing more than they let on. She wasn't popular, but she wasn't picked on either. In a way, Kushina respected her. Nono looked up from her worksheet with a gentle smile. It's not that hard, Kushina. You just have to put in the effort. Kushina groaned. Why should I? This class is so dumb. It won't help me become Hokage at all. She flopped back onto her desk with exaggerated despair. Infiltration missions. Social grace. As if the village would ever trust her with that kind of mission. They'd never send the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki to a tea ceremony, she thought bitterly. They barely let me have any freedom as it is. Before Nono could reply, the classroom door slid open with a quiet rasp. An ANBU stood in the doorway, face hidden behind a porcelain mask, the shadows of the corridor pooling around his feet like spilled ink. Kushina Uzumaki, the agent announced. His voice was even, but carried weight. Come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you. The entire room turned to look at her. Kushina blinked, then sat upright with wide eyes. Huh. She scrambled to her feet, her heart thudding with sudden adrenaline. What does that old man want with me now, she thought. It wasn't fear she felt, but something else, unease, and maybe a little hope. She followed the ANBU out the door, feeling every pair of eyes on her back. And far within her, Kurama stirred, his slitted eyes glinting with dark anticipation. Chapter 7, Kushina's Lament. Kushina made her way toward the Hokage office, trailing behind an ANBU agent with a porcelain dog mask. His footsteps were silent, and his presence was muted. Kushina thought it was somewhat eerie and cool, but she didn't have time to continue that thought process. Honestly, she could hardly think of a reason why the Hokage would call for her. What could that old man possibly want now? She could think of one reason. The third had made a hobby of lecturing her. For a while, every time she bloodied a classmate's nose or slammed someone's head into a desk for calling her tomato, Hiruzen Sarutobi would personally call her to his office. But what was she supposed to do? Let them laugh and mock her? Let them call her a tomato and shame her for her proud Uzumaki traits? The Uzumaki might not be as arrogant as the Uchiha, but they still had their pride. She really had no choice but to remind them of their place every once in a while, or else they'd continue mocking her with their short memories. Still, the ANBU hadn't said anything beyond, "You're being summoned," and she didn't think she was in trouble. After a while, Hiruzen gave up trying to lecture her and hoped she would grow out of it. That suited her just fine. But she couldn't help but think it might be something more serious. She glanced up at the sky. Clouds were heavy and low, an overcast gray that mirrored the mood in the village lately. Tensions had been high. Kushina overheard some of the Chunin instructors discussing the possibility of a second Shinobi World War. No way they're sending me out yet, I haven't even graduated or learned to harness the fox's chakra yet. She didn't fear war, but she hadn't even graduated. She would be more of a hindrance on the battlefield than anything, since they'd need to divert resources to protect her. Still, she knew what she was. The Nine-Tails container, a weapon of war. And tools didn't always get to choose when they were used. The moment she stepped inside the Hokage's office, the tension hit her like a wall. Her eyes swept across the room. In addition to the third Hokage, 3 elders stood opposite him, arguing: Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohara Yudatane. She had met them at least once when she first arrived. Each wore tight expressions, voices sharp and overlapping. They didn't stop talking when she entered, but it only took a few more steps before they acknowledged her. The arguments died out instantly, though she didn't bow. "What do you want, old man?" The other 3 frowned at her disrespect, especially Danzo, who looked ready to scold her, but Hiruzen merely gave a tired smile that lasted for only a few moments. Kushina. Hiruzen momentarily paused, unsure of how to continue. This isn't easy to say, but Yuzushio has been destroyed. What? Kushina asked blankly. Hiruzen looked a little pained, but he answered, Yuzushio was destroyed. The other dash. When she heard those words, it felt like the world was coming down around her. Yuzushio, her home, had been destroyed. The Uzumaki were one of the strongest forces in the world, even on their own. It was unbelievable. And Kushina considered them all family. To hear that her family had been slaughtered. Nah. Her pale face went even paler as she fully absorbed that information. Her ears rang like she'd been slapped. She couldn't breathe. The people who had raised her after her parents died were gone. Her stomach churned. Shina. Even though Kushina has been in Konoha for years now, she never stopped thinking about Yuzushio. As a Jinchūriki, she probably wouldn't have been able to return anyway, but she had always held onto the faint hope that, someday, she could. That she could reunite with her family and live there happily, but now even that hope was taken away. Kushina. What? She finally snapped out of her daze and noticed that all 4 elders were looking at her. When her eyes focused, she realized that she had unknowingly tapped into the Nine-Tails chakra. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her now elongated nails splattered blood on the floor. Her hair was floating wildly behind her, and her chakra pulsed violently. She quickly forced it away. If she were unable to control this power, she'd face even more scrutiny. Hiruzen was standing now, and the other elders gathered beside him. They were wary and cautious. Are you all right? Hiruzen had a careful expression on his face. Why yes, she replied softly, even though she didn't really mean it. Hiruzen looked somewhat doubtful, but he didn't press harder and sat down. I was saying, the other 4 hidden villages formed a coalition to take down the Uzumaki clan and steal their techniques for themselves. It was likely in the works for quite a while. He paused for a second. There were only a few survivors, and most of them scattered throughout the minor nations from what we can tell. Where was Konoha? Kushina asked quietly. She stood there blank-faced and still a little dazed. Pardon. Hiruzen blinked. Where was Konoha? She screamed. Now that she reached acceptance, came the rage. Aren't you supposed to be our allies? The first Hokage and Grandma Mito united the village through marriage. You didn't do anything. Tears were forming in her eyes as she lashed out at the Hokage. Hiruzen looked away and replied softly, "We received the news of the attack too late to provide any aid, however, we managed to recover many of the techniques. I don't care about the techniques. I care about my family." Kushina couldn't stand it. The loneliness, the other tragedies of her life, and now this. It was all too much for her. She needed to leave before she said or did anything drastic. With that thought in mind, she swiftly turned around and stormed out of the office. Kushina. Don't leave just dash, he was cut off by the bang of the door closing. He could have had ANBU stop her, but he felt that would be unwise. Kushina walked through the streets, racing back home. Even now, she could feel the stares of the villagers. Before, they had filled with novelty, for her unusual and vibrant red hair, but now it was the thinly veiled caution people would direct at a ticking time bomb. Every look she received, every quiet whisper, and every thought she had only provoked a deeper anger inside herself. She needed to get home right now. As she ran through the crowded streets of Konoha, crying, she could already imagine what the villagers must think. But she hardly cared about their opinions right now. When she reached her apartment, she quickly went inside and slammed the door. "I can't believe they're all gone," she whispered brokenly. Suddenly, she screamed out and punched the wall, it cracked. Her tears fell faster than she could think. She could still remember the elders who took care of her. She lived on her own then, too, but she was rarely home. Every day, she would go to an elder's house, where they would take care of her and cook her meals. She was friends with almost all of the other girls her age. It was all warm and perfect. She was never alone. Now, she had no one. Meanwhile, deep inside the seal on her stomach, a huge nine-tailed fox sat. He was massive and looming, with a malicious smile on his giant maw. He had been watching through the eyes of Kushina, and Kurama felt nothing but glee. He felt the agony and resentment within her. All of that rage could be directed in whatever way he wished. He had been preparing for this moment for nearly 3 years, sowing little disturbances here and there. Letting his malice leak just enough to scare the people getting close to her. Making her easier to isolate. Now, she would listen to him, for she had no one else. Her parents were gone, that hag Mito was gone, and now even her clan was gone. There was no one else, certainly not the third Hokage who spoke hollow words and half-truths. He couldn't have asked for a better circumstance to truly reveal himself to her. Kurama decided that, in the future, he would give the third Hokage a more peaceful send-off. He deserved at least that much for the assistance. Now. Kurama rumbled low in his chest, a sound like distant thunder echoing across his prison. Now's the time, Akari-chan. Chapter 8, Reconciliation. Kushina looked in the mirror and flinched. The girl staring back was barely recognizable. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen, red-rimmed and tired. Her vivid red hair, normally her pride, hung limp and disheveled. Her skin lost its usual warmth, and in its place came a sickly pallor. She looked horrible. Yet, it wasn't her reflection that scared her, but what it meant. She had never felt like this before, not when her parents or Grandma Mito died, and not when she left Yuzushio. She was younger than 6 when she first felt the grief that accompanies the loss of a loved one, yet she hadn't despaired. She hadn't given up, and she didn't cry for days. It wasn't that she was unfeeling, but rather that she was always strong-willed. Brash, tough, and raucous, that's Kushina Uzumaki. But this was different. This wasn't the grief that comes from loss, but rather an all-consuming hopelessness. Now that Yuzushio was gone, now that her clan was gone, what else did she have? What can push her forward to endure the cruelty of the shinobi world? Nothing, she chokes out through sobs. She exists as a weapon of the village, a village to which she feels little attachment. All of her friends and family were Uzumaki, and now they're gone. She was never a true Konoha patriot or a follower of the will of fire. For the Uzumaki clan, she would sacrifice her life. But not for Konoha. She wipes her face and moves to the bedroom. Hopefully, she'd feel a little better by tomorrow morning. But as soon as she lay down, she felt a tug on her consciousness. A pull toward the seal space inside of her. She didn't quite feel up to dealing with the fox at this moment, but she let it take her anyway. Inside a dank and dark dungeon, Kushina suddenly materialized. She had been here once before, but it was only briefly, and she was exhausted from the transfer. Now that she's getting a good look around, it feels colder than she remembered. Its walls glistened with damp, slick stone, the air heavy with the scent of age and mildew. The low lighting created a dreary atmosphere. Kushina didn't appear directly in front of the fox, but rather down a corridor connecting to his cell. It's obvious the Ninetales has something important to say to her, since this is the first time he's reached out in nearly 3 years, so she wasted no time in moving forward. As she walked, it felt as though the walls pulsed slightly, like the heartbeat of a beast. She nears the front of his cell, and his form immediately jumps to the forefront of her vision. The fox looked the same as he did the last time Kushina was here, but with one major difference. Dark orange fur accented with black. Red, slitted eyes that glowed faintly in the dim lighting. He was currently lying down, with his head resting on both his front legs. The one key difference Kushina noted from before and now was his size. Although he was still massive, instead of spanning mountains, he was now about the size of a smaller building. Slightly more approachable. "What do you want, fox?" Kushina stated bluntly. She was still a little unstable from earlier. Kurama didn't react. Normally, he would have bristled and lashed out for the sake of his pride as the strongest tailed beast, but that has a time and place, so he simply started, his voice rumbling throughout the dungeon. "We are alike, little one. In more ways than one. I believe." He paused. Kurama still wasn't quite comfortable working with a human, but he would do what he must. "It is better for both of us that we work together." "Work together? Why would I want to work with you?" she replied sharply. The dam broke. All of the emotions that built up the past few years and today came out. "It's your fault I had to leave Yuzushio. That I had to abandon a happy life and get shoved into this rotten village. It's your fault Grandma Mito died, leaving me alone. It's your fault I'm viewed as a living weapon and had my freedom taken away from me. And it's your fault that I'm isolated from the rest of the village, that they're weary of me no matter what I do or say. That I can't make friends or that I'm banned from every other shop. So, tell me, why would I want to work with you?" As she finished, she started crying again, too overwhelmed with emotion. Kurama, on the other hand, felt his anger surfacing. However, he quickly shoved it back down. He had let her rant to vent out all of her emotions, displaying a patient demeanor. He expected this much. After all, he is known as a demon fox. Someone with his reputation naturally has all of the world's evils dumped on them when it's convenient. Though being so disrespected by a human made him furious. He paused for a moment, letting her calm down, then he began. "Hundreds of years ago, the Sage of Six Paths created us nine-tailed beasts. He gave us names and raised us as he would his own children. He's the closest thing I can call a father in my long life." Kushina absorbed this information with wide eyes. The origins of the tailed beasts and much of humanity's knowledge about the Sage of Six Paths were lost to time. The sage himself is considered more myth than history. The other tailed beasts and I can be considered siblings in a way. The sage divided us, built us temples, and assigned regions that we would protect, all in order to maintain peace. For many years, humanity worshipped us, and we were happy. Although the sage's death stung deeply, we were all content. Suddenly, Kurama's voice took on a darker edge, but then, humanity grew envious of our powers. Their greed and desire to rule over others consumed them. Many tried to control us or utilize our immense and unique chakra to wage war. All of them failed, of course. But even so, I lived in isolation from that point. I wanted nothing to do with humanity. Sometimes, people would still find me and try to harness my power, but I destroyed them and annihilated their homes in response. This is when I realized humanity's true nature. Only under overwhelming power can conflicts cease. Only then can their greed and ambitions be quelled. Mutual understanding or friendship, naive ideals that are ultimately worthless. I retained the sage's ideals of peace for many years after he died, yet that didn't stop humans from turning their backs on me. It wasn't until I responded with force that they left me alone, although I did have to remind them every century or so. He paused once again and turned to face Kushina directly. "I say this as a lesson for you. Now that you are my container, people will naturally covet your powers in the same way they coveted mine. Other hidden villages, the smaller countries, missing Nin, and even Konoha will all do whatever it takes to secure or kill you." Kushina tried to scoff, but it came out rather thin. "I already know all of that already, what's new?" Kurama let out a low chuckle. It was tinged with slight mockery. "Do you, little girl? Do you truly understand the extent they would go to wield my power? What if I told you it was an elder of Konoha who purposely revealed your status as my Jinchūriki to isolate you?" Kushina's stomach churned, and her eyes widened. She had always assumed it got out naturally somehow and didn't think much of it. Though now that it was brought up again, such a high-class secret shouldn't have gotten out easily, and it wasn't suppressed at all. "What if I told you Mito Uzumaki wanted Tsunade to take you as her apprentice and live in the Senju compound?" Kurama continued. No. That can't be true. Why didn't she take me?" She thought about the time she returned to the Senju compound and was turned away by Nawaki. He had said the third Hokage forbade her from returning. Kurama continued, regardless of her thoughts. His voice was even heavier. "What if I told you that the third Hokage and his advisors purposely watched the destruction of Yuzushio so that they could swoop in and steal the techniques of the Uzumaki clan for themselves?" This was the final nail in the coffin for Kushina. She had similar suspicions when she first heard about Yuzushio's destruction, but she pushed the thought away rather quickly. Now, she can't ignore it. being told that the village she now serves to protect is the same one that betrayed her homeland and allowed it to be destroyed. She felt lightheaded and woozy. Despair, grief, anger, and now betrayal, all in a few hours. That's too much for most people to handle. She didn't realize she was about to fall, but someone else did. A soft warmth gathered around her. One of his massive tails curled gently beneath her, lifting her up, cradling her like something fragile. He laid her on the soft fur of his back, and for the first time in years, she felt held. The comfort soothed her mind. But we don't have to play their games. He spoke in a soothing and alluring tone, with my immense and potent chakra, and you here to utilize it, we can be unstoppable. She didn't speak. He pulled her closer and continued, we don't have to listen to anyone. Together, we can be more than weapons of war, we can be whatever we want, do whatever we want. If you want revenge, it can be done, easily, or, if you want to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's eyes shot wide open at the end of his sentence. She hadn't considered that, but yes, there should be a decent number of Uzumaki survivors. If she could round them up, it would indeed be possible to rebuild the clan, the only issue would be protecting them all. She refused to take them to Konoha. Kurama saw her expression and knew he had her, if you perfectly channel my power, no one alive right now could stop us. Eventually, even the sage would fall before us. Kurama's voice dropped to an alluring whisper, we can choose our own path. Take what they denied you. A future. A family. Kushina, at the end of her rope, grabbed onto this hope with both hands. Years of isolation, loneliness, grief, and the newly felt despair from the destruction of Yuzushio culminated in this moment. She looked up at Kurama with eyes full of hope, contrary to the anger they had held moments ago. Yes, she whispered, please, help me. Kurama gave a rare smile and said, whatever you wish. And with that, Kushina curled deeper into his fur and drifted into sleep. Tomorrow, she would wake up changed. But for now, she rested. For the first time in years, she didn't dream alone. Chapter 9, Plans. When Kushina awoke, she immediately felt a pair of arms wrapped around her. Opening her eyes, a man's chest appeared in her vision. She was leaning against someone. Somewhat confused and still a little groggy, she looked up and found a pair of slitted red eyes staring back, framed by a handsome human face. She was in Kurama's arms. Eep. Kushina jumped away, embarrassed. She had never so much as hugged a man who wasn't family. Unlike most girls in the ninja academy, Kushina hadn't focused much on boys. Rather than crushing on them, she had been busy beating them up. But now that she was getting a good look at Kurama. He was tall and muscular, wearing nothing but a pair of pants. With pale skin and long, wild, fiery orange hair flowing downward, reminiscent of Kurama's fur. Fox-like ears emerged from the top of his head, furred in orange and tipped with black and red. Distinct, red whisker-like markings adorned his face, and 9 fluffy tails could be seen behind him. His eyes are vivid red with slit pupils, intense and piercing. Though they carry a very subtle warmth as they gaze at her. Image. Kushina's face turned scarlet, and she quickly averted her gaze. She never found any of the boys in the academy or Konoha attractive, they were too skinny and weak-looking. But Kurama is not skinny and definitely not weak-looking. Put on some clothes, idiot. Kurama snorted. He had only put on the pants for her comfort in the first place. He didn't expect someone like Kushina to be so shy. I guess all that bravado vanishes when you see a handsome face, brat. Kurama chuckled. Although he's no longer hundreds of meters tall, his voice still rumbles and carries throughout the seal space. Kushina once again looked his way to retort, but when she caught his appearance, she swallowed her words. She quietly averted her gaze once more. See, can you just put on a shirt, please? Her voice came out softer this time. All right. He spoke, though he had a sly glint in his eyes. A red, almost tangible chakra emerged from his skin. It took the form of an open-chested white men's blouse. There are no clothes in the seal space, so he's forced to make his own from chakra. Kushina let out a quiet sigh of relief, ready to move past the embarrassment, until she turned back to him. What's the point of wearing a shirt if I can still see everything? He's gotta be messing with me. She shook her head and tried to suppress her blush. Kurama sat on the stone floor, tail tips fanned lazily around him, and motioned for her to sit beside him. She swallowed her momentary irritation and followed without a word. Over the next few years, we'll train hard. I'll teach you chakra control and ninjutsu. I know all the forbidden jutsu of Konoha and many others that were lost to time. Kurama wasn't a master in chakra control himself, but having been around for nearly 1,000 years, he knows every chakra control exercise there is. Kushina's face darkened with embarrassment when she heard chakra control. She could only barely control hers. She still couldn't master the basic academy jutsus. My chakra control sucks. Kushina admitted quietly, shoulders hunched. Kurama didn't laugh. Instead, he put one of his arms around her shoulders and pulled her in gently. His warmth radiated through her. That's not a problem. Even without me, you still have a large amount of chakra. It's only natural that you struggle with basic jutsu. The next time you use the clone jutsu, I'll help you manipulate your chakra. Kushina leaned into his side. She held strong for all those years alone, but now that Kurama is here, she can let go a little bit. Okay. I'll trust you, she said, voice small but firm. Kurama was satisfied with her response and said, there's one jutsu in particular that suits your large chakra capacity. The multi-shadow clone jutsu. It allows you to create multiple identical clones that can train individually. With this, your progress will increase rapidly. Kushina tilted her head cutely and asked, how am I gonna learn a forbidden jutsu when I can't even use the academy ones? Your problem is that you pour too much chakra into every technique. It's like trying to fill a teacup with a tsunami. However, for the multi-shadow clone jutsu, this will be your advantage. The extra chakra will just form more clones. Kushina's eyes lit up. For years, she'd struggled with the most basic techniques. If she could turn that weakness into a strength, and learn a cool forbidden jutsu at the same time. I'll master this technique and become the strongest kunoichi ever, date Bane. She exclaimed. Some of her previous fire was rekindled. Kurama chuckled and said, after we're strong enough, we can leave Konoha and rebuild your clan. Kushina's eyes sharpened. She was still a little nervous about becoming a rogue nin. It felt like she was betraying Mito, who loved Konoha. But Mito was an Uzumaki too, surely she'd understand. Regardless, Kushina couldn't stand to stay in the village for the rest of her life. It's only ever brought her pain. She had no problems with Kurama's plan. Once you're around 15 or 16, we should be ready to leave. By then, no one could force us back. Kurama concluded. Kushina nodded, when suddenly a thought came to her mind, what's your name? She remembered that yesterday, he said the Sage of Six Paths gave each of them a name. She assumed they were nameless forces of nature before, but now she knows differently. Kurama paused for a moment and looked into the distance. His expression was unreadable. It had been hundreds of years since he last told someone his name. It was deeply personal to him. Kurama. He looked into her eyes again. The sage gave me the name of Kurama. She smiled and said, Kurama. That's a good name. With that, Kushina relaxed in his arms. She hadn't experienced this kind of peace in years. Hours later. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, showed up at Kushina's apartment. He wasn't happy with how their talk went earlier and needed to confirm her mental state himself. If the Nine Tails escaped, it would be disastrous for Konoha. Sure, he and the ANBU could seal it again, but not before it destroyed the village and killed most of their forces. And if Kushina herself harbored resentment for the village. Maybe he was too hasty with the Uzumaki clan. But what's done is done. There's no one else who can carry the Nine Tails, so he has to make do. He knocked. A few moments later, the door creaked open. What do you want, old man? Kushina appeared and welcomed him inside. She looked much better than she did yesterday. Her complexion regained some life and her eyes weren't nearly as puffy, though they're still a little red. With Kurama by her side and her new hope of restarting the Uzumaki clan, her condition improved by leagues. Though she's still grieving and irritable. Hiruzen was ushered in with minimal hospitality. They sat awkwardly at her rickety table. I wanted to check on you. He began with a kind smile. Hiruzen poured himself some tea and continued, I know loss is hard. I was a little younger than you during the Sengoku period. Back then, life was as cheap as grass and it was reaped just as easily. I'm all right. I just need time. And I'm not at risk if that's what you want to know. Kushina finished with a glare. Although she and Kurama had agreed not to antagonize him immediately, she couldn't help it. Her comment hung awkwardly in the air for a moment before Hiruzen coughed and continued, ahem. That's good, that's good. I'm here if you ever need someone to talk with. Being isolated isn't healthy. I said I'm fine as I am, old man. I was just caught off guard earlier and lashed out. It won't happen again. She said irritably. There was a pause again, and Hiruzen forced a smile, all right, all right. It's just, I've heard there's a good lad in your class. He paused for a moment, thinking of the name, Minato Namikaze, that's it. He seems like a good young man, what about him? Kushina's face darkened even further. Minato's been following her around for years. She's not oblivious to his feelings, but she wasn't interested in romance and he's far too wimpy anyway. He just won't take the hint. I said, I'm fine. She gritted out. Hiruzen could tell he spoke poorly, so he backtracked, yes, well never mind then. I'm sorry for bothering you while you're grieving. I'll be on my way now, will you need any leave from the academy? As she was about to answer, she felt a pulse from Hiruzen's direction. It was dark and cold, something she's never felt before. What is this? Malice. Kurama replied mentally. I have the unique ability to sense malice, and I let you experience it. That's dash. Kushina. Hiruzen called out, with a kind smile. She blinked, and replied curtly, no. All right. Hiruzen got up and moved toward the door, but as he was about to leave, he looked back and said, just remember, the village is here for you. People's lives don't end when they die. It ends when they lose faith. The will of fire lives within us all, don't forget that. With that, he left. Kushina sat in silence for a few moments. This talk confirmed many of the things Kurama told her. About the village's manipulations, their half-truths, and petty words. Kushina isn't stupid, but she hadn't seen many of these signs before. Now that Kurama told her the truth, it all feels illuminated. She looked out her window at the village she once tried to love. Thank goodness I have Kurama here. Chapter 10, Training. Inside the seal space, Kurama, currently in his human form, and Kushina Uzumaki were locked in intense sparring, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The once oppressive space around them, a dark and dreary dungeon, had become their training ground. It wasn't much, and there was no equipment, but it was enough for their purposes. Kushina ducked under a feint and twisted to deliver a spinning back kick at Kurama's ribs. Her form was raw, driven more by instinct than technique, but there was a fire in her that gave every move weight. With her natural Uzumaki vitality, the Nine-Tails chakra strengthening her passively, and years of taijutsu drills, she could already go toe-to-toe with most chunin in hand-to-hand combat. But Kurama was a tailed beast. Even in his human form, he possessed immense speed and strength. He leaned back, allowing her kick to fly past his chest with only a few strands of his long, flame-colored hair catching the air. Kushina didn't let up. She followed the momentum of her failed kick and aimed a tight right hook at his chest, but Kurama pivoted on his heel and swept her legs out from under her. Ugh, she yelped as her back hit the cold stone floor with a loud thud. Her red hair fanned out beneath her like a halo of wildfire. Kurama extended a hand, his expression unreadable but his eyes faintly amused. That's enough for today, brat. Kushina slapped her palm into his and let him haul her upright. She rubbed her sore butt with a grimace. I can keep going. Kurama raised a brow. His fox-like ears flicked slightly. I know. But we're not just training to make you good at punching things. It's time to move on to ninjutsu. At those words, a flicker of unease crossed her face. Kurama noticed. He sighed and folded his arms. His exposed chest rose and fell slowly, the open white blouse of chakra he wore fluttering with his movement. You've been avoiding it all day. I haven't dash. You have, he said flatly. Kushina deflated a little and looked away. It's just. I've always sucked at ninjutsu. I couldn't even make a proper clone before. Her voice was small. It was rare to see her without that usual fierce edge. Kurama watched her for a moment in silence. He wasn't used to this either. The way her bravado peeled back to show this soft, bruised core she so carefully protected. He might have been around for nearly 1,000 years, but he was always above humanity, not interacting with them like this. Come here. We'll do it together. Kushina hesitated, but walked over. Kurama guided her through the hand signs slowly. Tiger boar ox dog. She inhaled deeply and focused. Clone jutsu. Poof. The puff of smoke cleared, and in front of them stood a clone. It was off-color, oddly shaped, and slightly lopsided, but it was there. Her eyes widened in disbelief. I did it. Kurama smirked, even as he kept his arms folded. The portion of his chakra inside her had been quietly smoothed and tamed, no longer a maelstrom she had to wrestle into obedience. With his influence, it flowed cleaner and calmer, enough for her to form a jutsu. I did it, she shouted, voice rising in joy. She leapt up and threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. Kurama went stiff. Her warmth, the way her hair smelled faintly of rain and smoke, the fact that she trusted him enough to let her guard down like this, he didn't know what to do with that. His hands hovered uncertainly before settling on her back in a clumsy pat. All right, all right. Don't get ahead of yourself, he said, though his voice had lost its usual rough edge. She pulled away, beaming up at him. Her cheeks were flushed, and a little sheen of sweat clung to her brow. You don't get it. That's the first time I ever made one that actually looked like a person. Kurama exhaled, trying not to look too pleased. The clone jutsu's nothing special. You just needed to get past your block. But now. He stepped back and crossed his arms again, resuming the role of gruff teacher. The real ninjutsu training begins. Let's try the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Her brows shot up. Wait, that's a forbidden jutsu, right? He nodded. Yes. But it's one that suits you. Most ninja can't use it without dying, but your chakra reserves are absurdly high. The real danger for you is control, not capacity. Kushina furrowed her brow as he slowly demonstrated the hand signs, explaining the pattern and flow of chakra in careful detail. When he finished, he performed the jutsu, but nothing happened. Kushina blinked. Ah. Kurama looked annoyed. Don't look at me like that. I don't have a functioning chakra network in this form. I can't use jutsu yet. You're teaching me a jutsu you can't even use. Kurama gave her a flat stare. Do you want to learn it or not? Kushina laughed despite herself and nodded. Fine, fine. She mirrored the hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. The stone space was suddenly crowded with dozens, hundreds of Kushinas. She gasped. Whoa. She turned around in a circle, staring at her clones with awe. This is so cool. With this many clones, I could take on that old man, Date Bane. Kurama raised a brow. He walked up to one of the clones and poked it. Poof. It vanished immediately. Your chakra distribution is still all over the place. Some of them barely exist, and others are overloaded. One tap and they're gone. Kushina groaned and scratched her head. Damn it. I thought I had it. You do have it. Just not mastered. And it's already enough to speed up your training. She sighed and dismissed the remaining clones. Her body sagged slightly, worn from the effort. Kurama tilted his head, observing her. Even that much is good for now. Once you can consistently create 10 proper clones, we'll begin chakra control. Kushina frowned. You mean like leaf balancing? He nodded. Among other things. Tree walking, water walking, and I have another technique most people have forgotten about. She groaned. That stuff is boring. It's essential for you. Ugh, fine. There was a pause. Kushina sat down and leaned against the massive stone wall, her arms draped over her knees. Kurama sat beside her, his long tail swaying slowly. You did well today. Thanks. She rested her head against his shoulder without warning, using his tails as a cushion. He tensed, then slowly relaxed. Her breathing was steady, and he could feel the pulse of her chakra brushing against his own. I never thought I'd enjoy training like this, she said quietly. Not just because I'm getting stronger, but because it feels like someone's with me, for once. Kurama didn't answer right away. For hundreds of years, he'd been alone, misunderstood, or hated. It was a novel experience to have someone trust him and interact with him like this. You're not alone anymore, he said at last. She smiled and closed her eyes. I know. Kushina exhaled slowly, letting herself rest on Kurama and his tails. Her muscles trembled from the strain, but her heart thudded with something she hadn't felt in a long time, triumph. For years, she'd struggled in the academy. She was told she was too loud, too brash. The kids made fun of her hair and her lack of talent in ninjutsu. Even surrounded by all those people, she was completely alone. Kurama didn't speak. He sat near her, legs crossed, tails curled neatly beside him. His crimson eyes were contemplative. You're not so bad at this teaching thing, Kushina said quietly, her gaze on the ceiling of the seal space, where countless cracks spiderwebbed like veins through the stone sky. You act all grumpy and mean, but you explain stuff better than any of my teachers ever did. HN. Seriously, she added. If I had you around in class, I might actually pass some of my exams. Kurama snorted. You'd still punch your classmates. She smirked. Only the ones who deserve it. The silence that followed was peaceful and comfortable. Something Kurama never thought he'd feel inside this accursed cage. I don't hate it in here, she murmured after a while. When it's just us. Kurama tilted his head. It'll be much better when we're both outside. Then we can have real freedom. We'll rebuild the Uzumaki clan stronger than ever, he said, and destroy Konoha, he swore silently, in his heart. I'm glad you're here, Kurama, she said. I don't care what that old man or those stupid villagers think. He looked at her, surprised by the warmth in her tone. By the sincerity. Humans were always so fickle. So quick to twist affection into betrayal, or anger into love. Even though he's been burned many times by their mercurial nature, he believes this time is different. Don't get sappy, he muttered. Too late. She sat up and hugged him again, tightly, with no hesitation. Kurama didn't resist it. He rested his chin on her shoulder and let the silence stretch. In this stone-walled cage the village had forced upon them, they were jailer and prisoner no longer. Chapter 11, Showing Off. The next day, Kushina found herself at the academy yet again. She hadn't been back since Yuzushio was destroyed. The Hokage had made her take leave, fearing that she would be too volatile. That part, at least, wasn't entirely wrong. Kushina herself couldn't guarantee she'd hold back if someone made fun of her hair again. After all, that'd be an insult to her Uzumaki heritage. And now, with her clan gone, that insult hit harder than ever before. Kushina entered the class, and as usual, everyone fell silent. The chatter died down like a doused flame. Some gazes flickered toward her hair, then immediately darted away, as if eye contact alone might provoke her. Others, mostly girls, threw half-veiled glares of jealousy that no longer dared to be loud. She ignored them all. Only two didn't seem fazed, Nono Yukushi, who spared her a sidelong, neutral glance, and Minato Namikaze, who greeted her in his usual bright voice. "Good morning, Kushina-chan," he called out, with his ever-present sunny smile. She snorted, unimpressed, and took her seat near the back of the room. Kushina didn't like much about Minato. He was quiet and too nice. But, she did admire his persistence. He never gave up talking to her, not even now, after 3 years of cold shoulders and occasional threats. He leaned back slightly, turning toward her with a look that was unusually solemn. "I'm sorry about Yuzushio-gakure." Her eyes narrowed. "It's fine," she said curtly. "I've always been interested in Fuinjutsu," he continued, oblivious to the increasingly dark look on Kushina's face, "and I've heard the Uzumaki clan were the best in the world." She clenched her fists under the desk. They were one of Konoha's closest allies, right? Such a big loss for the village dash. Shut up. She gritted her teeth. He had unknowingly stepped on multiple landmines. Before he could react, her hand moved on instinct. A sharp smack echoed through the room as her palm collided with his face. The impact turned his head and left his cheek flushed with a rising welt. Minato blinked, dazed. For all the times he had tried speaking to her, she had never actually struck him before. Kushina doesn't like him all that much, but since he was so kind, she softened her approach toward him anyway. But this time, he had accidentally poked too many open wounds at once. Several of his fangirls rushed to his side in a flurry of concern, forming a makeshift barrier between him and further danger. Kushina crossed her arms and glared out the window, jaw clenched. Instructor Iroh walked in just in time to witness the aftermath. He sighed, deep and weary. He was not at all surprised. After dealing with Kushina for several years now, he had learned to expect emotional outbursts, especially ones that left someone bleeding. From the moment he first felt that soul-chilling killing intent on her first day of the academy, he'd known she would be a problem. But Minato was a special case. Konoha's golden child, a prodigy in every subject. He was expected to graduate this year, probably at the top of the class. So, he walked over and checked on the half-conscious Namikaze. "Minato, are you okay?" "I'm fine, instructor," the boy muttered weakly, dazed and rubbing his temple. "Just caught me off guard." The instructor gave a noncommittal nod and breathed a sigh of relief. If he could still speak and move, it meant Kushina had shown some restraint. All right. It's time to start class," he said as he walked back to the front of the room. All right. It's time to start class," he said, striding back to the front. "Today, we'll continue practicing the 3 basic academy jutsu. Start with the clone jutsu. Those of you who've mastered it can move on to transformation. And those of you who've mastered that can move on to the substitution jutsu." He said that last part, even though no one has besides Minato. He paused, gaze flicking toward Minato. "And Minato, I know you can already perform all 3 properly, but you can try transforming into objects to improve your transformation. Use ones that you're deeply familiar with." Minato nodded obediently, his usual smile returning like a sunrise. The slap hadn't dimmed him for long. Kushina, meanwhile, sat still, arms crossed. But her mood was already shifting again, this time toward anticipation. Hands weaving into signs quickly, she breathed in sharply and focused. Tiger Borok's dog. Clone jutsu. Poof. Smoke burst outward, revealing a fully formed clone of Kushina. Its eyes were slightly glassy, and the hair was just a touch too vibrant, but it stood tall and mirrored her almost perfectly. Her eyes sparkled. "I did it," she thought. A slow, smug grin pulled at her lips. "I'm a genius, Date Bane." For nearly 2 years, this jutsu had humiliated her. No matter how hard she tried, her clones never formed. It had made her the class embarrassment, except when she was beating her opponents into the ground with superior taijutsu. But ever since Kurama helped her yesterday, it all changed. The truth was, she wasn't bad at chakra control. Her reserves were just immense, with the power of the 9 tails and her own Uzumaki vitality. Most people couldn't even imagine how hard it was to rein in that much energy. But with Kurama's guidance, she'd begun to gain traction. "I'm gonna get that fox a big, wait, what does he even like?" While Kushina was pondering, the rest of the class was shocked. The instructor, especially. He had heard that the Hokage would be lowering graduation standards soon. This slightly janky clone will probably be enough to graduate, already. Soon, murmurs spread throughout the classroom like ripples in a pond. Since when did she get so good? One said. She couldn't even form a clone at all before. Replied another. I thought I was at least better than her in ninjutsu, one said, depressed. Instructor Iroh raised an eyebrow and scribbled something onto his clipboard. If this progress kept up, she might even be ready to graduate this year, especially if the Hokage lowered the standards as rumored. Minato was also surprised, but not unhappy. Congratulations, Kushina-chan. Not even that slap was enough to remove the sunny smile from his face. Humph. Kushina snorted, but she was secretly happy. Soon, I'll be even better than you, Date Bane. I'm sure you will. He said, his smile genuine. She shook her head, somewhat annoyed. Trying to trash-talk Minato was like running into a wall of pillows. No matter what she said, he was still soft and kind. It ruined any potential rivalry. From the opposite side of the room, a voice called softly. Good job, Kushina. She blinked and turned. Thanks, no. No, Yakushi gave a small smile. Her demeanor was calm and measured, her uniform spotless, and her posture was perfect. It wasn't all that hard, Kushina added, lifting her chin proudly. Then why did it take you almost 2 years to use? No asked plainly. She had already moved on to the transformation jutsu herself. She froze, and then replied somewhat awkwardly, I was just trying to give the others a chance to shine, Date Bane. That doesn't sound like you at all, No said with disbelief. Just shut up and focus on your own practice. Kushina huffed. No gave a soft chuckle and then did as she asked, letting the conversation drop. Later that day, inside the Hokage's office. You're saying she's close to mastering the clone jutsu? Hiruzen asked, taking a long, contemplative puff from his pipe. Smoke curled through the office, winding like whirling tides through the afternoon light. Outside, the sky hung gray with distant thunderclouds, thick and slow, like the thoughts moving through the third Hokage's mind. Yes, Lord Hokage, the kneeling Anbu replied. Instructor Iroh reported that she'll most likely be ready for graduation by the end of this term. The clone was almost perfect by the close of class. Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke and let it drift. This didn't make sense. For years, her chakra control was terrible, yet now, she's catching up to a prodigy like Minato. What changed so suddenly? You're dismissed, he said. Inform the instructor that she can't graduate early, regardless of performance. Yes, my lord. The Anbu flickered from view, disappearing into the air like mist. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling, pipe smoldering slowly between his fingers. He continued smoking in silence. He couldn't imagine what caused the sudden improvement. Perhaps something finally clicked after the fall of her homeland. Emotional trauma sometimes brought growth. Overall, he wasn't too worried. If she can control her chakra and the Nine Tails chakra properly, it's ultimately a good thing for the village. Now, he needs to ensure her loyalty. She was angry now. But in time, that pain could be molded into something useful. At this thought, his gaze flickered toward the papers on his desk. The names of the other hidden villages scattered throughout the pages, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Karigakure. War is on the horizon. The third Hokage will declare war on the other 4 hidden villages. On paper, this seems like a blunder. Who would pick 4 fights at once, after all? But these villages are wholly incapable of working together, Hiruzen is certain of this. The rivalry between the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage was well known, they ended up killing each other. Karigakure and Iwagakure, led by the second Tsuchikage disciple, Inoki, could never work together. Both the cloud and the stone are also untrustworthy and brazen. Neither Karigakure nor Sunagakure would ever fully cooperate with them. Given time, whatever flimsy alliance they have would fall apart like sand quickly. Regardless, these are all Kushina's sworn enemies, as the destroyers of Yuzushio Gakure. The perfect enemies to set her against. She would learn to rely on the village eventually. She has no one else, he told himself. Sooner or later, she'll come to us for guidance. Chapter 12, Weapons. Time is ever flowing, and before Kushina knew it, half a year flew by. It was now the height of summer in Konoha, year 37. The 4th year of the Ninja Academy hadn't begun yet, and she was on vacation. Despite mastering the 3 Academy jutsu months ago, that old man still wouldn't let her graduate early. Nor would he allow her to participate in the war. She didn't particularly want to fight for Konoha, but real combat experience was invaluable, and she would like to have some before she goes rogue. Currently, she was sparring against Sakumo Hataki in the open training field behind the Hataki estate. The air shimmered with summer heat, and cicadas buzzed in the background. Sakumo was a tall and athletic man, his spiky silver hair tied in a loose ponytail, his movements fluid and sharp. He was in his early 20s and already considered Kage level. This was Kushina's new taijutsu teacher, and their sparring matches were intense and unforgiving. The clash of fists and blade echoed through the trees. Tsukumo swung his sword down at Kushina with practiced precision. She sidestepped, letting the blade slice through empty air, though it still managed to trim a few strands of her hair. She retaliated with a fierce punch toward his ribs, but Tsukumo tilted his body and slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The exchange continued in a blur of movement. Kushina's breath came in steady bursts, her chakra flaring subtly through her limbs. She'd improved significantly. Her punches were stronger, her footwork faster, and her instincts sharper. Still, she was at a clear disadvantage. Although she could beat some average jonin with just her taijutsu, Tsukumo was on a whole other level. Kushina was proud of her taijutsu, but her fists alone weren't enough against his sharp sword. In a flash, Tsukumo accelerated and delivered a diagonal slash toward her neck. Her eyes widened as she realized she couldn't dodge in time. But the blade stopped just before touching her skin. "You're getting better and better, Kushina," Tsukumo said, his tone kind but measured. She sighed and stepped back. Yeah, she muttered, annoyed at herself. At 11 years old, she could already match some jonin, but it still wasn't enough. Not for the path she has chosen. "If you want my advice," Tsukumo said, sheathing his sword, "you should consider using a weapon. Your fists are solid, but against someone like me, you're always going to be at a disadvantage unless you're significantly stronger or faster." Kushina frowned slightly, thinking. Kurama had told her something similar during their training sessions in the seal. Although he also fights with his hands and claws alone, that's more because there are no weapons in the seal. The issue was that good weapons, real weapons worthy of a kunoichi like her, were incredibly expensive. Ones made of chakra-conductive material were out of her reach. Tsukumo seemed to read her thoughts. "If you want," he said, "you can pick something from the Hitaki clan armory." Kushina's head jerked up, stunned. "You'd really let me do that?" Usually, outsiders were never allowed to use weapons from a clan's armory. Tsukumo smiled, amused by her disbelief. "You've been my student for months now. You're talented, and more importantly, you're determined. I trust you. Besides, it's just me, Hana, and little Kakashi now. The Hitaki clan isn't what it used to be." "Thank you." Kushina beamed. Her chest ached slightly with a bittersweet feeling. She respected Tsukumo deeply. He was honest, kind, and loyal to the village to a fault. But she was walking a different path, one that would lead her away from Konoha. Maybe one day, they'd meet as enemies. That uncertainty was kind of painful. They walked together through the shaded pathways of the Hitaki compound. It was smaller than the Hyuga or Uchiha estates but still far too spacious for just 3 people. Waiting for them at the entrance was a beautiful woman with pale blonde hair and soft gray eyes, Hana Hitaki, Tsukumo's wife. She was a jonin in her own right and carried their infant son, Kakashi, in her arms. Kushina had been here many times in the past couple of months as Tsukumo's student. So, they were familiar with each other. Hana smiled as they approached. "How was training?" Kushina shrugged. "It was all right. Tsukumo-sensei beat me again." Her tone was a bit gloomy, but then she grinned. "But I'm gonna crush him one day, date Bane." Tsukumo laughed, and Hana chuckled warmly. He explained their purpose: "We're going to the armory to find Kushina a weapon." Hana nodded. Like Tsukumo, she cared for Kushina and didn't mind giving her a weapon from the clan armory. "Good," she said, then turned to Kushina with a twinkle in her eye. "Maybe one day you can teach Kakashi a thing or two." Kushina laughed awkwardly. "Yeah, maybe." They arrived at a large room, reinforced with seals. Tsukumo unlocked it with a combination of hand signs, and the heavy doors swung open. "Here's the armory. Just pick one and you can keep it," Tsukumo said. Inside was a treasure trove. Weapons of all shapes and sizes lined the walls. Katanas, nodokais, tantos, bow staves, kusarigama, and more. The room even had a space for testing balance and movement. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at the large variety of cool weapons. She tried out several weapons, a lightweight katana, a pair of twin daggers, and a long staff. She even did a few mock spars with Tsukumo to test the feel. But none of them felt quite right. Since Tsukumo-sensei was giving her this chance, she wanted to pick a weapon she could use for a long time. She continued trying out weapons that felt a little off to her, until her eyes landed on a scythe. It wasn't flashy. Its handle was long and slightly crooked, made of a warm wood that shimmered faintly under the light. The blade curved menacingly, forged from a dark silver metal that hummed faintly with stored chakra. Kushina approached it reverently. The moment she wrapped her fingers around the handle, she felt that it was right. It was too big for her frame now, but not unwieldy. "You have your eyes on that one, huh?" Tsukumo looked somewhat surprised. "That one's new, actually." compared to most of the others here. The handle was crafted by Lord Hashirama himself, using his wood release. He strengthened it using some technique that even I don't understand. The blade is high-grade chakra metal. It was a gift from the first Hokage to the Hatake clan. Can I use this one? She asked. Tsukumo hesitated for a moment. This scythe was a gift from Hashirama to the Hatake clan upon the founding of Konoha. To give it away doesn't feel exactly right. But he saw how compatible she was with the scythe and how her eyes lit up while using it, and decided. He nodded slowly. All right. It's better that it's used than gathering dust. Get used to it today, and we can resume training tomorrow. Kushina grinned. Thank you. With this, I'll definitely beat you. Inside the seal space, Kushina nearly skipped toward Kurama's chamber, her new scythe slung across her back. He had been saying she should get a weapon for a long time, and now she finally has. And such a cool one too. Kurama, in his human form, sat with his back against the stone wall, eyes closed in rest. But the moment she entered, his red eye snapped open and focused on the handle of the scythe. What's that? He said. Kushina puffed her chest out. This is my new scythe, Date Bane. Tsukumo-sensei let me pick a weapon from the Hatake clan's armory. Pretty cool, right? She performed a few twirls, spins, and mock strikes to show it off. Kurama didn't respond immediately. His gaze lingered on the wooden handle. Kushina paused. Kurama. What's up? You're spacing out. He blinked and shook his head, then asked, how was it made? The first Hokage made the handle using his wood release and some special technique to make it stronger. The blade is top-quality chakra metal. Kurama scowled internally. Of course it was that damn senju. But he had to admit, it was a fine weapon. The craftsmanship was exceptional. He reached out and placed his hand on the handle. A pulse of his chakra flowed into it, and the scythe responded instantly. Its absorption rate and chakra efficiency were phenomenal. Even Kurama, who's been around for nearly 1,000 years and has seen many different types of weapons, including the Kusanagi swords, was impressed. This is a good weapon, he said finally. Better than I expected from humans. It should serve you well for the next few years. Kushina beamed. Told you it was cool. He smirked. Now let's see if you can actually use it properly, brat. She raised the scythe and struck a pose. Bring it on, fox. I'm gonna carve my name into history with this thing, Date Bane. Chapter 13, Tsunade. Konoha, year. Kushina found herself walking through the village for the first time in what felt like ages. She hadn't done so since Yuzushio was destroyed. After the fall, the weight of the villagers' stares had been too much to bear. Their whispers, their pointed avoidance, their polite but distant smiles. Even now, as she moved through the sunlit streets of Konoha, she felt it. A thin, invisible pressure that coiled around her like a rope, mild fear, passive dislike, and a touch of suspicion. Kurama's ability to sense negative emotions was becoming hers, slowly but surely. At first, she could only pick up on overwhelming malice, like a shout in a quiet room. But now, with enough concentration, she could sense the faint whispers of subtler emotions as well, like envy, unease, and greed. Kurama's gift wasn't flashy like the lava release of Son Goku or Shikaku's sand manipulation. It was subtler and more invasive. Far more useful. For combat, yes, but also for survival. For politics, spying, or seeing through people in a world full of masks. Negative emotions were a constant in the human heart. Fear, anger, grief, envy, hatred. The trick was learning to read them like a map. Being able to sense all of these gives you a massive advantage in life in general. No one can scheme against you without feeling at least some negative emotions, no one can attack you without feeling malice, and no one can manipulate you if they're radiating maliciousness. Of course, the last one works both ways. Sensing fear or hatred can make manipulating someone easy. Today, Kushina was using the village as her training ground. Every passerby was a target. She sifted through the haze of emotions that hung around people like perfume, trying to match what she felt to what she saw. The negative emotions radiating off the crowd, which she normally despises, make the perfect training tools for her to sense. Eventually, she'll be able to pick out spies or sense an attack before her enemy even makes a move. That man over there, bitterness, directed downward. Probably thinking about his work. That woman, envy, but not toward Kushina. Toward another woman nearby, maybe for her looks or her husband. That boy, fear, and it was about her. His little hand tightened around his mother's sleeve as they passed, and his mother hurried him along without making eye contact. TCH. This stupid village hasn't changed at all, she thought. Not that she'd expected it to. Besides Kurama, there was only one person from whom she'd never sensed a hint of malice, Minato Namikaze. That idiot probably doesn't even have negative emotions, she thought with a sigh. He was always smiling, always kind, always annoyingly sincere. It made him unreadable in a different way. Everyone experiences some kind of fear, anger, or envy. Even Tsukumo Hatake. The key, and what Kushina is currently trying to learn, is to sense where that emotion is directed. Not everyone in the crowd is scared of her, some are thinking of other people or phenomena, and this is what makes it perfect for practice. Learning to distinguish between different types of negativity, and more importantly, where they were directed, was difficult. Just because someone radiated anger didn't mean it was toward her. But if she mastered this skill, she'd be untouchable. She could sniff out traitors, avoid traps, and manipulate people more effectively than any genjutsu ever could. Suddenly, a wave of emotion hit her. Not just simple hatred or vague suspicion, but something deeper. Grief, despair, anxiety, sadness, and self-hatred, all coming from a single person. Kushina stopped in her tracks. The crowd blurred around her. Her senses honed in on the source of that emotional hurricane, and her eyes locked onto a figure leaning against the side of a nearby building. It was Tsunade. Kushina's stomach twisted. The older woman looked awful. Her skin, usually healthy and sun-kissed, was pale and clammy. Deep, dark bags hung under her eyes. Her once shining blonde hair was disheveled and dull, like it hadn't been brushed in days. And her eyes, those bright and fierce brown eyes that had once held warmth and fire, were empty. It reminded Kushina of herself after the destruction of Yuzushio. They hadn't spoken in years. After she and Nawaki parted on sour terms, her visits to the Senju compound had stopped. But before that, Tsunade had been like a big sister to her. A comforting presence in a foreign village, a role model when Kushina needed one. She hesitated for a moment and then approached. Although they hadn't spoken in a few years, Kushina doesn't blame Tsunade, but that old bastard Hiruzen. Tsunade looked up, sluggish at first, but recognition flickered in her eyes. Kushina, her voice rasped, raw like she hadn't spoken to anyone in days. She nodded slightly and said, "How are you?" The question was simple. But it cracked something in Tsunade. She surged forward and wrapped her arms around Kushina, bursting into tears. "Not good," she sobbed. Kushina blinked, startled. She wasn't used to people crying on her. She awkwardly hugged her back, patting her gently between the shoulder blades. "What happened?" Tsunade stepped back, her shoulders heaving. She tried to speak, but the words came out in broken gasps. "It's Nawaki." She sniffled, and then burst into sobs again. He died. Stepped on an explosive tag. Kushina's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't spoken to Nawaki in a long time. They'd parted on poor terms, but that didn't erase the years they'd spent under the same roof, or the times he'd made her laugh when she felt like crying. She could only imagine what it felt like to Tsunade. I couldn't even recognize his body," Tsunade continued, eyes wild with grief. "They had to tell me it was him. My stupid little brother. I told that idiot to be careful," Tsunade said, wiping her face with trembling fingers. "I warned him. And he goes and dash," she broke again, voice muffled by the sleeve she pressed to her face. "Dan's gone too. I have no one left." Kushina stared at her. She had no idea what to say. She hesitated, then quietly asked, "What about your teammates? Jiraiya, or Orochimaru?" "They don't get it," Tsunade said bitterly. "Jiraiya's a fool. He means well, but he's not someone I can lean on. And Orochimaru, he's too cold. He's not the kind of person that you could talk to about this." Kushina hesitated again. Then, she said, "I'm still here." Tsunade blinked. "I know we haven't talked in years," Kushina continued, voice soft. "But you were like a big sister to me. Back when I was new to the village." For a moment, Tsunade just stared at her. Then she broke into another sob and hugged her again, tighter this time. "Thank you," she whispered. Kushina closed her eyes. Her throat was tight. Bittersweet emotions once again tangled inside her like vines. She was glad she could offer comfort, but how many people would she eventually have to leave behind? Once Tsunade calmed down somewhat, Kushina led her to a shaded bench near a quiet tea stall. They sat, nursing warm cups of herbal brew, the silence between them heavy but companionable. After a while, Kushina asked, "When did you come back to the village?" Tsunade sniffed. 3 days ago. I was in Akagakure, on the border. We fought Hanzo. Nawaki died just before I left. Hanzo of the Salamander. Kushina murmured. They say he's as strong as one of the 5 Kages. He is, Tsunade said, her voice tired. But what's strength good for when you can't protect the people who matter? Kushina looked at her cup, the tea rippling faintly from the trembling in Tsunade's hands. I know how it feels, she said softly. To lose everyone. Yuzushio fell. My parents are gone. My clan. There's nothing left of it but me, and a few other people scattered across the world. Tsunade looked at her. They were similar in many ways, both without a family, both with a nearly extinct clan. Konoha just moved on, Kushina admitted, bitterly. Like it didn't matter. Tsunade gave a quiet, bitter laugh. Yeah. I get that. Silence settled again, not awkward, but somber. It was the kind of silence that only came between people who had experienced the same tragedies. Finally, Tsunade said, "You've changed." "I found someone to help me," Kushina said, looking away. "I probably would have broken without him." "Him?" Tsunade asked with a coy smile. "Yeah." Kushina said, with cheeks lightly dusted pink. Tsunade sighed dramatically and said, "Little Kushina, already so grown up and with a boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend," she responded, flustered. Tsunade chuckled, feeling a little lighter. They continued to talk for a few hours. Kushina knew this wouldn't fix Tsunade. Grief didn't go away so easily. But hopefully it gave her a reason not to drown in it. Chapter 14, Sensing Malice. Over the past few weeks, Kushina had devoted herself to mastering the art of sensing malice. Every morning, she walked the streets of Konoha, ignoring the stares, the subtle tension, and the whispers behind her back, to train her new sensory ability. At first, the emotions she picked up were a blur, a tangled mass of unease and aversion. But now, she could parse through them with precision. She could isolate the source of a killing intent from a simple passing anxiety, could identify the sharp spike of hatred from the dull hum of irritation. The streets of Konoha had become her classroom, and now, it was time to test this ability in combat. Fortunately, Tsukumo Hatake had returned from the front lines. Although he was her taijutsu teacher, she rarely got the opportunity to train with him. Being a Kage-level shinobi meant that Tsukumo was an invaluable asset to the war effort, often stationed at critical outposts or engaged in high-priority missions. His time in Konoha was limited. So, when she sensed his chakra within the Hatake compound that morning, Kushina wasted no time. She walked through the tall wooden gates of the estate and into the courtyard, greeted by the soft rustle of wine through the trees and the chirping of cicadas. Hana Hatake was sitting on the porch, her hair tied back in a loose bun, rocking little Kakashi gently in her arms. The baby's wide gray eyes blinked curiously at Kushina as she passed. "Good morning, Kushina," Hana greeted with a warm smile. "Morning," Kushina replied, nodding respectfully. Her gaze lingered briefly on the baby. Kakashi was quiet, unnervingly so. But well-behaved. In her opinion, too well-behaved for a baby. Then again, maybe it ran in the family. She continued past them, into the training grounds, where Tsukumo stood with his sword sheathed and his arms folded. He turned as she approached. "Tsukumo-sensei, I want to try a new form of training today," she said without preamble. His gaze flicked down to the folded blindfold in her hand, and his brow arched. "You want to train blind? That could boost your reflexes, I guess, but I don't think it'll be more effective than our usual drills." She shook her head. "It's not just a reflex drill. I want to rely completely on my ability to sense malice. The Ninetales ability." Tsukumo's expression shifted with understanding. "Ah. I see. That makes more sense. You'll need to hone it to perfection if you want to use it mid-fight. That's the plan." She smiled confidently. "When I'm done training this, I'll beat you for sure, Date Bane." He laughed. "All right. Let's see what you've got." Kushina stepped into the center of the training field, sliding the blindfold over her eyes and stuffing the earplugs into place. Her world became a muted void. She reached behind her and unhooked her scythe, gripping the smooth, chakra-conductive wood with both hands. She couldn't see or hear, but she could feel it. Tsukumo was calm, as always, but beneath that calmness, there was something else. A subtle ripple of anxiety, almost imperceptible, but she could detect it now. It wasn't directed at her. If she had to guess, it was for his wife, Hana. Despite having a newborn child, Hana was still an active jonin. The war didn't care about families. Then it shifted. The tension in Tsukumo's chakra grew sharper. She felt the flicker of malice, the intent to attack. It was faint, far more precise and honed than most, but it was there. She braced herself. Suddenly, the air shifted as Tsukumo lunged forward. She sensed it, his intent honed toward her neck, and raised her scythe just in time to block the strike. The wooden handle thudded against his blade, and she could feel the tremor of impact vibrate through her arms. But the weapon, forged from Hashirama Senju's wood release and chakra steel, held firm. Kushina grinned under the blindfold. It worked. She didn't counter. That wasn't the goal today. She needed to focus only on sensing, reading the direction of his malice, and responding with precision. Another flicker of intent, his target shifted to her left side. She moved instinctively, spinning the scythe into a horizontal block, and felt the air stir as his leg swept through where her ribs had been. The training continued like that, faint spikes of emotion, quick movements, and practiced attacks. The subtle direction of killing intent, like a map only she could read. It was actually working. Suddenly, she felt something strange, 2 threads of malice at once. A feint, she realized immediately. She honed in. One thread was slightly stronger. She spun toward that direction and raised her weapon. Swoosh. The blade passed within inches of her cheek. She grinned again. They trained like that for hours. Tsukumo never struck with full strength, of course, but his movements were still fast and refined. Eventually, he swept her legs out from under her and pinned her before she could recover. She lay on the ground for a moment, breathing heavily, then sat up and yanked the blindfold off. Sunlight stabbed into her eyes, and the chirping of insects flooded her ears. It was disorienting and a little dizzying, but she smiled. "Tsukumo-sensei, I can keep going, Datebane," she said, brushing dust from her cloak. He chuckled. "Kushina, I have a wife and a son. I can't spend all day letting you beat up my sword with your stick." She pouted, standing and dusting herself off. "Fine. But next time I'm not going easy on you." He gave her a knowing look. "Neither was I." She smirked and tilted her head. "How's Kakashi doing?" "He's all right. Very healthy, and I can already see his intelligence." Then his gaze drifted upward, toward the sky, as if seeing something beyond the clouds. "I think he'll be a great ninja one day." Kushina practically skipped through the seal space, her steps light and full of triumph. The place was still and dim, with its eerie lighting casting long shadows against the walls. In the center of it all, Kurama sat in his shrunken-tailed beast form, still the size of a small building, but relaxed, lounging like a lion in his den. His massive ears twitched at her approach. "What is it now, brat?" he rumbled, eyes cracking open to reveal blood red. She beamed. "I can use your ability in combat now, Datebane." Kurama raised an eyebrow, or at least the fox equivalent. "Is that so?" "Yup. I trained with Tsukumo-sensei while blindfolded today. I blocked every attack with just your malice sensing." "Humph. Not bad." His massive paw curled under his chin as he observed her more closely. "I guess your talent isn't completely terrible." Kushina's cheeks tinged pink. She looked away with a shrug that tried too hard to seem nonchalant. "Thanks." Kurama didn't say anything else right away. He simply looked at her, eyes narrowing slightly. Then he closed them again and let out a low rumble from his throat. "You'll still need to refine it," he said. "Malice isn't always obvious. The clever ones know how to mask it. Some of them even think they're doing good when they strike." "I'll figure it out," she said firmly. "I've made it this far." The fox smirked. "Then let's make you stronger, brat. If you want to surpass him, you'll need to go further." She nodded and gripped her scythe. "Let's begin, then." Kushina adjusted her grip on the scythe as she stepped closer to Kurama's massive frame. Even at a reduced size, the nine tails exuded a presence that made the air feel heavier, the space feel smaller. The crimson glow of the seal space reflected off her blade, casting warped shadows on the stone floor. Kurama opened one eye lazily, his tails flicking behind him with a slow, measured rhythm. "You want to train here now, too?" he asked, voice gruff but not unfriendly. "I figured I'd get a more honest fight from you," she said, smiling tightly. "No pulled punches." Kurama chuckled, a low rumble like thunder rolling deep beneath the earth. "You're getting greedy. You just learned to crawl, and now you want to sprint." She tightened her grip on the scythe. "I need to keep moving forward, to accomplish our goals." Kurama studied her face for a moment, then lifted his paw and flicked a claw-sized ember toward the far end of the chamber. A pulse of chakra erupted from it, reshaping the landscape around them. The stone ground cracked and split. Jagged formations rose from the earth like the ribs of some long-dead titan, creating an arena of uneven terrain. "Fine," he said. "Let's see if you can fight while reading my malice." Kushina swallowed hard. Sparring with Tsukumo was one thing. He was restrained, measured. Kurama, even when training, was like an overwhelming storm of hatred. She stepped forward onto the rocky field, her bare feet brushing against the cool stone. Her heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from anticipation. "I'll come at you with pure intent," Kurama warned. "No mind games or tricks, just my pure malice. Cultivated for over 1,000 years." Kushina nodded and slipped the blindfold back on. She forced her breathing to slow, her shoulders to relax and her senses strained. And then... boom. A pulse of pure bloodlust surged through the air, more massive than anything she had ever felt before. Kurama wasn't hiding it, or holding back. It crashed against her like a tidal wave, and for a moment, her knees buckled. Her face paled, and her breathing quickened. This wasn't Tsukumo's pinpoint malice, honed like a fine blade. This was the fury of the strongest-tailed beast, ancient and immense. Kushina gritted her teeth, steadied her stance, and felt it. The malice surged forward, fast, low, and heavy, aimed at her torso. She twisted and leapt backward, hearing the rush of displaced air as a claw tore through the space where she'd stood. Another wave. This one curling from above, she raised her scythe and blocked, barely in time. The impact rattled her bones, the scythe humming with tension. She didn't speak. Neither did Kurama. Their language was the rhythm of motion and emotion. Strike. Malice. Dodge. Surge. Malice. Parry. Again and again, she read his intention through the flood of emotion. His malice had flavor, some blows were sharp and angry, others cunning and sudden. She began to notice the difference between fury and sadistic glee, between warning and actual intent to maim. Kurama's claws whistled through the air, and Kushina ducked low, rolling behind stone debris. The malice dipped for a moment, then flared on her left. She spun and struck, swinging the scythe in a wide arc. The blade didn't touch him, but it sliced the air where he had been. Kurama's laughter reverberated through the space, shaking her bones. You're starting to anticipate me. Date Bane. It's not that hard, she said through heavy breaths. Kurama paused. For a moment, she felt his malice lessen. Then it shifted, it's testing now. You're sinking with me, almost like a partner, he said. Kushina didn't answer. The word hit something deep in her chest, a quiet ache she didn't want to look at too closely. Partner. What did that mean for a Jinchūriki and her tailed beast? Kurama surged again, forcing her to move. His movements grew faster, more erratic, less about force and more about deception. He feinted high, then came low. He masked his killing intent behind a surge of anger, and she faltered, taking a shallow cut across her arm. She hissed, but didn't stop. She strained her senses even further. She had to keep up. Another surge, he aimed low, but the real strike came from his tail arcing around from the side. She jumped. The tail whipped under her, missing by inches. They clashed again and again, stone cracking beneath their feet, air splitting with every strike. And finally, she landed a hit. A light tap against his shoulder with the flat of her blade. The impact made Kurama pause mid-strike. Well, brat, he said, grinning with far too many teeth. You actually touched me. He was barely trying throughout this whole battle, but it was still impressive. Kushina lowered her scythe slightly and panted, sweat dripping down her face under the blindfold. I told you. I'm getting stronger. Kurama's voice was quieter when he spoke again. You're not just stronger, you're growing. She hesitated. Growing how? You're not afraid of my malice anymore. Kushina pulled off the blindfold. Her vision blurred for a moment, but then adjusted. She looked up at Kurama, who was watching her with those burning red eyes, not hostile, not smug, but curious. I was never afraid of you, she said. I was afraid of what you meant. Kurama tilted his head slightly, fox-like. And now. Now. She exhaled, I think you're the only one who really sees me. Then Kurama huffed, a low sound almost like a sigh. TCH. You're getting sappy, brat. She smiled. Too bad. You're stuck with me. He snorted, but didn't argue. She sheathed her scythe and sat cross-legged on the cracked stone, staring up at him. You know, when I first got here, I wanted to destroy this seal. I hated you. Hated that they put you in me like I was a tool. Kurama gave no response, only watched her quietly. But now. She hesitated, I'm not saying I forgive them. Or that I've accepted being a Jinchūriki. But I don't hate you anymore. That caught his attention. His massive head lowered slightly, ears twitching. I didn't ask for you to like me, he said. I respect you. A long pause. Then Kurama chuckled. You're more Uzumaki than I thought. She raised an eyebrow. Was that a compliment? Don't push it. They both laughed, hers bright and unfiltered, his deep and thunderous. And for a moment, in the middle of the seal that had once felt like a prison, there was peace. Chapter 15, Graduation. Although Kushina already deserved the rank of Jonin, she was still forced to attend one last year at the Ninja Academy. That was the will of the third Hokage. She'd tried countless times to graduate early, every time, she was refused. Hiruzen always gave the same vague explanation about development and social maturity, but Kushina knew better. It wasn't about her skills. In content, this final year wasn't any different from the last two. Most students had already reached passable standards in the three basic jutsu: clone, transformation, and substitution. Those who met the bare minimum were allowed to graduate. But for her, this year felt like a punishment. Kushina already knew everything they taught. Not just theory, she could do things most of her instructors couldn't even begin to understand. The worst part wasn't the boredom, but the loneliness. Minato and Nono had graduated the year before, the only people she tolerated in this dull academy. Without them, it was just her, and everyone else. She hadn't realized how much lighter the days felt with Minato's warmth or Nono's quiet presence beside her. Their absence cut sharper than she expected. You never truly understand the weight others carry for you until you're left to bear it all alone. Still, Kurama was with her, and that made all the difference. She took her written and practical exams the day before. Aced them effortlessly. Even the written portion, which used to give her headaches, was no match for Kurama's guidance. His voice in her mind fed her answers in perfect clarity. Now, she stood at the finish line. For long years of useless lectures, ornamental flower arrangements, and beating down cocky classmates, and it was finally over. Kushina Uzumaki called instructor Iroh from the raised platform, holding out a forehead protector. She walked forward with the crowd watching. The other students sat in neat rows, while their families waited off to the side, clapping and cheering as names were called. Kushina stepped onto the wooden platform and accepted the headband without a word. "Congratulations," Iroh said, giving her a tight-lipped smile. She couldn't tell if it was genuine or simply relief that she was finally leaving his classroom. Kushina didn't smile back. As she stepped off the stage, she stared at the forehead protector in her hands. The symbol of Konoha, a leaf, encircling a swirl. The swirl was meant to honor the Uzumaki clan. She ran her thumb over it, slowly. TCH. Took them long enough. The metal felt cold, but the weight in her hands was real. Whatever her feelings for the village, this meant something. A little accomplishment filled her upon receiving it. Then she looked over to where the families were gathered. Mothers and fathers congratulate their children, sisters and brothers excitedly chattering. The sight still sends a pang through her chest, but now that Kurama is by her side, it's not as bad as it once was. I got it, just to put a strike through the middle one day, she thought, lips twitching into a quiet smirk. Her gaze wandered over to the families clustered together. Parents hugging children, siblings squealing in excitement, proud tears from the older generation. Even after all this time, the sight sent a sharp pang through her chest. But it didn't affect her like it used to. Kurama's presence wrapped around her like a warm, steady current in her soul. She was no longer alone. "All right, graduates, listen up," Iroh called, snapping her out of her thoughts. Everyone returned to attention, lining up in front of him once more. "The third Hokage has arranged a special opportunity for all of you today," he announced, motioning toward a group of older students standing at the edge of the field. They were all in Chunin flak jackets, clearly a few years older than the graduates. Among them, she spotted a young man with spiky black hair and sharp eyes. Another stood with long, dark hair and pale, pupilless eyes. She remembered them both vaguely from her earlier academy years. There were others, one with a pineapple-shaped haircut, a chubby boy with a round face, and a pale blonde with blue eyes. "If you can defeat one of these new Chunin in combat, you'll be granted early promotion to Chunin," Iroh said. The crowd of graduates erupted into chatter. Gasps, hopeful laughter, and whispered strategy. Kushina didn't react outwardly, but inwardly, her lips curled in disgust. She, and some of the more clever people in the crowd saw this for what it was. The third Hokage needed more bodies for the front. The second Shinobi War was eating through manpower, and this was just another way to speed up the supply chain. A few impressive students would pass. The rest would leave the field bruised, bloodied, and broken of their illusions. Although Konoha is doing well, all things considered, war is a bloody affair and needs a lot of manpower. After the other four nations bled them dry, they needed a transfusion of new blood. Weren't villages formed to stop children from fighting in the first place? She thought bitterly. She didn't necessarily blame Konoha. Not entirely. This was a world built on flawed foundations. But she did blame this system. The first Hokage was a strong and honorable man, but he was clueless in politics. Still, this worked in her favor. A higher rank meant more freedom, even if it's only a little. Who would like to try? Iroh asked. Hands shot up, Kushina's among them. Predictably, the instructor picked the brown-haired boy she'd punched years ago, Takashi. Somehow, even after all these years of being humiliated by her in spars, he still clung to his arrogance. Kushina couldn't decide if it was admirable or just pathetic. Takashi stepped into the ring. Opposite him, the spiky black-haired young man in a Chunin vest moved forward, calm and expressionless. Kushina shook her head. She could see the ending from a mile away, an elite Uchiha versus a mediocre fresh graduate. The outcome is obvious. Takashi Shinsato versus Fugaku Uchiha. Begin. It ended almost immediately. Fugaku's shuriken flew in perfect arcs, their trajectory altered midair with textbook Sharingan precision. The cuts they left behind were shallow but deliberate. Just enough to cause pain and break the illusion of glory. Takashi's screams filled the air, echoing through the field. The excited crowd fell silent. That's enough, Iroh said at last. Fugaku wins. Takashi fails. Fugaku turned without a word and returned to the line of Chunin. Iroh looked up again. Who's next? This time, fewer hands went up. Most of the students had the fear of reality bleeding down their backs now. But Kushina's hand stayed raised. This time, she was called. Kushina Uzumaki vs. Hayashi Hyuga, Iroh announced. The tension in the air thickened as Kushina stepped into the sparring ring. Opposite her stood Hayashi Hyuga, regal, composed, with the distinct poise of someone raised as the heir to a major clan. His pale eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto hers with quiet scrutiny. She remembered seeing him around the academy once or twice. Even then, he moved like a boy pretending to be a man. Kushina adjusted her stance, letting the cool weight of her scythe settle in her hands. Even though it was a practice match, she didn't intend to hold back. Her fingers clenched around the handle. Let's show these bastards the power of the Uzumaki. Begin. Hayashi slid forward with sharp, graceful steps, Byakugan already flaring, veins around his temples bulging with chakra. In a flash, he closed the distance and thrust his palm toward her heart. Gentle fist, the Hyuga clan's signature style, precise strikes to the chakra network, meant to cripple without leaving visible damage. She sidestepped easily, with fluid motion, hair whipping behind her like a red banner. He's fast, she admitted inwardly. But not fast enough. The moment he missed, she moved behind him, spinning her scythe in an arc that would have torn into his shoulder if he hadn't leapt out of range. The crowd gasped. Too slow, she said aloud, taunting, and her eyes gleamed. Hayashi's gaze narrowed. He shifted again, striking out with two more rapid palm thrusts. Kushina ducked under one, blocked the other with the shaft of her scythe, and retaliated with a sweeping kick that caught him in the side and sent him skidding. Inside her mind, Kurama stirred. You're holding back. Just a little, she thought. He's a kid, like me. He's a soldier, and now, you're one too. She didn't answer. She knew Kurama was right. Hayashi's jaw clenched as he righted himself. He was breathing harder now. He launched forward again, his hands ablur with the 8 trigrams techniques. Most of the graduates would have been overwhelmed in seconds. Even most Chunin might have had trouble. But Kushina. She danced around him easily. One palm aimed for her neck, and she dropped low. Another to her abdomen, she rolled and came up behind him. He pivoted sharply to meet her strike, but not fast enough. Her scythe swung in a deliberate arc, stopping a hair's breadth from his throat. Dead, she said, eyes meeting his. He froze. For a long second, no one moved. That's enough. Iroh barked from the sidelines. Kushina Uzumaki wins. The spectators, already silent after the first blow, now stared with a mix of awe and unease. One of their own, a child like them, had just taken down the Hyuga heir with such ease. Kushina stepped back and twirled the scythe once before resting it across her shoulders. Her breathing was even and unlabored. Hayashi bowed stiffly, the corners of his mouth tight. You're strong, he said, and for a moment, she saw a flicker of humility behind the white of his eyes. You too, she replied, and meant it. Just not strong enough. As she walked back toward the others, she realized just how far she had surpassed them. Even those raised in ancient traditions and trained from birth were no match for her. Inside her, Kurama rumbled with vague approval. That was satisfying to watch. You're just happy I beat a Hyuga. If only you were up against that inherently evil Uchiha brat, now that would have been entertaining. You're pretty confident in me. Obviously, I trained you. She smiled softly, barely visible. As the final matches continued, she tuned them out. Her fight was already over. The rest didn't matter much to her. Afterward, while the remaining graduates were being dismissed, Kushina stood to the side, her new forehead protector still clutched in one hand. She didn't wear it yet, it represented something she didn't believe in. But still. She looked down at the metal plate. The leaf symbol was etched cleanly in its center, bold and unapologetic. A leaf with a swirl, she thought again. A leaf, strangling the last trace of Yuzushio. Kurama's voice lowered, more thoughtful this time. You did well today, Kushina. She smiled again. Chapter 16, Bandits. Konoha, Year 38. Kushina cinched her flak jacket tighter around her shoulders, her hands working mechanically as she double-checked her gear. The metal plate on her forehead protector gleamed in the early light streaming through her bedroom window. Her scythe leaned against the wall beside her, polished and ready. For months now, she had carried the rank of Chunin. It was more than symbolic. On paper, she had the authority to lead a genin team, assign tasks, even sign off on low-level mission reports. But in practice, she hadn't left the village once. Her value to Konoha couldn't be overstated. She was the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. A living, breathing weapon, and the village wasn't willing to let that weapon out of its gates without a good reason. Training with Kurama in the Seal Space or Tsukumo Hataki, when he was available, had sharpened her chakra control and honed her senses. Sparring taught her how to read intent and move with precision. But none of that mattered unless it was tested in the field. And today, finally, it would be. She darted through the rooftops of the village with ease, the wind tugging at her crimson hair as she moved toward the designated meeting point. Waiting beneath the eaves of a small outpost were two figures. One she recognized instantly, Minato Namikaze, her former classmate. The other was a tall, white-haired man with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. What was curious was that he wore a forehead protector she wasn't familiar with. It had the character for oil, instead of the leaf with a swirl. She wasn't surprised that Minato would be her teammate for this mission. He was pretty much the only one in the village, besides Tsunade, with whom she was on good terms. Minato waved. "Hey, Kushina." "HN." She landed with barely a sound. He didn't seem bothered by her clipped greeting. "This is Jiraiya-sensei," he said, turning toward the men beside him. "Jiraiya-sensei, this is Kushina Uzumaki." Her eyes narrowed. "You're Tsunade's teammate, right?" "The one and only." Jiraiya struck a pose. "Legendary sage, future author, shinobi, and humble servant of the people." She blinked. "Didn't Hanzo give you that legendary Sannin title as a joke?" Minato coughed into his sleeve, trying not to laugh. Jiraiya looked vaguely offended but recovered quickly. "Well, titles are just labels. What matters is performance. And today, we've got a mission." "A real one?" she asked, a small flame of excitement flickering in her chest. Jiraiya nodded. "Bandits. A gang is taking advantage of the war to raid villages. Low risk, high payoff. Good experience for everyone except them, I guess." Kushina grinned. "I'll kill every last one of them, Date Bane." Minato chuckled nervously. Jiraiya studied her face with a little more seriousness now, and nodded. "We'll see how you do." The forest was quieter than she remembered. They traveled for days, moving fast across the treetops. Kushina hadn't left the walls of Konoha in 6 years, not since she was a 6-year-old brought from Yuzushio to be the new Jinchūriki. Being outside again, without the constant shadow of Anbu watching her every step, was refreshing. She breathed in deep. The scent of earth, pine, and the distant rivers. No villagers staring. No Hokage to worry about. Just wind and movement and freedom. Jumping from branch to branch, she felt like a real kunoichi. The bandit stronghold was nothing more than a hijacked village, crude fortifications, posted guards with mismatched armor, and fires burning in makeshift pits. It was sloppy and undisciplined. Complete child's play for shinobi. They approached under the cover of dusk. The mission was to neutralize the threat and liberate the village, nothing more. Their first target was a rundown shack. Inside, 3 men were laughing over a pile of stolen goods, passing around a bottle of cheap liquor. Minato, left. "I'll take right." "Kushina, the one in the middle," Jiraiya whispered. She nodded, her grip tightened on her scythe. With a burst of chakra, the 3 moved at once. Kushina swept forward, silent as a shadow. Her scythe arced through the dim light, slicing clean through flesh and bone. The man's head hit the floor before his body did. Blood sprayed across her face. She stood still, frozen. The warmth of it soaked into her collar, ran down her cheeks. She'd imagined this moment so many times in training, with Kurama whispering cold lessons in her ear. This is what it means to be strong. This is what it means to survive. But imagination couldn't prepare her for the reality, the real weight of it. The silence afterward, and the way his body still twitched. "Kushina," Kurama's voice echoed within her, calm but not unkind. "You didn't hesitate." Jiraiya and Minato were already stepping back, giving her space. They'd been through this before and seen other people go through it. They knew this moment was hers to process alone. Her breath hitched, but she didn't cry, nor did she drop the scythe. She stood there for a long moment, until the initial shock faded, and something harder settled into its place. Her resolve. She wiped the blood from her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. "Let's move," she said. The rest of the mission blurred into blood and motion. They moved from house to house, clearing out the bandits. Kushina's movements grew sharper with each strike. She began to sense the rhythm of it, the shift in breath before a man drew his blade, the flicker of fear in his eye as he realized what she was. She stopped thinking and started acting. 1 sweep, 2 stabs, a burst of wind chakra along the curve of her scythe, 3 more bodies fell. Kurama hummed with satisfaction inside her seal. "Yes. You're learning." By the end of the night, the village was silent again. Only the rustle of leaves and the crackle of fire remained. They stood in the clearing at the village's center. Kushina was drenched in blood. Minato had a few scratches, but Jiraiya looked almost bored. "You did well," Jiraiya said, nodding toward her. "No hesitation after the first strike." "That's good." Kushina didn't answer right away. She looked down at her hands, sticky with blood. They didn't tremble. "Thanks." It was still hard. Jiraiya and Minato both nodded. "That means you're still human." "It's when it's easy that there's a problem," Jiraiya said. There was a long pause, then Jiraiya sighed. "All right. We'll rest here tonight, clean up tomorrow, and report back." Mission accomplished. Later that night, long after the firelight died and Jiraiya's soft snoring echoed through the half-destroyed inn they had commandeered, Kushina closed her eyes and sank inward. The seal space came easily now, like a door slightly ajar. All she had to do was step through. The seal's chamber was quiet. Not the eerie silence of a dead battlefield, but a deep, resonant quiet. The solid stone walls and dreary lighting were the same as always. Kurama stirred. He wasn't curled in the shadows tonight. Instead, he sat tall, massive forepaws crossed before him, tail shifting in slow, hypnotic waves behind the bars of the seal. His eyes, molten and watchful, locked onto hers the moment she arrived. "You came quickly," he said. "I had to," she said. "I couldn't sleep." She walked closer, stopping just beyond the edge of the seal's boundary. The menacing fox had long stopped scaring her. He was the only one who saw her for what she was. Kurama's eyes narrowed slightly. "You did well today." "Did I?" She folded her arms and looked down. Her reflection stared back at her from the surface of the water, blood still smeared on her cheeks, her expression unreadable. "Because I killed someone without blinking." "Yes," Kurama replied. "Some people aren't worth the guilt." She exhaled slowly. The silence returned between them, thick and grounding. "I thought it would make me feel stronger," she said after a while. "But it didn't. It just made me feel hollow. Like something important was supposed to happen, and it didn't." Kurama tilted his head. "You're expecting the wrong kind of feeling." "What kind should I expect?" He was quiet for a moment before answering. "None." She flinched. "Not guilt, not pride, not emptiness. You'll kill again, and each time it'll feel different. The first body is never the heaviest." Her eyes rose to meet his. "What is?" He watched her for a long moment, his pupils slitted and deep. "The ones you let live." Kushina didn't reply. The words lodged themselves somewhere deep in her, curling around the scar forming inside her heart. Eventually, she lowered herself to the floor, sitting cross-legged before him. "I don't want to be like the others," she whispered. "A mindless killer." Kurama leaned forward slowly, the bars casting long shadows across his snout. His voice, when it came, was low and firm. "Then don't." She blinked up at him. "Let them become hollow. You, on the other hand, will burn." His tails rustled. "You are mine. My Jinchūriki. That means you get to choose which parts of yourself you keep." A strange feeling spread through her chest. Something between defiance and comfort. She looked away. "You always say things like that." "Because they're true." She rested her hands on her knees and sighed. "Kurama." "Yes. Thank you. For being here." Kurama's ears flicked, and his gaze softened, just barely. It was the smallest crack in the fortress of his pride. "You didn't come here to be alone," he said. She nodded faintly. "You're the only one here for me." She rested on Kurama's tail, just like the second time they met. And then, for the first time in days, she closed her eyes and let herself rest, not in her body, surrounded by the stink of blood and ash, but here, in the stillness of the seal. In Kurama's presence. Only here could she feel protected. Chapter 17, Tailed Beast Form. Inside the seal space. A dark red shroud of chakra enveloped Kushina as she sat cross-legged, eyes closed, on the cold stone floor. The space around her shimmered with a faint haze, the air heavy with raw power. The chakra didn't just seep out of her, it pulsed, alive and volatile, the air vibrating with its presence. Malice and strength rolled off her in waves, crashing like tides against the walls of the seal. Slowly, the chakra condensed, swirling and hardening until it morphed into a humanoid shape around her. It clung to her body like armor, forming an exoskeleton of tangible energy. The figure towered slightly taller than her real form, its silhouette edged in jagged flames of dark crimson. Two large fox-like ears twitched atop its head, catching every sound in the stillness. Golden eyes smoldered within the mask of chakra, not her eyes, but Kurama's, bright and searing with predatory focus. 3 long tails fanned out behind her, swaying in slow, deliberate arcs, each one radiating pressure that made the seal space itself groan. It looked less like a human and more like a demon fox pretending to be one. This was Kushina's tailed beast transformation, the culmination of years of unrelenting effort. She had pushed her taijutsu to the limits, drilled her chakra control until her reserves felt like an extension of her muscles, and taken every brutal piece of advice Kurama had thrown her way. Now, she had finally reached a point where she could wield his power, not just borrow scraps of it. Her Uzumaki blood gave her a body already blessed with monstrous stamina and resilience. And she had Kurama's cooperation, an advantage almost no other Jinchūriki could dream of. Even so, controlling this power was not like holding a sword or wearing armor. His chakra was monumental in volume, corrosive in nature, and feral at its core. It still fought her. Even when docile, it resisted her will instinctively. To use even a small portion of it safely requires immense control and endurance. A fraction of his chakra could vaporize unprepared shinobi. To wield even one tail's worth without breaking herself apart took superhuman discipline. Naruto Uzumaki herself, with her legendary chakra control and sealing expertise, had never managed to manifest even a single tail's worth of Kurama's power in her lifetime. Yet Kushina was wearing 3. With Kurama's help, the chakra is more docile, but ultimately, it's still not hers. It won't follow her will as naturally as it follows his. Regardless, this form boosts her power to a whole new level. Faster reflexes, faster regeneration, more power, more speed, more defense, and chakra tails, to name a few of the added abilities. Her breathing slowed, steady and deep. The heat radiating from the transformation began to taper off as she eased the chakra's flow to a more stable rhythm. Then she cracked one eye open, grinning. I did it. I told you I'd do it, Date Bane. The cheerful words paired with the monstrous form were so absurdly at odds that Kurama let out a deep, rumbling chuckle from within the seal. It's all right, brat. Only 3 tails, though. His voice dripped with casual arrogance. Hey. I'll get 9 tails in no time, Date Bane, she shot back, puffing her chest out. I'll even form an extra tail somehow and get 10. Just to show you up. Kurama blinked, clearly unsure whether to laugh or groan. A bead of sweat metaphorically rolled down his temple. This brat doesn't know what she's saying. I'll believe it when I see it, he said at last. Still, now that you're this far, there aren't many who could go against you. Just the 5 Kages and the other Jinchūriki. A few more tails, and even they'll fall like fodder before us. Kushina's grin stretched into something sharper. Those stupid old men aren't my match. I'll kill every one of them, Date Bane. Kurama's red eyes narrowed, his voice dropping low. Don't underestimate them. Their power will be nothing compared to ours eventually, but right now their techniques are inconvenient to face head-on. I know. She waved a hand dismissively. I just can't wait to stick it to those old bastards. The silence that followed wasn't strained, just full. Kurama's gaze drifted away, focused on something far beyond the solid stone of the seal space. Kushina, he said finally, we need to talk. He shifted from his fox form into his humanoid shape, a tall, broad figure with the same predatory energy, but concentrated into a frame that was more approachable. He gestured for her to come closer. Some time ago, after you graduated, I received visions of the future, he began. Her brows shot up. The future? Yes. His tone was grave. A great enemy will rise in the shinobi world, one that could destroy not just the hidden villages, but all of humanity. Even the tailed beasts would be affected. Their chakra will dwarf mine. Their presence will feel almost divine. He paused. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kushina's breath hitched. It was hard to imagine anyone with more chakra than Kurama, let alone someone who made him sound wary. How can we beat someone like that, she asked, her voice quieter than usual. Kurama watched her carefully. Even he didn't relish the idea of facing Kaguya, but his next words came with an edge of confidence. That's not all I saw. I saw her defeat. Kushina's relief was instant. So, all 5 villages teamed up to take her down. He sneered. Don't be so naive. Not every problem can be solved through friendship and camaraderie. Even if they all forgot their grudges and worked together, they'd only die faster. Like fish gathering in a barrel. Madara and Hashirama wouldn't stand a chance. The Sage of Six Paths himself couldn't kill her. Her stomach sank. Then, who? Kurama's gaze sharpened, and he stared directly at her. She wasn't defeated by them. I saw her defeat at your hands. Kushina stared. Me. To be precise, us, he corrected. We'll face her together, and we'll win. It felt impossible. Her training had given her strength, but this was beyond mortal scale. Beyond even legendary shinobi and myths like the Sage. How? She asked finally. The second time we spoke, I told you the sage created the tailed beasts, Kurama began. She nodded. Kushina vividly remembers that entire meeting. What I didn't tell you, he continued, was how he created us. Originally, we were one entity, the Ten Tails. A monster Kaguya brought to this world. This being was planted by Kaguya thousands of years ago and absorbed the natural energy of the planet, forming a chakra fruit. Kaguya ate it and became a goddess in power. Kushina frowned. So the sage split it into 9 parts. To keep it from ever being used again, Kurama confirmed. But if the Ten Tails were reformed, and its power harnessed, its wielder could match Kaguya. She furrowed her brows, but what does this have to do with us? Kurama merely stared at her, his gaze saying that this was obvious. Her eyes widened in realization. You mean me? But wouldn't that mean you? Her voice caught. You die. I absolutely refuse to do anything if it means I have to live without you, Date Bane, she blurted, glaring at him. Kurama's grin turned sly. Doesn't that mean you want to be with me forever? Her face flamed red, she looked away sharply, and gritted her teeth. That's not important right now. Relax, he said, amused. I'm not talking about the normal way. If we capture the other Jinchūriki, it's possible I can absorb their power. Then, once I'm strong enough, I'll take in the husk of the Ten Tails. I'll keep my mind and my bond with you, but gain the power needed to kill her. Her shoulders eased, though her cheeks stayed pink. Why didn't you say that earlier, she muttered. He couldn't help but find her reactions cute, but he quickly shook his head and moved on. I'm only mentioning this now because I didn't want to disturb your training. But now that we're almost ready to leave this village, you need to understand that your enemies aren't just the 5 Kages. There are people far stronger than them in the world. Kushina met his gaze, those deep, blood-red eyes that no longer frightened her, and smiled faintly. As long as I have you, she said, I can beat them all. Date Bane. Kurama didn't answer right away. But one of his tails curled forward, resting lightly against her back in silent agreement. Chapter 18, Prelude. 2 years later, Konoha, year 40. Inside the Hokage's office, the faint aroma of tobacco and the distant rustle of leaves from the window filled the otherwise still air. Sunlight streamed through the shoji, catching the smoke from Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe in slow, drifting spirals. He sat behind his desk, posture slightly crouched, and eyes faintly shadowed with years of unrelenting responsibility. Across from him stood his former student, Tsunade, the last of her clan, though she doesn't use the Senju name anymore. Hiruzen set his pipe down with the deliberateness of habit. The embers glowed, casting a warm, orange halo over his knotted fingers. Tsunade sat opposite him, her posture lax in the way of someone who has learned to carry too many losses in private. It had been far too long since they'd last sat down without the chaos of battle or the pressures of leadership hanging over them. Nawaki's and Dan's deaths had been years ago now, yet the two of them had only exchanged a handful of words in that time. Tsunade, he began, voice low and lined with fatigue, I'm sorry we couldn't talk sooner. I've been buried in my duties, and this war. His gaze softened, accompanied by the faintest, tired smile. It's all so tiresome. Tsunade, arms loosely crossed, didn't even try to muster a polite smile. Yet her presence carried no hostility, only the quiet weight of shared history. It's fine, she said simply. Between me being pulled to the front lines and you drowning in paperwork and war councils, time's a rare luxury. That's just how it is, old man. The Second Shinobi World War had been waging fiercely for a while now, and it will probably last for another year or so. Although Konoha is in a good position compared to the other hidden villages, it has still depleted a lot of its resources and manpower. Hiruzen's eyes softened at the familiar nickname, though it couldn't hide the faint ache beneath. If only your grandfather could see the world now, he said. War, still tearing everything apart, despite his efforts. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling smoke with a sigh. I was only a boy, of around 6 or 7, when the Hidden Leaf was founded. I can still remember the feeling. The peace that came with uniting the clans, and the hope that maybe, finally, it would last. Tsunade's expression turned bitter. I loved my grandfather, she said, her voice cutting sharper now, but he was an idealist. That kind of naivete is exactly why these wars happened in the first place. If he'd been less trusting, Nawaki and Dan would still be, her words caught, but she didn't let herself fall into grief. Hiruzen gave a slow nod, absorbing her bitterness without flinching. I've wondered the same myself, he admitted. Especially about his decision to divide the tailed beasts among the villages. Perhaps he believed shared power would mean shared peace. His tone darkened. Instead, it only gave everyone more weapons to kill each other with. Then he looked off into the distance, contemplative. I can only work harder today, so that at least the next generation can experience that same peace I did. For a moment, silence filled the office, broken only by the quiet ticking of the clock on the wall. Then Hiruzen shook his head slightly, as though setting aside a conversation too heavy to linger on. Still, we see each other so rarely, I'd rather not spend our time drowning in what-ifs and regrets. They spoke then of less painful things, reconstructions, the latest logistics about shorelines and supply routes, the relationships between her and the other Sannin, but grief lay beneath their words. When they circled back, inevitably, to names, their voices tightened. Then, Hiruzen's eyes sharpened with mild curiosity. I've heard, he said, that you often speak with Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. Are you close? Tsunade's brow lifted at the question. Yes, she said without hesitation. In some ways, she's the last of my family, however distant. She lived at the Senju compound for a while, and, we were close at the time, like sisters. So, it wasn't too hard to reconnect. Hiruzen caught the faint flicker of pain on her face, subtle but unmistakable. That's good, he said quietly. She's been difficult to speak to since Yuzushio Bakure fell. I worry she's isolating herself more than she should. Tsunade shook her head. She doesn't strike me as isolated. If anything, she's well-adjusted enough, considering. Then she added, with an almost casual tone, she mentioned a guy helping her with the grief. The words made Hiruzen's eyes narrow, just slightly, but enough. Amun. His mind immediately went to the ANBU's reports, the endless surveillance logs. None had mentioned anything about regular male contact beyond her missions. His thoughts ran quickly. The ANBU missed this. Impossible. Still, his expression betrayed nothing. Is that so? I've heard nothing of it, he said evenly. Tsunade looked faintly surprised. Really? With all the ANBU tailing her, I thought you'd know everything she does. Her tone wasn't accusing, but there was a trace of dry humor there. I guess she's in a rebellious phase. Probably has some resentment toward you. And the village. But she's young. I'm sure if you just talk to her properly, it would resolve itself. Yes, Hiruzen said with an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm sure it will. They spoke of other matters for a short while, medical units, battlefield reports, rumors from the land of rain, but soon Hiruzen set down his pipe and glanced at the towering stacks of paperwork on his desk. Well, I should get back to these. The Hokage can never rest. Tsunade gave a small nod. All right, old man. Try not to work yourself into the grave. And with that, she turned, her footsteps fading down the corridor until the door closed softly behind her. She had somewhere to be, anyway. The moment she was gone, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted. The warm smile dropped, replaced by quiet calculation. He raised one hand in a subtle signal. From the corner of the room, as if peeled from the air itself, an ANBU operative materialized and knelt before the desk. Yes, Lord Hokage. Have there been any men or boys the Jinchūriki interacts with regularly? Hiruzen asked, his tone clipped. The masked figure shook their head. No, Lord Hokage. The only one she interacts with at all is Minato Namikaze, and even that is infrequent. Their contact outside of missions is almost non-existent. Hiruzen studied him for a moment longer before nodding. Understood. Dismissed. In a flicker, the ANBU was gone. The office returned to silence, though the air seemed heavier now. Hiruzen leaned back, pipe in hand, and took another slow puff, letting his thoughts unravel. If not Minato, then who? The first possibility that came to mind, if only for its absurdity, was the Nine-Tails itself. But he discarded the thought almost immediately. Even Lady Mito, with her poise and wisdom, had never fully tamed that fox's hatred. For a brash, headstrong girl like Kushina to do so. It was unthinkable. If it were the fox influencing her, he reasoned, it would already have made an attempt to escape. Which left equally dangerous and more human possibilities. His face grew grim as another name surfaced, Danzo. Hiruzen knew well of the shadows Danzo moved in, the web of operatives loyal only to him. He had rooted out several within the ANBU already, marked them, cut them off, or misled them, but there was always the chance that a few had slipped past his notice. If Danzo had made contact with Kushina, if he had managed to plant the seeds of loyalty in her. The thought was enough to tighten Hiruzen's grip on his pipe. A Jinchūriki loyal to Danzo, not the Hokage, that would be more than a political threat. It would be a catastrophe. Without hesitation, he raised his hand again. The same ANBU flickered back into existence, kneeling in perfect silence. Summon Tsukumo Hatake immediately, Hiruzen ordered. The ANBU bowed. At once, Lord Hokage. And in another flicker, he was gone, leaving Hiruzen once more with only his thoughts, his smoke, and the distant rustle of Konoha's leaves, a sound that suddenly felt far more fragile than it had moments ago. Chapter 19, Reckoning. The 10th of July, Konoha, year. It had been 2 years since Kushina first accessed the Nine-Tails power and stepped into her initial tailed beast form. Since then, her strength and control had only deepened. Now, she could manifest up to 6 chakra tails, each amplifying her power exponentially. The only people capable of standing against her were the 5 Kages and perfect Jinchūriki, though only one such Jinchūriki was active, and he was still too young to pose a real challenge. If she were fully grown, even 6 tails would make her more than a match for the Kages. But at nearly 14, still growing and refining her skills, her initial tailed beast form simply boosted her existing abilities. She was already strong enough to overwhelm elite Jonin with ease, when you don't consider the initial tailed beast form. Yet today, she had abandoned her rigorous training. After all, it was her birthday, her 14th, one step closer to adulthood. Technically, adulthood began once a student graduated from the ninja academy and became a genin, but among civilians, the age of 15 was the marker. Few truly regarded someone as an adult before then, even for a ninja. Still, Kushina preferred a quiet celebration. No extravagant party, just a few friends gathered for dinner. With that, she made her way to the barbecue restaurant she had chosen earlier, anticipation growing with every step. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meats and spices wafted toward her, stirring memories of simpler times. It had been far too long since she had eaten out. At the entrance stood 6 familiar faces: Tsukumo, Hana, Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato. Though she was not particularly close to many in the village, she considered each of them a friend. Tsunade was one of her last remaining family members, though more senju than Uzumaki. Tsukumo was her teacher, and through him, she had come to know his family. Minato and Jiraiya were her usual mission partners, so she had also gotten closer to them. "Happy birthday," they all said in unison. A small warmth blossomed inside her chest as she replied quietly, "Thank you." Tsukumo stepped forward, voice calm and steady. "We've already made reservations. They're ready to seat us." "Great," Kushina smiled, the corners of her mouth lifting. Together, they entered the restaurant. The place was upscale, usually reserved for the Hokage, elite jonin, or wealthy merchants. Kushina thought it fitting. This birthday deserved something special. After all, it would be her last spent in Konoha. With her power growing, in another year, she could leave the village safely. Alone, she would be a formidable deterrent, strong enough to rebuild the Uzumaki legacy. The waitress approached then, her voice polite and clear. "These are your seats. I'll return shortly to take your orders." Kushina slid into her seat as the others gathered around the table. The warm scent of grilled meat and wood smoke mingled with the soft murmur of other diners, but what settled over her was the familiar comfort of friendly faces. Tsukumo smiled, his voice gentle but steady like a steady hand on a rough day. 14 years already, huh? You're growing up fast. Almost makes me feel old." Kushina smiled back, warmth flickering in her chest. "Yeah, time flies. Almost old enough to finally beat you at something, sensei." Tsukumo chuckled. "I'll believe it when I see it." Hana, sitting beside Tsukumo, nudged Kushina lightly. "You picked a nice place for your birthday. Fancy enough to make you feel special, but not too stiff." Kushina shrugged, glancing around. "It's a nice change of pace. Usually, I'm too busy training or on missions. Thought I'd treat myself this year." Jiraiya leaned back in his chair with a teasing grin. "Training, missions. Do you ever rest? Even Minato doesn't try this hard. You're making the rest of us look bad." Kushina laughed softly. "Don't flatter me, pervy sage. I have my bad days." He immediately burst into outrage, while everyone laughed. Minato, quietly sipping his tea, gave her a small smile. "You've worked hard. You deserve to relax a bit." Kakashi, almost 4 years old, sat in a booster seat next to Hana, his eyes wide as he observed the adults. He didn't say much, but the occasional tilt of his head or small smile showed he was enjoying himself. Hana reached over to ruffle his hair. "Kakashi, remember to say thank you when the food comes, okay?" Kakashi nodded seriously. "Thank you." Tsunade, sitting across from Kushina, gave a small smile and folded her arms. "So, any plans for after dinner? More training? Trying to sneak in some extra missions on your birthday?" Kushina grinned. "Nope. Today's a break. Maybe just relax and eat too much." Tsukumo shook his head, amused. "You're getting older, but some things don't change." Hana smiled warmly. "You know, Kushina, birthdays are about more than just the food or the gifts. It's about the people who care enough to be here." Kushina glanced around the table and felt a quiet sense of gratitude. "I'm glad you're all here. It means a lot." Jiraiya leaned forward with a sly grin. "Speaking of gifts, I was going to get you a book on ninja tactics, but I figured you'd just charge straight at your enemy anyway." Minato laughed softly. "Careful, sensei, she might beat you up one of these days." Kushina smiled at them both. You two never change. Kakashi suddenly piped up, eyes shining. Kushina-nichan, can I have some meat, please? Everyone turned toward the little boy. Hana smiled and reached for his hand. Of course, Kakashi. It's a celebration after all. Kushina ruffled his hair gently. You'll get the best bites, little guy. Tsukumo leaned back in his chair, watching the group with a quiet satisfaction. This is what it's all about, good food, good friends. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. Whenever life keeps throwing challenges at us, moments like this remind me why we keep going. Kushina felt a lump in her throat but smiled. I know what you mean. Sometimes it's hard to see the good when there's so much darkness. Minato's voice was calm and steady. That's why we need each other. To remind us there's light, even in the hardest times. Jiraiya lifted his glass. Here's to more birthdays, more friends, and more reasons to smile. They all raised their glasses in a quiet toast. The waitress appeared then, interrupting their moment with menus and a soft, "Are you ready to order?" Kushina glanced down the table, meeting each of their eyes before she spoke. Let's order everything that looks good. It's my birthday, after all. Laughter bubbled around the table, easy and warm. As the food arrived, the conversation drifted to missions, training mishaps, and memories of times they'd shared. Tsukumo told a story about a mission gone sideways. Hana chimed in with a few motherly warnings about taking care of oneself in battle. Tsunade shared a quiet smile, watching Kushina with a sisterly pride. You're stronger than you know. Kushina felt a rush of warmth that had nothing to do with the spicy food. Thanks, Tsunade. Kakashi yawned suddenly, leaning against Hana, his eyelids drooping. Too much fun, he murmured. Hana smiled gently. Time to rest, little one. Minato nodded. Yeah, early night for the future Hokage. Jiraiya grinned. Don't let him fool you. He's already sneaking off for secret training sessions. Kushina shook her head with a laugh. The evening waned gently. No grand speeches, no elaborate celebrations, just a simple gathering of people who cared, sharing stories, laughter, and the quiet promise of the days to come. Although the moment was sweet, Kushina had a somewhat bitter taste in her mouth. It was then that an ANBU agent appeared in the doorway, his porcelain mask shaped like a hawk's beak. Lord Tsukumo, the agent said curtly, the Hokage requests your presence. Tsukumo's brows drew together. Is it urgent? Yes, sir. The Hokage needs you without delay. For the briefest moment, Tsukumo hesitated, eyes flickering between Kushina and the masked operative. Then, with a reluctant sigh, he rose to his feet. Sorry, Kushina. Duty calls. Kushina forced a small smile, but a prickle of unease coiled in her gut. The ANBU's tone was crisp and professional, but beneath it, she could sense a faint, buried malice. It was strange. ANBU were the most informed shinobi in Konoha, they should have the least reason to fear or despise her. Ignorant civilians fear-mongered, but the ANBU. They knew the reality of a Jinchūriki. Something was wrong. It's all right, she said lightly, standing from her seat. I should be heading out anyway. It's getting late. The others exchanged glances, mild surprise on some faces, but none protested. They saw her off with casual farewells, the evening's warmth still lingering in the air. But the moment she stepped beyond the populated streets, the atmosphere changed. A sudden pressure settled on her senses, heavy and sharp. She could feel 25 distinct presences, encircling her from rooftops and alleys. This wasn't the wary unease of civilians, but the focused malice of shinobi. Her pulse quickened. Then, as if to confirm her worry, Tsukumo appeared in her path. He looked uneasy. Too uneasy for this to be routine. The Hokage requests your presence, he said. Every warning bell in her mind went off at once. Surrounded by high-level shinobi. A direct order from the Hokage without explanation. This wasn't merely a summons. She narrowed her eyes. What does that old man want? The bite in her tone was deliberate, a mask to hide the twist in her gut. I can't tell you, Tsukumo replied. His voice was steady, but there was a note of regret buried in it. Her gaze sharpened. And if I say no? Tsukumo's jaw tightened. Then we've been authorized to use force. There it was, the confirmation she didn't want but had expected. So, the old man had decided to make his move. Her mind raced. She had been careful over the past 2 years. Missions completed without complaint. No signs of dissent. She had even made a few friends here in the village, though she did so knowing she would have to leave. But ultimately, it didn't matter. She had prepared for this day. A deep, ominous pulse echoed from within her. Dark red chakra bled into the air, the sheer pressure of it prickling the skin of every shinobi present. Even the veterans among the ANBU stiffened, struggling to stand their ground. The killing intent wrapped within it gnawed at their composure. Tsukumo's eyes widened, a rare flicker of shock breaking his usually impassive face. The chakra didn't just roll off her, it took form. A humanoid frame towered around her, molten gold eyes glaring from a fox-shaped visage, 2 sharp ears standing tall, 6 long tails fanning out behind her. You've mastered this much of the Nine Tails' power? Tsukumo's voice carried a mix of disbelief and concern. He thought that he, as her sensei, would know the most about her abilities. This only caused his face to darken more. If she were hiding this much, what else was there? Kushina's hand tightened around the haft of her scythe, a weapon she never went anywhere without. In the blink of an eye, she moved, the world around her blurring. She was on him, the scythe's curved blade screaming toward his neck. The elite jonins present couldn't even perceive her movement, but Tsukumo was no mere jonin. The white fang met her head-on, his short sword flashing to intercept. The clash rang out like a bell, the shockwave rattling the ANBU watching from the shadows. We need reinforcements. Tsukumo barked between blows. Call the Sannin and the Hokage now. He barely had time to finish before she was on him again, her speed spiking in a burst of raw power. This time, she slipped past his guard, driving a kick into his chest. The impact hurled him through the wall of a nearby building, debris crashing down around him. She didn't waste the opening. Jonin-level ANBU dropped in around her, but they might as well have been fresh genin for all the good it did them. She carved her way through with ruthless efficiency, no hesitation and no mercy. Their blood slicked the cobblestones in her wake as she sprinted toward the looming cliff of the Hokage's rock. By the time she reached it, the village's elite had arrived. Orochimaru's cold presence, Jiraiya's heavy footsteps, the steady pressure of Tsukumo closing in again, and the unmistakable weight of the Hokage himself. All of them stood below her, unwilling to underestimate her now. She stood on the narrow ledge beside a small switch set into the rock's face, the village sprawling out below in the moonlight. The 4 men fanned out in a loose half-circle, with grim faces. Each for different reasons. Jiraiya's brows were knitted in confusion and alarm. What are you doing, Kushina? You think you can just tear through the village like this and walk away? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, golden eyes narrowing with predatory curiosity. Interesting, so this is the full extent of your progress. I'd heard whispers, but seeing it in person. His lips curled into a faint smile. It makes me want to test it. Hiruzen stepped forward, voice low but hard. You've gone too far. Stand down now, and we can still resolve this without further damage. She let the fox-shaped chakra head fade away, revealing her real face. Cold and calm, though her eyes were burning with emotion. Then his question seemed to ignite something within her, and the calm shattered into a snarl. Resolve this. You mean bury it, just like you've buried everything else in this rotten village. Tsukumo's grip on his blade tightened, but he didn't speak. Her voice rose, venom in every word. Ever since I came here, this place has done nothing but tear me down. The disdainful looks of the villagers, the isolation from my classmates, the endless games the higher-ups play. You dash, she jabbed a finger at Hiruzen, let Danzo leak my status to the whole village to control me. You stood by when Yuzushio fell. You let my home burn. This village is rotting from the inside out with leaders like you. Enough, Hiruzen said, the command in his voice like steel. If you will not come willingly dash. Then you'll have to make me. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsukumo, and Hiruzen formed a wall before the mounted switch. Even without speaking, they moved as one, their intent clear, she would not get past. Her first step was an explosion of motion, the ground cracking beneath her feet as she swung her scythe in a murderous arc at Hiruzen. He intercepted with his adamantium staff, but the impact sent hairline fractures down his arms. Tsukumo struck next, closing the gap in a blink, his short sword flashing for her shoulder. She caught the blade in her bare hand, her chakra cloak harder than stone, but before she could counter, Orochimaru's shadow surged forward, snakes lashing from his sleeves to coil around her legs. A blast of wind from Jiraiya slammed into her chest, forcing her back a step. Hiruzen followed up immediately, his staff lengthening and sweeping at her knees. She vaulted over it, twisting midair, and snapped her heel toward Jiraiya's head. He ducked, barely, feeling the air shudder above him. Stay on her. Hiruzen barked. Tsukumo blurred in again, short sword striking from one side while Orochimaru's snakes and blade thrust from the other. Kushina parried both, only for Hiruzen to jab her ribs with the end of his staff and force her into Jiraiya's waiting trap, a large toad meant to contain her. With a single slash, she severed the toad's tongue. The shockwave forced them back a step, but she didn't get to press the advantage. Tsukumo was already in her face again, blade singing as it carved through the air. Still pulling your hits, she asked with a smirk, meeting his strike head-on. It's not too late, Kushina, he grunted, deflecting her counterblow. Orochimaru slithered low along the ground, striking from below with a sword thrust aimed at her abdomen. She twisted, letting the blade graze past, but that turn left her open for Hiruzen's staff to crash into her back. She stumbled forward, teeth gritted, only for Jiraiya to slam his palm to the ground. A puff of smoke revealed a giant toad that swung its tongue like a whip, forcing her into another evasive leap. Her foot hit the ground hard, chakra exploding from her soles and cracking the earth. The shockwave pushed all four men back momentarily. "Still think you can hold me here?" she called, voice challenging, breath only slightly heavier than normal. "If we must," Hiruzen replied grimly. Tsukumo surged forward, his short sword gleaming. His left arm broke from an earlier encounter, but he still got her attention. Her counter kick sent him flying into the stone face, breaking many of his bones and knocking him out cold, but it bought just enough time for Orochimaru's snakes to lash from her flank, winding around her. She yanked once, tearing the snakes apart, but Hiruzen's staff was already coming down from above. She caught the blow on a tail, counter-swinging her scythe toward his ribs, only to feel the earth shift beneath her as Jiraiya's swamp jutsu sank her legs. Orochimaru surged in low, Kusanagi aiming for her abdomen. She let herself sink another foot, catching the blade between two tails, and blasted upward in a violent leap that shattered the mud's hold. She landed hard, sending a shockwave through the chamber. Jiraiya was already weaving seals, a massive toad appearing above her with its tongue snapping toward her neck. Kushina spun, slicing the tongue midlash, only for Hiruzen to slap an explosive tag on her back. The explosion only halted her for a second, but that was all they needed. Orochimaru lunged from behind, Jiraiya from the left, and Hiruzen from the right, their strikes perfectly timed to force her inward. She braced, two tails catching Jiraiya's kick, another smashing into Orochimaru's guard, while her scythe locked with Hiruzen's staff. For a few seconds, the chamber was nothing but grinding force and flashing chakra as they all pressed against her, trying to collapse her defense. She roared, muscles straining, and threw them all back with a burst of chakra that cracked the walls. But even before she could move toward the switch, the floor beneath her heaved upward, Hiruzen's earth dragon snapping at her legs. She vaulted over them, landing just in time to see Jiraiya's shadow clone rushing in with a binding rope. She slashed it apart, only for the real Jiraiya to appear above, raining down a barrage of kunai laced with explosive tags. The chamber lit up, dust and fire swallowing her. For anyone else, it would have been the end. Kushina emerged unscathed, shroud blazing brighter than before, but her advance had slowed again. Hiruzen didn't waste the opening. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A roaring fire dragon swept toward her, forcing her back as Orochimaru flanked with an extending Kusanagi strike. She batted the sword aside, but in that moment, Jiraiya's toad slammed its shield into her side, driving her toward the wall. She dug in, feet gouging trenches in the stone, then grabbed the shield's rim and hurled the toad over her shoulder, smashing it into the floor. Her breathing was steady, her chakra unshaken, but her eyes burned hotter. Enough. Two tails lashed out, swatting Jiraiya and Orochimaru aside, while a third coiled around Hiruzen's staff and ripped it away. She didn't look back. In a blur, she reached the mounted switch, her eyes smoldering beneath the burning cloak. Her head materialized from the chakra shroud, lips curled in a snarl. This village shouldn't be allowed to exist, she spat, and without hesitation, she flipped the switch. The first explosion thundered beneath their feet, followed by another and another, rolling through the village like the beating heart of destruction. The Hokage's tower, the market streets, the distant residential districts. From the Hokage's rock, she could see it all. The plumes of smoke and the fire consuming the skyline. She drank in the horror on their faces for a heartbeat longer, then turned and vanished into the chaos. By the time they could move, she was gone. Hiruzen stared at the firestorm. His voice was quiet, almost to himself. Konoha is destroyed. Chapter 20, The Aftermath. Kushina darted through the forests of the Land of Fire, moving like a crimson streak under the pale light filtering through the canopy. From treetop to treetop, branch to branch, her movements were sharp, controlled, yet her erratic breathing betrayed her. Not from the strain of travel, but from the pressure in her mind. She had hoped, foolishly, that her time in the Hidden Leaf might end differently. Although she hated the village to its core, there had still been a handful of people she considered friends, however distant or imperfect those connections were. Her plan had been simple in her mind: bide her time, master the initial tailed beast form, and then leave Konoha behind forever. At that level of power, the 5 Kages themselves wouldn't be much of a threat. She could kill the higher-ups for her grudge and then leave. It's not like they could stop her. It wasn't arrogance, it was fact. Her strength and Kurama's power combined would make her untouchable. Once free, she could rebuild the Uzumaki clan. She wouldn't need alliances or treaties, her existence alone would be enough of a deterrent to keep enemies away. The world would remember the Uzumaki name, and they would remember it with fear. It was even possible that Tsunade or some of the others would follow her. She'd allowed herself to imagine it: Minato with his sunny demeanor, Hana with her patient guidance, even Tsukumo with his quiet loyalty. But now, she didn't think any of them would consider her a friend again. It doesn't matter, she told herself. As long as I have Kurama. Her feet found the solid surface of a thick oak branch, and she stopped, letting her gaze drift over the endless sprawl of green below. She'd traveled far already. With the speed her tailed beast form granted, she was well beyond Konoha's immediate reach, though still within the borders of the land of fire. The crimson shroud that had clung to her body like living flame dissolved, retreating into her skin. The oppressive heat of Kurama's chakra left her, and the sudden absence made her knees feel weak. Her hands trembled. Her face was pale, her lips dry. The rush of battle had carried her through the last hours, but now, as it faded away, she was left exposed to thought and doubt. She had felt certain in the moment, certain that reducing parts of Konoha to rubble was justified, that striking back at the village was the only answer. But now, was it really right? Images came unbidden, families walking home from the market, laughing children chasing each other down narrow streets, the steaming bowl of ramen that always greeted her at her favorite shop after missions, Hana's calm voice during training, little Kakashi waving from the mission gates. Then she thought of the blast and fire burning it all away. Her chest tightened. The more she thought, the more the enormity of it weighed on her, the number of homes gone, of lives uprooted or ended because of her hand. She had wanted revenge, yes, but not all of those people were her enemies. And yet, the guilt was tangled with something else. The need for an anchor. For the one presence that had never wavered. She dropped from the branch to the forest floor, moving with a purpose now. A small clearing became her makeshift camp. She worked by instinct, hands moving to gather a few branches, set them against a tree, and form a crude shelter. It didn't matter if it kept the rain out, she wouldn't be here long. The world around her changed in a heartbeat as she closed her eyes and entered the seal. The air was still. Heavy. The familiar dark stone walls rose around her, towering and impenetrable. The dim light gave the place an air of solemnity, even gloom. But for Kushina, there was no place in the world where she felt more at ease. Kurama was seated on the floor in his human form, his broad shoulders draped in a dark robe, several of his 9 tails curled beneath him like a throne. His face was calm, unreadable to most, but she saw it. There was a faint gleam of wicked excitement in his eyes. He had hated Konoha far longer than she had, their pain was nothing to him. Seeing him was enough. She didn't speak at all and threw herself into his arms. The moment she felt his steady presence surround her, the barrier she'd held together since she fled cracked apart. Her breath hitched, and her vision blurred. I killed all those people, she choked, the words raw. Kurama said nothing, one hand moving in slow, deliberate circles on her back. I might have killed Tsukumo-sensei earlier. I couldn't tell. Even his family could have been caught in the explosion. Her voice broke completely, and she buried her face in his shoulder. All of those families. Her sobs echoed in the quiet chamber. Finally, she tilted her tear-streaked face up to meet his gaze. Do you think what I did was right? His slitted red eyes locked onto hers. Yes, he said without a hint of hesitation. It wasn't a loud affirmation. It was low and certain, as though the truth had been sitting there all along, waiting for her to find it. There's no point in caring about these insignificant people and their problems. What have they ever done for you? His voice softened, almost gentle. In school, they bullied you. On the streets, they feared you. Not for anything you did, just for what you are. But, they didn't all hate me, she muttered weakly. The higher-ups tried to control you. The ANBU and the elite Jonin obeyed without question. Even Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Tsukumo did nothing when it mattered most. Kushina hesitated as he listed the last 3. But Tsunade and Tsukumo were there for me. They dash. It's a shallow comfort, he cut in smoothly. Where were they when Hiruzen let Yuzushio burn? Where were they when Danzo exposed you? Why didn't they stop the ANBU from watching you every hour of the day? Her gaze faltered. Tsukumo is the ANBU commander, he continued, voice low and unrelenting. Tsunade is the princess of Konoha. Both had influence. Both could have done more. But they didn't because in the end, they serve Konoha, not you. Kushina swallowed hard, her breathing unsteady. That's not fair, Kurama. They dash. Fair. His lips curled into something between a smirk and a sneer. You think the world deals in fairness? You think Konoha deals in fairness? They'll smile to your face while weighing the cost of keeping you alive. They'll let you believe you matter, as long as you're useful. His words coiled around her thoughts, dragging them into darker corners. In fact, Kurama went on, his voice quieter now, didn't Tsunade mention a meeting with the 3rd Hokage earlier that day? And then, you just so happened to be ambushed afterward. Her eyes shot open in realization. You think? It's possible, he said, almost lazily. And don't forget, she's the 3rd Hokage's student. Do you really think loyalty to you would outweigh loyalty to him? But, she's my friend, Kushina whispered, and for the first time, it sounded uncertain. Is she? Kurama asked, tilting his head. Or is she a soldier of Konoha who happens to like you when it's convenient? He let the question hang in the air. The silence pressed against her chest heavier than any blade. You've been betrayed before, Kushina. By the villagers who spat at you. By the leaders who let your clan burn. By the friends who stood by while you were treated like a weapon. His hand slid from her back to her waist, his grip firm but not harsh, and his tone intimate. The only one who has ever been fully on your side is me. Her anger began to stir, the grief in her chest replaced by a slow, simmering heat. That's it, Kurama said, his voice velvet smooth again, coaxing, encouraging. Let yourself see it. Let yourself stop making excuses for them. They would have done the same to you in time, you simply struck first. She didn't answer right away, but her jaw tightened. And in her silence, Kurama smiled faintly. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Jiraiya, walked through what remained of the Hidden Leaf village. The smell of smoke and burning wood lingered in the air, mixing with the acrid stench of scorched flesh. The once bustling streets were unrecognizable, reduced to cracked stone and blackened rubble. Here and there, the faint crackle of dying embers broke the silence, while the occasional groan of a collapsing structure echoed in the distance. Hiruzen's eyes swept over the destruction, taking in every shattered wall and charred corpse with a numb, hollow expression. His legs carried him forward almost robotically, but his mind was reeling. He could not remember the last time he had felt so powerless. This was his village, his home, and yet, as he looked at the devastation, he couldn't escape the truth. It was gone. Everywhere he looked, memories rose unbidden. That bakery on the corner, where his wife used to stop for fresh bread every morning, reduced to ash. The training field where he had watched his students spar, and later, where he trained his children, now a crater. The residential district where the civilians lived, silent and still, littered with bodies. The great clans had been struck just as hard as the civilians. The Hyuga compound was partially collapsed, and the Uchiha district smoldered. Even the Hokage rock was completely destroyed. Nothing and no one had been spared. Much of Konoha's population was simply gone. Annihilated in an instant. Many elite jonin had survived, some bearing burns and broken bones, but the genin and the lower-ranking chunin had been decimated. For the civilians, the loss was worse still, entire families and bloodlines erased. Even in the Warring States period, he thought, this would be beyond brutal. It was not just an attack. It was almost genocide. The weight of personal loss struck him harder than the political disaster. His wife and child had both perished. Only his eldest had survived, and even that felt like a fragile miracle in the wake of such senseless death. He felt the grief claw at his throat, but he forced himself to breathe evenly. He was still Hokage, and until he passed the hat, there could be no cracks in his composure. Still, the thought gnawed at him, all this, from one person. How life can change so suddenly, all from one mistake. He had no idea how she, Kushina, had managed to plant so many explosive tags around the village without anyone noticing. The precision and sheer scale of it were unlike anything he had seen before. And now, it was far too late to ask questions. The damage was done, and Konoha's future was no longer secure. Rebuilding would be a dream for later. For now, survival had to come first. Jiraiya. His voice was low but steady, carrying the authority that had guided the village for over 2 decades. The men beside him turned. Even Jiraiya, the ever-reverent, loud-mouthed Sannin, was grim and subdued. His usual smirk was nowhere to be found, replaced by a shadowed expression. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen slowed his pace, gazing at the destruction around them. It's clear that after a disaster like this, I can no longer remain as Hokage. My place will be on the front lines, dedicating what strength I have left to our survival. That's why he turned, his dark eyes fixing on Jiraiya with an unyielding weight. I need you to take over my position. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. Me. But I can't possibly be Hokage. There's Minato, or Minato is too young, Hiruzen interrupted sharply, his tone leaving no room for argument. He lacks the power, experience, and reputation we need right now. Tsunade, after this, she won't have the will to lead, and Orochimaru is too cold. It can only be you. Jiraiya looked away, his hands curling slightly at his sides. He was a ninja, a spy, a teacher, but Hokage. The responsibility weighed heavily even as the words left Hiruzen's mouth. And yet, in the silence that followed, he knew there was no one else who could take the role now. All right, he said at last, his voice quieter than usual. Good, Hiruzen replied with a faint nod. Konoha needs a strong leader now more than ever. You can groom Minato to be your replacement. I have high hopes for him. Jiraiya gave a small nod in return, though the conversation left a stone in his gut. They walked on for a while in silence, the only sounds the crunch of debris underfoot and the faint hiss of distant fires. Eventually, Jiraiya spoke again, his voice heavier now. What about Tsukumo? Hiruzen's gaze darkened. He's in critical condition. Many of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely damaged. It's a miracle he's still alive at all. He hesitated, his next words quieter. But Hana wasn't so lucky. She shielded Kakashi with her body. She didn't survive. Jiraiya's fists clenched at his sides. There were too many names, too many losses, and no way to balance the scale. He thought of Kakashi, a boy barely old enough to be a genin, who had now lost his mother and might lose his father too. There was no training for this kind of grief. As they reached what used to be the heart of the marketplace, Hiruzen stopped, looking over the destruction one last time. We can mourn later, he said, almost to himself. Right now, we prepare for the war. Jiraiya nodded stiffly, though in his mind, the image of Kushina's face burned bright, her rage, her power, and the raw hatred in her eyes. For the first time, Jiraiya wondered if the leaf would ever truly recover. Chapter 21, Informant. Kushina fled southwest of Konoha, her steps unrelenting, her hair flying in the wind. Her destination was the Land of Rivers, a small, neutral nation nestled between larger powers. It's unremarkable, average trade, average power, not much else. A good place to lie low for a little while. Along the way, she stopped at a few minor civilian villages in the Land of Fire, speaking to merchants and residents in hopes of finding a lead. But no one knew anything. It was a long shot to expect any information from people like this. It was always her ultimate goal to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. Revenge against those who destroyed Yuzushio burned in her chest like fire, but she knew vengeance could not be her life's only purpose. She longed for the days when the Uzumaki thrived, when every neighbor was family and betrayal was an absurd, foreign concept. Logically, there had to be survivors. The Uzumaki bloodline was too strong to vanish completely. Some might have found shelter in distant villages or tiny nations far from the eyes of the 5 great hidden villages. Others. Kushina's fists clenched. Others could have been captured, locked away as breeding stock, experimented on in shadowy laboratories, or worse. The thought made her blood boil, but she couldn't do anything without first gathering information. And gathering information on the great hidden villages was next to impossible. Shinobi survived on their secrets, anti-spy measures would always be a top priority. Without a network like Konoha's, she was effectively blind. For any Uzumaki who had escaped capture, finding them would be like chasing smoke. And if the hidden villages caught wind of them first, which would almost always be the case, then she'd arrive too late. Her only hope was the rumors and whispers from the black markets, passed along by men and women who traded information like gold. Her search brought her here, a small, forgettable village. On the surface, it was no different from countless others scattered throughout the shinobi world. Dirt paths crisscrossed between unevenly built houses, the wood bleached by sun and rain. The smell of cooking fires lingered in the air, mingling with the faint odor of livestock. There were probably only 100 people living here at most. If she didn't hide her hair beneath her hood, she would stand out instantly. The crimson of her hair was an announcement, and she had no interest in inviting questions. But it wasn't what she could see that drew her here, it was what she could feel. Beneath the soil, past the hollow footsteps of villagers above, she sensed it, a large gathering of people, their malice radiating like heat from an oven. The cluster was concentrated below several buildings. One in particular drew her attention, an unassuming trading post, likely serving merchants who traveled this route. That would be the entrance. Kushina stepped inside without hesitation. The room was dim, lit by a single lantern. Behind a rough wooden counter stood a man in his 30s, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. The handful of others in the room carried themselves like former shinobi. Gruff, low-level fighters with calloused hands and equally hard hearts. She wasn't scared. At most, they were genin or low-level chunin. She doubted there'd be more than one jonin out here, yet even they would be nothing to her. "Is there something you need?" the guy behind the counter said. She didn't slow her pace. "Information," she said flatly. The man's gaze flicked to the Konoha forehead protector at her brow. Particularly, the line etched through the leaf emblem made his lips twitch slightly. After a pause, he nodded toward a door. In the back. She walked to it without another word. Beyond was a bare room with a staircase leading down. The underground market was a maze of interconnected rooms and low tunnels, the air heavy with dampness and the stink of unwashed bodies. Shadows clung to the corners. Mercenaries, bounty hunters, and rogue nin loitered with the casual menace of predators at rest. The moment she stepped into the main hall, she felt their attention shift toward her. Most were simply curious, their malice muted, but a few radiated darker intentions. Her age and her build were obvious, it was enough to attract the wrong kind of attention. She ignored them. It wasn't like they could do anything to her anyway. She found the informant she was looking for, a man seated at a desk tucked away from the crowd, his lean frame draped in a worn black cloak. His eyes were sharp, the kind that measured a person in an instant. "What information do you seek?" he asked. She didn't waste breath. "Have there been any sightings of people with bright red hair?" His brows rose slightly. "Where?" "Anywhere," she replied, bluntly. The men hesitated. Normally, no one asked something so broad. It was expensive and time-consuming to dig through unfiltered rumors. But bright red hair. There was only one clan known for that. Normally, he wouldn't keep information on people with abnormal hair colors, but the only people with bright red hair are the Uzumaki. That information was valuable. "There have been sightings of a younger girl with red hair," he said finally. Kushina's heart kicked in her chest. At last, she could start rebuilding her clan. But her hope was shattered an instant later. Information on her whereabouts costs 2 million ryo. Damn it, her mouth tightened. She had some money, but not even close to that much. And her savings were back in Konoha. She hadn't had enough time to retrieve them. Though not even that would be enough. She could work for it, but that would take time. Which left only one path. Most roguenin wouldn't dare attack an informant. Not only were many of them high-level shinobi, often jonin, but they were usually specialized in espionage and stealth. Even if they couldn't beat someone in a straight fight, they could still run away. Not to mention, the attacker would be banned from every black market around, which would destroy a rogue nin's life. But Kushina wasn't most rogues. She didn't intend to live this life for long, and she could take on 100 jonin if it came to it. In one smooth movement, she seized the man by the throat, lifting him halfway out of his chair. "Tell me where she is." I won't tell you," he choked, trying to pry her hand free. "Do you think you can get away with this?" Her eyes narrowed. "Do you think any of you trash could stop me?" That was enough to draw attention. Heads turned, eyes narrowing. The unspoken code of the market was being broken right in front of them. And while this gathering was far from noble, some rules couldn't be ignored, if only to protect their livelihood. She could feel the malice spike like a sudden shift in the air. They would attack. That was fine. 1 or 100 of these wastes makes no difference to her. In one smooth motion, she dropped the informant to the ground, binding him, while her scythe materialized from her back, in her hand with a glint of steel. The first wave came fast. Kunai in the dark, followed by 3 men rushing her from the left. She sidestepped, the blade singing through the air, cutting the first attacker clean in half. She pivoted, catching the second across the chest, the third losing his head before his momentum carried him forward. Shouts rang out, the close, damp air filling with the metallic tang of blood. More came, some with swords, others with jutsu already forming in their hands. She moved through them like a storm, every swing of her scythe leaving another body on the floor. Some she cut down mid-strike, others never got close before her blade reached them. "Shit, she's gotta be an elite jonin. I can't handle this," someone yelled, bolting for the exit. The others wavered, glancing at one another. The ecosystem of the black market was important, but not more important than staying alive. One by one, they began to back away, vanishing into the tunnels. And then, silence, save for the sound of blood dripping to the floor. Kushina stood alone among the dead, her scythe resting lightly in her grip. At her feet, the informant stared up at her, his earlier arrogance burned away entirely. I'll speak," he stammered. Her lips curled in a small smirk. "That's more like it. She's in the land of rivers. The exact location is in that folder over there," he gestured with his hand. Kushina straightened, the words settling deep in her mind. This was where one of her clansmen was. The first clan member she would see since Grandma Mito. Later that night, in the seal space, the world around them was cast in that endless twilight only Kushina and Kurama knew. The air was still, smelling faintly of Kurama's scent, and his tail swayed lazily behind him in his human form. Kushina lay half-curled against his warm body, eyes half-lidded. Ever since she had escaped Konoha, the thought of sleeping alone made her restless. It was only here, pressed against him, that her chest stopped feeling so tight. "You did well," Kurama rumbled, his deep voice vibrating through her body. Not a flicker of hesitation. "It wasn't exactly hard," she replied, voice flat but edged with satisfaction. "They were all trash. The lowest of the low. I almost feel insulted they thought they could even touch me." His lips curled in a faint, knowing grin. "Perhaps. But still, you're improving. You're faster now, and more decisive. That's what matters." She tilted her head to glance up at him. "You make it sound like killing is an art form." "It is." His gaze sharpened, red eyes glowing faintly in the dim. "An art, and a necessity. Out there, a heartbeat's hesitation can be the difference between tearing your enemy apart and lying in your own blood. You're starting to understand that." Kushina's mouth pressed into a thin line. "I've understood it since Yuzushio fell. Kurama's tail shifted, one curling protectively, possessively, around her waist. No, you thought you did. You've carried the pain, yes, but that's not the same as instinct. Pain makes you want revenge. Instinct makes you survive. You're learning the second one now. She frowned. Is that all this is to you? Survival. For now, he said, almost too casually. If you want revenge, you first need to live long enough to see it. Every corpse you leave behind is one less thread in your path, and one more step toward the future you want. His voice lowered, velvet smooth but dangerous. And when the day comes, when the ones truly responsible stand before you, you won't flinch or hesitate. You'll end them. Her heart beat faster at the thought. It felt good to hear him say it. And if I start liking it, she asked, almost a whisper. If I start liking the killing. Kurama's grin widened just slightly, teeth catching the dim light. Then you'll finally understand what it means to be free. No guilt or doubt, just us, and the strength to take whatever we want from this world. She didn't answer right away, just nestled closer against his body. His warmth was comforting, but his words stayed in her mind, sharpening her resolve with every breath she took. Chapter 22, the beginning of the new Uzumaki. Kushina stepped into a local inn, the faint jingle of the door chime breaking the quiet murmur of evening conversation. She'd been traveling for hours, days, really, without a real bed. The thought of sleeping on something that wasn't dirt, leaves, or rock was almost enough to make her smile. The inn itself was decently large for such a rural location, with its ground floor split between a bar, a restaurant, and the reception desk. The air smelled faintly of stewed meat and sake, and the faint glow of lanterns bathed the walls in a warm amber hue. A few locals were hunched over their drinks, talking in low tones. It had taken her a little over a day and a half to reach the land of rivers, pushing herself harder than she'd intended. And here, tucked into the folds of this small country, sat Tanagakure, the so-called village hidden in the valleys. It wasn't much to look at. In the grand game of nations, it was insignificant, a speck of a force that a handful of elite Konoha jonin could crush in a single night. But Tanagakure had something far more valuable than strategic territory. Someone. Someone with red hair and the same blood running through Kushina's veins. The innkeeper was a kindly old woman with clouded eyes and hands gnarled from decades of work. She looked up from her ledger. She had the sort of face that made you think of warm blankets and home-cooked soup. Looking for a room, dear? Yeah, Kushina replied, stepping forward and resting an elbow casually on the counter. One night. Just me. The old woman nodded and reached for the keys. Kushina's gaze, however, slid past her to a group in the corner of the restaurant. Four men, each with the quiet, calculated body language of Shinobi, sat hunched over a low table. They were talking too quietly for normal ears to catch, but Kushina's senses were anything but normal. Even without a village's forehead protector to give them away, their movements screamed of training. Their posture was ready, their eyes sharp, and their hands stayed just a little too close to their weapons. She narrowed her eyes. She couldn't place their exact allegiance yet, but if they were here for the same reason she was. She accepted the room key with a faint smile, thanked the old woman, and made her way upstairs. Hours later, under the cover of darkness, the four shinobi slipped out of the inn. They moved across rooftops like flowing shadows, every step deliberate, every turn purposeful. Are you sure an Uzumaki brat's really here? One of them whispered. I saw her earlier, another replied confidently. Hair that red? No one else but an Uzumaki would have that in the world. A third scoffed. Good. Let's just grab her quick and get out of this dump. I don't want to stay in this backwater village any longer. Yeah, the last added with a smirk. Our village hasn't gotten one yet. Those stupid monkeys and rockheads already snatched up all the others. We'll be rewarded for this, the second one said, his voice filled with greedy satisfaction. What none of them realized was that they weren't the hunters tonight. They were prey being stalked. Kushina followed from a distance, keeping to the edges of shadow and roofline. Her enhanced hearing caught every word, and her jaw tightened with each one. Anger simmered low and hot in her chest, but beneath it was something else, elation. Their conversation had told her exactly what she wanted to know. Based on what they said, these shinobi were likely of Sunagakure, which makes sense as the land of rivers is just to the east of the land of wind. This means Suna didn't have any Uzumaki yet. But Iwa and Kumo did. That meant her next targets were already marked. The four came to a stop in front of an unassuming wooden house tucked between two shops. The glow of lamplight filtered through the papered windows. Inside, a girl no older than 12 sat cross-legged on the floor, a book balanced in her lap. Her hair was a vivid shade of red, held back with a white band. They didn't waste time, there was no need to in an insignificant village like this. The window shattered inward as two of the shinobi leapt inside. The girl gasped, dropping her book. One of them was on her before she could even stand, shoving a cloth into her mouth. Her muffled cry of help was swallowed in the fabric. Kushina chose now to move. Timing was everything. Letting the girl think she was doomed and then miraculously saving her would give a much better impression than if she simply took some preventative measures. Outside, the two lookouts barely had time to register the whisper of steel before their heads separated cleanly from their bodies. Kushina landed silently between them, her blade still gleaming with fresh blood. Inside, the intruders were just beginning to secure the girl when they froze, sensing her chakra flare behind them. It was already too late. Kushina stepped forward and placed her hands on both their backs. Her chakra surged, a flood of raw, corrosive Ninetales energy. The effect was instant and horrific. Their bodies convulsed as the potent chakra tore through their systems like acid, unraveling muscle, burning through their network, rotting them from the inside out. Their screams split the night, echoing through the quiet streets. By the time they collapsed, Kushina had already scooped the girl into her arms, cloth and all, and was striding out the broken window. She paused only to kneel by the two decapitated shinobi outside, plucking a pair of headbands from their pouches. An hourglass symbol, she thought. It was Sunagakure. She smirked grimly and took off into the night, carrying the girl over her shoulder. Once they were a sufficient distance away from the village, Kushina slowed down, her breathing steady despite the weight she'd been carrying. She gently set the girl down, crouching so they were at eye level, and pulled the gag from her mouth. The girl's eyes were wide, her breath sharp and quick. She looked like a rabbit cornered by a wolf. Who are you?" she managed, voice trembling. Kushina softened her expression, forcing warmth into her tone. "I'm Kushina Uzumaki, head of the new Uzumaki clan." The girl's eyes widened, almost sparkling in the moonlight. "Uzumaki? You're really Dash." She paused, as though scared to believe it. "I'm Anoka Uzumaki." Did the clan really rebuild?" Kushina's expression softened. "Not yet." She looked off toward the horizon for a moment before turning her gaze back to Anoka. "I'm rebuilding it. One person at a time, if I have to. I've been traveling from nation to nation, tracking down anyone with our blood." She looked away briefly, almost sheepish. "You're the first one I've found, actually." Anoka's brief joy dimmed, and her shoulders slumped a little. "The first? That means there aren't many left, are there?" Kushina's grin faded, replaced by something quieter, but her voice stayed steady. "We're still out there, scattered and hiding. And I'm going to find them all." She leaned in, her tone growing sharper, more determined. "No one gets to wipe us out and walk away from it." Anoka's voice wavered. "Won't they just come after us again? Destroy us again?" She hugged herself, as if bracing against the thought. "Every village wants to capture us. We're never safe." Kushina straightened, her eyes glinting with a mix of pride and fury. "That's true. Every village out there wants something from us." She reached into her pocket and pulled out her scratched Konoha forehead protector, the crossed-out symbol glinting in the moonlight. "I was sent to Konoha before Yuzushio fell. They thought they could chain me up, make me fight for them. I destroyed them instead." Anoka stared at the headband, her expression caught between disbelief and awe. "You really destroyed a whole village?" "They made the mistake of thinking I was their weapon," Kushina said, her voice almost playful now, though the edge of truth was unmistakable. "And I decided to show them what happens when you try to own an Uzumaki." For a moment, silence hung between them, broken only by the wind. Anoka's eyes darted down to the dirt, then back up at Kushina. "You're strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever met." "But Dash," her voice cracked. "If I follow you, won't that just make me a target too?" Kushina chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Anoka, you were already a target. Those 4 earlier? They came for you because you were alone. Villages hunt us because we're scattered, easy prey. But together." She reached out, resting a hand on Anoka's shoulder. "Together, the Uzumaki are invincible. It took the combined might of 4 hidden villages to take down our nation. That's the strength of our family." Anoka swallowed hard, staring into Kushina's eyes. There was no hesitation there, just a blazing, unshakable resolve. Slowly, her fear gave way to something else. "All right." Her voice was small but steady. "Please take care of me." Kushina's smile widened, this time without any hint of pity. "Good. Then from now on, you're not alone. And anyone who tries to take you." She glanced back toward the distant village, where the faintest scent of blood still lingered in the air. "Ends up like them." Anoka nodded, and for the first time in years, she felt a flicker of safety, though she wasn't yet sure if it was safety from the world, or because the world would now fear the one she followed. Chapter 23, Akagakure. "Where are we going?" Anoka asked, her breath visible in the cool morning air. The 2 redheads moved quickly through the dense forests of the land of rivers, their sandals whispering against damp leaves. The air here carried the smell of moss and distant water, broken only by the occasional rustle of a bird startled from its perch. I know of another Uzumaki in the village hidden by the rain, Kushina replied without looking back. That's our next destination. Anoka's steps faltered for just a moment. Another Uzumaki. Her voice rose with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Kushina only gave her a small smile. Both of them were carrying more than just weapons, they carried memories of a homeland burned to ash. Anoka had escaped Yuzushio with her parents on the day of its destruction. She could still remember the thunder of collapsing walls, the red haze of fire reflected in the sea, the acrid smoke choking her lungs. They'd run to the land of rivers, fighting off pursuing shinobi, hiding for days at a time in damp caves and shallow riverbeds when they couldn't keep going. It hadn't been a good life, but at least they'd been together. Until they weren't. Her parents had both died fighting off a Wagakure ninja, giving her enough time to escape while they stayed behind. Anoka still remembered her father's last smile, her mother's voice shouting for her to run. She had run until her legs gave out. After that, she hid. A Chunin-level kunoichi with talent in jutsu and taijutsu could only survive a small-town life in a place like Tanigakure. She had to keep her head down, never venture far out, and keep her hair covered constantly. It was a lonely, stagnant existence, until Kushina had found her. And now, the thought of finding more family filled her chest with something she hadn't felt in years, hope. Do you think he'd want to come with us? Anoka asked, a little shyly. Kushina blinked. Why wouldn't he? Her tone was matter-of-fact, as though the question itself were strange. Sure, she had nudged Anoka into following her with a little manipulation, but that was just to make the process a little easier. She couldn't imagine an Uzumaki refusing their own kin. So, it's a boy. Anoka's heart gave an unsteady flutter. Her excitement sharpened, though she now had to deal with Kushina's unwavering confidence. Maybe he likes his life the way it is, Anoka pressed, or maybe he wouldn't trust us. But we're Uzumaki, just like him, Kushina said, almost impatiently. Why wouldn't he? Anoka lowered her voice. He might not even remember Yuzushio. I was only 8 when it was destroyed, if he's younger. Kushina's pace slowed slightly. She'd heard about this boy, Nagato, from both Jiraiya and Kurama. From Jiraiya's side, he was a former student, trained alongside 2 others, Konan and Yihiko. He taught them so that they could survive in Amagakure's brutal environment, where the great hidden villages used it as a perpetual battlefield. From Kurama's side, no personal knowledge, but he had the advantage of something rarer, foresight. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, a legendary dojutsu whose origins tied back to Madara Uchiha himself. Even with that knowledge, Kushina couldn't be certain what kind of boy he would be right now. Kurama knew him from the future. Jiraiya knew him from years past. And both descriptions painted someone whose loyalty would be fiercely bound to his friends, perhaps even above his own blood. And then there was the arrogance. If she were being honest, she'd expect it. The bearer of the most revered dojutsu in shinobi history had every reason to think highly of himself. She had really gotten lucky with Anoka, who was so simple. Infiltrating Amagakure was challenging, much more so than it was for the land of rivers or Tanigakure. A might not have been a great hidden village, but it was on the precipice of becoming one. Every path in and out was dangerous. It was still deep in the throes of the Second Great Shinobi War, its skies perpetually gray, the patter of rain masking the distant thunder of battle. Still, the chaos had advantages. Who would notice a few missing Chunin or Genin when bodies were piling up by the dozen every day? The challenge wasn't getting in, it was finding Nagato. If he was already a registered AIM shinobi, as he should be, that made things simpler. Otherwise, she'd have to sift through a city's worth of orphans and war survivors. She had gotten lucky with Anoka, but she didn't think the same would happen twice. Kushina wasn't built for slow, quiet spy work. Patience wasn't her style. So she went with the most direct approach, and the most effective one she knew. Torture. She left Anoka at a secured camp, the area surrounded by layered fuinjutsu barriers that the 2 of them had set up together. Anoka didn't need to see what Kushina was about to do. She didn't want her clansmen to think she was cruel or sadistic. Now, all that was left was finding her next informant. Nagato and his group should be pretty popular as prodigies. So finding people who know them won't be difficult. However, only a Jonin would likely know anything about their precise location. Her first target was a Chunin. Not important enough to be heavily guarded, but high enough to know where to find someone who was. The Chunin will know the location of a Jonin, who will then hopefully know the location of Nagato, or at the very least, another Jonin. Simple. Kushina trailed him for hours, moving silently through the trees until she dropped behind him in a blur, chopping the base of his neck to paralyze him instantly. She tied him to a tree, gagged him, and then released the paralysis. He woke with a muffled cry, thrashing in his bonds. I need you to tell me the location of a Jonin, she said evenly. The Chunin glared at her and shook his head. That's a shame, she said, stepping closer. Guess I'll have to force it out of you. She tapped his hand, letting the barest sliver of Kurama's chakra seep into his system. It was toxic and caustic, burning through his chakra pathways like molten acid. He couldn't even scream, not with the gag, but his body jerked in agony, eyes wide and wet. If Kushina had to imagine what it felt like, it would probably be as though all the cells in his arm were being pierced over and over again by a needle. When she finally pulled it back after a few minutes and removed the gag, he gasped, "Why yes. I'll tell you. Just make it stop." Kushina smiled, almost gently. Good, good. Now, where's the nearest jonin? Kushina repeated the process over and over again. From jonin to jonin, from one shinobi to the next, she clawed her way forward. The hardened aim veterans broke in minutes under her methods. Finally, she found what she needed. Nagato's group had been sent to the Suna front, fighting against Sunagakure shinobi. Not far to the west of her current position. When she returned to camp, Anoka's eyes lit up. You found him? Yeah. He's west of here, on the Suna front. Should be around a day or so of travel with both of us. Anoka straightened. When do we leave? Soon, Kushina replied. I'm going to meditate for a bit. Don't disturb me. Anoka gave her a quick salute and moved off. Kushina lay down on her makeshift bed and closed her eyes, letting her consciousness slip into the familiar weightless pull of the seal space. The damp air of the forest faded, replaced by the endless stone floor and oppressive atmosphere. Kurama was stretched out in the shadows, massive tails curling lazily around him. Even half asleep, his presence filled the space. She crossed her arms and walked closer. What do you think of my plans so far? One of his eyes cracked open, the slit pupil locking on her. They're not bad, he said slowly, but... His voice dropped into a low rumble. I don't think going after Nagato is a good idea. Kushina frowned. Why not? You know why. He rose up slightly, his muzzle lowering until his teeth glinted in the dim light. Those eyes of his, they aren't his. They belong to someone else, someone far more dangerous than you faced. His voice carried a deep growl as he spoke the name. Madara Uchiha. She tilted her chin stubbornly. I can't leave an Uzumaki behind. If I did, I wouldn't be any better than those old bastards back in Konoha. Kurama's gaze sharpened. You think sentiment will keep you alive? That boy is a storm you don't understand, and you're walking straight into it because of some childish notion of family. He leaned forward, his voice lowering to something almost coaxing. Family didn't save Yuzushio. Family didn't stop Konoha from taking you. Her hands balled into fists. And if I walk away, then I'm just letting the world chip away at what's left of us. I'm not doing that. Not ever. A long silence followed. Kurama's eyes never left hers, the faintest flicker of something appeared behind them. Maybe approval, or calculation. Finally, he huffed, a warm gust of breath washing over her. Fine. Go after him if you must. But do it quickly. The longer you linger, the more eyes will find you. She smirked. Don't worry. I'll be out of there before that evil old Uchiha ghost even knows we're there. Kurama merely snorted and turned away. Chapter 24, Nagato. The very next morning, Kushina and Anoka set out west, their boots crunching over damp soil as mist still clung to the trees. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of wet earth. Their destination lay beyond the rain-swollen rivers and muddy roads, toward the next Uzumaki, Nagato. The journey didn't take more than a day, but Kushina deliberately kept her pace slow. She could have crossed the distance in mere hours if she had traveled alone, darting across rooftops and treetops with a blur of speed. But Anoka was only a chunin, and although the younger girl didn't complain, Kushina knew better than to push her to exhaustion. This is the furthest I've traveled in a long time, Anoka admitted as they crossed a narrow wooden bridge. The water below churned brown from last night's rain. You'll get used to it, Kushina replied. The world's bigger than you think. And a lot uglier too. By midday, they approached the borderlands of the land of rain. The air grew colder, wetter, and every surface slick with drizzle. Tanagakure's quiet countryside gave way to the constant hiss of rainfall on leaves. The location of their target was an active battlefield. From the tree lean, Kushina could see a Megakure shinobi moving in disciplined patterns between the rain-dappled tents and muddy trenches. The fighting wasn't intense here, more like a stalemate line, but even so, the air stank faintly of blood and iron. Nagato, Konan, and Yihiko weren't anywhere near the front. They were kept well within the protected interior of the camp. Kushina knew why. A Megakure might be small, but even they weren't foolish enough to risk their future leaders in reckless positions. The real problem wasn't finding them. It was getting close without drawing every pair of hostile eyes in the camp. Kushina sighed. Her raw power could match a Kage, and in her tailed beast form, she was easily beyond them, but stealth. That was another story. Her movements lacked the subtle precision of trained infiltrators. She was a storm, not a shadow. A berserker's instincts clung to her, and no matter how she tried, her presence carried weight and menace. Not exactly ideal for slipping past elite aim sentries. She could just smash her way in. That was always an option. But barging into a camp and dragging Nagato out like a sack of rice wasn't exactly the best way to earn his trust. Patience, she reminded herself. For family, she could wait. Life, lately, had been good, or at least as good as it could be for someone like Nagato. He had endured enough tragedy to last several lifetimes, but he also knew there were those who had suffered far more. The deaths of his parents had shattered him, but not long after that terrible day, he had met Yuzushio. That had been the turning point. Now, with Yuzushio and Konan at his side, there was a sense of purpose that kept him moving forward. Yuzushio might be a little goofy and occasionally reckless, but his charisma drew people in. He spoke like someone born to lead, and Nagato believed in him. Konan, quiet but warm, kept them balanced. Her compassion was the thread that stitched their small world together. Without her, the loneliness might have devoured him entirely. And then there was Jiraiya. Their teacher had been unlike anyone else. His lessons about ninjutsu, tactics, and survival had been invaluable. Jiraiya had left some time ago, but his teachings still echoed in Nagato's mind. War was a constant, an endless reign of conflict and loss. But with his friends beside him, Nagato thought they could endure anything. Come on, we need to get more experience if I ever want to lead a Megakure. Yuzushio called, already walking ahead with his usual restless energy. Nagato sat cross-legged beneath a sagging sheet of canvas, head tilted toward the endless rainfall hammering the earth. Konan sat nearby, her hands folding thin sheets of paper with quiet precision. Yuzushio, unable to sit still, paced like a caged animal. We should be doing more, Yuzushio said for the third time that morning. Every day we sit here, more people die out there. We're wasting time. You mean you're impatient, Konan said without looking up. I'm motivated, Yuzushio shot back. Nagato opened his eyes slowly, their strange ripple pattern glinting faintly in the dim light. Motivated or not, running into every fight won't fix the country. We need to rest sometimes. Yuzushio scoffed, throwing his arms up. And what, wait around for a miracle? Nagato's voice sharpened. No. But I'm not risking either of you for something reckless. I'd rather we change a Megakure together than lose one of us chasing a fight we can't win. The finality in his tone quieted Yuzushio. For a moment, only the rain filled the silence, steady, relentless, and almost suffocating. Yuzushio clapped his hands together. All right then. Let's at least go out and scout the area. Jiraiya-sensei would chew us out if we just sat here getting rusty. Nagato sighed, but didn't argue. Moments later, the three were moving through Aim's sodden outskirts. Their task was simple, sweep the area for enemy movement. Busy work, really. Nagato doubted anything dangerous would be lurking so close to camp. However, he suddenly sensed two people approaching rapidly. Nagato stopped dead, his head snapping toward the east. Get ready. Two people are approaching. They fell into formation instantly. Yuzushio took point, Konan shifted wide for a flank, and Nagato remained behind them, his focus razor-sharp. Through the mist and drizzle, two figures emerged, both with vivid red hair that seemed almost to burn against the gray world. The older one raised her hands in a show of peace. We're not your enemies, she called out. She gestured to herself and the younger girl. I'm Kushina Uzumaki, and this is Anoka Uzumaki. Nagato's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Uzumaki. He wasn't very familiar with the Uzumaki clan, since he was too young when it was destroyed, but he did know he was one. The idea of family excited him, but he stayed cautious. Konan's eyes slid to him. Yuzushio, too, glanced his way, letting him take the lead. What do you want? He asked evenly. We came for you, Kushina said, her voice steady, uncompromising. I'm rebuilding our clan. Every Uzumaki still alive should be together. Nagato didn't hesitate. I'm sorry, but I can't. My friends are here. Kushina's face soured, and before she could speak, Yuzushio stepped forward with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. That's right. If you want to take Nagato, you'll have to go through us. Konan said nothing, but her stance shifted subtly closer to Nagato. Kushina snorted. Relax, brat. If he doesn't want to come, I'm not dragging him. Her gaze locked on Nagato. But you should reconsider. When I met Anoka, she was about to be dragged away by two Suna ninja. Kumo and IWA have taken others, too. The longer you stay out here, the greater the chance you, and your friends, don't make it. Anoka stepped forward, her voice soft but certain. It's true, Nagato. She found me, saved my life, and I believe her. We don't have to be scattered anymore. Nagato's brow furrowed. We've survived in Akagakure so far. How long do you think a small country like AIM can protect you? Kushina cut in sharply. Then her voice dropped, edged with something heavier. Especially once they find out about those eyes. His head jerked slightly, and she noticed. I used to run missions with your sensei, Jiraiya, she explained. He told me about you three. You're impressive for your age, but you're also a walking target. Nagato's silence was taut, his thoughts churning. She wasn't wrong, but leaving meant abandoning Konan and Yuhiko to fight without him. From beside him, Yuhiko spoke with renewed fire. Nagato doesn't need to go anywhere. We'll change Akagakure together. I'll lead it. Kushina's eyes narrowed, annoyed, as if she were considering whether to give Nagato some character development. And how long do you think the current leaders will let you do that? You think you're the first to dream about changing the system? In Konoha, they crushed people like that before they could stand. AIM's no different. Probably worse. Yuhiko opened his mouth, but no retort came. He was naive, but not stupid. Her words hit too close to the truth. Nagato finally said, if you can protect Konan and Yuhiko, I'll go with you. Kushina's jaw worked. She clearly didn't like it. Two outsiders. You're asking a lot. I'm not leaving without them, Nagato said, his voice firm as steel. Yuhiko looked equally displeased. We're not leaving Akagakure. And how do we know you're any better at protecting him than we are? Kushina grinned without humor and flexed her arm. I'm stronger than any Kage alive, Datebane. And I'll never let my clan fall again. Her grin faded, leaving hard resolve. You might think you can protect him now, but the world doesn't care about what you think you're ready for. She continued, how long do you think AIM would support you? How long before the higher-ups view you three as a threat to their power? I've lived this, in Konoha, it was just like that. In Akagakure, it'll be even worse. Nagato had finally made up his mind, if you can protect Konan and Yuhiko, I'll come with you. All right, just watch them. She eyed the two with distrust. Konan finally spoke, calm but unyielding. We would never betray Nagato. Kushina eyed her for a few moments, almost looking through her, and nodded. Fine. But I'll be watching. Before any of them could reply, her expression shifted. She stabbed a hand into the wet earth and yanked upward, dragging a pale, plant-like humanoid from the mud. It writhed in her grip, featureless face twisting. Before it could move any more, she crushed its head and sealed the body. She had a deadly serious expression on her face, it seemed like this thing wasn't unfamiliar to her. We need to leave. Now. Chapter 25, Old Ghost. We need to leave. Now. Kushina's voice was sharp enough to slice through the cold evening air. The moment the words left her mouth, a surge of dark red chakra erupted from within her. It wasn't a gentle flare, but an explosion, flooding the clearing in a suffocating wave. The chakra twisted and condensed into the monstrous silhouette of a humanoid fox, tails unfurling behind her. Nagato, Konan, Yuhiko, and Anoka, each of them accustomed to the horrors of war, froze at the sheer malice radiating from her form. The oppressive weight made even breathing feel like an effort, as if invisible chains were coiling around their chests. But before they could fully process the terror, chakra tails snaked out, wrapping around them. Kushina didn't waste a second. She launched forward, the earth beneath her feet exploding from the force, and the world became a blur. Wind howled in their ears, the landscape melting into streaks of green and brown. The air and rain were so cold and sharp that they cut at the skin. Yuhiko's startled curse was swallowed by the rushing air. Madara was coming. She didn't need to see him to know. After killing that white Zetsu and taking Nagato, it was obvious. Her mind raced. She had grown, trained, and fought for years. Even now, she was one of the strongest in the world. But compared to Madara, that gap was still a chasm. Talent, experience, mastery over countless jutsu, and his cursed eyes, there was only one edge she had, her immense chakra. Her Uzumaki blood, combined with Kurama's reserves, made her a walking ocean of energy. That was why she was running. She couldn't fight, only vanish. Her plan was simple, reach the ocean, cross it, and hide on one of the uninhabited islands she had read about months ago. With Madara's current chakra reserves and circumstances, he shouldn't be able to cross that distance while water walking. Zetsu was an issue, but Kushina was probably the only person around capable of sensing them. She moved as fast as lightning. Trees and branches didn't slow her, they shattered, ripped from the earth under the force of her charge. Running across the ocean would probably be enough to lose him. Madara might have much more chakra than any Kage, but time spares no man. He shouldn't have as much as her, who's an Uzumaki with the 9 tails. Not to mention, according to the information Kurama told her, he shouldn't be able to spend that much time away from his hideout. What the hell are you doing? Nagato's voice was barely audible over the roaring wind. Madara Uchiha is coming, she shouted back, her words whipped away almost instantly. Nagato blinked, his mind catching on the name like a burr. He'd heard the name, of course. One of the two founders of Konoha. The ghost of a bygone era. But Madara was dead, wasn't he? Are you a Jinchūriki? Yuzushio yelled, his voice tight with both disbelief and excitement. Yes. I carry the 9 tails from Konoha, she barked without hesitation. At this point, there was no reason to hide it. That revelation seemed to stiffen their spines. But Yuzushio pressed on, shouting, wouldn't Madara be an old man by now? You can't even handle him. Kushina scoffed, though it was lost in the wind. Even though Madara's prime time was merely a few decades ago, people have already forgotten his immense power. Even as an old man, he could beat all 5 Kage at the same time, date Bane. The silence that followed was heavier than their fear of falling from her tails. A sliver of unease filled their hearts. They hadn't known Kushina for long, but she didn't seem like the type to lie, and she would have no reason to right now. Hours passed in a blur of relentless speed. The sun dipped and rose again before the jagged shimmer of the ocean finally came into sight. Kushina's body burned from exertion. Her lungs drew in deep, sharp breaths, and even her Uzumaki vitality felt the strain. This was the first time she'd pushed her tailed beast form like this outside of training. Behind her, the 4-aim shinobi had long since passed out, slumped and limp, though still breathing evenly. She'd cushioned them enough with her chakra tails to keep them from breaking under the speed. But the moment her eyes caught the glint of water, she felt it, a cold malice, swelling behind her like a rising tide. Madara Uchiha. It was closer now, clearer. It pressed against her senses, a suffocating aura that almost mirrored Kurama's, but sharper. It was the feeling of a predator who had never once doubted the inevitability of his kill. And then, the pressure spiked. In an instant, his presence was no longer behind her but ahead. One heartbeat, he was distant, the next, he was there, standing atop the wet sand near the ocean's edge, the wind whipping at his long, mostly gray hair. His Sharingan glowed with 3 tomo, spinning slowly as his eyes locked onto hers. Kushina skidded to a halt, the sand exploding under her feet. She threw the unconscious AIM trio and Anoka behind her, forming a barrier of tails between them and him. Madara's lips curled into a sneer. What do you think you're doing with my Rinnegan, little fox? Her teeth clenched. Why can't you stupid old bastards just retire? Whether it's you, or the other 5 Kage, I'll crush you all, date Bane. The faintest huff of amusement escaped him. Her arrogance reminded him of himself. Feel fortunate, girl. Few live long enough to know my wrath. No one survives it. The ocean's crashing waves filled the air, the salt spray stinging Kushina's face. Behind her, Kurama's chakra body rippled and condensed until his human form stood beside her, tall, broad-shouldered, and radiating killing intent so dense it warped the air. Madara's Sharingan glinted as he took in the sight. The 9 tails, walking in a man's skin, amusing. I almost missed you. Kurama snarled, an evil old ghost like you should have stayed dead. In the same instant, they moved. Kurama closed the distance in a blur, his kick aimed at Madara's head. The Uchiha ducked under it, countering with a spinning sweep that Kurama vaulted over, twisting midair to drive his heel toward Madara's chest. The impact sent a shockwave through the sand, forcing the older man back several steps. Kushina was already in motion, chakra tails lashing out from behind her. Madara weaved through them with almost lazy precision, but a single tail brushed his sleeve, tearing the fabric. His eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging that her speed was far from trivial. You've trained, Madara said, blocking Kurama's punch with one hand while catching a chakra tail with the other. But it's wasted on you. Power without purpose is nothing. Kurama snarled, fainting high before driving his elbow into Madara's ribs. The Uchiha grunted, not from pain, but from the force. It cracked at least a few ribs. Kushina used that moment to whip a tail at his ankles, forcing him to jump. She leapt after him, meeting him midair with a spinning kick. He caught her leg, twisting, and threw her into the sand hard enough to crack it beneath her. Kushina. Kurama was already there, intercepting Madara's follow-up strike. His fist connected with Madara's forearm, cracking it, the clash echoing like thunder. You'll have to go through me first. Madara's lips curved. Gladly. For several minutes, the fight became a blur of motion. Kurama's superior speed forced Madara to stay defensive, while Kushina harried him with her unpredictable tails. They almost looked like they were winning until the Uchiha's eyes shifted. The 3 tomo spun. Kurama's step faltered, and his breath hitched, his pupils shrinking. Kushina's heart lurched. Kurama dash. He didn't respond, frozen mid-guard. Madara's smirk deepened. Even the mightiest beast can be put on a leash. Before these blessed eyes, you're merely a slave. Kushina roared, launching herself at him with every tail extended, trying to push him away from Kurama. Madara's Susanoo ribcage flared into existence, blocking her strikes effortlessly. In a single motion, his blade swept through the air, carving a deep slash across her side. The pain was white-hot, stealing her breath and buckling her knees. Blood poured down her flank, staining the wet sand. Somewhere inside Kurama, a part of him that was still aware of the outside world snapped. The illusion around him cracked and shattered, his eyes blazing with unfiltered rage. In a blink, he was behind Madara, his kick slamming into the Uchiha's ribs with enough force to send him skidding across the shore. The ocean erupted where Madara's body hit the waves. "Don't touch her," Kurama growled. Madara emerged from the spray, unfazed save for the blood on his lip and his slightly caved-in chest. Ah, there it is. The beast's true snarl. Now they moved in unison. Kushina's tails lashed out in patterns that forced Madara to evade into Kurama's strikes, while Kurama's speed created openings for her to drive her chakra-enhanced blows home. The shoreline exploded with shockwaves, water and sand blasting into the air with every collision. But even together, Madara was relentless. His Susanoo expanded, deflecting their attacks with spectral armor. Every swing of its blade sent walls of water crashing onto the shore. Finally, after another brutal exchange, Madara leapt back, his Sharingan locking on Nagato's unconscious body. Kushina's eyes widened. "Don't you dash." In a blur, he was gone from in front of them, reappearing at Nagato's side. His hand shot forward, and when he straightened, the boy's eyes were gone. "Rinnegan, reclaimed," Madara said softly, almost reverently. Then he looked at them, his smirk returning. Another day, foxes. Before they could reach him, his form dissolved into nothingness, carried away by some jutsu. Kushina stood there, side burning, tails trembling with frustration. Kurama was beside her, fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. The waves crashed and receded, the only sound left in Madara's wake. Chapter 26, Nagi and Uza. Nagi and Uza were two separate, uninhabited islands lying far to the east, across the deep sapphire waters from the land of tea. When the morning mist lifted, they looked almost like sleeping beasts adrift on the horizon. Massive shapes with forested backs, their green crowns swaying gently under the wind rolling in from the open sea. Both islands were large and heavily forested, their trees growing denser and older the farther one traveled inland. They began as gentle, sandy slopes from the shoreline, but as the terrain climbed, the ground became rocky, forming ridges and narrow plateaus. Some spots were so steep that even experienced climbers would hesitate, especially with the ocean winds tearing across the cliff faces. On quiet days, all one could hear was the rhythmic crash of waves against stone and the occasional cry of a seabird cutting through the stillness. A few structures dotted the landscape, mostly for ceremonial use. Old shrines that the land of tea kept standing for cultural pride and a certain event that occurs once every 4 years, though they rarely set foot here. Technically, the islands fell under the land of tea's jurisdiction, though that fact carried about as much weight with Kushina as a leaf falling into the sea. She doubted anyone from the mainland would have the audacity, or the strength, to try removing her if she chose to settle here. And if they did, well, she'd just kick them out. Permanently. These islands were perfect for her purpose. They were far from the 5 great hidden villages, easy to defend, and big enough to house the Uzumaki population she was gathering, with room to grow. The soil here was rich and dark, promising fertile farmland, and the surrounding waters were thick with fish. The combination meant one thing: self-sufficiency. No outsiders, no handouts, and no need for imports. This is where she chose to reform the Uzumaki clan. It's located away from the 5 great hidden villages, easy to defend, large enough to accommodate their current population, with ample room for growth, and the land is fertile enough to support farming, allowing for self-sufficiency. Most importantly, no one would think to look here if they came hunting for her. The isolation was a shield in itself, buying her the time she needed to rebuild in peace. She had considered using the land of whirlpools, but the idea had quickly soured. The place was a graveyard, ruins, painful memories, and geography that hemmed you in on all sides. Worse, it was too small for her ambitions. Kushina wasn't simply gathering the scattered remnants of the Uzumaki. She was creating something new. Something stronger and unbreakable. The Uzumaki name would not just survive, it would dominate. The Uzumaki name will be synonymous with power, control, and greatness, she swore to herself. Greater than the Senju, the Hyuga, or those filthy Uchiha ever dreamed of being. After the fight with Madara, she had brought everyone here to recover. The journey had been a strain, her side still burned with each movement, but the chakra cloak had kept her moving, holding her together long enough to reach safety. Kurama had accompanied them, but only briefly. Even in his human form, his presence blazed like a sun in the senses of any skilled shinobi within a massive radius. Too much time outside the seal, and everyone would notice. Still, she wasn't afraid of Madara chasing them down. He had left without finishing the job, and she knew why. He couldn't. The Rinnegan had cost him dearly in vitality, and now, as an old man, his very existence was tethered to the ghetto statue. Being away from it for too long would eat away at what little life he had left. Add to that the injury she and Kurama had carved into him, and she doubted he'd be doing anything bold for a while. No, Madara would retreat, lick his wounds, and start grooming some poor fool to inherit his plan. The only thing that worried her was Kurama. Ever since the fight, he'd been strangely silent. Kushina. Her head lifted, eyes focusing on the open doorway where Anoka stood. How are you doing? Anoka asked as she stepped in, her expression filled with concern. Kushina's hand instinctively went to her side, brushing over the thick layer of bandages. The wound still throbbed, a deep and unpleasant ache. It's all right now, she replied, but running around aggravated it. Give me a few days, and I'll be ready to get back out there. Date Bane. The injury had been deep. Bad enough to kill an ordinary person, but she wasn't ordinary. It's fine to rest a little, Anoka said, crossing her arms. The others out there have survived for 4 years without us. They can handle 1 more week. Kushina shook her head firmly. But, if I can do something, I should do it right away. Every moment they spend out there is a tragedy. Her voice softened at the end, but her eyes stayed sharp. Anoka glanced away, unable to argue with that reasoning. Nagato and the others are awake now, she said after a pause. Kushina didn't waste a second. She headed straight for the Todoroki Great Shrine, a sprawling wooden structure that stood on Uza Island. The air inside was cool, the scent of aged cedar and incense still clinging to the walls. The caretaker's quarters were toward the back, modest but comfortable. The men who had once lived there wouldn't be needing them anymore, Kushina had seen to that. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were inside one of the larger rooms, voices hushed but tense. From the doorway, she could see that none of them were seriously hurt, though the emotional strain was heavy in the air. Nagato sat apart from the other two, his head bowed. The empty hollows where his eyes had been were stark and raw, tears sliding freely down his cheeks. What am I supposed to do now, he muttered. How am I supposed to protect both of you? I'm useless. Kushina paused. She didn't often sympathize with weakness, but she understood this. If she lost Kurama, she didn't even want to think about the void that would be left behind. When she and Anoka stepped inside, the room went still. Nagato's head lifted slightly. Even without sight, he knew she was there. He rose to his feet and bowed low. Thank you for saving my friends. You don't need to thank me, Kushina said simply. I saved them because we're family. His voice was hesitant. So, can we still stay here? Even though I lost the Rinnegan. Of course, you idiot. She stepped closer, her tone blunt but steady. I never wanted the Rinnegan, I wanted you. I didn't save you or Anoka for your strength. I saved you because you're family. The tears came harder, his bow deeper. Thank you. It's all right, she said. Now, how are you feeling? Nagato's hands curled slightly. It's my eyes. The pain isn't worth thinking about, but without them. Kushina had no patience for his depression. In 3 quick steps, she closed the distance, her fist snapping out to clip him across the cheek, not hard enough to knock him over, but enough to jolt him. Her hand caught his collar before he could stumble back. Hey dash, Yahiko started forward, Konan right behind him, but Kushina's glare froze them both in place. This moping, she said, her voice low and sharp, is what makes you useless. If you want to protect your friends, you find another way. No eyes. Then sharpen your ears, your instincts, your sensing. Build your taijutsu. Whatever it takes. She released him, her tone softening, though the edge never fully left. Even if you'd never had eyes at all, I still would have taken you in. That's what family means to the Uzumaki. We don't throw our own away. Yahiko stepped up, his voice steady. She's right. You're not useless, Nagato. Whether you had the Rinnegan or not, you'd still be with us. Exactly, Konan added, moving to stand beside Yahiko. You're still our friend. The tension in Nagato's shoulders eased, just a little. The shock of the punch, combined with their words, broke through the heavy fog in his mind. Thank you, he said again, voice trembling. They both hugged him, and for a moment, the air in the room warmed. Kushina folded her arms, a small smile of satisfaction tugging at her lips. There isn't a problem a punch can't solve, Date Bane. When I get back to the mainland, she said, I'll find you a new pair of eyes. They won't be the Rinnegan, but they'll be an upgrade from what you've got now. The Sharingan. That earned a round of startled looks. How are you going to steal eyes from the Uchiha? Yahiko asked, suspicion and curiosity mingling. Her grin widened into something smug. Guess I didn't tell you. I destroyed Konoha. Completely. They've got nothing left that can keep me out. Nagato's head tilted slightly. Konoha, destroyed. That's right. They tried to control me, so I set off a trap planted around the village. The entire area was leveled. I also fought that old bastard, the third Hokage. Her voice lifted with pride. They're not so powerful after all. Anoka didn't say anything, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. For her, Konoha had been nothing but a betrayal, refusing to aid Yuzushio when it mattered most. For Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, the name Konoha meant something else entirely, the root cause of their orphaned lives. Although all three are compassionate people, they couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. Chapter 27, Kurama's self-reflection. Inside the dreary stone prison of the seal space sat Kurama. He was still in his human form. He had been for the past few days, trying to get used to the feeling, the weight of limbs, the limitations of flesh, the strange, almost fragile sensations of breath and heartbeat. This form had come a long way over the years, and it was more or less exactly like a normal human now. Ever since his fight with Madara Uchiha, he had been quieter. Reflective. For once, the ever-burning furnace of his rage had dimmed, not from exhaustion but from thought. In his long life, nearly 1,000 years by his count, Kurama had almost always been alone. He had lived through the rise and fall of nations, watched seas swallow coastlines and mountains collapse into valleys. Kings and warlords, saints and butchers, he had seen them all turn to dust. The Sage of Six Paths had been there for a time, but that time was fleeting. After creating them, after speaking those grand words of unity and balance, the sage had gone, leaving Kurama and his siblings to the mercies of the world. Of course, the other tailed beasts were there as well, but his relationship with them had always been strained. They were kin in origin, yes, but not in heart. Too many arguments, too many battles over ideals, too much resentment at his power and arrogance. He had not made it easy for them to like him, and he never regretted that. He was the strongest of the 9. That was a fact, and facts did not require humility. If his pride bruised their egos, that was their problem. The world was cruel, and only the strong dictated its rules. Humanity, in the beginning, had been different. They revered him at first, kneeling at the edges of his forests, leaving offerings of fruit, meat, and trinkets forged from their crude metals. They called him guardian, spirit, even God. He had looked down on them as a ruler might look down on loyal subjects, distant, detached, and untouchable. They asked for protection from storms, for fertile harvests, for strength in war. He listened, sometimes. Mostly, he ignored them. But reverence curdled quickly. Greed was a seed planted deep in humankind's heart, and it always sprouted in time. Those who had once bowed began to whisper of harnessing his power, of binding the divine fox for their own ambitions. They sent shinobi to hunt him, jutsu to entrap him, weapons meant to pierce even his immortal hide. The first time they tried chaining him, he had torn free in a storm of blood and fire that blotted out the sun. He had destroyed not only those who had dared touch him, but their families, their clans, their villages, burned every remnant of their existence to ash. The message was clear, those who sought to take from him would pay in everything they held dear. Of course, humans were forgetful creatures. Every few generations, he had to remind them. Every century or so, the pattern repeated. And so the titles changed, guardian became demon, god became monster. Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, became a thing to be feared, hunted, and hated. And yet, it had never truly bothered him. Fear was better than false friendship. Hatred was better than dealing with their greed. He had always been on his own. That was enough. But now, there was Kushina. When he had first been transferred from Naruto Uzumaki to the young, fiery red-haired girl, his mind had been set on a simple plan. She was young, yes, but talented and strong. He would use her as a vessel to recover his strength, mold her into a weapon he could direct, a loyal servant bound by manipulation and fear. With her, he would weather the storms of history. Survive the machinations of Konoha, the ghost of the Uchiha, the unpredictable might of Hashirama's legacy, the looming threat of the Otsutsuki. Every enemy, every scheme, every war, he would outlast them all. Because that was what beasts existed to do, survive. Survival was his only truth. Or so he thought. Years passed, and with them came something he had not anticipated. Kushina's presence in the seal was persistent. She did not cower before his size, nor did she speak to him like a weapon. She spoke to him with love and companionship. She argued with him, laughed in his presence, insulted him without fear, and, most disarming of all, trusted him. At first, he dismissed it as youthful recklessness. Then, perhaps, as ignorance. But it was neither. Kushina had chosen to treat him as something more than a beast. And somewhere along the way, he had begun to respond in kind. No human being had ever known his name, not the one given to him by the sage, the one that held weight beyond 9 tails. Yet Kushina knew it. No human had ever heard him speak of the centuries he had endured, of the sage's parting, of his siblings scattered between the 5 great hidden villages. Yet she knew of it, because he had told her. Sure, he had only told her so that he could earn her trust, but that was still deeply personal to him. When Madara had almost killed her, the truth had struck him like a hammer to the skull. It was not anger alone that had driven him forward, not pride in protecting what was his. It was fear, real fear, at the thought of her life ending before his eyes. Kurama had always been prepared to lose people. The sage, his siblings, and fleeting allies among humanity. But Kushina. He could not bear it. He leaned forward now, resting his elbows on his knees, hands clasped loosely, staring at the dull, unmoving floor of the seal. Survival had been his goal for nearly a millennium. But now, when he thought of the future, of living another 1,000 years without her, he felt only emptiness. What was he surviving for all those years? Merely a beast acting on instinct, sleeping the days away, and destroying those who harmed him. What was the point? His memories before her felt hollow. The victories, the battles, the centuries of freedom, they seemed colorless now. As though his life until this point had been a long, unbroken night, and she was the first true sunrise he had ever seen. It was strange. The sage had spoken of love once, long ago, but Kurama had dismissed it as a human weakness. And yet here he was, centuries later, finding that it was the one thing that made his endless life feel worth living. His gaze shifted upward toward the unseen sky of the seal. In the waking world, she was out there, moving, breathing, perhaps laughing at something trivial. The thought softened the tightness in his chest, though he would never admit it aloud. Kushina could be his new purpose. Not survival, or power, or vengeance. Her. Protecting her, standing beside her, not because she was useful, but because she was Kushina. And if the cold, bloody world of Shinobi wanted to take her from him, then the world would burn. Chapter 28, Konoha. It had been a little over a week since Kushina deserted and destroyed the village. Jiraiya hadn't had a peaceful night since. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and haunted by the same repeating images, smoke curling over broken rooftops, the dull red glow of dying fires, and the faces of the dead staring at him from the shadows. From rescuing survivors, reorganizing what was left of their shinobi force, contacting those who had been outside the village during the attack, arranging housing, water, and food for the refugees, dealing with grieving jonin and distraught clan leaders, the list was endless, and every task was urgent. He hadn't had a moment to himself. Truly, the title of Hokage was heavy. As a relatively carefree person, he had never felt the weight of protecting so many people's lives. But he could not back down, he wouldn't, no matter what. These people depended on him now. He had already failed them once by not stopping Kushina before it was too late. If he failed again, he didn't know if he could forgive himself. Most of the village was gone. The damage was worst in the heart of Konoha, where streets that had once been alive with merchants, shinobi, and children's laughter were now nothing but blackened rubble. A few sections on the outskirts still stood, but even there, the smell of smoke lingered. It seemed that the explosive tags had been placed to hit the oldest and most central buildings, the beating heart of the village. And those were nearly all destroyed. Rebuilding was the immediate priority, but there was a problem: they didn't have enough workers. The civilians capable of construction were either dead or too injured to help. The few skilled builders they had left were already stretched thin. Jiraiya had sent a desperate request to the Land of Fire's daimyo for outside help, but even if the aid was approved immediately, it would take time for them to arrive. In the meantime, shinobi were using Earth-style techniques to raise crude shelters. They weren't pretty, but they kept the rain out and the wind at bay. It was all they could do. But all of this was trivial compared to the danger pressing in from outside. The Second Shinobi World War was still raging. Only a week ago, Konoha had been on the winning side. They had been in a position to force a favorable end to the war within a year, maybe less. Now, though, every other village could smell the blood in the water. Jiraiya had no choice but to recall all active shinobi back to Konoha. It didn't matter how many enemy soldiers they killed on the front lines, the village itself was too vulnerable. If they spread their forces thin, they could be overrun. Better to hunker down and defend what was left. Much better than wasting lives in a hopeless war. The cost of this decision was high. Much of the Land of Fire was now undefended, its towns and border posts left to fend for themselves. Bandits, enemy scouts, and opportunistic smaller villages would take advantage. But oddly enough, Jiraiya wasn't overly worried about the daimyo's reaction. The feudal lords treated shinobi wars almost like games of prestige and influence, bloody, yes, but never too significant. Allies and enemies in one war might be partners in trade the next year. At worst, the other villages would demand resources or territory as part of a new treaty. Konoha would have to pay that price. The door to his makeshift office creaked open. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura stepped inside. Danzo was in worse shape than Jiraiya had ever seen him. His face was swathed in fresh bandages, and his movements were stiff. He looked smaller somehow, his presence diminished by his injuries. Jiraiya had heard the story. Danzo had been standing next to one of the explosive tags when it detonated. Even an elite jonin, someone with reflexes honed through decades of battle, couldn't escape an attack like that point blank. The blast had shredded flesh and scorched skin, leaving him partially disfigured. Unlucky. Status? Hiruzen asked without preamble. His voice was low, heavy with exhaustion. These days, the three of them rarely spoke without that same somber expression on their faces. Even Danzo, whose heart was a fortress of pragmatism, had loved the village in his own way. None of them had wanted to see it reduced to ash. Still not good, Jiraiya said, staring down at his hands before looking back up. We can start rebuilding soon, but our future is gone. Outside of our top-tier fighters, like me, you, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Tsukumo, we're weaker than Akagakure right now. The words seemed to hit Hiruzen and Danzo like a physical blow. They had both known it, but hearing it aloud made the truth sharper, more real. Konoha once stood above all the other villages, their superiority assured, but now they can't even maintain their position among the five. Everything ruined in one night. Just what was Kushina thinking? Jiraiya muttered under his breath. I mishandled her situation, Hiruzen admitted, his voice tinged with guilt. I told you, Danzo cut in immediately. You should have let me handle the Jinchūriki. Now look what's happened. That sparked something in Hiruzen. This is your fault too. If you hadn't exposed her status, things could have been different. His voice rose with every word. If Konoha didn't need your strength right now, I would strip you of every privilege you hold. Danzo gave a rueful chuckle. You haven't changed. Always ready to blame me, but I didn't see you stop me either, did I? No ANBU, no countermeasures. You just let it happen. Enough, Jiraiya snapped, his voice cutting through the argument. We don't have time for this. We need to focus on the crisis in front of us. He turned to Hiruzen. What about the clan leaders? Hiruzen cleared his throat. Most are willing to cooperate. Many of their people died in the explosion, so they have no choice but to rely on the village for protection. Without Konoha, their Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques would be stolen before they could regroup. He hesitated before adding, the only problem is the Uchiha. They're demanding revenge, and their young clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. All three men went still. The Mangekyo was a fearsome weapon, but perhaps more dangerous than its power was the arrogance it tended to foster in its wielder. That wouldn't be easy to deal with. We should move against them immediately, Danzo said without hesitation. Danzo, you ignorant fool. Hiruzen shot back. We need the Uchiha now more than ever. Without them, we'd be finished. Maybe at some point Hiruzen would have agreed, but not when the village lacks so much manpower. For once, Danzo had no rebuttal. Even he can acknowledge their worth right now. I agree with Hiruzen-sensei, they're essential, Jiraiya said, his tone final. Arrange a meeting. Make it clear that the other clans have already accepted my leadership and that we can't afford infighting. If that doesn't work. His gaze sharpened. Hiruzen-sensei, you'll spar their leader. The Uchiha at least respect strength. If they won't listen, we'll show them the Mangekyo is not invincible. Far from Konoha, in a mountain-ringed office deep within Iwagakure, a short man in his mid-30s sat behind a cluttered desk. His black eyes were sharp despite the lines of irritation etched into his face. His nose was very odd, it was large and red. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, was reading through reports on his desk. He had sent scouts to Konoha. A week ago, all communication with his spies in Konoha had gone silent. Then, Konoha's troops had withdrawn from the front, allowing Iwagakure forces to advance farther than ever before. At first, he'd suspected a trap, some kind of risky feint to lure them into overextension. But the days had passed without retaliation, and there had been no sign of an ambush. It's like they've just given up all of a sudden. Now, the latest report lay open before him, and even he had to pause to read it twice. Konoha, destroyed, he murmured, almost disbelieving the words. It was unthinkable. Konoha had been the great pillar of shinobi power since the end of the Warring States era. Even if they lost a battle, their strength and resources had always ensured recovery. For them to fall so suddenly. The cause was still unverified, but that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was the opportunity. He couldn't call himself the Tsuchikage if he didn't take advantage of it. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, calculating smile tugging at his lips. Call Kitsuchi here immediately, he ordered the ANBU waiting by the door. All across the other great villages, similar scenes were unfolding, meetings in shadowed rooms, strategies whispered over maps, hands moving small carved figurines across the great game board of the shinobi world. A storm was approaching Konoha. Chapter 29, Fuinjutsu. Inside her makeshift office in the shrine, Kushina sat hunched over a rough wooden desk, its surface scarred by years of neglect and weather. The shrine itself was old, its paint peeling, its stones cracked from age and storms, but Kushina had made it hers. Stacks of papers and scroll fragments lay scattered in messy piles, ink stains smudging her fingertips as she worked late into the night. The room smelled faintly of burning wax from the candles and the ink she had ground herself, the quiet punctuated only by the occasional rustle of parchment. Her crimson hair, loose around her shoulders, shimmered faintly in the dim light as she pored over symbols, diagrams, and dense theoretical passages. Each page demanded patience and concentration, yet the work gave her a quiet comfort. After all, this was her communion with the legacy of her clan. The notes she now studied were Onoka's inheritance, passed down from her late parents. They were modest compared to the towering archives Yuzushio once boasted, barely fragments of a much greater whole. And yet, even fragments of Uzumaki Fuinjutsu could rival the most prized techniques of other villages. That was the power of her people. Still, Kushina couldn't help but feel the gap in her own knowledge. This alone wouldn't be enough. All the notes she had carefully stored from Lady Mito had been left behind in Konoha, abandoned in her apartment the night she fled. By now, they were probably gone, if not by fire, then by the careful hands of the Hokage's operatives, who wouldn't have left a single scrap unexamined. A hollow ache filled her chest at the thought, though she buried it quickly under determination. She had neglected Fuinjutsu for too long. Years of training her raw power, her tailed beast form, her ninjutsu, and taijutsu had made her formidable. That was her main purpose, so that she could get out of Konoha and free her people as soon as possible. However, Fuinjutsu had always been the soul of her clan. And without mastery of it, she felt incomplete. Now that she's escaped the village and Madara is dealt with for now, she has a little more breathing room. She can devote this time to studying. The art of sealing wasn't just another tool for combat, it was an almost universal specialty. A discipline that could bind anything and contain anything. With imagination, it could do almost everything, create barriers, restrain bijou, seal gods, forge technology, and reshape entire battlefields. Where most shinobi saw limits, the Uzumaki saw possibilities. Not all beings in the shinobi world can die, but all of them can be sealed. And yet, mastery required painstaking labor. It demanded study, patience, and precision. A single mistake could render your work useless, or worse, cause backlash. No wonder there were so few true Fuinjutsu experts left in the world. Even with Uzumaki knowledge, the other villages struggled to use it. Kushina leaned back in her chair, eyes narrowing at the sprawl of notes. Her own skills were respectable. She could weave a few barrier techniques, seal or suppress chakra, even extracted from other shinobi. Useful, but not yet worthy of her name. Not yet worthy of an Uzumaki. She clenched her fist, striking the table lightly. No. This isn't enough, she whispered to herself, her voice low but firm. I'm not just any Uzumaki. I'm the next leader of my clan. Letting my skills stagnate would be shameful. Her lips curled into a determined grin. I'll become the best Fuinjutsu master in the world, Date Bane. The vow rang out into the empty shrine. For a moment, she almost imagined her parents, her clan, and even the ruins of Yuzushio echoing it back to her. But determination wasn't enough. She needed more than scraps and fragments. She needed the true inheritance of her people. The scrolls and secrets were scattered after her homeland's destruction. The villages hadn't united to destroy Yuzushio out of pure fear. They had been driven by greed. They wanted the Uzumaki secrets for themselves. And they had succeeded in their theft. Each great village had taken what they could from her people's home. Even Konoha, with its hypocrisy, had scavenged what it could. Her jaw tightened at the thought. She would reclaim it all. Every scroll, every seal, every piece of her clan's legacy. But that would come later. For now, she had to start small. And she knew exactly where. Later that night, Kushina sat alone in her room, legs crossed, hands resting on her knees. The room was still except for the faint crackle of the shrine's torches. Inside, in the familiar depths of the seal, Kurama's presence stirred. She reached out. You've been quiet lately. The fox appeared before her, still in his human form. Tall, broad-shouldered, with sharp red eyes that glowed like embers. He folded his arms, looking almost contemplative. I don't need to comment on every little decision you make, he rumbled. Kushina smirked. That's new. Usually, you can't resist telling me how reckless I am. Kurama gave a small grunt, but didn't deny it. His silence carried a weight that hadn't been there before. She studied him for a moment, her gaze softening. You've changed a little. Since our fight with Madara. He turned his head sharply toward her, his fox ears twitching like he'd been caught off guard. Don't read too much into it. I've just had time to think. Kushina tilted her head, her smile widening slightly. That's all. Just thinking. Kurama's eyes narrowed, though there was no malice in them. Don't push your luck, girl. But Kushina only chuckled, leaning back on her hands. Well, whatever it is. I don't mind it. For a moment, the seal space was quiet. And though Kurama's expression didn't shift, something softer flickered behind his eyes. The following morning, the shrine's inner chamber held the quiet presence of three figures. Kushina stood at the center, arms crossed, her tone brisk and unwavering. I'm leaving for a while, on a mission. Nagato and Anoka, sitting cross-legged across from her, exchanged looks. Anoka blinked first, surprise softening her expression. Already, she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Nagato remained silent, though his attention was fixed firmly on Kushina. He didn't speak yet, just waited for her to explain. Yes, Kushina said. This is the best time. She stepped forward, her crimson hair swaying behind her as she moved with restless energy. No one knows about us yet. But that won't last. Sooner or later, the villages will discover what we've built here. And when they do, they'll come for us. Only I can defend us from the Kage currently. That's why I need to move now, while I can still move freely. Nagato's brow furrowed slightly, but he nodded slowly. Where are you going? Kushina's gaze sharpened, and for a moment, the weight of her heritage seemed to press around her. To the land of whirlpools, she said. Most of Yuzushio was ransacked by the villages, but there's an important shrine there. I visited it as a child. It holds hidden Fuinjutsu knowledge and other Uzumaki artifacts. If I can recover those, it'll give me the foundation I need to grow stronger, and for the rebirth of our clan. Her fists tightened at her sides. After that, I'll start rescuing the surviving Uzumaki scattered in the hidden villages. Anoka frowned, stepping closer. Rescue them. All of them. Won't that be too many, too fast? I have to, Kushina replied firmly. If I do it one at a time, the villages will catch on. They'll scheme or set traps, maybe even hide a few away. I don't have the luxury of stealth, and I can't waste time. She continued, I'll make an example out of Kimogakure, so the other villages know not to mess with us. They'll hand over our family, or they'll face annihilation, date Bane. Nagato inclined his head slightly, his tone calm but earnest. Then what do you want us to do while you're gone? Stay here and prepare, Kushina answered without hesitation. This place will need to shelter the ones I bring back. You can use earth release to make temporary shelters until we build something permanent. The young redhead took a steadying breath, forcing her expression to soften as she looked at the two of them. That's all I ask. I'll handle the danger. You just keep this place standing. Anoka hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. She threw her arms around Kushina, holding her tightly. Stay safe out there, she whispered, her voice wavering slightly with worry. Kushina smirked, her confidence slipping easily back into place as she patted Anoka's back. Don't worry. It's the 5 Kage who should be scared, date Bane. Her words carried a fierce pride, but behind them, her heart thrummed with quiet determination. She would rebuild her clan no matter what. And nothing, not Madara, not Konoha, not the entire Shinobi world, would stop her. Chapter 30, The Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools was a small island off the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. It was still beautiful, even in ruin. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, a gleaming mirror of blues and silvers beneath the sun. Magnificent beaches framed the shoreline, and inland, lush forests sprawled with rivers cutting through them like veins. It was a land that seemed blessed by nature, a paradise where life thrived without effort. Even the ruined cities couldn't strip it of its beauty. Stone skeletons of once proud buildings jutted from the earth, half swallowed by greenery. The scars of fire, war, and collapse were everywhere, yet somehow, the Land of Whirlpools still breathed. Kushina's chest ached as she took it all in. This was her homeland. For a long time, this was the source of her hope and joy, but now it was reduced to rubble. It was a wound that had never healed, one that reopened the moment she set foot here again. She wanted to cry, to scream, to demand why the other villages would go this far. But she already knew the answer, and she'll do the same thing to them. At least, there was still hope for the Uzumaki themselves. It was never truly the land, Yuzushio she was attached to, the Uzumaki clan itself. At least there's still hope for that. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. The Uzumaki name will live again. I'll make sure of it. It had taken her only a couple of days to arrive. With her chakra control and monstrous reserves, sprinting across the ocean was almost routine. The salt wind stung her eyes, but her determination carried her forward. So, this is where you grew up. The voice came from beside her. Deep, smooth, carrying that mix of amusement and weight that always seemed to follow him. Kurama walked at her side in his human form. He could do this whenever he pleased, though it wasn't like being truly released from the seal, but rather a projection of consciousness and chakra. He had refrained previously because he didn't want to draw attention to their base. However, now it would only work in their favor if the other villages thought they were hidden in the ruins of Yuzushio. For my first 6 years, she answered quietly. Melancholy threaded her words. After that, I was moved to Konoha. Her sandals crunched over broken stone and shattered tiles as she stepped further inland. The path that had once led to her family's home was overgrown, weeds sprouting through cracked brick. Collapsed houses lay in heaps of scorched wood and faded paper walls, some reduced to nothing but skeletal frames. The air smelled faintly of salt and mildew. Kushina slowed her steps, letting her fingers trail across the side of a ruined wall. I remember running through here, barefoot, with the other children. We'd splash water from the canals at each other and race until our legs gave out. Mother would scold me for dirtying my clothes, but she'd be smiling anyway. Her voice trembled on the last word. Kurama didn't speak. His crimson eyes followed her carefully, and though he looked impassive, his silence was a kind of respect. They turned a corner and came to what must have once been a marketplace. Stalls sat broken and hollow, long abandoned. An old sign with the Uzumaki spiral still clung to its frame, faded but proud. Kushina stopped before it, staring with wide eyes. My uncle used to run a stall here. He'd make these rice cakes with honey. She gave a small laugh. They weren't very good, burnt on the bottom every time. But he always insisted I eat the biggest one. Her laughter faltered, thinning into silence. I heard that he died early on in the invasion. Her voice grew tighter with each word, low and edged with anger. Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, all of them. They didn't even hesitate. To them, we were just inconvenient. Too strong and dangerous, with techniques they coveted. Kurama stayed silent, watching her, his crimson eyes held a hint of approval. Kushina stepped away from the sign, her fists clenched. If this had been their villages, they'd call it tragedy. A world-shaking disaster. But because it was Yuzushio, it's just forgotten rubble. She let out a breath and shook her head. I hate them for it. Every single one of them. Kurama finally spoke, voice low and steady. Good. Hate keeps your fire burning. I'll make them know the same pain, date bane. She spoke with quiet resolve. She shook her head. Now wasn't the time for nostalgia or dawdling. The shrine we're looking for is in the mountains. She pointed to a forested peak in the distance. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to eep. Her words ended in a startled squeal as Kurama scooped her into a princess carry. Hey. What are you dash? Kurama grinned down at her, sharp and playful. We'll get there faster this way. Before she could wriggle free, he launched off the ground. The earth cracked beneath his feet, and the world blurred into streaks of green and blue. Wind tore past them, whipping Kushina's hair into a red banner behind her. Her stomach lurched, and her ears popped. The speed was monstrous. Put me down. Put me down, you stupid fox, she shrieked, clutching at his chest. Her screams vanished into the rushing wind. Kurama only laughed, the sound rumbling against her cheek. So this is what Nagato and the others felt. She thought, her face pale as the horizon whipped by. In no time, they landed before the shrine. Kurama had nearly unmatched strength and speed, even the third Reikage would fall short. That's just his raw physical ability as a tailed beast. He couldn't properly exercise his speed before, but now that all that power was condensed into a more agile form, it was immense. Kurama set her down gently, though she stumbled, dizziness spinning her vision. She swayed, then jabbed a finger at him. Never do that again. He chuckled, a low, amused rumble. Maybe if you stop being so slow. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Shut up. One day, I'll be faster than you. Then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine, Date Bane. He raised a brow, smirking. We'll see. Try not to trip over yourself first. The shrine loomed before them. Despite years of neglect, it stood firm, dark wood streaked with red paint and the Uzumaki spiral carved proudly above the entrance. Inside, the air was musty but still sacred. The main hall stretched wide, dust motes dancing in faint beams of sunlight. At its center, stairs led up to an altar. Kushina ran her fingers along the cabinets, searching. She had been told of this place as a child. Some secrets were only passed down to those with the strongest bloodline. That was part of the reason why she was chosen as the next Jinchūriki. Click. Aha. I found it, she exclaimed. The altar shifted with a groan, inverting to reveal a staircase leading downward. Both moved to enter, but as Kurama placed a foot on the steps, his advance stopped cold. An invisible force pressed against him, immovable. Kushina blinked. A barrier, it must block anyone without Uzumaki blood. TCH, typical of your clan. His tone was half annoyed, half admiring. Descending, she entered a chamber lit by faint glowing seals along the stone. Scrolls lined the shelves, chests sat sealed with waxed markings, and even weapons gleamed faintly in their racks. Her breath caught. Relief and pride swelled inside her chest. She had been sure that this place remained hidden and untouched, but seeing everything inside still took a weight off her shoulders. Without hesitation, she began sealing everything into her storage scrolls. Each inscription, each relic, each text of her clan's legacy now belonged to her. Above, Kurama leaned against the barrier, arms folded. "You look like a kid stuffing her cheeks with food." She shot him a look. "This is my inheritance. The core of the Uzumaki." For a moment, he said nothing. Then, softly, "Good. Take back what was stolen from you." Kushina blinked. He rarely spoke so earnestly. It almost startled her. But before she could comment, he moved on. The no-mask hall was next. Rows of eerie masks stared blankly from their pedestals. Hollow eyes. Twisted expressions. 27 in all, untouched by looters. The Shinigami masks. Kushina whispered. Kurama examined them with curiosity. "What's their purpose?" There was a jutsu dash. She hesitated, lowering her voice. "A forbidden one. It was said to summon the Shinigami itself. But I don't think it's been used in centuries." Kurama frowned. "Even I don't know of such a thing." Your clan truly dabbled in everything." She smirked faintly. "We were pretty amazing, weren't we?" "Annoying, more like," he mumbled, though without bite. They gathered the masks carefully, sealing them away with the rest. When they finally emerged, the sky had begun to darken. From the shrine's height, most of Yuzushio sprawled before them. Ruins scattered across the land. Kushina's chest tightened. Memories clawed at her, laughter of family, the warmth of festivals, the proud teachings of her elders. All of it was gone. But before despair could drown her, a weight settled gently on her back. Kurama's hand. Warm and solid. She glanced at him, startled. He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His expression was unreadable, but his touch lingered, grounding her. "You've changed," she whispered. He arched a brow. "What?" "Before, you never would have said those things. Or done this." She gestured faintly at his hand. "You've been different since Madara." He snorted, finally withdrawing his touch. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not sentimental. I just don't like seeing my Jinchūriki moping around like a lost child." Kushina smiled softly, seeing through the bluster. "If you say so." For once, he didn't argue further. They stood together in silence, watching the wind move through the ruins of a lost home. Chapter 31, Kimogakure. Within a sprawling, mountainous domain lay the Raikage Tower, an imposing structure carved into the rugged cliffs. Inside, the atmosphere was quiet, save for the sound of a brush scratching paper. The third Raikage, sat behind a desk stacked with scrolls and documents. His broad frame, wrapped in the flowing mantle of the Raikage, radiated restrained power even in stillness. Beside him stood his son, Amai, posture straight, eyes sharp, waiting silently as his father worked. Things had been good for Kimogakure lately. A surprising reversal of fortune, considering how grim things once looked. Losing their second Raikage during the final years of the First Great Ninja War, betrayed by fellow villagers, had struck the village like a thunderbolt. Their strength had faltered, their pride had been tested. The only small consolation was that Tobirama Senju of Konoha had died in the same battle, and the infamous Gold and Silver brothers had perished soon after. Even then, during the Second Great Ninja War, Kimogakure had been on the losing end. The dream of victory seemed to slip further away with each passing year. Their losses were piling up by the day, and they had to watch out for Iwagakure constantly. But fate had shifted. The sudden collapse of Konohagakure had upended the entire shinobi world. None had expected it, least of all I himself. Konoha had been the strongest hidden village, looming over everyone since its founding. For them to vanish in a single night was a miracle delivered to Kimogakure on a silver platter. Now, the future was brighter than it had ever been. Their shinobi ranks were swelling with new talent, the inheritance of lightning release chakra mode was stronger than ever, and they possessed something no other village could claim, a perfect Jinchūriki. Soon enough. I allowed himself the faintest smirk. With B and Amai, Kimogakure would forge its strength into an unbreakable weapon. No rival could stand against them. The downfall of Konoha was not only fortune, it was the greatest opportunity. With this new foundation, Kimo would rise. 2 perfect Jinchūriki, dozens of lightning-armored elites, and him, the third Raikage. Images played across Ice Mind unbidden. Himself and Amai standing above the shattered remnants of Iwa, Kiri, and Suna, their villages kneeling in submission. All would bow to the power of the unbreakable sword and shield. But that was the future. Today, he needed to lay the groundwork and foundation to solidify it. The scratching of the brush stopped when a knock rattled the door. Come in, I commanded. The door slid open, and an ANBU agent stepped through, dropping to one knee before the desk. Lord Rakage, an urgent report. Speak. The ANBU straightened. Our sensors have detected the Ninetales chakra in the vicinity of the land of whirlpools. Icebrush stilled. He slowly set it down, green eyes sharpening. Summon be here immediately. You're dismissed. Yes, Lord Rakage. The ANBU flickered away. Beside him, Amai frowned. Is this a problem, father? Not necessarily. I leaned back slightly, his arms folding across his chest. The land of whirlpools is not close, but neither is it distant. For now, it bears watching. If the Ninetales has moved, the balance of the world shifts again. Amai's expression hardened. Was it the Ninetales that destroyed Konoha? Their spies in Konoha had all perished in the cataclysm. The hidden leaf was a dead zone of information. The only confirmation had been the absence of the Ninetales Jinchūriki. It's possible, I admitted. To obliterate a village like that, one would need significant mastery of the beast, or a perfect Jinchūriki. Amai's eyes widened slightly. Perfect. Is that even possible without the island turtle? A pause filled the office. They both knew the truth, the Ninetales was unlike any of the others. It was the strongest, but they didn't know by how much. I finally spoke, his voice clipped. The girl should only be 14. Too young to wield such power. Too young to be a threat to us. The door opened again. This time, a boy of 9 bounced in, swaggering slightly as he entered. Yo, Lord Bro, what's the deal? Summoning me up, what's the real feel? B's grin was wide, his movements loose. Amai rolled his eyes faintly at his brother's strange behavior, but I ignored it. Ask Yuki about the Ninetales, I ordered. Roger that, no time to slack. Talkin' to the ox, I'll get info back. B's expression shifted, going blank for a few seconds as he communed with the 8 tails. When his eyes focused again, his face was unusually serious. He says the Ninetales is the king of beasts. A monster of monsters, his power won't cease. He could take all the others and smash M to dust. 1 against 8, he'd win, it's a trust. The third Rakage's brow furrowed deeply. That was not comforting. Ask if the Ninetales would ever cooperate with his host, I pressed. B's eyes glazed for another pause before snapping back. Ox says nah, it's not in his plan. That fox hates humans, won't work with no man. He'll never sink, he'll never bind. Hatred and malice fill in his mind. Both I and Amai exhaled, shoulders loosening slightly. That much, at least, was reassuring. A perfect Jinchūriki of the Ninetales would have been difficult to deal with. I started to speak again, but his words were cut short by a thunderous boom. The entire building quaked, scrolls tumbling from the desk. The walls shuddered, and in an instant, the Rakage Tower collapsed in a roar of stone and smoke. What the hell was that? B shouted. I didn't answer. After checking on Amai, his body blurred, vanishing in a flash of lightning as he bolted outside. Some time earlier, Kushina trudged through the rocky passes of the land of lightning, her hands tightening into fists as she eyed the endless mountains. Who even lives in a place like this, she muttered bitterly. Kurama padded along beside her, crimson eyes sweeping the barren slopes. His only response was a grunt, deep and rumbling. Their first target was chosen carefully. Out of all the villages left standing, Kumogakure boasted the most dangerous high-level fighters. Not just the third Rakage, but his son Amai, and the boy, B, already sinking with the 8 tails. If she struck them first, she would send a message the entire shinobi world couldn't ignore. The Uzumaki were not to be underestimated. As they crossed over another mountain, the village finally appeared in the distance. With Kurama out, they weren't likely to stay hidden for long, so they needed to progress the plan as fast as possible. As the village finally came into view beyond the last ridge, Kushina's breath tightened. With Kurama right next to her, there could be no subtlety or stealth. Kurama's form blurred into molten chakra, his presence wrapping around her in an instant. Cloaked in the raw fury of the Ninetales' original form, she towered above the peaks, radiating crimson light. However, this time, it's not her in control. Kurama opened his maw, a black sphere forming different from the typical tailed beast bomb. An outer shell of pure darkness, within which smaller spheres spun furiously like a miniature solar system. A technique Kurama had refined after observing the rays non, it was optimized for complete destruction. The bomb launched in a single breath. Kumogakure erupted. The detonation shattered cliffs, tore through the village's heart, and bloomed into a series of secondary explosions. 10 waves of devastation unfurled from the single attack, a chain of annihilation. In one strike, nearly the entire village lay in ruin. Not even the Jonin could escape. As the smoke cleared, Kurama's cloak thinned, giving way to Kushina herself, her body sprouting 8 roiling tails of chakra. The golden eyes of her tailed beast form blazed. The third Raikage appeared instantly, his eyes blazed with fury as he shot forward, lightning crackling across his skin. His voice roared over the wind, "You dare destroy my village, who are you?" Kushina didn't respond, her 8 tails lashed violently, crushing the rocky ground and scattering debris. She moved like a storm, her chakra immense, a living hurricane of red and gold. One shadow clone split off, darting to distract the Raikage while she circled, studying his movements. He struck first, a lightning-charged fist tearing toward her midsection. Kushina leapt, tail sweeping a ridge to smash him sideways. The force sent him skidding across shattered rock, even lightning couldn't anchor him against her might. She pressed forward, tail slashing, scythe gouging the stone beneath his feet. Each hit forced him to retreat, dodging, countering, his anger fueling his speed. The mountain trembled under the fury of their clash. Seeing an opening, Kushina swung her scythe, a silver flash ready to reap his life. The impact tore through the earth beneath him, lightning sparking and rock exploding. He barely escaped the brunt of the blow, rolling to absorb the edge of her power, but the strike sent him crashing through a stone wall. He recovered instantly, surging upward, fists glowing with electricity, every movement faster than the eye could follow. Kushina's main form ducked, one tail wrapping around a jagged boulder to swing herself sideways. Her clone leapt in tandem, striking at his flanks, forcing him to split his focus between multiple threats. The Raikage's lightning tore across the ground as he leapt into the air, fists connecting with stone to redirect momentum. Kushina's scythe sliced his shoulders and chest as she landed, tail smashing into his ribs. Each strike left him staggering, bruised, cut, and struggling to keep his footing against her overwhelming chakra and strength. For the final blow, she let out a roar, tails spinning in a deadly spiral. A red raisnon formed in her palm, filled with Kurama's malice, the clone providing a feint to divert his guard. She struck downward with both raisnon and tail in a single, devastating arc. The Raikage tried to block, but the sheer force shattered his defenses. Rocks exploded around him, lightning dissipating in the shockwave. He hit the ground hard, gasping, arms splayed, unable to rise. Kushina descended, her tails coiled around him. A crimson seal etched itself across his chest, the final mark of her clan's vengeance. The mountains fell silent, debris settling in the wake of her fury. Kushina stood tall, golden eyes blazing, 8 tails rippling in the wind. She looked down at the lifeless Raikage and whispered, steady and unyielding, "Let this be the first warning to anyone who underestimates the Uzumaki." Chapter 32, Demands. Kushina stood over the third Raikage's corpse, a vengeful gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. The battlefield was quiet, save for the faint crackling of fires and the distant sobs of survivors hidden in broken homes. The mighty body of the Raikage, once hailed as the strongest spear and shield of Akagakure, now lay shattered at her feet. His pride, his strength, and his legend, all of it bled into the dirt. Kushina's lips curled into the faintest smile. If even he, this so-called unbreakable warrior, had fallen before her, then the rest of this village had no hope. Her quiet moment of triumph was shattered by a scream. "I'll kill you." A young man's voice, raw with grief and fury, tore through the air. Kushina turned, her eyes narrowing. It was Amai, the third Raikage's son. His face was twisted with rage, his body trembling from the sight of his father's death. His chakra spiked with recklessness, not strategy. Understandable, she thought. His entire world had been crushed in a single night. Father, village, and legacy, all of it was burned away by her. Before he could rush her, one of her 9 blazing tails lashed out with brutal force. The impact cracked across his jaw, sending him tumbling into the ground. Dust and rubble lifted into the air as his body struck hard stone. Another tail slithered forward, curling around his throat like a serpent. She lifted him effortlessly, letting his feet dangle and claw at nothing. His eyes bulged, but he didn't scream. His hatred held his tongue. With calm precision, Kushina carved a seal onto his chest, her chakra flaring with sharp red light. The mark seared into his flesh, and he let out a hoarse groan. The lock would silence his chakra for days. Her cloak receded, and the crimson mask dissolved from her face, revealing her human form once more. Still, her eyes burned like embers as she leaned closer, letting him see her hatred unfiltered. "This is for Yuzushio." Her voice was low, heavy with venom. She twisted his head so that his gaze was forced toward the shattered skyline of his own village. The broken towers, the ash, and the corpses scattered among the rubble. "This is for all the members of my clan your village slaughtered." Amai's eyes filled with loathing, but he said nothing. His silence only sharpened the tension between them. "You will free every Uzumaki you've captured and return them to me. Immediately." She let Kurama's malice wash over him. It was suffocating, crushing, and unending. The weight of the 9 tails bore down on his spirit, forcing his pride to the ground. "If you don't, or if a single one of them is harmed in any way, I'll kill you, your brother, and the rest of this barbaric village, Date Bane." Her words cut deeper than her scythe ever could. Amai's lips trembled as he choked out, "Why yes." She let him fall from her grip, throwing him aside like refuse. He scrambled on the ground before forcing himself upright, clutching at his burning throat. For a moment, he considered defiance. He thought about using her clansmen as hostages, maybe even killing them outright, just to twist the knife in her heart. But the thought faded quickly. His father was dead. And with that, the mantle of rakeage fell to him. If it had been another time, perhaps there would be challenges to his succession, but in this chaos, with their strongest warrior gone, no one would dare oppose him. His people needed a leader, and his brother needed him. Petty vengeance could wait until later. He grit his teeth, his face dark, and turned away. Survival came first. He raced back through the ruined streets, the once proud towers of Kimogakure reduced to rubble. The Raikage tower had collapsed, smoke still rising from its shattered core. He found Dodai waiting there, the longtime advisor of his father. "My father's dead," Amai said, voice stripped of ceremony. Dodai froze. His face drained of color. What dash? Who could dash? Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, Amai spat the words like poison. "She's here for her people. We have no choice, we must free them immediately." Dodai's voice faltered. "Should we take any measures?" Amai's eyes narrowed. He remembered her gaze, the suffocating malice, and the red flames of chakra that had cowed even his father's presence. "Absolutely not. My life, B's life, and the entire village hang in the balance. We can't afford any reckless moves." Dodai swallowed hard, then nodded before flickering away in a body flicker. When he returned to Kushina, Amai found her standing like a queen amid ruins, Kurama's tails flickering faintly behind her. He forced himself to bow his head. Not in respect, but because it was the only way to survive. Hours passed. The fires dimmed, but the air still smelled of ash and death. Finally, Dodai reappeared, his face grave. Behind him walked a group of more than 24 Uzumaki, men and women, their clothes ragged, their eyes wide with confusion and fear. Their whispers filled the air, a mix of disbelief and hope. Kushina's chest tightened at the sight. Her people, her clan, are still alive. For the first time in years, something fragile stirred inside her. Sure, she had already rescued Nagato and Anoka, but those are only two people. But the joy was tempered by fury. Her clawed hand clenched. The third Raikage's death had been too merciful. His son and his village would suffer in his place. Her tailed beast cloak withdrew entirely now, leaving her standing tall in her red hair and battle-worn clothes. She stepped forward. "I am Kushina Uzumaki," she declared, her voice carrying across the square. "The new leader of the Uzumaki clan. You won't have to live in this vile village any longer." The captives blinked at her, stunned. Then their gazes turned to the Kimogakure shinobi standing nearby. No one moved, and no one defied her. Hope spread like fire through the group. They broke into tears, clutching one another, their sobs echoing against the broken stones. For the first time, they felt safe. Kushina let them have their moment before raising her voice again. "The Uzumaki will never suffer this fate again." She flared her chakra, and crimson light surged around her like a living inferno. The Nine-Tails' power roared, rattling the ruins. "With the strength of the Nine-Tails and the Uzumaki, no one can face us." Datebane. Her clansmen fell silent, staring at her in awe. Some trembled, and others smiled through their tears. All of them believed her. Then she turned, her expression hardening as her gaze fell on Amai, "Now I, the fourth Raikage. Now you know the same pain I felt when Yuzushio was destroyed." Her words were edged with restrained fury. "As long as you don't come after the Uzumaki, I won't destroy you." Her tone was smooth, almost calm, yet it was entirely false. If the chance ever came, she would burn this village to the ground again. Live with this pain for the rest of your miserable life. Ice head lowered, his fists clenched. Hatred radiated from him, but he dared not meet her eyes. Kushina exhaled slowly, forcing down her own rage. As much as she wanted to kill every last one of them, tie off the loose ends, she couldn't. Not yet. The other hidden villages still held her clansmen. If Kumo were obliterated, IWA might slaughter their prisoners out of spite. After all, if they're going to die anyway, they might as well inflict as much pain on her as possible. They had to believe they still had a chance of survival. "Prepare supplies for this group to travel immediately," she commanded. Ice jaw tightened. His eyes flicked toward the rubble, the broken homes, the starving survivors. Where, he thought bitterly, would he find supplies in this wasteland? But his pride was shackled. He couldn't deny her request. "Yes, Lady Kushina." Her smirk cut into him like a blade. She waved him off with a flick of her hand, as if dismissing a servant. Afterward, the Uzumaki gathered close, their eyes flickering between fear, relief, and disbelief. Kushina stepped toward them, and for a moment, the battlefield around her seemed to quiet. One of the older men, his hair streaked with gray, stepped forward first. His voice shook. You really are an Uzumaki. I thought our clan was gone forever. Kushina's expression softened, though the fury that still burned in her chest didn't fade. As long as I'm breathing, the Uzumaki will never die. And now that I've found you, we'll all be together again. A young girl clung to her mother's robes, peering up at Kushina with wide, tear-filled eyes. Kushina crouched down, brushing some ash from the girl's cheek with a gentleness that surprised even herself. You're safe now, Date Bane. No one will ever chain you again. A murmur went through the group. They were filled with relief and hope, something that had been missing for years. Some began to weep openly, others bowed their heads in silent gratitude. Where will we go? One of the younger men asked, his voice quiet. Kushina straightened, her crimson hair swaying as she glanced back at the burning ruins of Kimogakure. Home, she answered firmly. Maybe not the home we lost, but a new one. We'll rebuild Yuzushio spirit, even if the village itself is gone, the Uzumaki remain. We'll be strong again, stronger than before. Her words seemed to ignite something in them, a fragile flame of determination. They nodded, some whispering her name, others clutching at each other as if to anchor themselves in the moment. Kushina felt Kurama stir faintly inside her, his presence a silent rumble of approval. She let the corner of her mouth curl into a small smile. From now on, she declared, her voice carrying a weight, the Uzumaki will not be victims. We will be feared. We will be free. And anyone who dares try to take that from us. Her eyes flicked toward Ai, who stood grim and silent in the shadows. Will suffer the same fate as Kimogakure. The Uzumaki cheered, though their voices were shaky and their faces streaked with tears. But for the first time since their capture, they looked less like prisoners and more like people reclaiming their pride. Kushina's gaze softened as she looked over them all. Come on, she said, her tone gentler now. We've wasted enough time here. It's time we start walking toward our future. And as she turned, the surviving Uzumaki followed her, step by step, leaving the ashes of Kimogakure behind. Chapter 33, Caravan. In the boreal forests of the Land of Frost, Kushina and her clansmen moved steadily toward the rocky lands of Iwagakure. It was midsummer, yet here the air still had a sharp, lingering cold. The tall spruce and pine trees whispered as the northern wind cut through them, scattering needles like tiny blades. But Kushina and her clansmen hardly felt any of it. Even after years of imprisonment, the vitality of the Uzumaki bloodline ran strong. None of them complained or shivered. To see her clan walk without coats in a land that froze outsiders was a small reminder of what they once were. The caravan was slow but necessary. Most of Kimogakure lay in ruins behind them, shattered under her wrath, yet they had managed to scavenge a good supply of food, water, and serviceable transportation. Carriages, simple and sturdy, creaked along the dirt paths between the towering pines. Horse pulled their weight, their breath steaming in the chill. The shinobi among the Uzumaki could have moved faster on foot, but not everyone here was a warrior. Children, elders, and civilians needed the safety of numbers, and so they traveled together. Kushina rode at the center of the formation. Her senses stretched wide, brushing across the land like an invisible web. She felt the ebb and flow of malice in the air, her awareness sharpened by Kurama's power. There was northwest one close to them for miles. Still, her eyes moved constantly, the weight of command pressing at her shoulders. There were a handful of Jonin and Chunin among the people she rescued, and she trusted them. But that wasn't enough for her. The hidden villages weren't stupid enough to openly challenge her, but she knew better than to gamble with her clan's lives. The Kages might restrain themselves, but their subordinates. She could already imagine them, shinobi burning with hatred, gnashing their teeth in secret. Some would long for vengeance so much that death in pursuit of it would taste sweet. That unyielding hatred was the price of her actions, the cost of being a tyrant. She had crushed Kimogakure and scarred Konoha, there was no forgiveness waiting for her in the shadows. But there had been no other way. If she had simply killed the fourth Reiki's father, or a few leaders, Kimogakure would have fought until the last shinobi fell. They would have slit the throats of her clansmen out of spite, burned them alive, or hidden them so deeply they would never be found. They would have chosen pride over survival. No, I only submitted because she had threatened everything he loved in a single stroke. That was the truth of power, it bent the will of others not through words, but through terror. That was the cost of her clan's freedom. Lady Kushina, a voice called from her right. Kushina turned. A young man about 24 walked beside her, his gait steady despite the years of imprisonment he'd endured. His hair was bright red, long enough to fall into his eyes, which burned with the same crimson hue. This was Akinari Uzumaki, once a jonin of their clan. Yes, she answered. He hesitated, then asked, how many of our clansmen are still alive? The question struck hard, even after so much time. It makes sense that he would ask. He had been sealed away in the dark for years, unaware of how small their numbers had become. Kushina's face grew somber. Of all the Uzumaki who lived in Yuzushio, there are probably only 100 left, at most. The group she had just freed numbered around 30. Iwagakure and Kirigakure probably held similar numbers. There's one she knows of in Kusagakure, then, of course, Nagato, Onoka, and herself. That was all. A proud nation reduced to fragments, to less than the size of a single Konoha clan. Though she supposes it could be much worse. She forced herself to straighten. However, even if there were only 10 of us, we'd still rebuild, Date Bane. Her momentary sadness hardened into steel. Akinari smiled softly, the first glimmer of hope showing on his face. But then he faltered, eyes flickering. Is there anyone named Aina among the survivors you found? Her brows furrowed. Aina Uzumaki? I don't think so. He wilted slightly, the hope vanishing as quickly as it had come. Is she someone important to you? Kushina asked gently. Yes, his voice broke faintly. We were going to be married before the village was attacked. I held off the Kimogakure shinobi so she could escape. That's how they captured me. His fists clenched as if the memory physically hurt him. He had probably replayed that moment endlessly in his cell, wondering if she had made it out alive, wondering if his sacrifice had meant anything at all. Kushina hated it. She hated that her people carried scars like this. It only made her fury toward Kimo feel justified, even righteous. I'll look all over the world for her, Kushina said firmly. If she's out there, I'll find her, Date Bane. Akinari blinked, his throat tightening. Then he smiled again, but this time there was something steadier behind it. Thank you. With you as the clan leader, the Uzumaki will rise again. Kushina grinned, her pride flickering through. I'll make it happen. She turned then, her voice growing brisk. I'm going to rest in the carriage for a little while. Don't disturb me unless there's trouble. He bowed his head and fell back. Kushina climbed into the carriage. The moment the door shut behind her, a potent red chakra swelled, filling the space. It shimmered, condensed, and shaped itself into the tall form of a man. Now that they've made so many major moves, there was no need for him to stay cramped in the seal space all day. IWA probably already sent scouts to figure out the situation in Kumo, so there was no need to worry about stealth. Kurama. Her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she flung herself into his chest. He caught her, arms wrapping around her instinctively. The first time she had ever done this, he had been stiff and awkward, unaccustomed to the weight of human touch. But now his hands moved easily, one patting her back, the other steady against her shoulder. It was no longer foreign. You're getting soft, Kushina teased, her voice muffled against his chest. The old you would have growled if I tried this. Kurama huffed. Don't mistake tolerance for softness, girl. I still have my pride. Kushina just chucked lightly in response. For a long, quiet moment, they basked in each other's presence. At last, Kushina's voice broke the silence. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Her words trembled faintly. She was fierce, but not cruel by nature, and she had painted herself in blood these past years. Part of her still wondered if she had crossed a line she could never return from. Kurama looked at her, contemplative, then turned his gaze aside. Some people are born for greatness, Kushina. With power so vast, they can shift the course of nations by themselves. People like that don't need to weigh the feelings of their lessers. He leaned closer, his eyes glinting like burning coals. In this world, power is everything. A man doesn't ponder the morality of stepping on an ant, he simply does it. She flinched, gaze sliding away from the intensity of his words. You're right. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, he said firmly. Everyone learns this lesson eventually. Even you, she asked softly. Yes, his voice darkened. I used to believe in humanity, just like the Sage of Six Paths. But they showed their true colors. Again and again. Silence hung for a moment, heavy. Then Kurama shook his head. Enough of this. What are your plans for the other villages? I'll go to Iwagakure, then Kirigakure to retrieve the rest of my people, she replied. If they cooperate, I'll spare them, for now. After that, the Uzumaki will rebuild. Her lips curled into a bitter line. And once we settle down again, I'll destroy them all. Kurama smirked faintly, a predator's grin tugging at his mouth. But then Kushina leaned against his chest again, letting out a small sigh. You know, she mumbled, I'm starting to think you just enjoy watching me go full tyrant mode. Kurama's ears twitched in amusement. Maybe I do. You're at least more entertaining than staring at trees for centuries. She lifted her head to glare at him. So I'm just your personal drama show, huh? Kurama gave a low chuckle, deep and rumbling. Please. You're too troublesome for all the tantrums you throw. Her cheeks puffed, and she lightly smacked his chest. You're lucky I like you, stupid fox. And you're lucky I tolerate you, brat, he shot back, though his tail shifted, curling around her without thought. Kushina smiled despite herself, warmth breaking through the exhaustion in her chest. For a moment, the world outside faded away. There was only the carriage, the red glow of his chakra, and the quiet bond between a girl and a nine-tailed fox. For now, that was enough. Chapter 34, Fugaku Uchiha. Evening settled over the old Naka shrine of the Uchiha clan, casting long shadows from the towering black pillars. The shrine had survived the destruction of Konoha by distance, a solemn relic untouched while most of the village lay in ruin. Inside, the remaining Jonin and clan elders gathered, voices rising in heated argument. Konoha needs a strong Uchiha leader right now, shouted Akito Uchiha, a seasoned Jonin whose left eye bore a faint scar from fighting in the First Great Ninja War. We cannot let outsiders dictate our fate. Exactly, added Ayase Uchiha, his dark eyes burning with frustration. Jiraiya is far too frivolous, too playful to command respect. The village chose a fool over one of our own. It's an insult to every Uchiha who bled for Konoha. No. Listen to reason, countered Jinji Uchiha, young but perceptive, his tone measured. We are in no position to challenge him openly. The other clans are wary of us, and the third will never side with us. Acting rashly now would be disastrous for the whole village. So what? Mikio Uchiha slammed his fist against the wooden pillar. The clan leader has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only he has the vision, the power, and the experience to guide us. He alone can secure our future. Silence. Fugaku Uchiha's voice rang across the hall, slicing through the tension like a blade. In just his early 20s, he carried the weight of being the clan leader. He had inherited leadership young, a responsibility he didn't relish. I will not have you bickering like children. Focus your energy on survival, not petty disputes. You only hesitate because it wasn't your family that died. Akito spat, his voice trembling with rage. Fugaku inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. The Mangekyo's power flared slightly, and the room seemed to hold its breath. The red glow gleamed in the low light, its crimson iris carved with 3 sweeping black blades, each arc cradling a solitary black orb. It instilled dread in even the 3 Tomo Jonin who spoke up. My apologies, clan member. That was out of line, Akito said quickly, bowing his head. Fugaku straightened, eyes burning with quiet authority. I know many of you lost loved ones. But now is not the time for blind rage. We must think of the living, not only the dead. Survival requires control, not recklessness. Do you understand? They all nodded. We'll see what Lord Jiraiya and Lord Hiruzen have to say at the meeting. That's final. Not to mention, more Uchiha survived the explosions than any other clan. Thanks to the Sharingan's quick perception, many Chunin and even a few exceptional genin survived. This soured the other clans' feelings towards them. Yes, clan leader, they chorused, their voices unified but still trembling. Ayase's jaw tightened. It is difficult to calm grief with words, but we will follow you, Fugaku. If you say the clan must wait, then we will wait. But know that every Uchiha here aches for action. Fugaku nodded. Patience is itself a form of action. Let the village and the Hokage prove themselves first. The Uchiha must endure. An hour later, Fugaku arrived at the meeting place. The devastation across Konoha was still evident, little construction had been completed, and a large canvas tent served as the venue. Inside, Jiraiya lounged casually, while Hiruzen and Danzo stood with measured posture, papers and scrolls stacked neatly on the table before them. Fugaku frowned slightly at the appearance of Danzo. He didn't know too much about him, but he knew that Danzo wasn't a fan of the Uchiha. Fugaku inclined his head to Jiraiya, showing just enough deference without being too subservient. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes flicked over him, surprise passing over his features before softening. Welcome, Lord Fugaku. Seated opposite the 3, Fugaku let his gaze sweep over the table, noting Danzo's sharp eyes and the subtle tension in Hiruzen's posture. The arrangement felt like a chessboard, each gesture and glance a move in the ongoing game of power and survival. Jiraiya spoke first, voice steady and diplomatic. Fugaku, what is your stance regarding the Hokage position? As one of the founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha have the right to have their voice acknowledged in governance. Fugaku inclined his head. I think you would serve well, Lord Jiraiya. However, the Uchiha request a role in leadership at the very least, even if not the Hokage position itself. Hiruzen tilted his head, eyebrow raised. A leadership role. You have the police force. The police force and military oversight alone do not grant us influence over critical decisions, Fugaku frowned slightly and explained. We provide Konoha with security and strategic might. Such contributions must be recognized in policy and council. At minimum, the Uchiha require the position of Hokage advisor. Danzo's lips tightened, his fingers drumming the table. He opened his mouth to object, but Hiruzen's raised hand kept him silent. Fugaku's eyes flicked to Danzo, reading the subtle contempt there. We do not seek conflict with the Hokage. Our aim is protection, oversight, and survival. Nothing more. Jiraiya nodded. Agreed. The position is yours. I hope we can work together well in the future. Danzo finally spoke, voice clipped but careful. It is acceptable. His tone carried thinly veiled tension, a reminder that the Uchiha's power was still a thorn in his side. Jiraiya rose, extending a hand to Fugaku. Then it is settled. Together, we'll rebuild Konoha. Fugaku stood, grasping Jiraiya's hand firmly. Together. For the village and for the clan. As the meeting concluded, the air seemed slightly lighter. Even Danzo's shadow of disdain could not diminish the quiet satisfaction Fugaku felt. The Uchiha would survive this new era, not through rebellion or brash action, but through patience, wisdom, and the undeniable strength of their bloodline. Chapter 35, Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water was much like the land of fire, forests, valleys, and gentle rivers threading through the hills. But here, the earth itself seemed alive. Steam curled up from fissures in the ground, drifting across mountain paths until everything shimmered as though they were walking through a dream. The caravan slowed almost unconsciously, heads lifting, nostrils flaring at the mineral tang in the air. Is it always like this here? Whispered Keiho Uzumaki, a wiry girl who had grown up in captivity under Kimogakure, rather than under Yuzushio's sky. Aya Uzumaki laughed softly beside her. It's from the hot springs nearby. I could really use one right now. I'd like to see you in a hot spring, said Hatsuo Uzumaki, which got him a swift punch in the face from Aya. Kushina took it all in with a smile. It was nice to see some of the Uzumaki coming out of their depression a little. She walked at the front, red hair bright against the fog. She didn't let her stride falter, though inside she felt the same wonder as Keiho. She had never set foot in the land of hot water before. She'd never even seen a hot spring. But she held her head high. She couldn't look like some wide-eyed girl when her clan was watching. For days, the caravan of red-haired wanderers had pressed westward, their feet sore, their clothes ragged, and their spirits thin. Kushina had planned to drive them further still, to keep momentum until they crossed the land of stone's border. Yet as she glanced back at the weary figures trailing behind, the survivors of Yuzushio, her people, she saw more than fatigue. She saw children who hadn't known laughter in years, and women and men who still carried the dust of prison cells on their skin. These were all people who could use some joy and peace. So, as the clan leader, she would give it to them. By dusk, they reached a cluster of wooden inns built around steaming pools. Lanterns glowed warmly under the eaves, and attendants in yukata hurried out, bowing and calling welcomes. Their words faltered when they saw the sheer number of red-haired strangers, but Kushina stepped forward with confidence that brooked no argument. We'll need rooms, food, and the use of your baths, she said. The attendants stammered and hesitated, but under Kushina's gaze, they quickly relented. Inside, the Uzumaki scattered like leaves in the wind. Some collapsed gratefully onto tatami mats. Others, children especially, peeked out windows at the rising steam, giggling. Aya and Keiho, until Keiru, a scar-eyed elder, shut them up with a single sharp look. Kushina oversaw it all, giving orders, making sure food was prepared, and ensuring the men and women were separated properly. Her heart warmed at their excitement. For so long, survival had been all they knew. Tonight, at least, they could live peacefully. Kushina joined the women's side of the springs, stepping barefoot onto the wet stones as steam curled around her. The pool spread wide, its surface rippling with lantern light. Aya, a woman in her 20s, was already submerged to her shoulders, sighing loudly. This is heaven, Aya murmured, stretching her arms. I thought I'd forgotten what clean water felt like. Don't get too used to it, teased Keiho, a wiry girl barely older than Kushina. Tomorrow we'll probably be back in the mud. That's why you enjoy it while you can, said Keiru, an elder with a scar tracing one eye. Her voice was low but steady, carrying the tone of someone who had endured much worse. Kushina slipped into the water, biting back the sigh that threatened to escape her lips. She lowered herself with deliberate composure, careful to keep her shoulders straight. Though they were her family, she wouldn't let them see her vulnerable, especially not when their clan was in such a dire situation. This isn't just luck, she said firmly. It's what we deserve, all of us. So soak it in, and don't talk like it'll be stolen tomorrow. If anything tries, I'll make sure it doesn't. A murmur of agreement spread around the pool. Aya smiled faintly, dipping her face under the water before surfacing with wet strands clinging to her cheeks. Always so fierce, Lady Kushina. Even in a hot spring. Someone has to be, Kushina replied, her lips tugging into a small smile. The conversation turned lighter. Mainly reminiscing about Yuzushio, though carefully avoiding the sharp edges of loss. Aya recalled sneaking into orchards as a child. Keiho complained loudly about the food in prison camps compared to the meals she remembered back home. Even Kaoru, usually stone-faced, allowed herself a chuckle when another woman splashed her accidentally. Kushina laughed with them, added her own comments, but never fully let go. Her mask remained in place. She was their anchor, their leader. Weakness had no place here, at least not now. Much later, when the chatter grew louder and the air too thick, Kushina excused herself. She slipped on a robe and padded barefoot through winding, lantern-lit paths until she found the secluded spring tucked behind a wall of rock and bamboo. The steam there was thicker, almost silvery under the moonlight. And in its center lounged a figure no attendant could have explained away. Kurama. His large human frame sprawled across the water, 9 tails flicking idly. Steam clung to his skin and the fur of his ears. His eyes glowed faintly as they tracked her approach. "You're late," he rumbled. "I thought you drowned listening to their stories." Kushina laughed softly, the sound looser than anything she'd allowed in the other spring. "I had to keep up appearances. Can't exactly let them know I sneak off to bathe with a giant fox." "Umph. You make it sound indecent," he said, ears twitching. "It is," she teased, slipping into the water beside his forepaw. Heat enveloped her, sinking into her bones. She let herself finally sag against the stone edge, sighing openly this time. Kurama's ears twitched. His gaze sharpened. "Did you just moan?" Her cheeks went scarlet. I did not." "You did," he said, a grin curling his mouth. Loud enough the whole mountain probably heard. "Shut up." Kushina splashed water at his face, mortified. Her heart pounded. "You're imagining things." "Adorable," he chuckled, and she leaned back against the stone edge, relaxing with her eyes closed. Kushina's face only burned hotter. She turned away, muttering under her breath. Eventually, she relaxed again, leaning against the stone edge with her eyes closed. Kurama watched, silent. When she cracked one eye open, she caught him staring. "What?" she asked, a smile tugging her lips. He looked away quickly. "Nothing. Just. You shouldn't drop your guard. Not even here." Her gaze softened. "If I can't rest with you, then who else?" His ears flicked again, betraying him. "TCH. You shouldn't say things like that." Her laugh filled the steam. They talked long into the night. About the clan. About the journey ahead. About her doubts, her burdens. He listened, gruff but steady, his tails curling protectively around the edges of the pool. And when silence stretched between them, it was comfortable. Kushina rested quietly, leaning her arms on the rocks. In the rising steam, her mask melted away completely, if only for him. Later, the Uzumaki gathered for a meal in a wide hall, lanterns flickering above them. Plates of rice, vegetables, and fish filled the tables. Children laughed, women teased one another, and even the elders smiled faintly as they ate. At the head of the table sat Kushina, posture tall, smile calm. To them, she was untouchable, steady as ever. None could guess that only an hour earlier, she had slumped against stone, bearing her doubts to the only one who would ever hear them. She lifted her cup, raising it toward the room. "Eat well. Tomorrow, we'll march again, toward the rest of our clansmen. But tonight, remember what it means to live." Cheers rose, filling the hall with warmth. And in the quiet corner of her mind, where steam still clung and red-eyes still lingered, Kushina allowed herself a private smile. This was what every fight has been about. Chapter 36, Takigakure. On the path to the land of Earth, Kushina and her clansmen had to pass through the land surrounding Takigakure. It was a small country, nestled in thick forests, a place that seemed cut off from the greater currents of the world. In size, it resembled Kusagakure or Yugakure, though in reputation, it stood higher than either. Takigakure was a step above a normal small nation. Unlike Hoshigakure or the wandering mercenary shinobi of lesser villages, Taki produced skilled jonin, some of whom could rival those of the great hidden villages, if not in number, then at least in ability. But this wasn't what made Takigakure special. What truly elevated the village was its possession of a tailed beast, the 7 tails. Kurama's growling voice echoed in her mind when they first sensed it nearby. Komiai. That was the beast's name. Somehow, this tiny village had bound such a creature to a host, and for all this time, no other great power has taken it from them. How Takigakure had come into possession of a tailed beast remained a mystery, one Kushina had no patience to unravel. It was absurd, arrogant, even, that a small village, with no army and no power to control it properly, had kept such a treasure. To her, it spoke not of strength, but of negligence from the great nations. Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, and Suna had all overlooked this place. but if they didn't take advantage of the situation, then she would. Kushina needed all of the tailed beasts. It was the natural course of things now. If she intended to walk this path with Kurama, then each step forward meant another beast claimed, another piece of the whole gathered. The seven tails was practically being offered to her on a platter. She would take it. Standing before the waterfall that concealed Takigakure, Kushina amplified her voice with chakra until it rolled like thunder through the gorge. This is Kushina Uzumaki, the destroyer of Konoha and Kumo. The declaration cracked through the air, echoing against stone. She wanted them to hear, wanted the fear to settle in their hearts before the first blow was struck. By now, news of her had spread far and wide. She had not been subtle when she burned through Kumo. If you don't surrender the seven tails within 10 minutes, you will suffer the same fate. Her words dripped with a sharp edge. There was no offer of negotiation or a false promise of diplomacy. She had spent too long around Kurama, it seemed, demands now came easier to her than pleas. Why waste time when fear would serve better than words? Her clansmen stirred beside her. The Shinobi Uzumaki shifted, weapons ready, blood running hot with anticipation. They all felt the familiar rush of battle lust building. People forgot, sometimes, what it meant to be Uzumaki. They thought of them as kind, compassionate, and tightly bonded to family. That was true, but only half the truth. Underneath that warmth was a fire. Hot-tempered, relentless, and battle-hungry. War was in their blood, much like the Uchiha. Kushina turned to them with a smile that was more fong than warmth. Use this village to refine yourselves. They'll fall like wheat before the scythe, Date Bane. Normally, she wouldn't risk her family for something she can do herself, but they're not in any real danger. With her speed and reaction time, she can save them if needed. Yes, Lady Kushina, they answered in unison, voices sharp and eager. Minutes passed. The waterfall's roar filled the silence. Then 4 shinobi emerged from the mist. Their expressions were grim, their chakra flaring visibly in blue auras around their bodies. Kushina's eyes narrowed. Their power was unusual, but it wasn't anything in front of her. However, there was no trace of a tailed beast among them. TCH, she clicked her tongue. So this was Takigakure's answer. 4 shinobi, burning with borrowed strength. She wondered briefly what method they had used to force chakra to surge like that. Pills. Forbidden techniques. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Arrogant. Where do these small villages get the courage, she muttered. The ninja in front, probably the villager leader, raised a hand, and all 4 charged at once. Their speed surprised her, but it didn't impress her. Not when she had fought the third Reikage himself. Compared to him, this backwater village was nothing. She met the leader head-on. Her fist, sheathed in Kurama's crimson chakra, caved through his chest before he even realized what had happened. Bone and flesh shattered, the force tore him apart, but he stayed stuck on her arm. Even trash enhanced by borrowed power, she said coldly, is still just trash. She swung her arm, flinging his broken corpse aside like garbage, then pivoted. Her foot lashed upward into the second shinobi's head. Bone cracked with a wet snap, his head separated from his shoulders in a spray of blood. Her side swept next, crimson energy coating the blade as it cut cleanly through the third. His scream was brief, his body split in half before it hit the ground. 3 corpses in 3 strikes. Barely a few seconds had passed. The last one faltered. His feet tangled, panic flashing in his eyes as he stumbled back. Kushina's hand snapped forward, clamping his throat in an iron grip. Ninetail's chakra surged into him, burning through his system. He convulsed violently, screaming as his body rejected the raw, corrosive power. His shrieks cracked into broken pleas. Please. Please, kill me. Kushina tilted her head and retracted the chakra, though her grip tightened. Where's the 7 tails? He choked out directions, babbling, stammering, the words tumbling over each other in terror. When she had what she needed, she granted his wish, severing his head with one sharp twist. Invade, she commanded her clansmen, voice cold. The Uzumaki roared in answer, surging past her into the village. They were eager, rusty but deadly. The Uzumaki hadn't fought seriously for a while, merely handling a few low-level missing ninja on the journey, so they needed the action. Their chains flashed, their blades sang, and they blazed like fire through the streets of Takigakure. Kushina stayed close, her eyes everywhere, ready to intervene if her people faltered. But they never gave her a chance. Takigakure's jonin were skilled, yes, but skill could not stand against her bloodline. The Uzumaki carved through them. They reached the location the shinobi had described, a modest apartment tucked between narrow streets. It reminded Kushina of her place in Konoha. She paused at the threshold. Villagers still lingered in the streets nearby, terrified but unevacuated. There were no layers of protection and no guards in force. Just this quiet home. As though Takigakure believed its earlier defenders had been enough. Did those 4 ninja earlier seriously think they could face her? She initially thought they were just buying time or something. She pushed the thought aside and stepped inside. The room smelled faintly of herbs and dust. And there, huddled in the corner, was the Seven-Tails Jinchūriki. Her skin was warm-toned, her eyes a vivid orange, her hair an unusual shade of mossy green. She looked at Kushina and the bloody Uzumaki surrounding her with wide, terrified eyes. Kushina stepped forward slowly, kneeling to meet her gaze. She reached out and patted the girl's head gently. The little one stiffened, then blinked in surprise. Her eyes widened, as though she couldn't remember the last time someone had touched her kindly. Kushina supposes that all the hidden villages treat Jinchūriki this way. It's okay, she said, trying to soften her voice. The girl swallowed, her voice tiny. Who are you? We've come to save you, Kushina said. Confusion clouded her face. She didn't understand. So Kushina pressed on, her voice low and coaxing. You've seen how they look at you, haven't you? The villagers. The way they treat you. You know they don't see you as a person. Just a weapon. The girl's lips trembled. Slowly, she nodded. Tears welled in her orange eyes. Kushina brushed a strand of green hair from her face, thumb catching a tear. You don't owe this place anything. You were never meant to be their servant. Come with us, and we'll give you a better life. One where you belong, Date Bane. The girl sniffled. Okay. Her voice was tentative, like a question. But there was hope there, fragile but real. Kushina smiled. What's your name? Mine's Kushina Uzumaki. The girl hesitated, then whispered, Fu. Chapter 37, Inoki's Struggle. In the rocky plains of the land of Earth lies Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat quietly in his office, pondering. The hidden stone village had always struggled due to its location. The barren plains and jagged mountains were no friend to crops or flowing rivers. Every ear of corn, every drop of water wrestled from the land was a small miracle. And yet, despite this cruel geography, their population had always been one of the largest in the shinobi world. The price of survival was toil, and his people had grown into a nation of laborers as much as warriors. They endured because they had no other choice. Inoki, more than most, carried that endurance like a scar. Every decision he made as Tsuchikage had been about keeping his people alive under the weight of scarcity. But the more he thought back on history, the more bitter he became. Men like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, figures who seemed like myths more than mortals, had once stood astride the shinobi world. Beside them, Tobirama Senju with his cunning and the infamous Mito Uzumaki with her sealing might. Legends and titans far above even the 5 Kage. And Inoki, he had been a boy then, staring up at them as if staring up at mountains that touched the sky. He thought his village was destined always to be beneath such shadows. Then came the turn of fate. Within a single decade, those titans had died. All of them, gone. He remembered the wild hope he felt. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, though strong, was no Hashirama. The Sannin were prodigies, but they were still unmistakably human, not like the god of shinobi, or the devil of the shinobi world. The monstrous gap between Konoha and the rest of the world seemed, finally, to narrow. Inoki thought perhaps it was Stone's time to ascend, to seize the title of strongest hidden village. But once more, Iwa was left trailing behind. Konoha's new generation, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Tsukumo Hatake, had outshone Iwa's brightest. Once more, the land of fire blazed too brightly, and they were stuck in the shadows it projected. And then, Konoha was destroyed. Inoki had not celebrated, but hope had flared sharp and cruel in his chest. At last, the great shadow seemed to crumble. Most of Konoha's population was gone overnight, its forces crippled, its heart pierced. Surely, now, the world would breathe differently. Surely, now, the stone could step into the sun. He had thought that this had to be his chance. But no. The world had spat in his face once again. Another monster had been born from the ashes of the leaf. Kushina Uzumaki, red hair like spilled blood, eyes like fire, and a power that eclipsed the Kage. A child no longer, but a woman who carried the 9 tails in her belly as if it were a sword strapped to her hip. A young woman who destroyed villages with a flick of her hand, who bent the fate of nations around her. Inoki rubbed his lower back irritably at the thought, the familiar ache flaring as if to punctuate his misery. Konoha had given the world another nightmare. Maybe not yet on the level of Hashirama or Madara, but close, so close it made his bones ache just imagining it. It was as though the universe itself was laughing at him. Each time he dared to think the scales were even, that Iwa might step forward, fate would slap him back down. Yet he could not despair. He was Tsuchikage. If he gave up now, if he let his bitterness eat him alive, then all of the stone would follow him into ruin. His people had survived famine, war, and defeat. He could not allow himself to be the one who gave in. Perhaps Kushina would fall as her predecessors had. Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama, none had lived long. Power of that scale seemed to burn too brightly, too fast. Maybe she, too, would die young. The idea was pleasant, but for now, he had to focus on reality. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. "Come in," he commanded. An ANBU knelt before his desk, masked face tilted downward. "Lord Tsuchikage, I have an urgent report from Takigakure." Anoki arched a brow. Takigakure. That small village hardly ever crossed his mind. Well. Spit it out already. The agent bowed his head. According to our reports, Kushina Uzumaki raided the village and took their seven-tails Jinchūriki, a young girl named Fu. Anoki's breath caught, his heart sinking. Collecting Jinchūriki. That path led only to terror. He could part with Uzumaki prisoners if necessary, but tailed beasts were another matter entirely. What about Kumogakure's tailed beasts? His voice was sharp, urgent. She did not take them, Lord Tsuchikage. However, the two tails Jinchūriki perished in the explosion. It appears to have been an accident of fate. Anoki released a long, shaky breath. That, at least, was a small mercy. He could tolerate her acquiring the seven tails. For now. You are dismissed, he said. The ANBU flickered away. Anoki leaned back, even though he was only 42, his bones were already creaking. There was a reason none of the great villages had ever bothered to claim the seven tails before. Any attempt to seize it would invite retaliation. If Kumo tried, they, Suna, and Kiri would be forced to intervene, and vice versa. Balance through fear. The risk outweighed the gain. Konoha had always been the exception. They were strong enough to defy that logic. Not to mention, they were practically already facing everyone at once. And yet, even they had abstained. Why? That question gnawed at him for a while. He couldn't imagine a reason. But there was no sense dwelling on it. Konoha was a husk now, and his worries currently centered around Kushina Uzumaki. Fighting her outright was unthinkable. It would be a death sentence for IWA. But deception was equally dangerous. She had proven herself ruthless already, razing villages, slaughtering innocents without hesitation. If he crossed her, she would not simply impose light peace terms as Konoha once had. She would erase IWA from the map. Fighting her head-on was out of the question. A total death sentence for his beloved village. Yet subterfuge also carried many risks. Forget about living in Konoha's shadow, they wouldn't be living at all. Anoki's face hardened. That left one option. If his village could not defeat her, then perhaps the combined power of all 5 hidden villages might. It was a desperate thought, but desperation had always been the crucible of Shinobi. If he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Reikage, Takumi of the Sand, Kahaku Yuki of the Mist, all stood together, bolstered by the Kage-level Shinobi under their command, perhaps, just perhaps, they could crush her before her power fully matured. But the obstacles were many. The villages had never worked together without knives hidden in their sleeves. Trust was a foreign concept to Kage. Betrayal was tradition. Anoki himself was guilty of that countless times. And worse, any semblance of balance was fractured. Konoha and Kumo had both been gutted. Their homes were destroyed, and their future generations crippled. Meanwhile, IWA, Kiri, and Suna still stood untouched. Cooperation under those conditions would be like building a bridge on quicksand. He wondered, briefly, if that was her plan all along. To cripple 2 villages, force them into paranoia and desperation, while she gathered strength unopposed. If so, the girl's cunning was more terrifying than he thought. Anoki shook his head. No. He couldn't afford to attribute such foresight to her yet. He pulled parchment across his desk, his hand trembling slightly as he dipped the brush into ink. 4 messages, 4 pleas, and 4 warnings. By the time he stamped them with the mark of the Tsuchikage and sealed them with special Fuinjutsu, his face was stone. He signaled an ANBU agent again, who quickly flickered in. Deliver this message to each of the other Kages. Immediately. It will be done, Lord Tsuchikage. When the shinobi flickered away, Anoki exhaled slowly, staring at the parchment residue on his fingers. What he feared most was not simply Kushina's strength. It was the way she resembled Madara, unyielding, merciless, and utterly sure of herself. The world had survived one Madara by miracle. It would not survive another. The villages must stand together. Because if they failed, then there would be no place for the stone, or any other hidden village, in the future she carved. Chapter 38, Iwagakure. After a few weeks of traveling, Kushina and her caravan of Uzumaki finally reached the hidden stone village. They had moved through 7 different countries to get here, though 5 of them were little more than patches of territory compared to the sprawling land of lightning or the jagged land of earth. At the front gate, a full honor guard had been assembled. The Tsuchikage and his higher council waited to receive her. Anoki, small and wrinkled yet radiating presence, bowed slightly. Lady Kushina, welcome to our village. The act of deference pleased her more than she cared to admit. Almost nothing brought her more joy than watching these vile Kage, the same men who had conspired for the destruction of her homeland, forced to grit their teeth and grovel. She gave only a nod in response, lips curling into a smug smile. Take me to my clansmen. Immediately. She commanded imperiously. Of course, right away, Anoki replied, his tone even and courteous. On the surface, he was calm, dignified, even friendly, the image of a wise elder hosting an honored guest. But Kushina could taste the truth beneath. Rage simmered in his chest, his pride burning that a red-haired girl dared to command him as if he were a servant. She delighted in it. They walked together through the streets of Iwagakure. Children laughed as they played with hoops and sticks, and couples strolled past carrying baskets of food. Whether this parade of normalcy was meant to soften her, Kushina couldn't be sure, but it wouldn't matter. This village is ugly, she remarked, her tone as sharp as a thrown kunai. So bland and depressing, just like the rest of this land. Anoki felt a vein throb at his temple, but Kushina pressed on mercilessly. Konoha was much better. Green, full of life, that is, before I obliterated them. Her eyes met his, steady and unblinking. Take me to my clan. I don't need a tour of this drab graveyard you call a village. Cold sweat gathered on the Tsuchikage's brow. Without another word, he picked up his pace. The place where the Uzumaki were kept was no prison. It was a sprawling mansion, larger than most compounds in the village, its tiled roof shining under the sun. It was probably better than Anoki's own quarters. Kushina noted the subtle calculation in it, a gilded cage designed to soothe, distract, and buy time. Her clansmen stood in neat lines outside the building, anticipation plain on their faces. Red hair, vibrant even after years of captivity, blazed like fire in the light. Kushina's heart squeezed at the sight, though she kept her expression cool. They were dressed well, robes and tunics of far better make than what Kyumo had given its captives. Clearly, another ploy to appease her. Regardless, the Tsuchikage and the rest of this rotten village would get theirs eventually. Anoki offered her a scroll with both hands. This contains all the Fuinjutsu knowledge we obtained from Yuzushio Gakure. Kushina accepted it silently, fingers tightening. No doubt, the techniques had already been copied, preserved, and dissected by Iwa's shinobi. Still, she let it pass. For now. She stepped forward, shaping stone beneath her feet into a raised platform with some rudimentary earth release. Her chakra pulsed outward as she addressed them. I am Kushina Uzumaki, the new leader of our clan. A hush fell. Every eye fixed on her. For years, since the destruction of Yuzushio Gakure, our family has been scattered across the world. Some were forced into hiding, abandoning their heritage just to survive. Others were hunted, studied, and shackled like prized specimens by the 5 great ninja villages. She cast a hard glance at the Tsuchikage. Not even our so-called allies of Konoha came to our aid. They stood by during the invasion, and again as survivors struggled. They declared themselves righteous while abandoning us. The crowd stirred, anger bubbling in their throats. Faces twisted, grief mixing with hatred. Each one had a grudge against the hidden leaf. But no longer. Kushina's voice rose, strong and fierce. With my power, the Uzumaki will suffer no more. The hidden villages already whisper my name with fear. They bend and bow like beaten dogs. She gestured toward Anoki, who kept his face perfectly composed even as his inner emotions betrayed him. I, Kushina, Uzumaki, will gather every last one of you and tear down those who dared to break us apart. I swear it, Datebane. The air cracked with their cheers. It was raw, desperate, the joy of a people who had lived too long in darkness suddenly glimpsing the sun. Kushina stood tall, letting the sound wash over her. Inside, her heart filled with pride. She had been practicing her public speaking. Learning how to kindle their spirits is one of the most essential aspects of leadership. Come with me to join your brothers and sisters, she said at last, and the Uzumaki obeyed without hesitation. Later, after seeing them settled with the caravan, Kushina sat across from Anoki in a private chamber. Tea steamed between them. They still had things to discuss. So, Anoki began mildly, what are your plans for the future? Iwagakure is prepared to support you in any way you wish. They both knew it was a lie. They both knew the chasm between them was unbridgeable. Yet diplomacy demanded the farce. He hoped to delay any potential action she might take, even by a little bit. But, unlike him, Kushina didn't put on any airs. She spoke bluntly, we need contractors and building supplies. Enough to build a village. Anoki's brows twitched, but he nodded. That can be done. We'll need 5 billion ryo, she added, as if discussing the weather, and chakra metal weapons in large supply. The old man inhaled sharply through his nose. That was wealth enough to cripple their economy. Chakra metal was rarer still, a treasure hoarded for their own shinobi. Still, he nodded again, though his eyes narrowed. Kushina let a thin smile curve her lips. Kumogakure, who was far wealthier, had already paid dearly. Now Iwagakure bled as well. Her village, the Uzumaki's new home, would be built upon the coffers of her enemies. As long as you leave our clan untouched, I won't burn your village, she said lightly, letting a sliver of Kurama's malice seep into the room. Inoki's cup rattled as his hands shook. I wouldn't dream of it, he stuttered slightly. Kushina's gaze lingered. She didn't need Kurama's chakra to sense the truth. His fear was genuine, yes, but beneath it, coiled like a viper, was hatred, envy, and resentment. A festering intent to harm. She's certain he's planning something. Her jaw tightened. A single flick of her wrist, and she could silence him forever. Yet she held back and refrained from taking immediate action. Kirigakure still held her kin. To slaughter every village that wronged her now would only put their lives in jeopardy. A cornered animal lashes out, and if Kiri believed they would be destroyed regardless, they might kill her clansmen out of spite. She swallowed the fire in her chest and rose. This meeting is over. That night, away from the eyes of IWA, Kushina retreated into the quiet of the seal. Kurama loomed over her, 9 tails coiling lazily, eyes glowing like embers. You let that old fossil live, he said, voice rumbling with disapproval. Kushina crossed her arms, scowling. I had to. Kiri still has some of ours. If I crushed him now, they might. She trailed off, lips pressing thin. Kurama huffed, turning his head away, though his tail swished closer. TCH. You always find an excuse. Weak-hearted woman. Kushina smiled faintly. Says the fox who gets sulky when I ignore him. His ears flicked, eyes narrowing. Don't get ahead of yourself. I don't care what you do so long as you stick to our plan. Liar, she teased softly, stepping close enough to press her palm against the thick fur of his chest. His heartbeat reverberated beneath. You care, date Bane. Kurama growled, but he didn't move away. For the first time that day, Kushina allowed herself to breathe, no mask, speeches, or posturing. Only this fragile sliver of warmth she clung to in the shadows of her vengeance. Tomorrow, she would burn the world if she had to. But tonight, she leaned into Kurama's fur, and let herself rest. Chapter 39, Aina. Before Kushina could return to Nagi Island, there was one more Uzumaki she knew of on the mainland. In the village hidden in the grass. The land of Kusagakure stretched before her in muted greens and earthen browns. Dense forests wove together like a living wall, their trunks stretching skyward before giving way to groves of bamboo that swayed and creaked like restless sentries. Here and there, massive mushrooms as tall as trees, with caps so broad they looked like umbrellas for giants, rose out of the undergrowth, giving the land an oddly dreamlike quality. To Kushina, it all seemed too quiet. Kusa was another minor country, tucked between the giants. Its people had never known true sovereignty. Their land was rich and fertile, yes, but that only made it a battlefield when larger nations clashed. Konoha, Iwa, Kumo, one or another always trampled through, leaving the grass shinobi to pick up the pieces. The small countries always suffered the most. That was simply the plight of the weak. How an Uzumaki managed to survive here for so long was a mystery to Kushina. But ultimately, the reason didn't matter. What mattered was that she was here, and Kushina intended to bring her back into the fold. When they reached the outskirts of the village, Kushina closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. The air smelled damp, carrying the faint tang of moss and mushrooms. But what she sought lay beyond scents and sounds. In her mind, the village unfolded like a map. A net of chakra signatures glowed against the darkness behind her eyelids. Flickers of energy pulsed like candle flames, some weak and thin, others brighter and more disciplined. The shinobi of Kusagakure. She could see them all. This was the mind's eye of Kaguya. Since leaving Nagi and Uza, she had not allowed herself a moment of idleness. Training consumed her, especially training in Fuinjutsu. Every scrap of knowledge she'd torn from Yuzushio's ruins, every scroll retrieved from Kumo and Iwa, and all the knowledge of the Uzumaki survivors, she devoured. Seals of all kinds, storage arrays, chakra sealers, imprisonments, barriers, and even techniques designed to bind tailed beasts. She'd even stumbled on half-finished, experimental work, dangerous things most shinobi wouldn't dare touch. But of all her inheritance, the most precious were the secret techniques of the Uzumaki themselves, the mind's eye of Kaguya, and the adamant sealing chains. They were useless to Iwa or Kumo, bound as they were by bloodline, but for Kushina, they were a boon. So far, the mind's eye had answered her best. Not only could she sense chakra from extraordinary distances, she could read its quality, its very nature. Combined with her ability to sense malice, Kushina now understood people in a way that terrified her. Lies, hesitation, fear, nothing could hide from her. In many ways, she could read people better than they could read themselves. No one would ever deceive her again. Her focus shifted. There, bright and unmistakable. Uzumaki chakra did not blend in. Their vitality burned too strongly, their reserves far too deep. An inferno among embers, especially here in Kusagakure. Kushina opened her eyes, a sharp smile tugging at her lips. Found you. This time, she would not announce herself, as she had so brazenly in Takigakure. She had learned her lesson. These small villages were arrogant, proud of their fragile independence. If challenged, they would fight even when hopeless. She had no desire for pointless slaughter. It was simpler to enter quietly, retrieve her clanswoman, and leave. Whether Kusagakure realized what had been taken hardly mattered to her. As she drew closer to the chakra signature, a faint sound brushed against her ears, muffled sobbing. Kushina slowed, frowning. She crept to a narrow window of a cramped apartment and peeked inside. A girl a few years older than her sat curled on her bed, shoulders trembling as she wept. Kushina hesitated a moment, then knocked firmly on the door. There didn't seem to be any Kusa ninja after her, so she could take her time. The sobbing stopped. Footsteps shuffled hesitantly across the floor. The door opened a crack, and the girl peered out. She had short crimson hair, not unlike Kushina's, though duller, and eyes of soft violet that widened in surprise at the sight of Kushina's own fiery locks. Yes, she asked. Kushina stared, as blunt as ever. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. She was never one to beat around the bush. The girl blinked, stunned into silence. Uzumaki. Of course, she recognized it at a glance, but hearing it declared so boldly startled her. I'm Aina, she said finally. Kushina allowed herself a small, warm smile. I'm here to save you. I'm rebuilding the Uzumaki clan. I've already gathered dozens of our people. Aina's eyes went wide, disbelief written plain across her face. The words struck her like lightning, but still, hesitation lingered. I don't know. Kushina tilted her head, unimpressed. Isn't coming with me better than rotting away in this tiny village? It must be miserable here. Aina lowered her gaze. It was. Recently, she'd been ordered to marry one of the village's higher-ups. A union she neither wanted nor could refuse. Compared to that cage, the open road seemed almost merciful. But Aina had never been strong-willed. The thought of stepping into the unknown terrified her as much as staying did. Kushina clicked her tongue in irritation. She could read her at a glance. Always one to hesitate, always doubting. She seized Aina's wrist, ready to drag her if she must. If Aina couldn't make a decision now, then she would make it for her. Simple. But Aina gasped sharply in pain. Kushina froze, shocked. She hadn't gripped that hard. Her eyes darted to the girl's arm just as Aina rolled up her sleeve, almost reflexively. Dozens of bite marks marred her pale skin. Some faded with age, others were still raw and red. Kushina's stomach twisted. She knew exactly what it was. The vitality of the Uzumaki was legendary. Even their blood carried healing properties. Some had clearly been exploiting Aina for that, using her body as a crude, living medicine. Did the village do this to you? Kushina asked, voice low. Aina averted her eyes, lips trembling. She didn't answer. She didn't have to. Kushina could feel the truth radiating off her. Inside, she was fuming. Her nails dug into her palms, but outwardly her face remained calm. It's all right, she said softly, forcing warmth into her tone. I've taken clansmen from Iwa and Kimo already. You don't need to live like this anymore. You don't need protection from weaklings like these. She extended her hand again. For a long, fragile moment, Aina's violet eyes wavered. But when they met Kushina's fiery gaze, a flicker of hope appeared. Tentative and fragile, but real. Aina placed her hand in Kushina's. Kushina smiled faintly. Relief mixed with pride, and perhaps just a little embarrassment. She'd nearly dragged the girl out by force like some stubborn child. Not exactly dignified for a clan head. She pushed the thought aside. What mattered was that she had chosen. Kushina did not raise Kusagakure to the ground, though every fiber of her being screamed for vengeance. Instead, she led Aina back to the caravan. The Uzumaki perked up as soon as they saw the two approach. Dozens of pairs of eyes searched Aina's face desperately. Every one of them had lost family. Every one of them still clung to the impossible hope that someone had survived elsewhere. Most saw disappointment. But one did not. Akinari Uzumaki, a younger man Kushina had spoken with before, suddenly broke into a sprint. His face lit with joy, tears already brimming in his eyes. Aina, he cried, sweeping her into his arms. Her own eyes widened, then overflowed. Why, you're alive. I thought you. I'm so glad I found you. I had been hoping for years, and now you're here. I finally found you. He stumbled over his words a bit, he was so happy. Words failed them both. They clung to each other like children, sobbing openly, their reunion a wound and a healing all at once. Kushina stood a few steps away, her expression complicated. Joy for their reunion, but bitterness too. They should have never been separated in the first place. When at last the two pulled apart, Kushina raised her voice. Everyone. Gather. The Uzumaki formed rose before her, silent and expectant. She turned her gaze to Aina. Show them, Kushina commanded. Aina hesitated, shame burning in her cheeks. She hated exposing herself like this. But Kushina's tone left no room for refusal. Slowly, she rolled up her sleeves. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The bite marks told a story uglier than words. Rage flared in every chest, a collective fury. Especially for Akinari. This, Kushina said, voice like iron, is how Kusagakure treated our family. The crowd growled in anger, eyes burning. We cannot allow this insult. If we let them abuse us and say nothing, we are not Uzumaki, we are cowards. Her arm swung toward the village gates. She uttered only one word. Attack. Chapter 40, Tsukumo Hataki. It had been weeks since Kushina's attack on Konoha. Since then, the village had made an impressive recovery, at least on the surface. Much of their power was still lost, over 75% of their genin, half of their chunin, and nearly a fifth of their jonin. The only reason so many jonin and chunin survived at all was by chance, they had been out of the village on missions when the disaster struck. The Second Ninja War was still raging at the time, and every nation needed all hands on deck. So it was mostly the inexperienced genin who were left behind, assigned to low-level duties inside the village. Figures like the third Hokage, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Jiraiya were still alive, but even they were not enough to fill the void. Tsunade's paralyzing fear of blood weakened her combat presence, and Tsukumo lay broken in a coma. Even legends could not defend a crippled village alone. Each of them could take on a jonin after a jonin without breaking a sweat, but the difference in sheer numbers was too vast. Without lower-level troops to support them, even the strongest pillars would eventually collapse. But everything changed when Kumo was hit as well. Not only had Kumo been pressing Konoha the hardest, but Kushina's assault on them sent a message to every hidden village. What was the point in fighting each other when a single girl was running rampant, destroying everything in her path? It was madness to squabble over borders when there was something far worse looming above them all. Thus, a temporary truce was called. For the first time in years, blades were lowered. And with it came the official end of the Second Great Ninja War. This sudden reprieve took immense pressure off Konoha, allowing the battered village to finally turn inward and begin reconstruction. Funds from the fire daimyo arrived by the chestful, along with caravans of builders and craftsmen. They tore down the flimsy earth release huts and makeshift tents that survivors had been crammed into and began erecting proper infrastructure again. The clang of hammers and saws echoed day and night, almost drowning out the silence left by the dead. Despite all of this, the situation remained dire. Many of the surviving jonin and chunin wandered listlessly through the streets, their eyes hollow. They went through each day like broken dolls, their movements mechanical, their gazes empty. Yes, they had been lucky enough to survive, but most had left behind families buried in the rubble. Cousins, parents, siblings, children, gone in a single night. Entire bloodlines snuffed out. Others were consumed by rage instead, throwing themselves into relentless training, driving their bodies past breaking point for the faintest chance at revenge. This was not anger that would fade in a year, or even a decade. It was hatred carved deep into their bones. But regardless of whether they were hollow or burning, everyone still moved forward. Even if they lost everything else, they still clung to the will of fire. This described Tsukumo Hataki perfectly. Of all the shinobi in Konoha, few believed in the will of fire more deeply than the White Fang. After his battle against Kushina, he fell into a coma with injuries that should have killed him 10 times over. Tsunade, despite her paralyzing fear of blood, had forced herself to operate anyway. She worked tirelessly day after day to keep him tethered to life for the sake of her comrade, and for the sake of little Kakashi. The damage was brutal. Internal organs battered, bones shattered, and muscles torn. Even for the greatest medical kunoichi in history, it had been a nightmare, especially with only a bare-bones hospital tent and dwindling supplies. More than once, she had nearly lost him. More than once, she had to steady her own shaking hands and remind herself who lay before her. But Tsunade endured. And now, weeks later, her persistence was finally rewarded. She sat by his bedside, checking his vitals with practiced precision, when she noticed his eyelids twitch. At first she thought it was her imagination, but then his fingers stirred against the sheets. His breath hitched. Then his eyes snapped open, and his body jolted upright. Where am I? His voice cracked from disuse, raw with panic. Tsunade let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Relief surged through her chest, but she buried it quickly and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Calm down. Tsukumo stilled, then sucked in deep breaths until his frantic heartbeat steadied. He was a warrior, it didn't take long for discipline to reassert itself. Tsunade gave a small nod, satisfied. A few weeks ago, you fought Kushina. You, the Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. She struck you so hard that it left you in critical condition. You've been in a coma ever since. The memory returned to him in fragments, blinding crimson tails, the roar of the nine tails, his sword failing against impossible force. His chest tightened. He had underestimated her, all of them had. Then he looked around the tent, taking in the crude cots, the medicinal herbs piled in bowls, the flimsy canvas walls. An unsettling chill rooted itself in his gut. What happened after? Tsunade hesitated, her expression darkening. It's better if I show you. She helped him stand. His body screamed in protest, but he was Tsukumo Hatake, he refused to linger like an invalid. Slowly, stiffly, he followed her outside. The flap opened. And his breath froze. Beyond the encampment lay ruins stretching to the horizon. Homes reduced to rubble. Roads torn into jagged trenches. Whole districts erased from the map. Even the landscape itself bore scars, trees snapped like twigs, hills flattened, earth gouged by monstrous force. Kushina did this. His voice was barely a whisper. Tsunade nodded solemnly. A horrible thought struck him, and he turned on her urgently. What about Hana? Kakashi. Kakashi survived. Tsunade's eyes softened. But Hana died protecting him. The words hit harder than Kushina. His knees nearly buckled. He turned away, walking back into the tent in silence. When Tsunade followed, she found him clutching the short sword left by his bedside, pressing the edge to his chest. What are you doing? She shouted, rushing forward to seize it. Tears streamed down his face, hot and unrelenting. I failed Konoha. I failed Hana. Her hand cracked across his cheek before she even thought about it. What about Kakashi? She roared. Do you want him to grow up with no parents at all? Do you want him to walk this world alone? Tsukumo flinched, stunned into stillness. Tsunade's chest heaved with fury. And don't you dare forget the village. Konoha needs you more than ever. Use your damn head. For a long moment, silence hung between them, broken only by his ragged breathing. Then, slowly, Tsukumo lowered the blade. His shoulders sagged, his voice hoarse. You're right. I'm sorry. Her anger faded, replaced by weary understanding. I know the feeling. I've been there too. But you still have people who need you. Don't throw that away. With that, she left him alone. Tsukumo sat motionless, staring at the canvas wall. His thoughts churned. Why had Kushina done this? The answer was simple: revenge. Yuzushio had been betrayed, and she was repaying betrayal in kind. And yet, the simplicity of that answer gnawed at him. Why target civilians? Why slaughter genin and academy students who had no hand in Yuzushio's downfall? Why leave Danzo and Hiruzen breathing while children's corpses lined the streets? If she had gone after only the ones responsible, like Danzo, Hiruzen, and the elders of the other villages, he might have understood. He might even have supported her in some way. But this wasn't justice to him. His heart ached. Once, he had thought of Kushina almost like a daughter. During the long months Hana cared for her, the girl had practically been family. She laughed at their table, sparred in his yard, and played with Kakashi. There had been warmth in her, fire tempered by compassion. But that warmth had burned away, leaving only hatred. Now Hana was dead, Kakashi motherless, and his beloved village in ruins. And it was by Kushina's hand. It was unforgivable. He clenched his fists. Whatever grief weighed on him, he could not afford to drown in it. The White Fang had one duty left, to sharpen his blade and give what remained of his strength to the village. That was his role now. Chapter 41, Loyalty. The road stretched long and dusty beneath the caravan wheels, the steady rhythm of hooves clattering against stone. After Kushina took Aina from Kusagakure, they once again set themselves on the path, but this time, their destination was the land of fire. Kushina's scarlet hair shimmered in the sunlight as she sat cross-legged inside one of the carriages, hands folded in her lap. She leaned against the wooden wall, her gaze fixed on the horizon, though her mind was elsewhere. She might have stitched together a flimsy non-aggression pact with both Kumo and Iwa, but Konoha was different. There had been no negotiations or agreements, just a silent, mutual recognition that they still breathed the same air. Not that she planned to do anything major, at least, not right now. She wasn't naive enough to believe things would remain calm for long, but her goals weren't to torch the hidden leaf, not today. There was something there she wanted, something worth facing down her disgust at the very thought of setting foot within its walls. They thought Yuzushio and Uzumaki techniques were something they could take, once upon a time, she thought bitterly. Why shouldn't I think the same of them? Her mouth tightened at the memory. She'd have preferred not to return without razing that village to ashes, but that didn't matter right now. She had made a promise to Nagato, and if nothing else, Kushina Uzumaki was a woman of her word. But that was for later. For now, they still had the road to cross. Inside the carriage, the air was warmer, quieter. A child sat with her, swinging her legs against the wooden bench. She was small, with a complexion slightly darker than Kushina's, hair the shade of fresh spring leaves, and orange eyes that gleamed like twin lanterns. This was Fu, the Seven-Tails Jinchūriki. Ever since Kushina had pulled her from Takigakure, she had stayed close, almost clinging. For a week, she had been quiet, her lips pressed together, her eyes haunted. Kushina could still picture the girl's first night among them, sitting stiffly while the memory of blood still painted her expression. She had looked at Kushina then not just with fear, but awe. As if Kushina were both monster and savior. But time changed things. The warmth of the Uzumaki clan had chipped away at the shell. Slowly, day by day, Fu was opening up. And now. Now, Kushina, Fu piped up suddenly, tugging lightly on the sleeve of her cloak. Do you think the land of fire is pretty? Kushina blinked, caught off guard by the casual question. Pretty? Huh. She tilted her head, considering. It's green. Lots of trees and rivers. Better than staring at rocks all day, at least. Fu giggled, covering her mouth. That sounds nice. Takigakure had waterfalls, but I didn't get to see much of them. Her eyes softened with longing. Do you think we'll be able to see a waterfall together? Kushina's lips curved into a faint smile. Maybe. Depends if one's nearby. Why? You planning to jump off it and test your wings? Fu puffed her cheeks, indignant. I don't have wings. You got a bug sealed in you, don't you? Kushina teased, flicking her on the forehead. Bet you sprout someday. When you do, make sure you don't go crashing into the dirt, all right? I don't want to have to peel you off the ground. Fu laughed again, the sound freer this time. If I do, you'll save me, right? Kushina looked at her for a long moment. The child's expression was earnest, hopeful in a way that struck her chest. She ruffled Fu's green hair. Course I will, date Bane. The girl beamed, before hopping down from the bench. Okay. I'm gonna go play with the others before we get there. She darted off toward the sound of children's voices, leaving Kushina alone in the carriage once again. The Uzumaki caravan was more than just wandering clansmen. Among them traveled contractors, artisans, and builders, the foundation of the new village Kushina envisioned. For all the Uzumaki's strength, they lacked the numbers and knowledge to construct a settlement on their own. These workers, some gathered by IWA and others paid for by Rio, were necessary. Naturally, Kushina had already picked out a dozen spies scattered among them. To her, their malice was as visible as torchlight in the dark. She had rooted them out one by one, disposing of them without a second thought. She'd considered turning them to her own use, feeding them misinformation, but she wasn't a strategist. Better to cut weeds before they spread. The ordinary workers, those who thought themselves subtle as they gathered scraps of information, she let be. She had her own ways of making sure none of them carried anything out when their work was done. Her lips twisted into a faint smirk. From the ashes of her enemies, the Uzumaki would rise again. She was using their workers and their money to build her village. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar pulse of chakra. A shimmer of crimson light swirled beside her, and Kurama materialized, tall and broad-shouldered, tails fanning lazily behind him. Kushina arched a brow. And what's got you crawling out of the seal today? Kurama folded his arms, his red eyes narrowing. Your mind's been too loud. Brooding about that rotten village of yours again. She scoffed, crossing her arms to mirror him. And since when do you care? He tilted his head, a sharp grin tugging at his lips. Since it keeps me from napping. Kushina rolled her eyes, though the faint heat on her cheeks betrayed her. Well, excuse me for thinking too hard. His tails flicked behind him, brushing against the wooden wall like restless flames. You humans never change. Always tangled up in promises and sentiment. Waste of time. Funny, she shot back, smirking, for a waste of time, you sure spend a lot of it with me. For once, Kurama faltered. His ears twitched, eyes narrowing as if to mask the faintest slip. HN. Kushina grinned, satisfied. You love it. A heavy silence followed, warm rather than awkward. For a while, the only sound was the creak of the carriage wheels against the dirt road. Finally, Kushina broke it with a soft murmur. You should introduce yourself to my clan. Kurama's ear flicked. HN. Why should I waste time on those petty humans? You spend time with me. His gaze flicked to her. You're not them. They aren't you. Kushina's heart gave a little squeeze. She hid it with a smirk, though her face betrayed a faint blush. Still. They need to see you. How else are you gonna rule alongside me, huh? He snorted, exasperated. Rule. As if I care about Dash. She leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Come on. Please. Kurama grumbled as though the word itself was a jutsu designed to defeat him. Fine. Her face lit up, excitement bursting through her composure. She hopped to her feet. All right. Come on then, Date Bane. A few minutes later, the Uzumaki were lined up before her. The air was filled with quiet, curious chatter, silenced only by Kushina raising her hand. The builders were separated by a sound and sight barrier she'd erected. This moment was for the Uzumaki. The only outsider present was Fu, as you all know, on the Ninetales Jinchūriki, she began, her voice carrying power laced with chakra. But what you don't know is, the Ninetales is not a beast. He's a person, much like us. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Centuries of history had painted the tailed beasts as calamities and disasters in animal form. To hear otherwise was unthinkable. As she spoke, Kushina felt him bristle in her mind at the comparison, but she pressed on. And he's the reason I'm alive. The reason I pushed forward when everything seemed hopeless. The reason I had the strength to save all of you. Crimson chakra spilled outward, coalescing beside her into the tall, imposing form of Kurama. His red eyes swept the crowd, ears twitching, tails flicking. The weight of his malice pressed heavily against the air, and some of the weaker Uzumaki nearly collapsed under it. I am Kurama, he rumbled, voice low and thunderous. As long as Kushina lives, so too does my protection over this clan. The effect was immediate. Even Komi stirred within Fu, unsettled at the revelation. To think, after so long, the one who'd cooperate with humanity would be Kurama. He'd have never imagined that in 1,000 years. The Uzumaki were stunned into silence, staring wide-eyed at the fox-turned man. The first to react was Aina, who stepped forward and kneeled with trembling knees. Thank you for your protection, great Ninetales. Her voice wavered, but her eyes held conviction. Akinari followed suit, lowering his head respectfully. Thank you for saving our clan. I owe you more than my life. One by one, the others bowed, pledging their gratitude. Even if it was a tailed beast, they were not ones to forget a debt or a friendship. Miori Uzumaki, an older mother, bowed slowly but firmly, her wrinkled hands pressing to the ground. If Lady Kushina trusts you, then so do I. I will carry that trust to my grave. Beside her, little Rina clutched her mother's sleeve, wide-eyed. She peeked up at Kurama with childlike awe rather than fear. Mama, he looks scary, but he'll protect us, right? Her innocent voice carried across the group, softening the heavy air. Suda, the skeptical one, shifted uneasily. He dropped to one knee but muttered under his breath, "Humph. I'll believe it when I see it." Still, he bowed, a concession that Kurama noticed but didn't call out. He hardly cared about some child's skepticism. Hatsuo Uzumaki knelt as well. If the Ninetales fights beside our clan, then I will devote myself doubly to training. Our enemies won't stand a chance. A younger boy, barely older than Fu, had to be nudged forward by his sister. He squeaked out, Thank you, Lord Kurama, before hiding behind her again. His small voice cracked the tension, drawing a faint rumble of amusement from Kurama. One lady, Kaoru, raised her head after bowing. I'll honor Lady Kushina's word. That's enough for me. His honesty earned her a faint, approving nod from Kurama, who valued candor over blind worship. As the line of Uzumaki continued, each response wove a tapestry of awe, respect, hesitation, and hope. Some whispered prayers under their breath, others offered vows of loyalty, a few trembled but forced themselves to kneel. By the end, the entire group was bowed before Kurama and Kushina, united in reverence. Kurama's red eyes swept over them, his tail flicking once. He allowed a faint, satisfied smirk. Not bad, he thought. It had been a long, long time since anyone looked at him like this. Not with fear, but with respect. It reminded him faintly of when he still believed in Hagram's ideals. When he still protected humanity. Kushina stood beside him, face faintly flushed. For a fleeting moment, it almost felt as though she were introducing her boyfriend to her family. Her lips quirked. Hey, guess I kinda am. Chapter 42, Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina moved through the forests of Konoha at top speed, her crimson hair whipping in the wind behind her. Each leap carried her further across the treetops, her feet barely whispering against bark and branch. She wanted to get what she came for and get out as soon as possible. No lingering. She had left the caravan a little way back. They were still making their slow march toward the coast of the Land of Fire, their numbers swelling to nearly 60 now. That was more than enough to protect themselves from bandits, missing Nin, and even the minor hidden villages that might fancy an ambush. Against the great powers, of course, they would have no chance. But that was what Kushina was for. She halted on a high branch, closed her eyes, and drew in a slow breath. Now that she had awakened the mind's eye of Kaguya, finding people was no trouble at all. The world opened itself to her chakra sense like a vast ocean, each signature a ripple, some faint as minnows, others heavy as sharks circling in the deep. Uchiha chakra was distinctive, sharp and smoldering, carrying a darker edge than most. Among them, one flared brightest. Her brow furrowed. He wasn't alone. Several powerful signatures clustered together near him. She could feel the passionate warmth of Jiraiya. The old, oppressive presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. More besides the steady, coiled presences that belonged to clan leaders. TCH. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. She had no interest in playing games with Konoha's elders, and she least of all wanted to stand in the same room as Hiruzen again. Just the thought of his voice, that patronizing calm, made her hands tighten into fists. She considered her options. She could wait, her sensory range was vast enough now that she could remain miles away and still monitor the meeting without being detected. Patient and cautious, waiting for the right moment. Or she could storm the meeting, take what she wanted, and remind them all why they feared the red-haired Jinchūriki. The choice was obvious. Kushina never saw the point in dancing around when she already knew the ending. No one in that building could stop her. And they knew it. The advantage was all hers. Her eyes snapped open, and without another thought, she rushed forward, the trees blurring past in a crimson streak. The Hokage Tower had been among the first structures to rise from the ashes. The Day of Ashes, the people had named it with a fearful kind of poetry, had reduced much of the village to cinders and rubble, but this building had been prioritized. It was more than a symbol. It was where Konoha's future was being decided. Within the newly rebuilt council chamber, an oval table of polished wood sat beneath fresh lanterns. Around it, the leaders of Konoha's proud clans gathered. Tsume Inuzuka lounged with her feral energy. Shikaku Nara leaned with his lazy sharpness. Fugaku Uchiha sat rigid, silent. Beside him were the Hyuga, the Aburame, the Akimichi, and even the dwindling Kurama clan. Hiruzen sat at the head, Jiraiya at his right, and Danzo, ever like a shadow, across from him. But if one looked closer, one would see that things were not as they had once been. The authority that once draped the Hokage's shoulders like a mantle was thinner now. Since the Day of Ashes, when the Nine Tails had brought Konoha to its knees, the old trust in the Hokage's absolute word had eroded. The clans no longer deferred. They demanded and argued. And today was no different. Going after the Jinchūriki now would be suicidal, Shikaku Nara said, voice flat but cutting. We're in the most fragile position we've ever been. The other villages are circling us like vultures. One wrong move, and we're carrion. No way. Tsume Inuzuka slammed a fist on the table, her lips baring into a feral snarl. If we don't act, if we let her walk free after what she did, we lose our honor. What happens when our enemy's here? We just let her go. I agree with Shikaku. The words came from Fugaku Uchiha, calm and unexpected. Several leaders turned their heads, brows rising. The Uchiha, known for their pride and their thirst for vengeance, siding with restraint. Fugaku's gaze was sharp. To attack now would be foolish. She has already taken her vengeance. To throw more lives at her would only invite disaster. Shikaku inclined his head slightly, appreciating the support. Exactly. Better to rebuild quietly. Make Konoha whole again before we even think of striking back. Are you insane? Hiroki Hyuga snapped, veins bulging at his temples. The blood of our kin cries for vengeance. The longer we wait, the weaker our resolve becomes. Shikaku's eyes narrowed, his usual drawl sharpening. You can throw your clan into the fire if you want, Hyuga. But don't drag mine down with you. The tension snapped like a bowstring. Hiroki surged halfway to his feet. You arrogant dash. And then he froze. His breath hitched, and his eyes widened. The Nine Tails. He breathed, his voice breaking. He spun to Jiraiya, his voice urgent. Burn the scroll. Quickly. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he looked down at the parchment in his hand, the Tsuchikage seal gleaming upon it. Without hesitation, he called flame to his fingertips and incinerated it, the ash curling into the air. The room went still. All eyes turned to the doors. Every breath was drawn shallow. The air itself seemed to weigh heavier, thicken their lungs. The doors burst open, and Kushina strode in, her presence filling the chamber before her body even crossed the threshold. The scarlet of her hair seemed almost aflame in the lantern light, her blue eyes sharp as blades. What do you want? Jiraiya's voice rang out first, but even he could not keep the tremor from it. Kushina did not answer. She simply stood, gaze sweeping the chamber. The silence was suffocating. Even the boldest among them knew that to speak here, now, was to sign their own death warrant. Her footsteps echoed as she moved forward, slow and deliberate. Each click of her sandal on the polished floor was another nail driven into the room's tension. She passed by clan heads who once would have barked orders, once would have dared her to defy them. Now, their mouths were shut. Their throats worked, but no sound came. Even Hiroki Hyuga and some Inuzuka were quiet now. She stopped before Fugaku. "I want his eyes." Before anyone could react, her hands shot out with blinding speed. In one smooth motion, she plucked both of his eyes, sealing them in a vial she had prepared for this very purpose. Fugaku let out a strangled groan, his hands clutching at his face. His body sagged against the table. No one moved. No one spoke. It was as if, in that instant, there had been a silent agreement, better him than me. Kushina turned, her hair swaying behind her. She walked toward the door, her vial secure. At the threshold, she paused, turning her head slightly, her voice calm but cold as ice. "If Konoha leaves the Uzumaki alone, I won't raise this village to the ground again." And then she was gone, leaving behind only silence, the faint smell of burned paper, and Fugaku's quiet groans. Only when her chakra signature vanished into the distance did anyone dare to breathe again. At last, Hiruzen exhaled through his pipe, the smoke curling like a ghost into the air. His voice was heavy, but steady. "She has made her position clear. Any reckless move now will doom us." Some bared her teeth. "Doom us?" She walked in here, took what she wanted, and walked out again like we were nothing. "And you're saying do nothing?" "Doing something," Shikaku drawled, his face pale but his tone composed, "would mean all of us ending up like Fugaku. If you want to test that, be my guest." Hiroki slammed his palm against the table, veins standing out around his eyes. "Cowards, all of you. If we bend any further, there will be nothing left of Konoha to protect. She is not an enemy we can simply strike down," Jiraiya cut in sharply. His voice carried the weight of command now, his gaze burning into each clan head in turn. "You saw it yourselves. None of us could even lift a hand before she had taken Fugaku's eyes. If we push her, she will wipe what remains of this village from the earth." Danzo's cane clicked once against the floor, drawing their attention. His one eye gleamed with something unreadable. Power on that scale cannot be allowed to roam free. She is not simply a threat, she is an inevitability. Sooner or later, we will need a way to control her, or to kill her. Control. Some spat. "You couldn't even look her in the eye. Yet you expect her mercy to last forever?" Danzo countered. His tone was ice, unflinching. "You are blind if you believe she will stop with this. Today, it was his eyes. Tomorrow it will be blood. And when that day comes, hesitation will be the death of us all." Jiraiya's jaw clenched. For once, he didn't snap back at Danzo. Instead, he let the silence stretch, then said, "If we're to survive, we don't fight her head-on. We adapt and buy time. And we pray she has no reason to come back." The words hung in the air like a funeral bell. One by one, the clan heads lowered their gazes, each wrestling with the same truth: if she wanted to act, their fates would be sealed. Chapter 43, New Home. After the minor detour in Konoha, Kushina met back up with the caravan of Uzumaki. While she was gone, they had encountered some rogue Konoha ninja, those who had abandoned the village after it was destroyed, now drifting like ghosts with nowhere to belong, who sought revenge against them. However, there were only a few jonin among them, and they posed no real threat to the Uzumaki. A normal Uzumaki jonin was easily worth 2 elite jonin from any other village. Why else would it have taken 4 villages working together to bring them down in the first place? The rogues were quickly dispatched, their spite vanishing into silence, and the caravan pressed on. They traveled southeast, cutting through the Fire Country's vast woods and crossing rivers swollen from recent rains. The mood among the Uzumaki shifted with every passing day, cautious optimism, a glimmer of hope, and a certain tension that came from being free after so long. Finally, after days of steady marching, they reached the southern shore of the Land of Fire, just north of the Land of Tea. Here, at last, they would depart from the mainland and set sail, or so many of them thought, for the new Uzumaki clan grounds. But as they gazed out across the white sands and endless blue sea, confusion quickly spread. "Where's the port?" asked Aina Uzumaki, squinting as though she might spot a hidden dock if she looked hard enough. Her dark red hair was tied up in a bun, strands sticking to her sweat-dappled forehead. "I don't see anything." Indeed, all around them stretched pristine, untouched coast. Behind them, thick forest pressed in close to the beach, while the sand stretched unbroken for miles. No piers or fishing boats. No human construction at all, save for the narrow road they had taken to get here. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her lips quirking into a mischievous grin. We've got a special mode of transportation today, Date Bane. Several heads tilted in unison. What do you mean, muttered Suda Uzumaki, his brows knitting. Watch closely, she said. Kushina strode toward the surf. The ocean breeze caught strands of her hair, tugging them loose from her ponytail, but she ignored it. Closing her eyes, she let her chakra surge outward, mingling seamlessly with Kurama's. A deep, resonant rumble echoed in her mind as his presence unfurled. And then it began. Kurama's chakra poured out of her much like the waves of the ocean in front of her, expanding in every direction until a colossal silhouette took shape. Gasps rippled through the gathered clan. The chakra swelled higher, tails lashing as they fully manifested. A fox of impossible scale rose before them, burning crimson-orange against the pale shore. The nine tails in all his glory. Kushina's body served as the anchor, so she couldn't stand apart from him just yet, but the effect was overwhelming nonetheless. The giant tails lowered, curling down toward the beach. One by one, they plucked up the caravan's luggage, bundles, crates, and heirloom scrolls wrapped in oilcloth, and set them gently upon Kurama's back. A thin film of chakra adhered them firmly in place, as though they weighed nothing. A hush fell over the Uzumaki. They had heard stories of the Nine Tails for generations, of course, as an ancient clan. They knew his power, his reputation, and his destructive might. But to stand so close, to feel the sheer pressure of his chakra pressing against their skin and bones, it was an entirely different experience. A few flinched back. A few pressed their palms together in reverent awe. And more than a handful bowed their heads, accepting him as a protector, as something more than a monster. Who? Breathed Rina Uzumaki, her wide eyes sparkling with unfiltered wonder. The little girl clutched at her mother's sleeve but didn't look away. Her mother, Miori, shot her a warning glance, though her own expression trembled between reverence and unease. The civilian workers they'd brought along reacted far less gracefully. One man shrieked and toppled backward into the sand. Another froze, trembling so violently he could barely breathe. 3 more collapsed in a dead faint. Within moments, the beach erupted with panic, screams, cries, and scrambling feet. Enough of this nonsense, growled Hatsuo, striding over and knocking out one hysterical man with a chop. A few other Uzumaki followed suit, disabling the panicked contractors before they could injure themselves. They'll thank us later, muttered Aina, rolling her eyes as she dragged one unconscious worker to the side. Kurama's 9 tails swept down again. One by one, Uzumaki and civilians alike were lifted carefully onto his broad back. To Kushina, she could feel the faint grumble of his pride being needled. I am not some glorified fairy, he muttered in her mind. Please just do this for me, she responded. Kurama gave a sharp snort but didn't argue further. Once the last of them was secured, he set off into the sea. The ocean stretched vast and endless, glittering with sunlit crests. In some places, the waters deepened enough that Kurama had to half-swim, his massive limbs paddling through the waves. But for most of the journey, his paws struck seabed, each stride sending geysers of water crashing outward. To those riding his back, the experience was unforgettable. The ground trembled beneath his steps even underwater, and his tails acted as supports when the ride grew rough. The wind stung, the salt spray lashed against their faces, but few could look away from the sight of the ocean parting before the Nine Tails' advance. The journey was long, stretching into days. By the time the newly founded island base came into view, fatigue was heavy on the caravan, but their spirits soared. At last, Kurama padded up the beach of the Uzumaki's new sanctuary. With deliberate care, he lowered his tails, letting the clansmen dismount. He put down all the people on his back, slowly. The Uzumaki were shaky getting on the ground, even with their endurance, it was a rough ride. The civilians were worse, nearly all of them were passed out. Rina jumped down with a laugh, her eyes shining. That was so fun. We should do it again. Miori placed a hand on her daughter's head, sighing. Lord Kurama has far more important things to do than play taxi. Speak for yourself, groaned Aina, doubling over and vomiting into the sand. Let's never do that again. The clan chuckled, their laughter rolling like a tide. Once everyone was off his back, Kurama's giant form dissolved, leaving Kushina standing beside him as he shifted into his human guise. Together, they walked toward the shrine that served as their provisional home. The rows of Uzumaki bowed as they passed. The sight of their new settlement struck Kushina deeply. Already, the island was changing to suit the new population. Nagato and the others felled trees and created temporary homes with ninjutsu. Nagato's ninjutsu was of a higher quality than even many elite jonins of Konoha. The Rinnegan gave him insane talent, and it didn't entirely leave when they were taken from him. Though it's not perfect, that's what the contractors and builders they brought were for. Waiting outside were Anoka, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. They were also awed by the Nine Tails' power and curious about the men walking next to her. But more importantly, Nagato and Anoka were simply excited to have Kushina around again. Welcome back. Anoka's voice rang bright as she threw her arms around Kushina in a brief hug. It's good to be back, Kushina replied warmly. She stepped forward and gestured to her side. This is Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Every gaze sharpened. Even Yuhiko, usually composed, froze. Conan bent low to whisper into Nagato's ear so he could understand, and his lips parted faintly in awe. As one, they bowed. Thank you for everything, Lord Kurama. Kurama tilted his head. HN. Without another word, he brushed past, heading into the shrine. Yuhiko and Conan followed, unsure of their place in this unfolding clan gathering. That left Kushina with Anoka and Nagato. Anoka squeezed her friend's hands. How did everything go? Better than I feared, Kushina answered honestly. We didn't run into any problems after leaving Konoha, and I gathered around 60 of our clansmen. She hesitated, lips thinning. It's not as many as I hoped for. But there are still Uzumaki and Kiri. We'll get them out soon, Date Bane. Anoka nodded firmly, her smile steady. Nagato added in his quiet voice, even a single life carried home is worth more than none. Conversation flowed freely between the three of them. Hope was in the air for the Uzumaki, for the first time in a long time. Chapter 44, Eyes. Anoka, Nagato, and Kushina caught up with each other, seated in the shade of the great shrine that towered above the clearing. Though Anoka and Nagato were the first Uzumaki Kushina had rescued, she realized with a pang that she had spent more time recently with the others, Aina, Mirori, Rina, Akanari, and Fu. Weeks of travel had blurred into a haze of dirt roads, conversations, and socializing. Each face she had saved was another weight she carried, another voice echoing in her heart, yet the first sparks of hope she'd stumbled across in the ruins of the world, were sitting right before her. It felt strange, almost wrong, that so much time had passed since their last proper conversation. Anoka's smile was softer now, she could finally let go of her worries here. Nagato, still so young, looked older. That haunted look, the kind that should never belong to a boy his age, made Kushina ache every time she noticed it. Hours slipped away as they talked, voices rising and falling in a rhythm that was almost comforting. They traded stories of narrow escapes, Kushina told them what had become of the other villages, and small jokes that sparked brief, fleeting laughter. It wasn't the same as Yuzushio, but for a moment, it was close enough. Finally, Kushina turned to Anoka, catching her gaze. You should go talk to the other Uzumaki, she said gently. See if there's anyone you know over there. I have something I need to discuss with Nagato. Anoka hesitated, eyes flickering toward the distant group gathered around a fire. There was a sadness in her smile when she replied, all right. Her voice was quiet, almost resigned. She stood, dusted herself off, and walked toward them, though her shoulders were tense. Kushina knew exactly what Anoka was thinking. The girl didn't believe she'd find anyone she knew, that was why she had been avoiding it. And Nagato, well, he was too young when Yuzushio fell. The only people etched into his memory were his parents, long gone. Nagato turned to her with furrowed brows. What is it? Kushina reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial. Liquid shimmered inside it, and floating within were two crimson eyes. They glimmered faintly, like a pair of bloody moons. I have your new eyes, she said. For a long moment, he was stunned into silence. She had promised, yes, but he had never kept his hopes up. Hope was dangerous, and he'd learned to keep it on a tight leash. Yet here they were. These aren't as good as the Rinnegan, Kushina continued, her voice low but steady. But they're still Mangekyo Sharingan. Much better than nothing. Nagato's lips curved into a small smile, and for once it wasn't weighed down with cynicism or pain. It was warm, genuine. Thank you, he said simply. But then another thought struck him, and the warmth faltered. Wait, how are we going to implant them? There aren't any surgeons here. Kushina blinked. What do you mean? You just put them in there and they work. Nagato stared at her. That's not how eyes work. She crossed her arms, confident as ever. It definitely is. That's what Kurama said, Date Bane. Ah. He rubbed the back of his neck, torn between disbelief and resignation. Finally, he sighed. Never mind. Good, she said brightly. Well. Let's go try it. Her enthusiasm made her sound almost more excited than he was. They moved to a private chamber inside the shrine. The room was cluttered with chairs and tables stacked haphazardly, probably meant for ceremonies held once every few years. Dust motes swirled lazily in the air, illuminated by narrow beams of sunlight sneaking through cracks in the wood. Nagato lay down on one of the cleared-off tables. It wasn't comfortable or clean, but it would have to do. Kushina hovered beside him, vial in hand. All right, she said, preparing herself for the sight. Open your eyes. Nagato did as told. His empty sockets, hollow, scarred, and unnatural, made her stomach twist. She had seen and done far worse than this, but it was different. This was a boy, one of her own, mutilated by fate. Even she, hardened by years of violence, felt her breath catch. Still, she pressed on. One by one, she removed the eyes from the vial and slipped them into place. To her amazement, they sank naturally into the sockets as if drawn there, fusing with flesh and nerve. A moment later, the crimson irises shifted, focusing on the space around them. Alive. Nagato gasped softly as his world sharpened. Most people in his position would have marveled at the newfound clarity of vision, and how vivid the world appeared compared to their old sight. But for Nagato, it was a downgrade. Nothing could compare to the godlike vision of the Rinnegan he had lost. Still, this was more than he had before, and there was no use lamenting his loss. He felt strain in his chakra flow immediately, a constant pressure in his eyes. Yet for someone who had wielded the Rinnegan since childhood, it was manageable. Almost trivial. Something pulled at him, a strange intuition. He felt that if he pushed chakra into the eyes, something extraordinary would happen. He began to focus. Stop. Kushina's hand clamped on his wrist. She had seen that glint in his eyes and knew exactly what he was about to do. Not here. I don't want the shrine burned down, Date Bane. Nagato flushed faintly, embarrassed. He hadn't thought that far ahead. All right. Sorry. Outside, she said firmly. They slipped into the forest beyond the shrine, far from the gathered clan. Kushina's pulse quickened with anticipation. Mangekyo powers were dangerous and unpredictable, but nearly always amazing. Amaterasu, Kamui, Koto Amatsukami. Who knew what Nagato's might be? He activated his right eye. Nothing. Kushina frowned. Try the other. He did, and again, no outward change. But his expression shifted. His eyes glazed, body going rigid. He stood frozen, unresponsive. Yet again, nothing happened. At least, not on the surface. Nagato's eyes did glaze over. He stayed like that for a while. Hey, Nagato. Kushina waved her arm in front of his face. No reaction. Her chest tightened, and small amount of panic flickered. Seconds dragged like hours. Then he gasped sharply, staggering as though surfacing from deep water. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest, breathing hard. Kushina knelt beside him. Calm down. Breathe, slowly. He nodded, forcing air into his lungs, until at last he steadied. What happened? She asked, concern cutting through her voice. His eyes widened with awe. I saw the future. Her heart skipped. I saw you there, he continued breathlessly. The clan was there. I was older. There was a war, we moved to some strange land, conquered it. Slow down, Kushina cut in, though her own pulse hammered. Do you think you can use it again? Nagato shook his head, trying to make sense of it. I think I can use it to see a few seconds ahead, but looking into the far future takes a toll. I won't be able to use it again for years. She exhaled, relief mixing with awe. That was powerful. Truly powerful. But then he faltered. His lips pressed together. He looked away. What is it? She asked cautiously. What if it was something bad? Although she's strong, she knows there are many out there that can still kill her or her clan. He hesitated, then admitted, I saw you and Lord Kurama, kissing. At an altar. Kushina froze, taking a few moments to process that. First came relief, it wasn't news of death or disaster. Then heat flooded her cheeks. Embarrassment crashed over her in a tidal wave. Images flickered unbidden in her mind, dangerous daydreams she immediately crushed. And then, she remembered he was there, and that embarrassment turned into an inexplicable anger. You pervert, she snapped, face scarlet. Why would that be what you saw? She slapped him sharply across the cheek. Nagato took it without complaint. He had known it was coming the moment the words left his mouth. Clearly, your eye is faulty, she huffed. Try harder next time. He muttered under his breath, didn't you get these for me? That's not important, Datebane, she shot back, turning on her heel to storm off. She stopped only to bark, come on. Let's find someone to test your other eye on. Not long after, they returned to the forest, this time with another man in tow. He was middle-aged, unremarkable, with a patchy beard and hair tied back. But Kushina felt the malice radiating from him. He wasn't just a builder. He was Iwa's backup plan, a civilian spy, tucked among the workers in case the trained shinobi failed. They had failed, of course. Kushina had killed them almost instantly. No one could escape the combined might of the mind's eye of Kaguya and Kurama's ability to sense malice. He looked nervous, eyes darting between them. He knew he was caught. Kushina's voice was cool. Try it now. Nagato's stomach twisted. He was no stranger to death, but civilians were different. He was always soft-hearted. Still, he obeyed, activating his right eye. At first, nothing happened. Kushina muttered under her breath, disappointed. But then the men blinked in surprise. The cuts and bruises I had, they're gone, Lady Kushina. Kushina's eyes widened. Healing. She shoved a kunai into his hands. Cut yourself. He hesitated before taking it. Yes, Lady Kushina. The men hesitated, then obeyed, slicing a shallow wound into his palm. Moments later, when Nagato activated his eye, the cut stitched itself back together, almost as though it was reversed in time. Nagato's breath caught. So, one eye sees the future. The other rewinds the time of the body. Kushina's lips parted in wonder. Overpower didn't even begin to cover it. Even if it was only minor, this still demonstrated some level of control over time. It can be considered the ultimate healing remedy. She stepped over to the worker, who was still marveling at his healed cut. She didn't hesitate. Her scythe gleamed as she swung it in a brutal arc. The man's head fell before he even knew he was dead. Nagato flinched. He had seen so much death in the war, but this was still a civilian. What? He knew too much. Kushina spoke somewhat callously, try your ability on him. 2 birds, 1 stone. Nagato swallowed hard, then obeyed. The body rewound, head reattaching, skin sealing, but no breath came. No spark of life returned. So, only the body, Kushina murmured. It didn't affect the soul, so it wasn't resurrection, just healing. Still, incredibly powerful. Kushina wasn't too disappointed. It would have been amazing if it worked, but the ability was already great. She turned to Nagato with a kunai in her outstretched arm. Cut yourself. He did as she asked, and, once again, the wound healed immediately. Kushina's eyes shone. Incredible. The Mangekyo's power was supposed to be finite, but Nagato wasn't a normal wielder. His Uzumaki blood gave him immense vitality, and he was distantly related to the Uchiha. His time with the Rinnegan had allowed him to adapt to dojutsu. He could use these eyes almost without repercussion. Though he still couldn't turn it off like a native Uchiha. With these 2 ocular abilities, Minakanushi, Future Sight, and Tokotachi, Rewind, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was basically immortal. The same goes for his comrades, too. As long as he was around, Kushina thought, they wouldn't have to fear death. Chapter 45, Legacy, Bonus. After Kushina helped Nagato with his eyes, she threw herself into training. One might think she would want to spend as much time as possible with her clan, but that wasn't the case for her. Kushina spent most of her life alone, with only Kurama around for support. She wasn't exactly great at socializing. She was brash, loud, and sometimes too quick to snap at people she didn't know well. Around her clan, who looked at her with reverence and expectations, Kushina couldn't bring herself to relax. It was enough for her that her people were rescued and were settling happily here in their new home. That was the dream she had fought for, wasn't it? To give them safety, security, and a chance at peace. She didn't need to spend every waking moment around them just to reassure herself of it. Their laughter echoing through the settlement, the sight of children running freely without fear, those things were enough. But even so, every time she heard them talking warmly together, trading stories and smiles, there was a strange heaviness in her chest. A distance. That was why she turned back to what she knew best, training. She devoted herself to studying the adamant and sealing chains, one of the 2 great secret abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Now that they weren't traveling anymore, Kushina could finally focus without distraction. Every day, she sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of the training hall or on the quiet cliff overlooking the valley where her people now lived. Her hands trembled from the effort of channeling her chakra, straining to feel for something that wasn't there. The writings of her ancestors, the stolen scrolls she had recovered from enemy villages, even the notes taken by the other survivors, they all gave hints, but none of them truly explained how to awaken the ability. Most Uzumaki weren't even born with the gift. Out of all the survivors, only 2 had managed to awaken something special. Aina, the somewhat timid girl she had rescued from Kusagakure, had awakened the mind's eye of Kaguya, just as Kushina herself had. And Akanari, her fiancé, bore the adamant in chains. Kushina had once cornered him, pressing him for answers. But all he'd given her was a shrug and a frustrated shake of his head. They came in a moment of anger, he admitted. Someone I cared about was about to die, and I reached for them. The chains just answered. That explanation had annoyed her to no end. It was vague and unhelpful. Did he think she could just conjure up life and death stakes whenever she wanted? Still, Kushina clung to the thought that her bloodline was among the purest. She had been chosen to be the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki for that very reason, her body could withstand it, and her chakra was among the greatest in the world. If anyone among the survivors could awaken the sealing chains, it would be her. It was only a matter of time. And yet, every day that passed without progress scraped at her pride. By the 5th day, Kushina found herself snarling at the scrolls in frustration. She slammed one closed and threw it aside, her breath ragged. Stupid chains. Stupid clan secrets. Stupid, ugh. Her voice echoed off the walls. No one else was there to hear her tantrum, thankfully. She pressed her palms over her eyes and took a deep breath. Maybe she was overthinking. Maybe what she needed wasn't another scroll. Maybe she needed a fight. Inside the seal space, she appeared in a flicker of thought. The vast chamber greeted her as always, dark stone floors, endless black sky, and at the center, the massive barred gate. Lounging on the floor just outside it was Kurama in his natural form, his giant head resting on his paws, eyes closed in perfect serenity. The sight of him sprawled there, so calm, and so untouchable, sparked a mischievous thought. Kushina narrowed her eyes. She crept forward on silent feet, one step at a time, her chakra carefully suppressed. Like a shadow, or a hunter. She could already imagine the smug look vanishing from his face when she startled him awake. Except, the moment she leaned close enough to see the twitch of his whiskers, two blazing crimson eyes snapped open. Ah! Kushina squealed, stumbling backward. Kurama's chest rumbled with laughter, low and rich. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? His massive tail stirred lazily. Where do you think your sensory abilities come from? Her cheeks puffed out, pink dusting her face. That didn't happen, she protested hotly. He gave an unimpressed grunt. MHM. She crossed her arms, glaring at him. You're insufferable. Kurama tilted his head. So I've heard many times. His sharp grin widened. What do you want, brat? Normally, she would have brushed off the nickname, but for some reason, it stung lately. She shook her head, pushing aside the irritation. Can we spar? She asked. I'm sleeping. You've been sleeping for like 1,000 years, she snapped, exasperated. Then, softening, she clasped her hands together with a pleading look. Come on. Please. Kurama snorted. Humph, fine. His massive body shimmered, shrinking down until the towering fox was gone. In his place stood the tall, orange-haired man in his human form, his eyes still glowing faintly like embers. He folded his arms, studying her. How's your training? Kushina bit her lip. Not well. I can't figure out how to unlock it, even with the writings. Figures, he said. Many natural abilities can only be tempered in fire. She frowned. So you're saying I need to be in danger? I'm saying, Kurama replied, stepping forward, that desperation sharpens the soul. They squared off across the stone floor. Kushina took a steadying breath, drawing her chakra into her limbs. Kurama didn't even move at first, he simply stood there, arms crossed, watching her with faint amusement. Don't hold back, she warned. The corner of his mouth twitched. You couldn't handle me if I did. She charged anyway, chakra flaring around her fists. Her first punch met his palm, and the shockwave of impact rippled through the chamber. He hadn't even braced, yet he held her in place effortlessly. TCH. She pulled back, spinning for a kick. He caught that too, his other hand flashing up. Too weak. Shut up. She gritted her teeth, pouring chakra into her arms, striking again and again. Kurama parried every blow with infuriating ease. His crimson eyes glowed, sharp and unwavering, as though daring her to do better. Her frustration mounted. She lunged, feinted, tried to slip behind him. He caught her wrist and twisted, forcing her to stumble. Come on, he growled, his voice low with challenge. You want those chains? Prove you're worthy of them. Kushina panted, sweat beating at her temple. Her chakra roared, surging wildly. But no matter how she struck, Kurama was always one step ahead. Always just out of reach. Her anger burned hotter. I'm not weak, she shouted. Kurama shoved her back with one arm, his expression sharp. Then stop acting like it. Something inside her snapped. The rush of chakra tore through her body, wilder than before, laced with something ancient. She felt it stirring in her blood, thick and heavy, like molten iron. It hurt, searing from her stomach outward, as if chains were being dragged from her very core. Her knees buckled. And then, in a yellow flash, golden chains burst from her back, shining with chakra. They whipped through the air, rattling like living things. Kushina gasped, her wide eyes staring at them in awe. The links shimmered, radiant and unyielding, stretching out in all directions. Kurama's eyes narrowed. His smirk faded into something quieter and more thoughtful. A flicker of dislike passed through his eyes, but it didn't last long. One chain shot forward instinctively, wrapping around his arm before Kushina even realized what she'd done. Her breath hitched. I dash. Kurama tugged against the chain, testing its strength. It held firm. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest. Not bad, brat. Not bad at all. Kushina sank to her knees, panting heavily. The chains slowly retracted, fading back into her body as exhaustion overtook her. But despite her fatigue, she couldn't stop the grin spreading across her face. She had finally awakened the adamant sealing chains. The pride of her bloodline. With this, her vitality, and the mind's eye of Kaguya, Kushina felt as though her clan's legacy had been reborn in her veins. Every fragment of the Uzumaki, once scattered, broken, and hunted, lived on fully in her. But she knew this was only the beginning. She was not only an Uzumaki, she was the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. A vessel, a partner, and now, a wielder of powers that made her stand above the world's strongest shinobi. Though she had poured herself into the art of jutsu these past months, her training had not stopped there. The chains were not meant to exist in isolation. Neither was she. Her progress in tailed beast mode was proof of that. Where once she had only been able to manifest 6 tails, the same form that had laid waste to Konoha, now she could call forth 8. At a glance, it might seem a small difference. But Kushina knew the truth. Each tail was not additive, it was an exponential leap. Each tail gave more strength, speed, and endurance than the last. The 9th tail remained distant. The most difficult threshold to cross, the one that demanded perfect synchronization with Kurama's chakra, perfect alignment of will and spirit. Yet Kushina was certain of one thing: if she reached that final stage, not even all the Kage together could stand against her. The shinobi world would tremble. That was a dream for the future. For now, her path was clear, she needed to fuse the old with the new. To weave her adamant sealing chains into her tailed beast form, binding destructive chakra with unbreakable restraint. She already had a few ideas. And beyond that, she had not forgotten her other inheritance. The mind's eye of Kaguya. Already, it allowed her to sense chakra across vast distances with terrifying clarity. Combined with Kurama's malice-sensing ability, she had the potential to develop a perception so sharp it would border on omniscience. But developing new techniques is not simple. She was walking on ground no one had ever walked on before. Creating something new was always the hardest. Kushina clenched her fist, feeling the weight of the chains pulse in her blood, along with their promise. She was Uzumaki Kushina, her clan's greatest protector and leader. She'd do whatever it took to make her, Kurama, and the Uzumaki survive in this world. Chapter 46, Governance. Kushina sat at her desk, shoulders hunched, lips pressed into a thin line as her eyes glazed over the endless mountain of parchment sprawled in front of her. The smell of ink and fresh paper clung to the air, sharp and faintly bitter, only adding to her headache. Her fingers drummed irritably on the wooden surface, a rhythm born of impatience. This was her new office. The shrine they had used as temporary housing when they first gathered had been transformed into something far greater, the Uzumaki's new administrative heart. Its sweeping tiled roof and carved stone steps gave it an austere grandeur, while inside, the wide halls and high windows filled the rooms with a steady stream of light. For Kushina, however, none of that mattered. All she saw was a desk drowning in paperwork. She groaned aloud, letting her head fall forward until her forehead thudded against the wood. She had never realized quite how much work came with being clan leader. Battles, she understood. Training, she relished. Even grief, heavy as it was, she could wrestle into submission through sheer stubbornness. But paperwork. Bureaucracy. Coordinating the lives of 100 people. That was a new kind of enemy, one she couldn't simply punch in the face. Housing, food supplies, general wellness, security patrols, even deciding how to allocate lumber for repairs and stone for roads, it all demanded her attention. And looming above it all was the heaviest burden, building an entirely new organizational structure from the ground up. She hated it. She wasn't cut out for this. Her scythe felt far more natural in her hands than a brush. Solving problems with her fists made sense, this endless flow of decisions only made her head spin. Yet she had stood up when her people needed her, and there was no backing down now. Leadership was hers, whether she liked it or not. At least, she wasn't entirely alone. Kurama's presence hovered always, steady and grounding, ready with sharp remarks or quiet guidance when she faltered. There was one bright spot in all of this responsibility: unlike other village leaders, Kushina didn't need to worry about payment. For now, at least. They were all Uzumaki. Survivors bound together, clinging fiercely to one another. No one demanded coin for helping their kin. They built each other's homes, shared the food they hunted, grew or fished, and took turns patrolling the outskirts. What one lacked, another provided. It was what a family should do. Other villages couldn't function this way. Konoha, Kumo, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, each was a patchwork of clans, mercenaries, and civilians with conflicting interests. Even with fewer mouths to feed, such unity would be impossible. But the Uzumaki were different. They still remembered the flames that had consumed Yuzushio. They remembered scattering across the world, living as fugitives, survivors, prisoners. Now, reunited, they clung tighter than ever. Still, Kushina knew this system wouldn't last forever. As their numbers grew, so too would the need for coin, trade, and formal labor divisions. But for now, this fragile web of mutual effort was enough. With a sigh, Kushina straightened and tried to clear her mind of wandering thoughts. There were 3 tasks staring her down today, each as important as the next. First, the infrastructure of their new village. Second, the command structure and official roles. And finally, the name. The first was easy enough to delegate. She wasn't about to pretend she knew the first thing about urban planning. Instead, she left it to the builders and the handful of Uzumaki who had studied such things before Yuzushio fell. Streets, homes, and bridges, they would see to it. Her job was simply to ensure they had what they needed. The second task was far more daunting. She had to reforge the structure of Uzumaki shinobi society. Rankings first. Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, familiar titles, but empty without meaning. Should the Uzumaki merely copy the standards of Konoha? Or set their own? Kushina's lips twisted. No. The Uzumaki deserved higher standards. They were the greatest clan in shinobi history. Their standards would reflect that. But it wouldn't be simple. Some had languished under years of imprisonment. Others had grown up far from Yuzushio, barely aware of their heritage until recently. They were strong in spirit, yes, but skill varied wildly. Testing every shinobi, old and young, would take a long time. And she would need to decide what kind of trials they would face. Then there were the government positions, guards, researchers, administrators, and the ever-important role of an assistant. Each choice felt heavy. For guards, the decision was clear. Akanari Uzumaki, the only other besides her to unlock the adamant sealing chains, would lead them. His fiancée, Aina, with her mastery of the mind's eye of Kaguya, was the perfect vice-captain. Between them, they would build a watch strong enough to keep their people safe. Those 2 can select their own subordinates from there. Administrators were trickier. Few Uzumaki had the temperament for it. They were warriors and masters of few in jutsu, but clerks. Rarely. Yet Kaoru, one of the clan's eldest, still possessed a sharp mind. She would not only manage but also train the younger generation to take over when her time passed. The research division made Kushina pause the longest. Seals were the soul of the Uzumaki, and she needed the right hands guiding this work. Rinji, a quiet man scarred by loss, would find purpose in the clan's rebirth. Suda, a boy her own age with an uncanny knack for seals, could grow into something extraordinary under guidance. With those 2, she felt the future of Uzumaki Fuinjutsu was secure. The rest can be picked out by them. And finally, her assistant. She thought of Rina Uzumaki. She was a young girl who reminded Kushina of herself in many ways. Loud and brash, not to mention, her bloodline is one of the purest among the surviving Uzumaki. She was too young for real responsibility yet, but Kushina's instincts tugged at her. With time, Rina could become not just an assistant, but her first disciple. That left the third task, the matter of the village name. At first glance, it might seem trivial compared to infrastructure or leadership, but Kushina knew better. A name carried weight. It was a banner, a shield, and a promise all in one. Without it, they were only survivors of a once great clan. With it, they would be a new, rising village. Yet every name she scribbled onto paper sounded hollow, either too nostalgic or too contrived. She had briefly considered keeping Yuzushio Bakure, but the thought soured almost instantly. That was the past, burned and drowned in the sea. This was not Yuzushio reborn. This was something greater. Not to mention, they weren't in the land of whirlpools anymore. Her frustration must have been visible, because from the corner of the room came a low, rumbling voice. "What's wrong?" Kurama asked, amusement tugging faintly at his lips. He was in his human form, lounging on a chair far too small for his large size, and cracked open a red eye. With deliberate laziness, he rose and padded over to her desk, looming before leaning an elbow casually atop it. Kushina huffed, rubbing her temple. "I can't think of a name. Nothing fits." Kurama tilted his head, then reached down, his massive hand catching a lock of her hair. He let the strand spill through his fingers, vivid red gleaming in the afternoon light. "You know," he said, his voice softer than usual, "I've always liked your hair. Out of all the Uzumaki, yours is the most vibrant. It's fiery, bright, and almost alive." Her face went crimson, nearly matching the hair he toyed with. She stammered, half glaring, half flustered. What does that have to do with naming the village?" Kurama smirked, unbothered. "Every Uzumaki has hair like this. It's what you're known for, more than even your vitality or your seals. If you're going to build something new, why not build it on the trait the world will always recognize?" Kushina blinked. Her embarrassment faded as the idea rooted itself in her mind. Slowly, the pieces came together, a single word forming on her lips. Akagakure. She murmured. Her voice gained strength with each syllable. Yes. Akagakure, the village hidden in the red. Kurama's smile deepened, a rare warmth flickering in his eyes. There you go. For the first time that day, Kushina leaned back in her chair with a genuine smile. The name felt right, not like clinging to ashes, but like lighting a new fire. The Uzumaki were no longer just survivors. They were akagakure. Chapter 47, Karigakure, bonus. Kushina ran across the ocean, her light steps making barely any impact at all on the water's surface. Spray clung to her sandals, but none of it slowed her. Her chakra core steady and calm beneath her, her movement swift and unyielding, a red streak across endless blue. The horizon ahead was swallowed in fog. She was heading toward the land of water. Over the past 2 weeks, since she returned with the Uzumaki to Akagakure, her life had been consumed with rebuilding. The scattered remnants of her clan, those 60 or 70 weary souls she had dragged back from all across the world, needed homes, food, and order. They needed her utmost attention. So, she had given herself to the task. She'd hauled lumber with her own hands when there weren't enough to spare. She'd worked side by side with the craftsmen, laying the foundations for homes and carving symbols of protection into doorways. She'd stood at the head of long meetings, where people argued over the distribution of supplies and territory, and silenced the disputes with a single sharp look. For a people used to constant loss, they had followed her without hesitation. But in the chaos, there hadn't been space for more. Not for long journeys or another rescue. She had pushed it back, telling herself it could wait, that Karigakure would not dare mistreat the Uzumaki they had under their hold. At least, not openly. Yet, as days passed and their little village began to settle into something resembling stability, she could not longer wait. Every time she passed an Uzumaki child playing in the newly built streets, or saw an elder finally sitting down with relief on a finished porch, she thought of the ones still left behind. Their eyes haunted her, eyes she hadn't even seen but could already imagine. Fragile, waiting, and uncertain. So now, with Akagakure's foundation steady enough to hold without her constant presence, she no longer had excuses. It was time. The sea breeze turned colder as she crossed further into foreign waters. She could already feel the difference in the air. It was thick, damp, and oppressive. The ocean around her grew quieter, and the mist ahead pressed close, swallowing the light. The land of water stretched out before her, dreary and cloaked in its perpetual shroud. The lack of sunlight weighed heavily on the waves, casting everything in muted tones. An eerie stillness hung there, as if the land itself held its breath. She slowed her pace slightly, taking it in. No wonder most Kiri Shinobi she had seen were unsettling. Growing up in this environment, where shadows lingered even at midday, and where voices were muffled by mist, it shaped people. She could almost feel the sharp edges of paranoia, suspicion, and cruelty hidden in the fog. The land of water was unlike the mainland. Its power was isolation. Islands scattered across the sea, connected by only boats and bridges. Where Iwa or Kumo could be infiltrated by land routes, Karigakure's geography itself was a fortress. And that fortress was drenched in water, giving its shinobi an overwhelming advantage. Water release here was much more effective. But none of that mattered to her. She wasn't here to measure their defenses, nor to admire their lands. She was here for her people. Unlike when she had stormed into Iwagakure and Kimogakure, this time she had sent word in advance. The other villages had already seen what she could do when provoked, there was no need to prove herself again, not yet. She'd show them the minimum amount of courtesy. So, the third Mizukage himself was waiting outside the village to receive her. A silhouette took shape through the mist, standing tall and composed at the edge of the pier. Kahaku Yuki, the third Mizukage. Lady Kushina, welcome. His voice was smooth, practiced, carrying the weight of formality. She studied him, unhurried. Kahaku was a tall man with long black hair flowing neatly down his back, skin lightly bronzed. His most striking feature was his icy blue eyes, sharp, glacial, and oddly delicate, paired with an almost feminine elegance. To most, his appearance might have been disarming. But Kushina did not care for appearances. Her gaze cut deeper, into his chakra, into the emotions that radiated off him. There was an unmistakable controlled malice there. He did not hate her, not personally. But he feared her, resented her, and behind the veil of his calm tone, he was planning. However, Kushina didn't think he was planning something for this visit, but rather, colluding with the other villages. That, she wasn't too concerned about. Kushina's expression did not change. Mizukage. Her tone was clipped, devoid of warmth. Take me to my people. A flicker passed through his eyes, quickly masked. He nodded. To him, her scrutiny was unbearable. When her gaze lingered, it was as if she peeled back his skin, laid bare every intention he thought hidden. For the first time in years, he felt stripped of all pretense. And that vulnerability twisted like a blade in his chest. Of course, he said quickly, his composure not quite hiding his discomfort. This way. He moved with long strides, eager to put distance between them, eager to conclude this visit swiftly. Much like in Iwagakure, the Uzumaki here had been kept in comfort, or rather, what their captors thought comfort should look like. A high-class house, fine clothing, and meals of better quality than most villagers would see. It was all a performance, a thin veneer of respect to appease her. When Kushina approached, they emerged into the courtyard. Their hair was clean, their robes new. At first glance, they looked well. But she knew better than to trust these big villages. She saw it in their faces, the fragile hope that flickered there, desperate but faint, like embers smothered by ash. She knew that expression all too well, she had seen it in every rescue so far, and she would never forget it. There were around 30 of them, a number not unlike the other villages. Yet the state they were in was worse. Her sharp eyes caught what others might overlook, the subtle slowness in a child's steps, the slight discoloration beneath an elder's skin. Signs of low vitality. Very unnatural for Uzumaki, whose life force was famed for its resilience. And the scars. Not battle scars, but from experimentation. Her jaw clenched. She could imagine all too clearly the cold rooms, the blood drawn, the hands that had carved those marks in search of secrets they had no right to touch. Her temper flared, hot and violent for a single instant. But she mastered it. She wouldn't make any moves while her clansmen were still here. Once she got these people home, she swore to herself, there would be no more tolerance. The hidden villages would be wiped clean, erased from the map entirely. Their corruption, their arrogance, and their cruelty, she would burn it all away. For now, she kept her fury coiled. Lady Kushina. The Mizukage's voice cut through her thoughts. HN. A low, dismissive grunt was her reply. Let us negotiate. His tone was cautious, almost delicate. I believe I have something you will find of interest. Her brows furrowed slightly. What position did he think he was in, to bargain with her? What is it? An alliance. The word fell carefully. Would you consider forming one with Kagakure? Her gaze sharpened, cold. He pressed on quickly. Your village is newly formed. While your strength is undeniable, the rest of your people are still vulnerable. Compared to Kumo, Suna, Iwa, or Konoha, Akagakure cannot yet stand as their equal. But together, we could balance the scales. Our cooperation would benefit us both. She stared at him, her silence heavier than words. Maybe, if she gave up her pride and made a pact with these hyenas that destroyed her village, it would be the pragmatic move, but that was never how Kushina worked, nor how the Uzumaki work in general. She could never work with someone who caused her and her people so much pain. Her eyes narrowed, a shard of frost in her voice. I'll tell you what I told every other village. Her tone was sharp, deliberate, and final. If you leave us alone, I will not touch your village. But her voice dropped colder, deadlier, if you dare set foot on our homeland again, I will make certain not a single soul of your village survives. A tense silence stretched. The Mizukage forced a smile, though cold sweat ran down his back. I would never dream of it, Lady Kushina. Then we understand each other. She turned away, the matter finished. He followed, his face composed but his heart heavy. She knew the truth. Her words were a lie, and his reply a lie. Conflict was inevitable. Chapter 48, Kushina's outrage. Kushina returned home from the land of water in much the same way as she had the last time, with grandeur. Kurama's colossal form cut across the waves, his tails leaving massive trails in the sea. His chakra shimmered like a second sun, painting the ocean's surface crimson. To her people, this was a symbol of divine strength, proof that their clan would never again be trampled beneath another village's heel. To her enemies, it was a reminder that the Nine Tails stood by the Uzumaki, and the Uzumaki stood by him. It was also practical. They had no boats yet, and Kurama's body was far faster than any fleet they could build. The newly rescued Uzumaki trailed behind her as she returned to the shores of Akagakure. The mist rolled back at Kurama's approach, retreating like prey before a predator. As soon as they landed, the clansmen who had stayed behind rushed forward, calling out the names of their long-lost kin. The island was alive with shouting, laughter, and tears. Kushina stood at the center of it, watching joy ripple across her people. Families embraced after years of separation. Parents wept as they clutched children who had grown far beyond the age they last remembered. Cousins reunited, strangers became kin again, and all of them wore the same expression of joy and cautious hope, carefully nurtured since the fall of Yuzushio. Some of her subordinates, whom she had placed in charge of logistics, quickly moved into action. They guided the new arrivals toward the housing district, distributing blankets, dried fish, and tools. Not many houses were fully constructed, but the temporary housing was still set up. It wasn't much compared to Yuzushio's grand buildings and history, but it was much better than what they experienced over the last few years. Kushina joined them, moving between groups, lending her strength where it was needed. She lifted beams into place, patched walls with her own hands, and listened to the stories of the rescued. By evening, the island was filled with firelight and song. Fish roasted over flames, drums echoed across the shore, and for the first time in a while, the Uzumaki truly celebrated. She celebrated with them. She smiled and laughed. She let her people see a leader who was strong, unshaken, and unafraid, while keeping a small distance. But beneath the smile, her heart was burning. Now that she had gathered the survivors from Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, she had most of the Uzumaki left alive in the world. Perhaps a few remained scattered across distant lands, hidden away in corners she would never find, but they would be few in number. The great clan of Uzumaki was reduced to barely 100 souls. Her main goal, the one that had driven her across nations, was nearly complete. She had saved her people and given them a home. The only thing left was to build their strength. But the fire inside her refused to quiet. She held herself together until the last fire was dimmed and until the last voice had faded into song or sleep. Only when she returned to her private office, with Kurama slipping into the chamber behind her, did she let the mask fall. How dare they? Her voice rang out like a whip crack. The chair nearest to her met her foot, shattering into splinters that scattered across the wall. They destroyed my village. They experimented on my family. Her hands trembled as chakra flared around her, making the lantern flames shudder. They wiped us out, and yet she slammed her fist onto her desk, cracking the wood in two. They dare ask us for an alliance. Her chest heaved. She just couldn't stop. Do they think we're so weak that we just sit here and take it? She snatched up her cup and hurled it. It smashed right through, leaving a hole. I'm going to destroy all of their villages right now. With all the Uzumaki rescued, there's no reason to hesitate. She stormed toward the door, her hair blazing around her like a red inferno, only to be stopped short. Kurama's hand closed gently, but firmly, around her arm. His red eyes narrowed as he pulled her back. Calm down, he rumbled, his deep voice shaking the air. We can't go to war with them. Not now. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Kurama, once considered a force of natural destruction, the one who had urged her forward at every step, was stopping her. Since when did Kurama not advocate for vengeance? You're not alone anymore, brat. His words cut sharply. You can't just rain terror whenever you want. Not now. Not with them depending on you. Her voice cracked, a mixture of anger and despair. But I'll be quick. In and out before dash. No. Kurama's voice thundered, final. His tails twitched. If the other villages catch even a whisper of it, they'll come for akagakure. All of them. And everything you worked for will be reduced to ash. Kushina's mouth opened, but the words caught in her throat. What if you stayed here? Guarded them while I dash. That won't work either. His gaze bore into hers, steady. You know I can't stray far. The seal binds us, brat. Where you go, I go. Where I stay, you stay. That won't work either. He, once again, cut her off. You know I need to be within a certain distance of you with the seal. Cold water drenched her fury. Her fists unclenched, trembling as the fire in her chest sputtered. She lowered her gaze, shoulders heavy. You're right, she whispered, the words bitter on her tongue. I don't know what I was thinking. Kurama shifted closer. For all his bravado, he moved with surprising gentleness. One arm curled around her, drawing her against the warmth of his body. It's fine, he spoke, his voice a little softer now. But you need to remember, you're a leader. You don't get the luxury of acting so impulsively. Every choice you make now ripples out to all of them. He was a large fan of revenge, but he wasn't stupid. He had more than enough patience to wait until the time was right. And, although he doesn't care much about the Uzumaki, he knew that Kushina did. She buried her face against his chest, his steady heartbeat grounding her. She wanted to scream or break something until the fire in her chest was gone. But here, in his arms, all she could do was breathe. Kurama continued, his tone thoughtful, calculated. The other villages are bleeding. Konoha and Kumo lie in ruins. Iwa, Suna, and Kiri will probably need to sacrifice a lot for an alliance with them. They're weak and desperate. He pulled back slightly, just enough to catch her eyes with his piercing red. But us. We're only growing stronger. Every day your people rebuild, every day their seals and vitality return, and every day this village takes shape. Not to mention your own strength. His hand covered hers, squeezing gently, reassuringly. Be patient. Build and train. When the Uzumaki can stand on their own feet, When you grow powerful enough, then, and only then, you'll cut them down. Kushina stared up at him, and the anger drained from her. All that remained was exhaustion. She nodded slowly. The fight could wait. The time would come. For now, she let herself sink deeper into Kurama's embrace, her breath steadying, her heartbeat slowing. For now, here in the safety of his arms, she felt peace. They would build their strength. Maybe their numbers would never match the other villages, but their quality would overwhelm them. Each Uzumaki carried a fragment of divinity within their blood, an echo of the sage's body, even if diluted through the centuries. With their vitality and mastery of jutsu, few in the shinobi world could truly stand against them. One day, she would no longer need to stand guard over them, no longer need to shield them with her own power. They would become a force capable of protecting themselves. And when that day came, when the Uzumaki stood tall as one unbreakable wall, the hidden villages would finally understand what it meant to reap what they had sown. Chapter 49, Growth. Year 41. Another year had passed in the shinobi world. It was a year of major change for many nations, especially on one island off the coast of the Land of Tea, the island that holds Akagakure, the new Uzumaki homeland. A year ago, it was little more than a shrine, some tents, and temporary earthen houses. The people had to hunt or fish for every meal and forego most modern amenities. However, now it looked unrecognizable. With the shrine at the center, there were 4 roads expanding in each direction. Complete with sewage and drains for the rain. The infrastructure had been meticulously planned, drawing from Kushina's memories of Konoha's efficiency while incorporating Uzumaki ingenuity. Underground channels funneled rainwater to reservoirs, ensuring a steady supply even during dry spells. The roads were paved with compacted earth reinforced by jutsu seals, making them durable against the island's frequent storms. Houses lined the streets, made out of wood and with tiled roofs. Compared to many other hidden villages, these were of high quality. No stone huts like in Iwa or sand huts like in Suna. Kushina wanted only the best for her clan. Each home featured spacious interiors, with rooms designed for both living and training. Sliding doors etched with protective seals allowed for easy reconfiguration, turning a family space into a sparring dojo in moments. Gardens bloomed in backyards, growing herbs and vegetables that thrived under the clan's chakra-infused care. Parks were scattered around for the remaining children of the clan, and the ones that would be born in the future. These green spaces weren't just for play, they included obstacle courses and meditation areas to foster early ninja skills. Laughter echoed through them now, a sound that had been absent for so long amid the ruins of Yuzushio. Shops, too, were set up here and there. Although with how insular they were, no currency was used, instead, things were bartered and traded. A blacksmith traded finely forged kunai for a supply of fresh fish, while a jutsu artisan exchanged scrolls for medicinal herbs. This system built community bonds, ensuring no one went without. The Uzumaki aided the workers and contractors in building. With their speed, it took no time at all to set up a functioning village. Each house had running water, plumbing, and electricity. All of the amenities Kushina remembered experiencing in Konoha. Solar seals captured sunlight to power lights and appliances, an innovation born from necessity on an isolated island. Kushina had personally overseen the installation of these systems, her hands glowing with chakra as she etched arrays into the foundations. She was more than happy to welcome these comforts after living on the road or in the base wilderness that had been the village a year ago. Mornings now began with hot baths drawn from geothermal springs tapped by earth-style jutsu, and evenings ended with communal meals in the central hall, where stories of old Yuzushio were shared to keep the clan's history alive. But perhaps the thing that changed most was the people. After a year of freedom living among their clan again, their physical and mental states improved a lot. They were laughing again, enjoying life for the first time in years. Scars from the destruction of their original home faded, replaced by the glow of renewed purpose. Group therapy sessions, led by those with genjutsu expertise, helped process the traumas of war and exile. Many had also regained their strength. Kushina re-standardized the criteria for each ninja rank. They were so high that an Uzumaki of each rank could take on numerous ninja of the same rank from other villages. Training regimens were brutal but effective, incorporating the clan's legendary vitality. Akinari Uzumaki, for example, wasn't that much weaker than Tsukumo Hataki. With his adamant sealing chains and kenjutsu, he's one of the most formidable Uzumaki left. His chains could bind multiple opponents at once, and his swordplay was a whirlwind of precision, honed through daily duels. Then there was his fiancée, Aina Uzumaki, who, while not the strongest in combat, had exceptional sensory abilities. Her mind's eye of Kagura allowed for perfect surveillance. She could detect chakra signatures from miles away, mapping out potential threats before they reached the island's shores. Her role as the village's early warning system had prevented several scouting incursions from curious shinobi nations, alongside Kushina, of course. Another rising star, and already someone with significant power, is Nagato. He has exceptional mastery over ninjutsu. He's able to perform shape and nature changes with all elements at a high degree of skill. And with his new Mangekyo Sharingan, he can match a weaker Kage. His Minakanushi allowed him to negate almost any injury immediately, while his Tokotachi allowed him to foresee any attack his opponent might make. He was even working on the power of Susanoo, though such an ability is difficult for a non-Uchiha. Under Kushina's guidance, he balanced his dojutsu with Uzumaki stamina, preventing the usual drawbacks. Yahiko and Konan were also progressing nicely, but they lacked the inherent abilities of the others here. However, they're still powerful despite that, around the low Jonin level. Yahiko's leadership shone in strategy sessions and leadership, though Kushina didn't like any non-Uzumaki taking office. Konan's paper techniques had evolved, which, combined with Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, can produce formidable explosive tags. Among the Uzumaki were two rising stars, not yet powerful, but obviously talented. They were Suda and Rina. Suda had a talent in Fuinjutsu, and he had been training under a seal master Kushina had rescued. He has the potential to reach the level of a Kage. His seals are strong, fast, and creative. Rina is no less talented, however, her abilities fall into the realm of taijutsu. Like all Uzumaki, she has a strong body and lots of chakra. Her bloodline is among the purest, too, so it's likely she'll awaken either one or both of the clan's secret abilities. Her punches already cracked boulders, and her speed blurred the line between movement and teleportation. However, the Uzumaki who grew the most over the year is undoubtedly Kushina herself. Speaking of, she's currently sparring with Kurama. The only one in the village, and perhaps the world, that's stronger than her. The training ground was a vast clearing on the island's eastern edge, ringed by dense forests and crashing waves. The air hummed with chakra, the ground scarred from previous sessions. Kushina, clad in a form-fitting red tunic and black pants, gripped her scythe tightly, its curved blade glinting under the midday sun. At 15, her body had matured into that of a young woman, lithe yet powerful, with a beautiful, youthful face framed by fiery red hair, a toned physique, and her sizable chest spoke of her transition. Kurama, in his human form, a towering figure with wild orange hair, piercing red eyes, and a muscular build, wielded a massive nodachi, its blade nearly as tall as Kushina. He wore simple black robes, his expression a mix of amusement and focus. "Come on, Kushina," he taunted, his voice a deep rumble. "Show me what that ninth tail can do." They exchanged rapid blows, the clash of metal echoing like thunder. Kushina swung her scythe in a wide arc, aiming for Kurama's midsection. He parried with his nodachi, the impact sending shockwaves that uprooted nearby trees. Undeterred, she summoned her adamant sealing chains, golden links erupting from her back like serpents. They lashed out, wrapping around Kurama's sword arm in an attempt to bind him. Kurama chuckled, his free hand glowing with chakra. He twisted, shattering the chains with raw power, but not before they sapped a fraction of his energy. "Not bad, but you'll need more than that." He countered with a sweeping strike, his nodachi cleaving the air with enough force to split mountains. Kushina dodged, her enhanced speed a blur, and activated her tailed beast mode. Crimson chakra cloaked her body, 9 tails manifesting behind her. But this was no ordinary mode. Alongside her natural growth, she had developed a new technique, a fusion of her adamant sealing chains and the 9 tails power. Each tail was now imbued with the sealing chain's essence, glowing with golden veins. They gained increased durability and offense, capable of sealing anything they touched, just like the originals. As Kurama lunged again, Kushina whipped 2 tails forward. They coiled around his nodachi, the sealing energy crackling as it began to suppress the blade's chakra infusion. Kurama grunted, pulling back, but Kushina pressed the advantage. She channeled chakra into her scythe, infusing it with wind nature to sharpen its edge, and slashed upward. The blade grazed his robe, drawing a thin line of blood that healed almost instantly. "You're getting cocky," Kurama growled, his eyes narrowing. He unleashed a burst of tailed beast chakra, forming a miniature tailed beast bomb in his palm. He hurled it at her, the orb screaming through the air. Kushina reacted instinctively. She aligned 2 of her enhanced tails side by side, forming a barrier. The golden chains interlocked, creating a shimmering wall that was nearly impenetrable. The tailed beast bomb collided with it, exploding in a fireball that scorched the earth but failed to breach the defense. Not even Kurama had been able to destroy it in previous spars. Smoke cleared, revealing Kushina unscathed, her tails retracting with a satisfied hum. The most progress she made was definitely in her tailed beast mode. She finally unlocked the 9th tail. With all 9 unlocked, she was stepping into the realm above Kage's, the realm that Hashirama and Madara had once dominated. While she doesn't have quite their experience or ability, her raw power surpasses theirs. The full mode amplified her senses, her chakra reserves were bottomless, and her strikes were capable of leveling mountains. Emboldened, Kushina charged, her scythe spinning in a deadly dance. Her tails shot out, one aiming to seal Kurama's legs while another targeted his chakra points. He blocked the first with his nodachi, clashing in sparks of red and gold. The second grazed his shoulder, momentarily numbing his arm. Impressive, he admitted, shaking it off. But let's see how you handle this. Kurama summoned his own partial transformation, 3 tails emerging from his back. He vanished in a flicker, reappearing behind her. His nodachi descended like a guillotine. Kushina twisted, her 9th tail whipping around to form a protective coil. The blade struck, the impact reverberating through her body, but the enhanced durability held. She countered by extending all 9 tails, each one lashing like a whip. One sealed a patch of ground, creating a trap that Kurama narrowly avoided. Another wrapped around his wrist, draining chakra before he shattered it. The spar intensified, blows raining down in a symphony of power. Kushina's scythe clashed against the nodachi repeatedly, each strike testing her limits. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but her eyes burned with determination. I won't lose to you forever, Kurama, she shouted, pouring more chakra into her tails. They formed a multi-layered barrier around her, then exploded outward in a sealing wave that forced him back. He chuckled, low and approving. We'll see, brat. In truth, he no longer saw her as just a vessel or an amusing companion. Watching her grow, watching her push herself past human limits, there was something intoxicating in it. She carried not just her clan, but a hatred and determination sharp enough to reshape the world. He sheathed his sword momentarily, opting for hand-to-hand. His fists, empowered by his tailed beast strength, met her chains in a flurry. One punch shattered a tail's projection, but it reformed instantly, sealing his momentum and throwing him off balance. As the sun dipped lower, their movement slowed, not from fatigue but mutual agreement. Kushina deactivated her mode, breathing heavily but smiling. Kurama nodded, wiping blood from a minor cut. Not bad, brat. You've grown a lot. He hadn't been trying his hardest, but it was still impressive. She nodded, pride swelling in her chest. In this year of rebirth, she had forged not just a village, but herself. And with Kurama by her side, the future of akagakure shone brighter than ever. Chapter 50, Aina's Wedding, Bonus. The afternoon sun bathed akagakure in waves of golden light, its warmth illuminating and revitalizing the Uzumaki below. The village buzzed with activity, red-haired clansmen weaving through newly built streets, their laughter echoing across the island. Over the past year, akagakure had transformed from a fledgling settlement into a beacon of hope. Children now darted between homes, their carefree voices a stark contrast to the clan's painful past. Over the past year, she had tasked her closest subordinates, like Akanari, with searching the outside world for surviving Uzumaki. Bit by bit, they brought people home. Many already knew of akagakure before her search parties arrived. The news of their village had spread like whispers in the wind, drawing the scattered clan back to their roots. Still, the numbers were sobering, fewer than 10 had been found. It wasn't nearly enough for Kushina's ambitions. But with over 100 Uzumaki already gathered, she had a foundation, a spark. From that ember, she would rebuild their former glory. This was her ultimate goal beyond her own personal life, restoring her clan to greatness. A powerhouse surpassing the great villages. To that end, she had spoken often to her people about duty. About the responsibility each Uzumaki carried to ensure the survival of their bloodline. Marriage, children, and legacy. She told them openly that every baby born was another stone laid in the foundation of their revival. Though admired and respected, Kushina kept her circle small: Aina, Akanari, Nagato, and her secretary Rina. The rest revered her from afar, treating her less as a woman and more as a living symbol. Her policies made sure their reverence bore fruit. She launched several programs to encourage population growth. Families with 3 or more children received medals of honor, presented by Kushina herself, a gesture that carried immense weight for a clan that basically worshipped her. These families also gained preferential housing and rare ninjutsu from Kurama's centuries-old collection, fueling their legacy. On top of this, Kushina had instituted something entirely new, an Uzumaki dating program. Some laughed at the idea, but it worked. New bonds were forming, and laughter often carried through the evenings as young couples courted one another. Already, the results were clear. In just 1 year, 5 new Uzumaki babies had been born. Many more women were pregnant. The sound of crying infants was no longer rare but a welcome chorus of rebirth. Today, this vision culminated in a wedding Kushina was preparing to officiate, the wedding of Aina and Akanari. They had been engaged even before Yuzushio fell, childhood sweethearts. For the past year, however, duty had pulled them apart. Kushina had leaned heavily on their strength, drowning them in missions and leadership responsibilities. Yet, somehow, they had nurtured their bond amidst the chaos. Today was proof of that resilience. Kushina herself was not immune to the occasion's gravity. Kushina's dress was a striking shade of crimson, the color of fresh blood and blooming roses, a perfect reflection of her fiery spirit. It was simple in design yet elegant in presence, its off-the-shoulder ruffles framing her collarbone and shoulders with a delicate, feminine grace. The fabric clung lightly to her figure before flowing down in soft waves. Her long red hair, usually left to tumble freely, had been carefully tied back with sprigs of small violet flowers that contrasted beautifully against her vibrant locks. Stray curls fell by her face, softening her sharp features and lending her an air of quiet beauty. Image. She looked radiant. She turned to Kurama, who lounged in human form on a too-small chair, engrossed in a dusty scroll. "What do you think, Datebane?" she asked, a shy edge softening her usual bravado. He looked up and froze for the barest fraction of a moment. His red eyes widened, betraying a rare slip in composure. Though he had lived centuries and rarely cared for human notions of beauty, Kushina had a way of shattering his defenses. "Humph," he said at last, turning away. "I think no one will remember the bride after seeing you." Kushina's face flushed crimson, her heart skipping at his words. Coming from him, it was more than a compliment. "Thanks," she said bashfully, her fingers fidgeting with a frill. She hesitated, then added, "Can you come to the ceremony with me?" Kurama considered refusing. The lives of Aina and Akinari meant little to him. Humans married, loved, and died, it was the way of things. Yet the thought of Kushina's inevitable pleading look made him sigh inwardly. He knew he would give in eventually. He grunted, nodding. "Thanks," she chirped, throwing her arms around him in a quick hug, her warmth lingering as they headed to the Akagakure building. The great hall of the Akagakure building, once a shrine, now bore the trappings of celebration. White and purple decorations hung from pillars, and neat rows of chairs lined the aisle. Every surviving Uzumaki was present. Their laughter and voices filled the air, vibrant and unbroken, a sound that had nearly gone extinct with Yuzushio's fall. Kushina stood at the altar in the role of officiator, her scarlet dress glowing against the backdrop of flowers. Behind her, Kurama rested in his fox form, reduced to the size of a bear. To the Uzumaki, his presence was divine. Whispers spread through the crowd, some reverent, and some awestruck. Akinari stood to Kushina's right, tall in a fine tuxedo. Despite his rich battlefield experience, his hands twitched at his sides, betraying nervous anticipation. The doors opened. Little Fu, in a green dress, was the first to step out. She skipped down the aisle, scattering purple petals with childish glee. Then came Aina. Her gown was deep purple, embroidered with delicate silver threads that shimmered in the sunlight. Her eyes glistened, filled with joy and disbelief. Once, she thought this day was lost forever. Now, here she stood, walking steadily toward the men she had always loved. Her bridesmaids and his groomsmen were next, familiar faces among the clan, Keiho, Hatsuo, Renji, and Miori. They followed in pairs, their bonds with Aina and Akinari evident in their warm smiles. When the couple faced each other before her, Kushina raised her hands, her voice steady and clear. "Clansmen of Akagakure," Kushina's voice rang clear, imbued with the weight of her leadership, "today, we gather not just to witness a union, but to celebrate the unbreakable spirit of our people. Aina and Akinari are proof that even when the world tries to tear us apart, love and devotion endure. Marriage is not only a bond between two people, but a vow to walk together through hardship and joy, to carry each other's burdens, and to build a future worth protecting. But for us Uzumaki, marriage is more, it's a shared dream, to rebuild our clan and to forge a legacy that will never fade. As your Akage, but more importantly, as one of your own, I stand honored to consecrate this union. By the power of our clan's vitality, the seals that protect us, and the spirit of Akagakure, I call upon you to honor this bond. Let their union be a beacon, guiding us toward a future where no Uzumaki stands alone." The crowd murmured in awe, their reverence for Kushina palpable. Her gaze softened as she turned to the couple. "Aina, Akinari, share your vows." Aina spoke first, her voice trembling with emotion. "Akinari, when Yuzushio fell, I thought I'd lost you forever. In the darkness of Kusagakure, your memory kept me alive. It was only due to your sacrifice that I endured. You are my strength, my home, and my reason to fight. I vow to stand by you, to build our family, and to protect Akagakure with every breath, so our children will know the pride of our clan." Tears glistened in her purple eyes as she squeezed his hands. Akinari swallowed hard. "You are my beginning, Aina. Before I ever held a blade, I held your hand. When the villages rose to swallow our home, when the storms tried to scatter us, you were the reason I survived. Even when the world tore us apart, I carried you in my heart. Today, I vow to protect you, not just as a shinobi, but as your husband. I will cherish you in peace, guard you in war, and love you for every breath I have left." Kushina smiled at the scene before her. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." The Uzumaki erupted in cheers as Aina and Akinari kissed, their joy igniting the hall. Kushina's heart swelled, but her eyes flicked to Kurama, his fox form a steady presence. A vision flashed, her in a flowing white gown, Kurama in human form beside her, his red eyes soft as they stood before the same altar, vows binding them. Her cheeks warmed, and she quickly looked away, but the fantasy lingered. Afterward, the Uzumaki gathered in another hall. Music and laughter echoed as food and drink were passed around. At one table, Kushina sat with Aina, Akinari, and their friends. Kurama sat next to her, now in his human form, though he was largely indifferent to his surroundings. Kushina lifted her cup. So, Aina, Akinari, how does it feel? Officially husband and wife. Aina, radiant in her purple gown, blushed and her voice filled with gratitude. It's wonderful. Lady Kushina, thank you for today. I never thought I'd see this moment, not after everything. Kushina smiled, you two earned it, date Bane. Seeing you together, it's what akagakure is about. A family and a future. Akinari chuckled, his arm around Aina. You've got us working so hard, I wasn't sure we'd find time to marry. Those missions you pile on, tough, but they brought us here. Fu, nibbling on a sweet mochi, piped up, her orange eyes sparkling. It was so pretty. Can I be flower girl again? Her enthusiasm drew warm laughs, easing the table's tension. Aya, ever practical, sipped her tea. The clan's growing fast, thanks to you, Lady Kushina. Those programs are inspiring everyone. I heard 3 more women are expecting. Keiho nodded, her red hair catching the firelight. It's true. Akagakure's alive because of you. The kids running around. It feels like Yuzushio, almost. Nostalgia made its way across the table, though it didn't bring the same sadness as before. Aina leaned in. So, Lady Kushina, when's your turn? Kushina froze, nearly choking on her drink. Her gaze flicked, almost unconsciously, toward the great fox lounging next to her. Kurama raised a brow, meeting her eyes. For just a moment, Kushina imagined it, herself in white, walking down an aisle, Kurama waiting at the end, not as a beast but as a man. His red eyes softened, his hand extended. Her heart leapt in her chest at the vision, it was exhilarating. Quickly, she shook it away, forcing a laugh. Me. I don't know. There aren't any men worthy enough in the Uzumaki. The table chuckled, but her eyes lingered on Kurama a moment longer, her earlier vision resurfacing. She imagined his rough hand in hers, his deep voice vowing to stand by her, their bond sealed before the clan. Shaking it off, she raised her glass. This wedding is more than a beginning. It's a promise. We'll grow stronger, together, date Bane. Aina squeezed Akinari's hand, her eyes bright. We'll do our part, Lady Kushina. For you and for Akagakure. The hall buzzed with hope, the Uzumaki's laughter a testament to their rebirth. As firelight danced across their faces, Kushina felt the weight of her dream and the warmth of Kurama beside her, anchoring her to this moment, a fleeting peace in the tragedies of the shinobi world. Chapter 51, Little Slice of Life. Snow fell in dense, swirling blankets over Akagakure, transforming the island homeland into a serene winter wonderland. A few months had passed since Aina's wedding, and the village had settled into a rhythm of rebuilding and renewal. The air was crisp and biting, carrying the faint scent of pine from the surrounding forests and the salty tang of the nearby sea. Yet, despite the chill that nipped at exposed skin, the Uzumaki pressed on with their daily tasks undeterred. Construction crews hammered away at new wooden homes, their fuinjutsu seals glowing faintly to ward off the frost. Hunters ventured into the snow-dusted woods, bows in hand, while fishers braved the icy waters in sturdy boats reinforced with chakra barriers. The clan's legendary vitality made the cold more of an annoyance than a threat, but it didn't stop them from bundling up in thick, padded coats and scarves. For Kushina Uzumaki, the Akakage and heart of the clan, this winter day was a rare indulgence. She had dedicated nearly every waking moment to her people, overseeing patrols, distributing resources, and training the next generation of shinobi. Personal time was a luxury she seldom allowed herself, but today, she had carved out a few hours for something lighter. Walking beside her through the village's snow-covered paths were Aina Uzumaki and Rina, her young secretary. Kushina was dressed in a warm winter jacket, its padded red fabric making her look a bit chubbier than her toned figure usually appeared. The jacket's high collar framed her face, and her long scarlet hair was tucked into a loose braid beneath a woolen hat, a few rebellious strands escaping to frame her blue eyes. Though her Uzumaki blood kept her from truly feeling the cold's bite, the jacket's coziness was a comfort she relished. Aina, walking to her right, wore a similar outfit in deep purple, her dark red hair tied back in a practical bun. She was newly married to Akinari, and the glow of their union still lingered on her face. To Kushina's left skipped Rina, her 10-year-old secretary and budding protege. Rina's spiky red hair poked out from under her hat, and her gray eyes shone with youthful energy. Despite her age, Rina had proven invaluable, organizing schedules, taking notes during meetings, and even offering surprisingly insightful advice on clan matters. Kushina had taken her under her wing, seeing a bit of herself in the girl. Kushina inhaled the sharp winter air and exhaled slowly. A day for herself. She almost felt guilty, but Kurama's voice in a memory reminded her, rest is not weakness, girl. If you burn too much, then nothing will be left. He had originally said that when she asked why he slept and lounged around all day. She thought he was just being lazy, but now she sees the truth in his words. The three girls strolled through the village's central square, where a group of children were building snow forts under the watchful eye of elder clansmen. The air rang with laughter as a snowball fight erupted, white puffs exploding against makeshift barriers etched with simple jutsu seals to keep them standing. Kushina paused, a smile tugging at her lips. "Look at them," she said, her voice carrying a rare note of contentment. "Free and happy. This is what we fought for." Aina nodded, her breath fogging in the air. "It's beautiful. Remember when we first arrived? Tents and mud. Now, this." She gestured to the sturdy homes lining the square, their roofs dusted with snow, solar seals glowing faintly to melt the accumulation and power the interiors. Rina's eyes lit up. "Lady Kushina, can we join them? Just for a bit. I bet I can make the best snowball with a wind seal." "Lady Kushina, can we join them?" Rina's eyes lit up, her little boots stamping the snow flat. "We can't just walk around all day. That's boring." Kushina raised an eyebrow. "Oh. A snowball fight, brat." Rina beamed. "That's right." Aina laughed softly, brushing a strand of dark red hair behind her ear. "Careful, Kushina. If Rina joins, you might regret challenging her." "Hey." Kushina crossed her arms, smirking. "What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm gonna go easy on her?" "That's exactly what I mean," Aina teased, her eyes glinting. Rina stuck her tongue out. "Don't go easy on me, Lady Kushina. I'll win." Kushina just chuckled. They found an open stretch near the training grounds, where the snow was thick and undisturbed. Within minutes, Rina was already gathering clumps of snow, stacking it into a tiny fort. Kushina crouched, hands dusted with frost as she packed a perfect sphere with practiced precision. "You know," she said lightly, "back in Konoha, I once knocked a boy straight into a pond with one throw." Rina gasped, wide-eyed. "Really?" He didn't stop shivering for hours. Aina chuckled from where she knelt, helping smooth Rina's lopsided wall. "Poor boy. I almost pity him." The first snowball flew before Kushina had even stood up. It smacked into her chest and burst apart, leaving wet powder on her jacket. Rina squealed with laughter. "First hit's mine." Kushina retaliated with precision. "You forget, Rina, I can see your chakra coming a mile away." She grinned fiercely, scooping up snow and channeling a hint of her chakra to compact it into a denser projectile. Her throw was a blur, arcing perfectly to tag Rina on the arm. The square erupted in chaos, snow flying in all directions, laughter mingling with mock battle cries. Kushina felt a lightness she hadn't known in a while, her worries about the other villages or Madara faded into the background. Rina's infectious energy pulled her deeper into the game, the girl's gray eyes wide with excitement as she teamed up with her idol. Aina, usually reserved, let loose, her purple eyes sparkling with joy. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the snow, the group called a truce, breathless and covered in white. "That was amazing," Rina exclaimed, flopping into a snowdrift. "We should do this every winter." Aina nodded, brushing snow from her coat. "Agreed. It's been too long since we've just played." Kushina smiled, her cheeks flushed from the cold and exertion. "Yeah. We needed this." But as they shook off the snow, her stomach rumbled audibly, drawing laughs. "All right, enough fun. Let's get dinner." "My treat, the communal hall's got a lot of great food tonight." The three women headed to the communal dining hall, a spacious building with few jutsu-heated seats and long tables where clansmen gathered for meals. The air inside was thick with the savory aroma of grilled fish, herbs, and fresh bread. They claimed a table near the fire, plates piled high with hearty portions. The hall buzzed with conversation, Uzumaki sharing stories of the day's work, their family, or reminiscing about Yuzushio. They found a quiet table near the window, where frost traced delicate patterns across the glass. Rina leaned eagerly over the menu, though her eyes darted more to the other tables where sizzling plates were being carried. "I want fish." "No, wait, dumplings." "No, maybe both." "Slow down," Aina said with a small laugh, smoothing the child's hair. "You'll burst before you finish even half of that." Kushina smirked, resting her chin on her hand. "Let her dream. Uzumaki stomachs can handle more than you think." Dinner came in steaming bowls and platters, hot broth, dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage, grilled fish that flaked under their chopsticks, and rice topped with pickled vegetables. The heat seeped into their bones, and the three of them ate with an eagerness born from hours in the snow. For a while, conversation was light, village gossip, small triumphs in training, and Rina regaling them with exaggerated tales of her snowball victories. Aina, however, seemed quieter than usual, picking at her food with a soft smile. But eventually, Aina set her chopsticks down. There's something I wanted to tell you both, she began. Her voice carried a strange mixture of nerves and joy, enough to make Rina stop mid-bite and look up curiously. Kushina tilted her head. What's up? Aina's hand drifted unconsciously to her stomach. I'm pregnant. The table fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted in joy. Rina's eyes widened in delight. A baby. That's amazing. Kushina's heart swelled. Aina, that's wonderful. She reached across the table, squeezing Aina's hand. The news hit her deeply, another life, another step toward the clan's revival she'd fought so hard for. Aina nodded, her smile radiant and shy all at once. Yes. A little girl. I can tell with the mind's eye of Kaguya. She hesitated, then added, we've decided to name her Karen. That's a good name. Karen. Kushina repeated the name softly, as though tasting it. Rina bounced in her seat. Can I help babysit? I promise I'll teach her all the best seals. The women laughed, the warmth of the fire mirroring the glow in their hearts. As the evening deepened, Kushina felt a profound sense of peace. In this moment, surrounded by friends and the promise of new life, akagakure felt unbreakable. Yet, as they walked back under the starlit sky, Kushina's thoughts drifted to Kurama, waiting in their shared quarters. Another day of simple joys, but the shinobi world's shadows loomed. Still, with her clan thriving in bonds like these, she was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 52, Toad Sage, Bonus. The land of fire stretched wide and verdant, but in the heart of it all, Konoha was a shadow of its former self. Over a year and some months had passed since Kushina Uzumaki's devastating attack, and the village had clawed its way back from the brink with the support of the fire daimyo. Funds flowed like rivers from the capital, chests of ryo, caravans of timber and stone, and legions of skilled craftsmen who worked day and night under the watchful eyes of Konoha's remaining shinobi. The once ruined streets now bore the skeletons of new buildings, their wooden frames rising defiantly against the sky. The Hokage Tower, rebuilt taller and sturdier, stood as a symbol of resilience. Yet, for all the progress, the scars remained, craters filled with fresh earth, memorials etched with names of the lost, and a palpable tension that hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. Inside the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya sat slumped over a desk, buried in scrolls and reports. The fourth Hokage, once known for his carefree grin and wandering spirit, now looked like a man haunted by ghosts. Deep bags shadowed his eyes, his wild white hair was unkempt, and his broad shoulders sagged under the weight of leadership. He rubbed his temples, fingers pressing hard as if to squeeze out the stress that gnawed at him relentlessly. Damn it all, he muttered to himself, his voice a gravelly whisper in the empty room. The Uchiha clan had become a thorn in his side. Ever since Fugaku Uchiha had his Mangekyo Sharingan stolen by Kushina, the clan had spiraled into a frenzy of rage and demands for vengeance. They paraded through the tower daily, their red eyes burning with fury, calling for blood, Kushina's blood, the Uzumaki's blood, anyone's blood that might quench their thirst for retribution. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as memories of heated council meetings flooded his mind. What do you expect me to do? He'd snapped at one particularly vocal Uchiha elder just yesterday. March our ragged forces to Akagakure and die on their doorstep. We're barely holding Konoha together as it is. The elder had sneered, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning. The fourth Hokage cowers while our clan bleeds honor. Fugaku's eyes were our pride, stolen like trinkets. If you won't act, we'll hunt her ourselves. Jiraiya had slammed his fist on the table then, chakra flaring in a brief, uncontrolled burst. You'll do no such thing. That's suicide, and you know it. Kushina wiped out half our village single-handedly. You think a handful of Uchiha can take her and the Nine Tails? You're not avenging Fugaku, you're dooming what's left of your clan. But words fell on deaf ears. The Uchiha were obsessed, their pride a double-edged blade that cut deeper with every passing day. Jiraiya understood their pain, hell, he felt it too. The village had lost so much, civilians, genin, even legends like Tsukumo Hatake weren't unscathed. But charging headlong into destruction. That was simply madness. What were they even trying to achieve? Extinction. He shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Tobirama-sensei had warned about the Uchiha's curse of hatred, and now Jiraiya saw it firsthand, a fire that consumed everything in its path. He yearned, desperately, for the days when he was free. When he was just Jiraiya, the toad sage who was a little too perverted, wrote terrible novels, and trained promising brats like Minato. When his biggest problem was Tsunade throwing a punch at him for peeking. Life had been simpler then. Now, everything felt so troublesome. Shikaku Nara's favorite word echoed in his mind, and Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle weakly. If only he could pass this burden to someone else. Suddenly, a familiar spatial pull tugged at his core, the reverse summoning jutsu from Mount Maiboku. It was urgent, a sensation he hadn't felt in around a year. Jiraiya straightened, his fatigue momentarily forgotten. He signaled with a quick hand seal, and an ANBU agent flickered into the room, masked and silent. "Tell Lord Fugaku I'll be gone for a little while," Jiraiya instructed, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. "Yes, Lord Hokage," the ANBU replied, vanishing in a flicker. Jiraiya accepted the pull, his body dematerializing as the world shifted around him. He materialized in a lush, ethereal landscape that always took his breath away. Towering trees with leaves of vibrant green stretched toward a sky painted in soft pastels, their branches heavy with the weight of ancient wisdom. Rivers shimmered like a dream, winding through moss-covered rocks and cascading over waterfalls that sparkled with an otherworldly glow. The air hummed with natural energy, thick and invigorating, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and damp earth. Everything here felt more vivid, more alive, than the natural world of man. Even the soil under his feet hummed faintly, resonating with the energy of nature. This was Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage regions. A mysterious, unexplored realm known for its sage toads who wielded chakra in ways humans could only aspire to. Hidden from the shinobi world, it was a sanctuary only the toads, and he himself, knew about. "Is that you, little Jiraiya?" a familiar voice croaked from ahead. Jiraiya smiled despite himself, stepping forward through the undergrowth. Pa, it's been too long." Shima, a peculiar-looking elder toad with purple hair, if you can call it that, and a kindly demeanor, hopped closer. Beside her stood Fukasaku, his gray hair and goatee giving him a scholarly air, his aged voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "Indeed, at least a year," Fukasaku replied, his tone laced with gentle reproach. "We've missed you, boy." Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry. The village keeps me chained down. So much work." Shima's expression softened into sadness. "It was so regretful, what happened to Konoha?" "We're sorry, Jiraiya. The loss of life, it's heartbreaking." Jiraiya's smile faded, the weight of his duties crashing back over him like a wave. "Yeah, it was. But the will of fire never dies. Konoha will rise from the ashes, stronger than before." He forced optimism into his words, though his eyes betrayed the exhaustion. "We've rebuilt a lot already. The daimyo support has been a lifeline." Shima nodded. "That's the spirit. But remember, even the strongest flames need fuel. Don't burn yourself out, child." Fukasaku glanced toward the shrine-like building behind them, its architecture blending seamlessly with the natural surroundings, vines creeping up stone walls, toad statues guarding the entrance. "The great toad sage wanted to speak with you. He said it was urgent." Jiraiya's brow furrowed. The great sage rarely summoned him directly, usually only for prophecies or dire warnings. "Best hurry. You know how he drifts in and out of sleep these days." Shima chimed in. He nodded. "Lead the way, Pa." As he started walking the familiar stone path, he let his thoughts drift. He remembered being a foolish young shinobi, chosen as one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's students. Back then, he had struggled to find his place. Orochimaru was brilliant, a prodigy who mastered techniques with a glance. Tsunade, too, carried both power and lineage, a senju blessed with talent. Compared to them, Jiraiya was average. He had no Kekkei Genkai, and no secret clan techniques. His ninjutsu was a little above average, his genjutsu laughable, and his taijutsu modest. All he had was stubbornness and bravado, but those alone couldn't silence the gnawing doubt inside him. Why had sensei chosen him? What value did he bring? The memory was still clear, the day he stumbled upon a summoning scroll in his youth. Foolish curiosity had led him to sign his name, and before he knew it, he was whisked away, standing exactly where he was now, on the sacred mountain. The toads had changed his life. They gave him power, guidance, and a purpose. Here, he had learned senjutsu and many other techniques unique to them. It was this that allowed him to stand among legends as one of the Sannin. Without the sages, he would have been just another shinobi, lost in Orochimaru and Tsunade's shadow. In many ways, he owed his identity to this place. They arrived at the shrine, its interior dimly lit by glowing orbs of natural energy. The great toad sage rested on a massive throne, his light red skin sagging with age, eyelids drooping as if perpetually on the verge of sleep. Around his neck hung an orb inscribed with the kanji for oil. "Great Lord Elder," Jiraiya bowed deeply, his voice filled with respect. The sage stirred, his voice a slow, rumbling croak. "Ah. Jiraiya, is that you?" "Yes, great sage." The elder toad looked confused for a moment. "What brings you here?" Jiraiya suppressed a smile, the sage's senility was legendary. "Shima and Fukasaku said you wanted to speak with me." The sage blinked, confused for a moment. Then recognition dawned. "Ah, yes, yes. I remember now. A prophecy came to me." Jiraiya tensed. The old toad's voice was low, distant, yet heavy with meaning. "I saw a child. A child who would shape the world. They would either become its salvation or its ruin. Jiraiya let out a breath. You've told me that one before, great sage. The child of prophecy. Ah, yes, you're right. Now, what was it? Yes. I received a new prophecy. The sage's eyes cleared slightly, his tone gaining gravity. The future has changed. The child is not the same as before. This one bore red hair and fox ears. I fear something has interfered with fate itself. Jiraiya froze, his heart pounding. The child of prophecy, the one he dedicated his life to finding, the savior who would bring peace or destruction, changed. What do you mean, great sage? How can that be? The sage shook his head slowly. I can't see it clearly. Only a sea of red, so much red. And the end. I foresaw the end of Mount Myaboku, and the shinobi world as we know it. Whatever you do, you must stop this. Jiraiya's blood ran cold. The end of Mount Myaboku. Who could do such a thing? The sage's voice faded, his eyelids drooping again. I cannot say, only red, so much red. Jiraiya went pale, his mind racing to the only clan defined by red, the Uzumaki and their hair. Their leader, Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. But how was she related to the child of prophecy? What did that mean for the world? Vengeance, or destruction? And he couldn't think of a reason why she would target the toads. But, he thought of Konoha's ruins, the lives lost, and his vow to protect his village. Clenching his fists, Jiraiya bowed once more. I understand, great sage. I'll do whatever it takes. As he left the shrine, the weight of the prophecy settled on him, another burden among the many he carried already. The toads had made him who he was, he owed them everything. Kushina had to be stopped, no matter the cost. This, he vowed, as the vibrant forests of Mount Myaboku blurred around him on his return to Konoha. Chapter 53, Tsunade's Lament. Inside a dirty and dingy room in the Senju compound, Tsunade lay strewn across the bed, her once vibrant presence reduced to a hollow shell. The air was thick with the stale scent of alcohol and rotting takeout, a far cry from the clean, sterile smell of the hospitals she once oversaw. Her blonde hair, usually a symbol of her strength and beauty, hung greasy and unkempt, tangled in knots that she hadn't bothered to comb out in days. Empty bottles clattered softly with every shift of her body, remnants of her attempts to drown the pain. Takeout containers, some moldering with age-old remnants of ramen and grilled meat, littered the floor and bedside table. She stared at the ceiling, her hazel eyes dull and listless, as if the world had drained all color from them. What was the point of it all? In just a few short years, she had lost nearly everyone who mattered. First, it was Nawaki, her little brother, full of dreams, stepping on that damned explosive tag during a mission. His death had shattered her world, a boy who wanted nothing more than to become Hokage, gone in an instant. Then, there was Dankato, her lover. He bled out in her arms, his wounds too severe even for her legendary medical ninjutsu. She could still feel the warmth of his blood on her hands, the way his eyes had dimmed as she begged him to hold on. And now, Kushina. The fiery Uzumaki girl she had come to see as a little sister, someone who reminded her so much of her own youth, stubborn, passionate, and unbreakable. But Kushina hadn't just left, she had taken Konoha with her in a blaze of vengeance. Tsunade didn't harbor much love for the village anymore, not after the wars that took everyone she loved. But it was her grandfather Hashirama's dream, the land her great-uncle Tobirama had died to protect, the home her sensei Hiruzen cherishes with all his heart. And now, it was run by one of her last remaining friends, Jiraiya, the fool who had somehow stepped up when no one else could. If you told her 5 years ago that Jiraiya, of all people, would become Hokage and actually be decent at it, she would have laughed until she cried. The men who peeked at women in baths and goofed constantly. Absurd. But credit where it was due, he was holding the remnants of Konoha together with sheer willpower. Better than she could say for herself, rotting away in this room, a husk trudging through each day without purpose or will. Tsunade sat up slowly, a few bottles tumbling to the floor with a clink that echoed in the silence. Her head throbbed from the hangover, but it was nothing compared to the ache in her chest. She needed to do something, anything, to pull herself from this pit. Visiting Jiraiya felt like a start. Maybe seeing him, hearing about the village's progress, would spark something in her. Or maybe it would just remind her of what she'd lost. Either way, stagnation was killing her faster than any battlefield ever could. If nothing changed, she'd probably. It wasn't worth thinking about. She just needed to do something. She didn't bother tidying up. What was the point? Her clothes were rumpled, her face unwashed, but with each passing day, she cared less about appearances. She pushed open the door to the outside of the compound, the cool air slapping her face like a wake-up call. Konoha bustled around her, workers hauling beams, shinobi patrolling the half-built walls, children playing in the streets that had once run with blood. It was a miracle they had come this far, thanks to the daimyo's generosity. But miracles didn't erase the pain. Tsunade made her way to the Hokage Tower, her steps slow but determined. Passers-by nodded respectfully, but she saw the pity in their eyes, the princess of Konoha, reduced to this. She ignored it, pushing through the tower's doors and up the stairs to Jiraiya's office. She opened the door without knocking and found two people within, Jiraiya, looking as tired as she felt, and his student, Minato Namikaze. Minato had thrown himself into work after Kushina's betrayal, his blonde hair disheveled, and his blue eyes shadowed. He was a genius, but that was nothing in front of heartbreak. Jiraiya looked up at her, his eyes widening a little at her appearance. A hint of melancholy rose in his eyes. "What brings you here?" Tsunade smirked weakly, folding her arms. "What? I can't drop by to see my old teammate without a reason." Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. "You usually need a reason. And about 3 cups of sake." Minato cleared his throat gently. "It's good to see you, Lady Tsunade. You haven't been around much." She shot him a glance, her lips curling faintly. "That's because you've been on missions pretty much every day, since." Her words died in her throat at the reminder of that day. Minato's eyes lowered, the faintest shadow crossing them at the mention of Kushina. "It's easier that way," he admitted. Jiraiya sighed and leaned back in his chair, studying the two of them. "We're all just finding our own ways to keep moving, huh? Some of us drown in paperwork, some of us drown in sake, and some of us drown in dash." Tsunade cut him off sharply, glaring. "Finish that sentence, and I'll break your jaw." A tense silence followed, but then Minato chuckled softly. It was the first sound of levity in the room. "You two haven't changed at all." Jiraiya chuckled. "I wouldn't say that." "Tsunade, you look like hell. When's the last time you consumed something that didn't come from a bottle or a box?" She waved a hand dismissively, though her stomach betrayed her with a low growl. "Spare me the lecture, pervert. I've had enough of those from the old man. What's got you two looking so serious?" Another Uchiha tantrum. Minato stepped forward, his blue eyes filled with concern. "Lady Tsunade, it's good to see you. We've been discussing the latest reports from our scouts. Akagakure, it's growing faster than we expected. Their jutsu barriers are nearly impenetrable now." Tsunade snorted, leaning back. "So, the red-haired menace is building her empire. What a surprise. And let me guess, Jiraiya's got some harebrained scheme to stop her." Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his temples. "Not harebrained, Tsunade. Necessary. The Uchiha are pushing for action, and with the other villages talking alliance, we can't sit idle. But I need you. The village needs you. Your medical expertise could turn the tide if it comes to war." She laughed bitterly, the sound echoing hollowly. "Me? In a fight? I can't even look at blood without freezing up. Nawaki, Dan. Kushina's rampage. It's all too much. Why not ask Orochimaru?" "Oh wait, he slithered off somewhere. Months ago, Orochimaru suddenly disappeared. No one quite knew where he went, but it wasn't all that surprising to the rest of the Sannin and Hiruzen. He had long been disillusioned, and he only grew colder and colder after Nawaki's death." Minato's expression softened. "Lady Tsunade, she was my friend too. But she's changed. The Ninetales must have twisted her. If we don't act, more will die." Tsunade's eyes flashed with pain. "Twisted? She was like a sister to me. And now she's the monster who took everything. But what do you want from me? I'm broken, kid. Just like this village." Jiraiya leaned forward, his voice earnest. "We're all broken, Tsunade. That's why we need each other. Help me train the medics. Help me find a way to counter her seals. You're the best there is." She stared at them, the weight of their words sinking in. She thought about the stagnation destroying her from the inside out. "Fine. But if this blows up in our faces, I'm blaming you, Toad Boy." Jiraiya grinned. "Deal." Tsunade's reluctant agreement was heartening, but Jiraiya's mind was already racing to the next crisis. He stood, moving to the window, staring out at Konoha's half-built skyline. The village was a patchwork of hope and ruin, and now, a new decision loomed. "Minato," Jiraiya said, his voice low but firm, "call a council meeting tonight. We can't delay any more." Minato turned, his blue eyes narrowing. "The alliance?" Jiraiya nodded, his jaw tight. "We've been in talks with the other Kages for the past year. Kumo's Raikage wants her head for his father, and Iwa's still scared of her potential. Even Suna and Kiri are offering support, though I don't trust their motives. If we don't join forces, they'll move without us, and we'll be left in the dust." Tsunade scoffed from her chair, her voice rough. "An alliance? With those snakes? You're betting on people who'd rather see Konoha burn than share victory." Maybe, Jiraiya admitted, turning to face her. But alone, we're no match for akagakure. Not with Kushina's mastery of the Ninetales chakra and, whatever she's planning. His thoughts flickered to the great Toad Sage's prophecy, a child with red hair and fox ears, a threat to the shinobi world. He still believed it was related to Kushina. Not to mention, IWA offered collateral. Anoki's son will stay in Konoha as a hostage until we're finished. The other villages offered something similar, since we're in the weakest position. Tsunade's eyes widened, and she muttered, his son. Minato stepped closer, his voice steady. Sensei, if we join the alliance, we commit to war. Are we ready for that? The village is still healing. Jiraiya's eyes hardened. We don't have a choice. Tonight, we vote to join the Kage alliance. For Konoha's survival, and to stop her before it's too late. Chapter 54, Akinari's Adventure. The sandy dunes of the Land of Wind stretched endlessly under a relentless sun, the heat shimmering off the golden waves like a mirage. A tall man with bright red hair sprinted at top speed across the shifting terrain, his gray eyes focused intently on the horizon. His handsome face, marked by the sharp features common among his clan, was etched with determination. This was Akinari Uzumaki, captain of Akagakure's guard. Though his primary role lately was searching for and rescuing scattered Uzumaki clansmen on orders from his leader, Lady Kushina. The vast desert seemed to swallow sound, leaving only the crunch of his sandals against the sand and the distant howl of wind. He could still remember the day Kushina arrived in Kimogakure like it was yesterday. The village had crumbled under her fury easily, like city before a natural disaster. She stood above the ashes like a queen, her presence inspiring an instinctive awe in all who witnessed it, especially him. From that moment, Akinari knew he would follow her without question. Her actions had saved them, but they came with consequences. Many ninja from Kimo and Konoha, their homes destroyed, had turned rogue, vowing to hunt down any Uzumaki they found, no matter the cost. A few had even banded together, sailing toward Akagakure in a suicidal bid for revenge. The thought was ridiculous to Akinari, the Uzumaki weren't weak. A single jonin from his clan could handle several elite shinobi from elsewhere. With him, Nagato, and Lady Kushina defending the island, those invaders had been obliterated before they even got within a kilometer of the island. He could only imagine their desperation had driven them to madness. Akinari shook his head, pushing the memory aside. No point dwelling on the thoughts of dead men, he muttered to himself. His focus returned to the mission. Reports of surviving Uzumaki in hiding had grown scarcer, but he wouldn't stop. The clan's revival depended on every life reclaimed. Yet, even as he ran, he couldn't shake the fear that some might have already fallen to these vengeful rogues. He hadn't found any murdered Uzumaki yet, but the possibility gnawed at him. That was why he pushed so hard, why he didn't complain when Kushina ordered him on these long, solitary journeys. The sound of fighting broke through his thoughts. It came from the west, a small settlement nestled in a rocky outcrop beside a sparse oasis. The buzz of electricity crackled in the air, mingled with screams of rage and pain. Akinari's heart raced. It could be bandits, or worse, rogue ninja targeting a lone Uzumaki. There had been a sighting of one in this area. He veered sharply, his speed kicking up a trail of sand as he closed the distance. The settlement was a cluster of low adobe huts and tents, their walls baked hard by the sun. Dust swirled in the central square, where four figures clashed in a whirlwind of motion. One man with bright red hair, appearing middle-aged but moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior, stood against three opponents. The attackers were ragged, two had Konoha headbands crossed out in crude scratches, rogues, no doubt survivors of Kushina's wrath. The other had a Kumo headband. Their faces twisted with hatred, eyes burning as they pressed the assault. Die, one grunted, his voice thick with venom, lunging a kunai. Your clan killed my family, another screamed, lightning crackling along his fists. The red-haired man, Akaji Uzumaki, remained silent, his expression calm but strained. As an experienced Uzumaki jonin, he should have dispatched these three rogues easily. But the leader wielded a strange weapon, a hilt projecting a blade of pure lightning, humming with deadly energy. It sliced through the air like a saber of light, melting anything it touched. Akaji dodged backward, his kunai dissolving on contact with the blade during an earlier parry. Sweat beaded on his brow. The leader snarled, swinging the lightning sword in a wide arc, I'll kill you with this sword. You filthy Uzumaki. Akaji leaped back, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he formed hand seals for a quick ninjutsu. Earth-style, mud wall. A barrier of compacted sand rose from the ground, infused with his chakra to harden it against the assault. The leader's lightning sword slashed forward, but Akaji was already moving. He circled to the side, his taijutsu precise and fluid, closing the distance on the second rogue, a burly man channeling lightning into his body for enhanced power. The rogue swung wildly, his lightning released chakra mode making his strikes blur with speed. Akaji ducked low, sweeping a leg to trip him while unsealing a fuinjutsu tag from his sleeve. Seal, chakra bind. The tag activated midair, wrapping glowing chains around the rogue's arms, sapping his chakra and leaving him vulnerable. Akagi followed up with a powerful taijutsu strike, a palm to the chest that sent the men flying into a hut, crumbling the wall. But the third rogue was on him, unleashing a barrage of shuriken laced with explosive tags. Akagi rolled aside, his ninjutsu flaring as he countered with wind style, gale palm. A burst of wind deflected the shuriken, detonating them harmlessly in the air. He pressed the advantage, closing in with taijutsu, rapid punches and kicks infused with fuinjutsu seals that disrupted the rogue's chakra flow on contact. A solid hit to the solar plexus left the third rogue gasping, but the leader was back, his lightning sword humming as it sliced toward Akagi's neck. Akagi twisted away, the blade grazing his shoulder and cauterizing the wound instantly with searing heat. Pain lanced through him, but he ignored it, unsealing a scroll for a ninjutsu trap. Fire style, flame bullet. A condensed ball of fire shot from his mouth, forcing the leader to dodge. The rogue countered with a lightning barrier, the sword absorbing the flames and redirecting them as electrified sparks. "You're tough for an old man," the leader taunted, circling with his two remaining allies. "But we'll end your clan here." Akagi's eyes narrowed. He had no Kekkei Genkai like the mind's eye of Kaguya or adamant in sealing chains, but his mastery of taijutsu, fuinjutsu, and ninjutsu had kept him alive through Yuzushio's fall and years in hiding. He feinted left, drawing the second rogue in, then sealed a fuinjutsu array on the ground. Seal, gravity bind. The tag activated, increasing gravity around the rogue, pinning him in place. Akagi followed with a taijutsu combo, elbow strike to the jaw, knee to the gut, dropping him. The leader charged, sword blazing. Akagi dodged again. The third rogue flanked him, landing a lightning-enhanced punch to his ribs. Akagi grunted, staggering back, his vision blurring from the pain. He was slowly losing ground. These rogues were relentless, their hatred fueling them beyond reason. Just as the rogue leader raised his sword for a fatal strike, a golden chain erupted, wrapping around his arm. It yanked him brutally, slamming him into the third rogue with bone-shattering force. Both men crumpled, lifeless, their bodies twisted in the sand. The second rogue, still bound, met a swift end, a blade bisecting him cleanly. It dragged him brutally and threw him into another rogue ninja. Both of them died on impact, every bone in their body broken. The last one was finished swiftly by a blade, dissected in half. Akagi breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat running down his back, and turned to his savior. The newcomer had bright red hair, gray eyes, and the unmistakable bearing of an Uzumaki. Hope surged in Akagi's chest. This has to be family, he thought. "I'm Akinari Uzumaki," the man said, his voice steady as he approached. Later, they sat around a small, makeshift campsite under the starlit desert sky. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the dunes. Akinari tinkered idly with the lightning sword he'd claimed from the rogue leader, examining its hilt with curiosity. The blade hummed faintly when activated, projecting a saber of pure lightning energy. It was a useful weapon he wanted to make his own. Lady Kushina would need to sign off on it, but he didn't think she would deny him. Akagi watched him, grateful for the rescue but still reeling from the close call. "Thank you again for earlier," Akagi said, his voice rough but sincere. "Those rogues, they came out of nowhere. I thought I had them, but that sword." Akinari looked up from the weapon, his gray eyes reflecting the firelight. "Think nothing of it. We Uzumaki need to stick together. It's only natural I helped." He paused, focusing on the sword again. "Besides, I got something interesting out of it." Akagi nodded, leaning back against a rock. "I think I've heard of that weapon before. The sword of the Thunder God, something the second Hokage used. Dangerous in the wrong hands." A comfortable silence enveloped them, broken only by the distant howl of wind over the dunes. The fire popped, sending sparks into the night. Finally, Akinari broke it. "What were you doing out here, anyway?" He paused for a moment. "I heard the Uzumaki clan was reformed." Akagi stared into the flames, his middle-aged face lined with years of hardship, though it didn't betray his real age, which was much higher. "I heard the Uzumaki clan was reformed." He trailed off, his voice carrying a mix of hope and weariness. "I'm just an old man now, with nothing left. Even if it meant risking my life, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see the revival of our people." Akinari nodded solemnly, understanding all too well. There were many such cases among the survivors, lost souls wandering the world, clinging to the rumors. "The village is doing great. With Lady Kushina leading us, we have nothing to fear anymore," he said with quiet optimism. "The village is doing great. With Lady Kushina's, we have nothing to fear anymore," he said with some optimism. "She's the new clan leader?" Akagi asked, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Yes. She was Konoha's Ninetales Jinchūriki." "Amazing." Akagi muttered before his expression shifted to one of regret. I remember little Kushina. I was among the elders who chose to send her to Konoha. Akinari's face showed surprise. The elders and leaders had been targeted first during Yuzushio's destruction. He didn't think any had survived. I felt horrible at the time, Akagi continued, his voice heavy. She clearly didn't want to go, yet Konoha needed her. Of course, if I knew what I knew now about that rotten village. His face twisted with hatred, fists clenching in the sand. He shook his head, clearing the dark emotions. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise all along. Without her, we wouldn't have a Kagakure. Akinari placed a hand on the elder's shoulder. Come with me. You'll see for yourself. Akagi looked up, a spark of life returning to his eyes. For the first time in years, he felt a pull toward the future. The two Uzumaki sat in companionable silence, the fire warming the cold desert night, as the stars wheeled overhead. Chapter 55, Research. Inside a dimly lit workshop not too far from the Akakage building of the Uzumaki clan, the air hung heavy with the scent of fresh ink and scorched parchment. Flickering lanterns cast long shadows across the cluttered workbenches, their surfaces littered with brushes, half-empty inkwells, and crumpled seal prototypes. The stone walls, etched with intricate fuinjutsu arrays for research and safety, glowed faintly. Kushina Uzumaki stood at the center, her fiery red hair tied back in a practical ponytail, blue eyes narrowed in concentration as she leaned over a scroll. Her simple tunic, stained with ink smudges, clung to her toned frame, a reminder of the effort she poured into this project. Beside her were Renji and Suda, two of Akagakure's brightest minds in fuinjutsu. Renji, the foremost seal master of the Uzumaki clan whom Kushina had put in charge of research, was a quiet man in his late 30s. He had dark red hair and green eyes. Suda, on the other hand, was an up-and-coming talent at just 13, his spiky red hair framing a youthful face lit with enthusiasm. His gray eyes gleamed as he scribbled notes. With them was a civilian builder that Kushina had pulled earlier. A volunteer, or rather, a lab rat. He stood nervously in the corner, his sleeve rolled up to reveal the fresh swirl of black ink on his upper arm, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina had inscribed it herself. The man shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting between the trio, clearly out of his depth. Kushina herself was a master of seals, her creation stronger than most due to her immense chakra reserves and pure Uzumaki bloodline. However, she didn't have the same breadth of knowledge as Renji, who had grown up in Yuzushio Gakure. Her seals were potent, fueled by her raw power, but lacked the mastery that came from years of traditional study. Lately, she had enlisted their help on a new project, one that had consumed her thoughts for weeks. Lady Kushina. Renji called, pulling her out of her thoughts. His tone was neutral, but his brows were faintly raised. This project is really ambitious. He traced the ink lines sketched on the parchment before him, lips pressing together. I don't think the Uzumaki have ever created a seal at this scale. There was no criticism in his voice, only observation and admiration. Renji had been a quiet man ever since the fall of Yuzushio Gakure, carrying grief deep in his chest where few could reach. But when it came to fuinjutsu, his passion still shone through. Here, in this workshop, he almost seemed alive again. Kushina nodded, brushing a stray strand of crimson hair out of her face. I wasn't lying when I said Akagakure will surpass Yuzushio, Date Bane. This is just the start. He nodded, his expression thoughtful. The implications, it's groundbreaking. From her bag, she produced two scrolls, carefully bound in red silk. She handed one to Renji and the other to Suda. The boy's hands trembled a little as he unrolled his. W.O. His eyes widened at the dense strings of formulae covering the parchment. Renji leaned forward, reading silently, while Suda mouthed bits of the seal array as if sounding out a foreign tongue. While they read, Kushina glanced at the civilian. The man sat awkwardly at the corner of the room, his posture stiff, like he feared he'd break something just by breathing. His eyes darted from scrolls to ink jars to Kushina's crimson hair, and back again. On his upper arm was a swirl of black ink, the crest of the Uzumaki clan. She had inscribed it earlier, a prototype, to test her theory work. The seal was a failsafe for her clan. A last resort. Should the worst ever happen, should she lose in battle, this would give her a chance to save them. It wasn't something she expected to use since her growing bond with Kurama and her own power made defeat difficult to imagine, but she had lost her clan once. She would not lose them again. If the Kage or Madara have any tricks up their sleeves, this will come in handy. Not to mention any other threat she hadn't yet considered. Still, she hit a snag in her research so far and needed some outside opinions. The Uzumaki archives she reclaimed were not complete, so Renji's expertise was invaluable. Suda broke the silence first, his voice pitched high with wonder. This is amazing, Lady Kushina. To think you even came up with this dash. She smiled faintly at him. His mastery wasn't high enough to contribute much yet, but Kushina thought he could use the experience anyway. Besides, watching his enthusiasm was worth keeping him close. Someday, Suda would be a cornerstone of their village. Renji, on the other hand, was already frowning in thought. He set his scroll down and tapped it with a long finger. I see the problem, Lady Kushina. He paused, tracing a finger along the diagram. You don't know how to coordinate the seals you'd put on each clansman. The individual application is flawless, but scaling it to the entire village, that's where the complexity lies. Exactly. Kushina exhaled. The seal works as a single point. But once you spread it, it's too much. Renji's gaze sharpened. This is unprecedented, Lady Kushina. A network of seals interconnected with one another. No clan in history has attempted such a thing. Even for the Uzumaki clan, which had spent nearly a millennium researching seals, this was fresh. Then we'll be the first. Her voice was full of conviction. They argued and brainstormed for hours. The air grew thick with chalk dust as Renji scribbled suggestions on the board, creating sprawling webs of formulae that had to be erased and redrawn repeatedly. The civilian shifted uncomfortably each time they asked him to stand or sit, to test how the seal behaved. At one point, Suda piped up with an eager suggestion about chaining the seals through bloodline resonance. Renji shut it down immediately, warning of the potential side effects. Kushina, however, patted Suda's head and told him it wasn't a bad line of thinking, it just needed refining. After exhaustive debate, Renji stopped mid-stride, his eyes lighting up with realization. I think I've got it. Instead of trying to link them together directly, which risks instability from distance or interference, why don't we set each seal open to receive a certain signal? That way, you can activate them without trying to precisely link them together like a broadcast. Kushina's eyes widened a little, a hint of excitement appearing in them, her voice rising with enthusiasm. That sounds perfect, Datebane. It would remove a lot of the compel dash. She paused abruptly, her face turning serious, her body tensing like a coiled spring. She just sensed a large amount of malice approaching akagakure. Its density and size were nearly on par with Kurama's, a surging wave of dark chakra that pressed against her senses. The only one to give her a similar feeling was Madara Uchiha. Her heart raced, but she forced calm, her mind shifting instantly to defense protocols. She flickered out of the workshop faster than Renji or Suda could react, leaving two very confused Uzumaki behind, their scrolls still open, the ink drying on unfinished notes. Kushina appeared in front of the new Uzumaki guard barracks, a sturdy, fortified building of dark wood and stone, its walls reinforced with glowing Fuinjutsu seals that shimmered like a protective veil. This was where Akinari and Aina Uzumaki worked normally, coordinating patrols and defenses for Akagakure. She wasted no time and went straight to his office. He was there, currently working on some paperwork, his red hair tied back, gray eyes focused on the reports. Luckily, he had not been outside on a mission, his presence was crucial in moments like this. Lady Kushina. It's a pleasure to dash. Silence, she cut him off, her voice sharp and commanding, laced with urgency. There's an enemy approaching fast. We need to activate the defenses immediately. Akinari nodded with a serious expression, his instincts kicking in, right away, my lady. They both flickered off in different directions. He went to rouse the Uzumaki and activate their defenses, his voice barking orders as he mobilized the guards, while Kushina went to the edge of the island, facing the threat directly. Most of the land here was still undeveloped, so the edges were teeming with untouched forests and beaches, the sand pristine and the waves lapping gently against the shore. The natural beauty belied the danger lurking beyond. Kushina landed on the cliffside, the salty wind softly blowing her hair. She narrowed her eyes, staring into the distance. She saw an island. It was a floating island. A city sprawled on its surface, and strange carved heads jutted from its sides. The sight sparked something in her memory. Kushina had heard of a fortress like this before, it belonged to a nation called the Land of the Sky. Chapter 56, Anchorvantion, bonus. Kushina landed on the cliffside, the wind softly blew her hair as she narrowed her blue eyes, staring into the distance. The ocean stretched out before her, waves crashed against the rocks below. The air was thick with the scent of sea salt and damp earth. She had always loved this spot, the edge of the island where she could find peace away from the bustle of her clan. But today, there was no time for reflection. Her senses, sharpened by years of battle and Kurama's influence, were on high alert. She saw an island. It was a floating island, defying gravity as it hovered above the horizon. A city sprawled on its surface, its spires glinting in the sunlight, and strange carved heads jutted from its sides. The sight sparked something in her memory, she had heard of something like this, the Land of the Sky. They hadn't gotten involved in the Second Shinobi War, and no one knew much about them, so they were mostly left alone, fading into the background. What could they be doing here, emerging now? A disgusted expression appeared on her face as a thought occurred to her. She really hoped that they weren't here to form an alliance, there's no way the Uzumaki would lower themselves to ally with some small B-tier force like this. Akagakure was rising from the ashes of Yuzushio, and she wouldn't taint it with desperate partnerships. But as she examined the malice radiating from the people on board, she could only feel hostility, a dark, seething energy that pulsed from each of them. It confused her at first, she couldn't recall doing anything against them. Then again, these days, who wasn't her enemy? The 5 great villages, rogue ninja, even the shadows of the Warring States era loomed. A barrier of translucent yellow energy formed around Akagakure, shimmering like a dome of sunlight. This was their first line of defense against invaders, an experimental fuinjutsu barrier that blocked all attacks. It worked against both taijutsu and ninjutsu, it would need at least a Kage on the level of the 4th Reikage or Inoki to penetrate. Kushina watched as it solidified, the seals etched into the island's foundations activating with a low hum, their glow reflecting off the ocean waves. She had overseen its creation personally. As the island hovered closer, an announcement started from its speakers, the voice booming across the water like thunder. This is Anchorvantion, of the great land of the sky. Kushina snorted unconsciously. How pompous, per usual with these small villages, always overcompensating for their insignificance. With our technology, the voice continued, the 5 great hidden villages don't stand a chance. Be honored, Akagakure, to witness our true power. She rolled her eyes, her lips curling in disdain. If they had a death wish, she'd grant it. Maybe there'd be something interesting on board the island. The floating fortress was intriguing. It could be useful for Akagakure's defenses, another tool to surpass Yuzushio's legacy. Not to mention the massive malice in the core. Now that she focused harder, the immense malice she sensed earlier did not belong to a person. It was something darker, artificial, pulsing from the heart of the island. Kurama's deep voice rumbled in her mind, sharp and alert, this energy, it's almost like a tailed beast. A construct born purely from malice. Absorbing it would boost my power. Kushina nodded with determination, her fists clenching at her sides. She'd seize this chance. A large wave of ninja descended from the fortress. They had wings that made them capable of flight, their silhouettes dark against the sky. They attacked the barrier using their kunai launchers, unique explosives, and ninjutsu. However, nothing so much as left a scratch. The barrier rippled like water under rain, absorbing the impacts with ease. To the barrier, this much was child's play. Kushina watched, her expression unmoved, as the attackers grew frustrated, their assaults intensifying but yielding no results. But then Kushina felt it. A massive surge of energy gathered at the center of the island. That had to be their trump card. The potency of it actually worried her, it might be enough to breach the barrier. It was time for her to move. The dark red chakra of Kurama poured out from her, spreading in all directions like a tidal wave. It moved and twisted through the air, consolidating to form the large figure of a fox, its 9 tails lashing behind it. This was her transformation, representing the full might of the 9 tails. A dense mass of chakra swirled in its throat, dark red and black. The fortress fired its own beam of yellow energy. Her laser screamed through the air toward it, colliding in a clash of yellow and red, the impact sending shockwaves across the ocean, waves crashing wildly against the shores. However, Kushina's beam easily overpowered theirs, the dark energy devouring the yellow beam like a predator. It didn't just stop at that, it continued forward, reducing half of the island to rubble in an instant, chunks of stone and metal raining into the sea with deafening crashes. Everyone watching the conflict was stunned beyond belief. That level of power was divine. Whispers spread among the Uzumaki guards, their eyes wide with awe at their leader's strength. As the island fell into the ocean, half submerged near the shores of Akagakure but still afloat, Kushina exited her transformation, her chakra shroud fading as she landed lightly on the beach. She regrouped with Akinari Uzumaki, who stood at the head of their force. He had gathered their warriors near the shore, they were about 70 strong, including Nagato, Aina, and the others. It wasn't a large force, but its quality was exceptional, each member honed by survival and Kushina's training. Kushina stepped forward, her foot pressing against the air itself. She rose higher, walking skyward. This was a technique Kurama taught her. It was lost to time because of how unwieldy it was, it's significantly harder and takes more chakra than the other form, which allows you to walk on water. But for Kushina, with her vast reserves, it was effortless. She stood in front and above her clansmen, enhancing her voice with chakra so it boomed across the beach. This insignificant nation couldn't even match the might of the 5 great hidden villages, let alone the Uzumaki. Their arrogance is their undoing. A chorus of agreement sounded from the crowd, their voices rising in a unified roar, fists pumping in the air. Let's show them the power of our clan. Invade their fortress. Leave no one alive. With a unified cry, the Uzumaki charged, sprinting across the water toward the wrecked Anchorvantion. Kushina followed, her eyes fixed on the malignant presence inside. Inside the fortress, the leader of the land of the sky, Shino, was running in a panic. He raced through the halls of Anchorvantion as fast as he could, his footsteps echoing off the metal walls, the structure groaning from the damage. He couldn't believe his nation got handled so easily. All it took was one attack, and his fortress, which could wipe the hidden villages off the map, was destroyed. He now understood the pain Konoha and Kyumo went through, the humiliation of being crushed like an insect. He should have targeted one of the other villages first, that would have been enough to prove their power. But no. He had to go after the strongest to prove his nation's strength. Where did that get him? His dreams of conquest shattered in a single beam. His nation was over. He knew that from the moment the Akagakure fired that beam. The floating fortress, his pride, was now half sunken. However, it was not over yet. Not for him, at least. There was still the Zero Tails. If a tailed beast is what gives the Akagakure all her strength, then he can use one too. With his body revival technique, along with the 8 gates, there's no way he'd die here. His thoughts came to an end as he entered a chamber. This was where his life's work, the Zero Tails, was contained. He wasted no time, activating his body revival technique. His body glowed as he instantly achieved a peak physique, his muscles bulging, veins pulsing with energy. With this, he had insane regenerative abilities and durability, it was even capable of activating the 8 gates without side effects. Then, he absorbed the Zero Tails into himself, the dark entity writhing as it merged with his form, giving him a burst of yellow-gold energy that crackled around. With this power, I can take on anyone. He laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the crumbling halls. Even Hashirama and Madara would be nothing before this. His body thrummed with the combined force of the Zero Tails and his revived state, his skin glowing with an unholy aura. First gate, gate of opening. Second gate, gate of healing. Third gate, gate of life. Eighth gate, gate of death. A chaotic aura of red blood was flaming around him, his hair standing on end, his eyes wild with power. His raw strength had ascended to the realm of Hashirama and Madara, the air distorting around him from the sheer energy. So you're the leader of this pitiful village, a voice called out from behind him, cold and mocking. It was Kushina. Why is it that you small villages always overestimate yourselves? Shouldn't you know best how weak you truly are? Before, these words might have angered him, but with this power, Shino only smirked, brimming with confidence. It's not over yet. And without another word, he teleported, or at least, it looked like it. He was simply moving too fast, his body a blur as he closed the distance in an instant. He appeared right in front of Kushina's astonished gaze and launched a punch, his fist wreathed in red energy. She barely had time to activate her chakra shroud, the dark red mantle flaring around her like a shield, and she was blasted back. She shot out of the fortress at blinding speed, crashing through the walls like they were made of paper, but it didn't stop there. She tumbled across the ocean, creating massive waves that crashed against the shores, until she finally hit the cliff wall with a giant explosion, leaving a dust cloud that billowed into the sky. Shino chased after her, leaving craters in the ground with each step. Outside the wreckage and the dust cloud, he stood. Shino laughed. Did you see that? With my power, no one can stand in my way. Not the 5 great hidden villages, and not you. With the Zero Tails, I'll take over this whole world. I am a god. Shut up. Kushina finally responded, her voice echoing from the dust cloud. She couldn't take much more of this megalomaniac's ramblings. The dust cleared and revealed her. She was now in her tailed beast form. Dark red chakra radiated off her, and 9 tails extended from her back. Each one had a streak of gold running through them, the adamantine sealing chains. You're impressive, but not even gods are invincible, she said, the blood from the earlier punch hissing away, evaporating against her chakra shroud. My hatred made me what I am today, a demon of malice. Her eyes burned with fury as her voice cut through the air like a blade. And demons don't kneel before gods, they carve them apart. Kushina unleashed a torrent of dark red chakra, her 9 tails lashing out. Shino charged, his red aura flaring as he swung his fist, the air distorting from the force. Kushina blocked with one tail, its the red and gold clashed against his punch in a burst of energy that cracked the cliffside. He held on for a moment, his regenerative abilities from the body revival technique allowing him to push back, his muscles straining against her superior power. But it was futile, her tail coiled around his arm, the sealing chain sapping his chakra, weakening his hold. Shino grunted, his power surging. He landed a glancing kick that sent Kushina skidding back a few feet. He pressed the advantage, his speed a blur as he unleashed a barrage of punches, each one exploding with red energy. Kushina dodged most, her tailed beast form's agility outmatching him, but one grazed her side, drawing a shallow cut that healed almost instantly. Is that all? She taunted, her voice booming. With a roar, she whipped 2 tails forward, they wrapped around Shino's legs and slammed him into the ground. He bounced back with insane durability, regenerating the damage, but Kushina was already on him. A chakra-enhanced punch to his chest cracked ribs, and as he staggered, barely holding on, she sealed the deal with a raisnon infused with Kurama's malice, drilling into his abdomen. Shino's aura flickered, his life force fading as his raging chakra went out of control. He collapsed, gasping, his godlike power broken in moments. She looked down at Shino's rapidly dying body, his form changing to that of an old, withered man. Demons devour gods, she spoke. The zero tail was absorbed into her seal, the dark energy surging into her as a wave of malice that Kurama eagerly claimed. Kurama materialized beside her, his fox form towering, eyes gleaming with amusement. He laughed derisively. You talked down to this guy, yet he still punched you in the face. Kushina's face turned red from a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Be quiet. He just surprised me, that's all. She lightly punched him in the side, her fist bouncing off his fur. If I had my tailed beast form active from the start, he wouldn't have lasted a second, date Bane. Kurama chuckled, his tail swishing. Keep telling yourself that, brat. But that energy. It's mine now. A nice boost. Kushina smirked, the adrenaline fading as she surveyed the ruined floating island. The land of the sky's technology lay in tatters, but its secrets might still hold value for akagakure. As her clansmen cheered from the shore, she felt the weight of her leadership, another threat crushed, another step toward the Uzumaki's unassailable future. A/N, if you're surprised by Shino's strength, know that I was too. But that's how it is in the movie. He said he could open all 8 gates without any side effects. For some reason, though, he just chose not to against Naruto/Sasuke. Also, if you're wondering why he wasn't stronger, like Guy was with all 8 gates, it's because Shino didn't train his taijutsu like Guy did, so the boost in power was lesser, along with his control, and he didn't have the fighting experience either. Might Guy was just built different. Chapter 57, Dark Chakra. Inside the Grand Akagakure Tower, Kurama found a quiet chamber to retreat to after Kushina's battle against Shino and the Land of the Sky. The tower's walls, reinforced with intricate fuinjutsu seals that glowed faintly in the dim light, hummed with latent chakra. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of polished wood and incense from the adjacent shrine room. Normally, Kurama would remain close to Kushina, either sealed within her or manifesting nearby in his natural or human form. But this time, he had a specific purpose that required solitude in the overworld, experimentation with the newfound power he'd absorbed. He sat down in a meditative position on the polished stone floor, the room's high ceiling and large windows overlooking the island's coastline. The space was simple yet functional, a desk cluttered with scrolls, maps of the Shinobi world pinned to the walls, and a single lantern casting a warm glow. Kurama closed his red-slitted eyes and looked inwards. The so-called zero tails he had absorbed earlier was the first tailed beast he had ever consumed. Before that, he had merely theorized about it, he had no practical experience to draw from. What would happen if one beast devoured another? Would the power mingle, granting him their abilities? Would he be warped? Would it merely strengthen him? The truth was untested until now. Maybe, in the future, he would even be able to use their signature abilities like Kokuo's boil release or Son Goku's lava release. The Zero Tails, unlike his siblings, was an artificial construct born from human malice, not the sage's division of the 10 tails. Its dark chakra was twisted, and Kurama was eager to dissect its effects. As he probed the depths of his chakra, he was surprised at how unchanged he felt. His body, his mind, and his malice, they were all the same as they had ever been. No personality differences or changes in appearance. That was good. And then there was something else. Kurama could feel it, something new curling in the pit of his being. A power that had not existed before. The abilities of tailed beasts were inherent and innate. As soon as he was created from the 10 tails division, he immediately comprehended how to sense malice. It came as naturally as breathing. Kushina had to spend months sharpening her sensitivity. He had simply known. And now he simply knew again. He had 2 new abilities, the creation of dark chakra and absorbing negative emotions. Kurama's lips peeled back in a vulpine grin. So this is the Zero Tails gift. He stretched one hand forward, letting a coil of the strange new chakra curl around his wrist. It flickered like smoke, faintly black, and it was hungry. Different from his own crimson chakra, but not incompatible. In fact, it felt almost natural paired with his malice. Next time we meet, Madara, Kurama thought, things will be different. He was already imagining Madara Uchiha, defeated underneath his heel, his cursed Sharingan dimmed forever. If there was one person he despised most in the whole world, it would definitely be Madara Uchiha, a mortal who dared to control him, like some kind of common tool. The Senju who had bound him to a Jinchūriki had earned his scorn, too, but Madara's control was different. It was a violation of his free will, a desecration of his consciousness. The Uchiha's cursed eyes had enslaved him, forcing him to fight against his nature. The memory ignited a rage that burned red hot. Once he got his hands on that damned Uchiha, he would know hell. His mind conjured the image easily, Madara beneath his claws, screaming, bones shattering as teeth closed around him. The fox would tear him limb from limb, burn him until nothing remained, scatter his ashes in the wind. Kurama snapped his eyes open and growled, dragging himself back to the present. His thoughts got carried away. They always did when the Uchiha's name passed through his mind. Breathing deep, he returned his focus to his boons. The ability to absorb negative emotions sounded good on paper, but his chakra was already so immense that it'd take a nation of misery to make any noticeable difference. A single person's despair, like Madara's, would be a drop in the ocean. But the ability to create dark chakra was much more interesting. The way Shino used it was rudimentary. Kurama could already envision refinements. Unlike his, which drowned any exposed to it in dread and primal fear, this black chakra was parasitic. It didn't just terrify, it inflamed those emotions. It latched onto the hatred already inside a heart and fanned it, swelling anger into rage, grief into despair, and doubt into loathing. Against weak opponents, it would drop them into unconsciousness with the sheer weight of their emotions turning against them. Against the strong, it would corrode their precision, make their strikes wilder, and cloud their judgment. And beyond that, it leached chakra. Kurama's hands flexed as he thought it through. Chakra was born from the balance of physical and spiritual energies. And what were negative emotions but twisted strands of spiritual energy? To sap those emotions was to drink directly from the well of another's chakra. It would be highly effective. Especially against the Uchiha. Their dojutsu thrived on mental energy. If he could drain that, then even the Sharingan would falter. A cruel, sharp smile spread across his face. This was a gift worth keeping. While he studied his new powers, the rest of the clan was celebrating in the grand hall of the Akagakure building. This was their first conflict since the founding of Akagakure, and it was an overwhelming success. Although the nation they faced wasn't very impressive, the victory was a morale boost, a reminder that the Uzumaki were no longer prey but predators in the shinobi world. In the grand hall, everyone was gathered. Music played, lively tunes from flutes and drums echoing off the high ceilings adorned with red and black banners. Drinks were shared, sake and herbal teas, and meals served on long tables laden with fresh fish, roasted meats, and vegetables from the island's fertile gardens. Laughter filled the room, children darting between legs, elders sharing stories of Yuzushio's glory days. It was a scene of unity, a far cry from the scattered, hunted existence they had endured for years. Kushina encouraged such gatherings whenever possible. They weren't for her, she was never truly comfortable in the middle of a noisy crowd, but for her people. For those who had endured too much grief, who deserved some moments of joy. She sat apart from the throng, high on the raised platform at the back of the hall. A throne carved from dark wood marked her seat, a table of delicacies set before her. At her side stood Aina, her ever-dutiful assistant. From her perch, Kushina observed with a faint, reserved smile. It didn't take long before someone broke from the crowd. An Uzumaki elder, stooped with age yet carrying the unmistakable vitality of his clan, approached slowly. For their kind to appear old at all meant his years were beyond count. He stopped before her throne, bowed deeply, and knelt. "Lady Kushina," he said, his voice gravelly but steady, "may I speak?" "You may," she replied, her tone level but not unkind. Though she projected the image of an aloof leader, she rarely denied requests of her people. He lifted his head. "My name is Akaji Uzumaki." Recognition stirred in Kushina. She remembered the report. He had been rescued not long ago by Akinari Uzumaki. He also found the sword of the Thunder God on the same day, which she let him keep as a reward. Akaji continued, "I was once an elder, before Yuzushio fell." A shadow crossed his face, and his voice grew heavy. "I was among those who decided you would be sent to Konoha." His face shadowed. "I was one of the ones who decided you would be sent to Konoha." Kushina's eyes narrowed, just slightly. Akaji bowed until his forehead touched the floor. His voice trembled, though his body remained steady. "After their betrayal, I regretted it every day. I regret it still, and will until the end of my life. It was my fault that Yuzushio fell. My fault that we trusted in them, in the first Hokage's promise. Sending you away was foolish beyond words. After they betrayed us, I regret it every day. I still regret it, and probably will for the rest of my life. It was my fault that Yuzushio fell. Sending you to Konoha, trusting them in the first place," he shook his head in self-derision. "It was foolish." He pressed himself lower, slipping into full Dajisa. "Please, forgive me. My life, my knowledge, and my wisdom, I offer it all to you. Allow me to atone, even if it means my death." For a long moment, Kushina simply studied him. The hall beyond roared with joy, but between them there was silence. Finally, she spoke. "Enough." Akaji's face fell. The word struck him hard. Would she decline? But Kushina's next words were different. "You are still an elder of the clan. Thoughtless, perhaps, in the past, but your strength and knowledge are needed now more than ever. I will not waste them, Date Bane. You will join the administrative council alongside Kaoru as an advisor. Her blue eyes narrowed. If you truly wish to repent, then do so with the rest of your life. Spend what years you have left serving the clan. For a heartbeat, Akagi could only gape. Then he bowed again, trembling with relief. Thank you, Lady Kushina. Thank you. I will serve, until my last breath. If he were younger, he might have cried. Kushina leaned back on her throne, watching him quietly. She would be lying if she claimed she felt no resentment toward those who had sent her to Konoha. That decision had shaped the pain of her childhood. But, in the end, it had led her here. To her clan restored, to the strength she wielded now. Her thoughts drifted to a certain fox, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Perhaps, in some twisted way, it had worked out for the best. Chapter 58, Anoka. After the land of the sky's crushing defeat, Akagakure settled back into its steady rhythm. The Uzumaki clan had endured far worse: Yuzushio's fall, Konoha's betrayal, and the relentless hunt of the 5 great ninja villages, so a fleeting assault from a second-rate nation barely stirred their resolve. The village bustled under the midday sun. Fishermen cast their nets from the rocky harbors, children's laughter echoed as they trained in the academy yard, and women carried baskets of vegetables and smoked meats between the new rows of homes. Construction still rang out here and there, hammering wood, sealing cracks, and raising walls, but the Uzumaki worked tirelessly. High above the bustle, in the Akagakure building, Kushina was catching up with the first Uzumaki she had ever rescued, Anoka. They were seated in her private quarters. Despite being the seat of the Akagakure, the room wasn't ostentatious. Kushina wasn't used to luxury and had never cared for it before. She wasn't about to start now. A polished wooden desk sat against the far wall, cluttered with maps, scrolls, and ink jars. To the side, shelves were stacked with sealing tools, mission reports, and clan records. But the true splendor of the room was the view: wide windows that opened toward the village and, beyond it, the gleaming coastline. The waves glittered under the afternoon sun, and the cries of gulls could just barely be heard if one listened closely enough. Kushina sat cross-legged on a thick cushion, hair spilling straight down her back, while Anoka perched across from her, excitement practically bubbling off her. Anoka was one of the few Kushina truly considered a friend, even among the Uzumaki. The only others were Nagato, Akinari, and Aina, but they were different. Anoka was simple in the best sense of the word, someone Kushina could speak with as a girl her age rather than a leader. The downside was that she didn't see her as often. Anoka held no high rank in the clan, she wasn't burdened with administrative duties, and her strength wasn't that impressive among the Uzumaki. Their paths crossed less than Kushina wished. So, what's new? Kushina asked, leaning back slightly, her voice lighter than it usually was when weighed with politics. Anoka's face lit up, her grin wide enough to rival the sun outside. I qualified as a special jonin in jutsu, she said, practically bouncing in her seat. With all the resources you retrieved, I was finally able to improve. I've been practicing non-stop. Kushina felt warmth bloom in her chest at the sight. Anoka had always had talent for jutsu. Not on the level of prodigies like Renji or Suda, but enough to stand above the average shinobi. She might never reach mastery, but at 13, almost 14, special jonin was already more than many could dream of. Kushina's lips curled into a proud grin. She reached out and slung an arm around Anoka's shoulder, pulling her into a side hug. That's great, Date Bane. We need everyone we can get. Anoka nodded eagerly. The new academy you set up helped a ton. It's different than the one I remember from Yuzushio. But not in a bad way, not at all. Kushina tilted her head. Yeah. I didn't attend Yuzushio's academy myself, but I sat in on a few classes when I was little. I tried to mix that with what I learned in Konoha. The same training a normal shinobi gets doesn't really work for us, Uzumaki. With all our vitality, control is what matters most. Kushina tilted her head. Yeah, I only sat in on a few classes in Yuzushio when I was a kid, before. Her voice trailed off, a flicker of pain crossing her face as she recalled her exile to Konoha. She shook it off, her smile returning. I took what I saw there and mixed it with Konoha's system. The same training a normal shinobi gets doesn't really work for us, Uzumaki. With all our vitality and chakra, control is what matters most. Exactly. Anoka agreed, her enthusiasm infectious. The way you've got the instructors drilling chakra precision, it's made all the difference. The conversation spilled on from there, easy and flowing. They talked about the newest recruits in the academy, the latest houses finished in the East District, and even which cooks in the mess hall were getting too heavy-handed with spices. For a while, Kushina felt lighter than she had in a while. Moments like this, that she spends with Aina, Rina, or Kurama, are what matter the most. Then Kushina's smile turned mischievous, her eyes glinting with playful intent. So, now that most of the Uzumaki are rescued, any romantic prospects? Anyone catch your eye? She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, her grin pure trouble. Anoka's face flushed a deep red. She fidgeted, twisting a strand of her hair. Well, maybe. She murmured, barely audible. Otto. Kushina's grin widened, predatory now. What was that? Speak up, Anoka. Nagato. Anoka blurted, a bit too loudly, then clapped her hands over her mouth. The room seemed to hold its breath before Kushina burst into laughter, the sound warm and unrestrained. He's a good guy, Kushina said. Nagato's got a lot going for him. Anoka nodded passionately, her embarrassment giving way to starry-eyed fervor. He's strong, handsome, and he's so sensitive and gentle, you know. Like, he's got that quiet intensity, and when he helped me with my seals last week, he was so patient, and, oh, his eyes. She rambled on, her words tumbling over each other like a teenager lost in her first crush, which she was. Kushina listened with raised brows, watching her friend gush. Nagato was younger than Anoka by about a year, but his maturity was precocious, born from hardship. Not to mention, he was tall for his age and gifted with power that could shake nations. It wasn't surprising that he was so popular among the Uzumaki girls. Kushina finally raised a hand, chuckling. Okay, I get it. You've got it bad. I think you two would make a good match. The clan needs more families right now, too. Anoka sighed, her expression softening. Is all you ever think about the clan? Your dedication's amazing, but sometimes you need to look at things like a normal person, like a normal girl. She paused, her black eyes searching Kushina's. I don't like Nagato because of some duty to have kids for the clan. I like him because he's him. An amazing person. Kushina blinked, then smiled faintly. I guess you're right, she admitted softly. I'm too used to being the akagakure. Exactly. Anoka's lips curled into a mischievous grin that mirrored Kushina's earlier. So, is there anyone you like? She leaned forward, her grin daring Kushina to dodge the question. Kushina hesitated, her fingers tightening around her cup. The question wasn't new, advisors, elders, and even Aina had asked it. After all, it was a little hypocritical to encourage families among the clan, yet stay a single young girl herself. She usually laughed it off, claiming no one was worthy of her, which wasn't entirely untrue. But Anoka was different, a friend, not merely another subordinate. In this quiet room, with Kurama absent from her seal, maybe she could finally say it out loud. There is one guy. She said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her face flushed as red as her hair, a rare vulnerability creeping in. She cursed herself for opening this door, her heart racing. Anoka's eyes widened, her cup nearly slipping from her hands. No way. Who? Kushina bit her lip, her usual confidence replaced by bashfulness. This is gonna sound crazy, but it's Kurama. The admission felt like a weight lifted, yet her cheeks burned hotter. She'd never said it out loud, barely acknowledged it to herself. Anoka gaped, her jaw dropping. Kurama was undeniably striking, his human form's chiseled features, piercing red eyes, and domineering aura would all be popular among women. But he was a tailed beast. The idea was so far outside Anoka's imagination that she froze, processing it. I know it's unusual, Kushina rushed on, stumbling over her words, but there's no one else I can imagine being with. He's mean, brutal, wrathful, but he was there for me when no one else was, Bane. Her voice softened, eyes distant with memory. When I was alone in Konoha, hated, betrayed, he was my strength. If it wasn't for him, my life would have been so dismal. She paused, a dreamy glint in her eyes. And he's just so cool and handsome. Have you seen his body? He barely ever wears shirts. Anoka nodded absently, still reeling. You two would make a great match, she said finally, her voice warming. A romance story for the ages, like something out of a novel. But then a thought struck her, and her brows knit. Wait, could you two even have children? Kushina hesitated, and her blush deepened, then she puffed her cheeks defiantly. I've thought about it, and I don't know. But I know Kurama could figure it out, Bane. Her trust was absolute, almost childlike in its conviction. If you say so, Anoka replied, her tone not sarcastic. Tailed beast anatomy was beyond her expertise, but Kushina's conviction was infectious. Now, Anoka pressed eagerly, how are you going to get his attention? Kushina opened her mouth, ready to speak, but froze. Her eyes glazed faintly as she reached out with her mind's eye of Kaguya. In the distance, she sensed something, a presence approaching akagakure across the ocean. She grumbled for a moment, she really hoped it wasn't some other two-bit nation on a power trip. But as she examined them closer, she could only feel fear radiating off them, not aggression. Their chakra signatures were also weak. Kushina. Anoka's voice broke through, concern etching her face as she noticed the shift in her friend's demeanor. Kushina blinked, snapping out of her trance. There's an envoy approaching the island, she said, her tone clipped, all traces of bashfulness gone. She stood, her crimson hair swaying as she moved to the window, peering at the horizon where a small speck of a ship was just visible. Is it serious? Anoka asked, rising to join her, her black eyes scanning the sea. Kushina shook her head, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. I don't think so. They don't even seem like ninja. She turned to Anoka, her face apologetic but resolute. I'm sorry, but we'll have to talk later. This requires the village's and my attention. She stepped toward the door, completely different in aura from the young woman she looked like, talking to Anoka. Anoka nodded, understanding the shift. Go get Kushina. As she departed, she couldn't help but wonder about them. Were they diplomats? Merchants? Or something else entirely? With Akagakure's enemy circling, she couldn't afford to take chances. She'd received this boat herself, and if they brought trouble, they'd learn the same lesson as the Land of the Sky. Chapter 59, Land of Tea, Bonus. After leaving Anoka in her quarters, Kushina Uzumaki strode through the bustling corridors of the Akagakure building. The building's walls, etched with glowing fuinjutsu seals, pulsed faintly, casting a soft blue glow that mingled with the sunlight streaming through narrow windows. But Kushina's mind was sharp, focused on the envoy approaching their shores, its faint aura of fear rather than malice stirred her curiosity and caution. She entered the command center of the guard building, a chamber designed for strategy and crisis. The room was stark yet functional, a long, polished wooden table dominated the center, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Maps of the Shinobi world adorned the walls, marked with red ink to track threats like the Kage alliance and anything else they could think of. A single window overlooked the harbor, where the distant speck of the envoy's ship was just visible against the glittering ocean. The relevant people were already aware of the situation thanks to Aina's mind's eye of Kaguya. The ability spread her senses like a net across the waters, and unlike last time, the report hadn't prompted Kushina to rush immediately. There was no pressing urgency or malice, only a faint tremor of fear from the approaching ship. She took her seat at the head of the table, her blue eyes scanning her advisors, Akinari, Nagato, Aina, and the elder, Akagi. Rina stood just to her side, parchment and brush ready in her steady hands, the picture of quiet loyalty. Akinari, with his sharp gray eyes, sat to her left. Nagato, young but commanding with his Mangekyo Sharingan, leaned forward attentively. Akagi, the elder with graying hair, sat upright, eager to prove his worth. Aina sat quietly next to Akinari. She wasn't really suited for these meetings, but was included as the vice-captain of the guard. You're all aware of the situation, Kushina began. Her crimson hair glimmered in the lamplight as her eyes swept over them, searching for hesitation. None came, each nodded in turn. A ship is approaching the island. It doesn't appear threatening. I checked both their malice and their chakra myself. So, does anyone have an idea of who they are? Akagi, her newly appointed advisor, folded his hands atop the table before speaking. His voice carried the gravitas of age. If I may, Lady Kushina. I believe it is likely an envoy from the Land of Tea. Kushina tilted her head slightly. That possibility had slipped her mind. She'd nearly forgotten this island was still technically listed under the Land of Tea's holdings. Akagi continued, this island, along with the adjacent one, has long been used for a quadrennial competition that the Land of Tea hosts. I believe the time for it draws near. Kushina's brow furrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Akinari nodded, his voice calm but decisive. I agree with Elder Akagi. A merchant or another village wouldn't approach us, given our enmity with the 5 great nations. His gray eyes met Kushina's, reflecting their shared distrust of outsiders after Konoha's betrayal. Nagato gave a brief nod, while Aina merely added a quiet of agreement, her gaze already drifting back toward the horizon only she and Kushina could sense. Rina's brush scratched softly against the parchment as she recorded the discussion. That sounds reasonable, Kushina said, her tone softening slightly. She leaned back, her fingers drumming on the table. But what do we do about it? If they're here for their competition, they might demand control of the islands. I won't allow that many outsiders to enter. The room fell silent, each advisor weighing the implications. Aina spoke up, her voice steady. We could negotiate to buy the islands outright. It's a small nation, they might not care about these scraps of land. Akagi nodded, adding, that, and we assert our presence. They're too weak to challenge us, but we shouldn't offend the daimyo too much. Kushina's eyes narrowed, her mind racing. She was not as adept at politics as she was at fighting. She would default to Akagi's guidance. Let's receive them, she decided. Akinari, Akagi, you'll greet them at the harbor. Be respectful but firm. We're not their subjects. Aina, prepare the guest room in the tower. Nagato, have our patrols on standby, just in case. Her voice carried the weight of the Akagakure, unyielding. The harbor bustled with activity as the ship docked, its polished wood and ornate carvings marking it as a vessel of status rather than war. Fishermen paused their work, eyeing the newcomers with distrust. The ship's sails bore the land of T's crest. The first to step off were not nobles but a line of armored men. Samurai, by their armor, though their chakra was pitiful, their presence was more ceremonial than martial. Their discipline was crisp, but to Uzumaki eyes, they were little better than civilians with swords. Not long after came the true guest. A palanquin was carried down, its polished wood and gilded frame drawing every eye. Seated within was a man dressed in robes of green and gold, his hair streaked with gray, his bearing proud yet cautious. This was clearly a minister, likely a high-ranking official sent by the daimyo. His ornate attire contrasted sharply with Akagakure's rugged practicality. On the dock to receive them stood Akinari and Akagi. The latter had been chosen deliberately. As a former elder of Yuzushio, he alone had experience handling dignitaries and their prickly pride. Akagi's weathered face softened into a polite smile. "It's a pleasure to welcome you, minister," he said, bowing slightly, enough to show respect but not submission. The minister shifted uneasily, clearly wary of the clan's fierce reputation. But Akagi's controlled courtesy soothed him. "Yes, it is my pleasure as well. To see the Uzumaki revived, alive again after such tragedy, it is a wonderful thing." Akagi smiled with practiced diplomacy. "Indeed. Allow me to escort you to our leader, the first Akagakure, Lady Kushina." He gestured toward the former shrine, leading the way with Akinari at his side, the samurai trailing behind like cautious shadows. Kushina was waiting in a reception hall of the Akagakure building. Unlike her personal quarters, this room was designed with ceremony in mind. Red banners lined the walls, embroidered with the spiral crest of the Uzumaki, and a lacquered table ran the length of the chamber. Cushions were set neatly along its sides, incense burning faintly in the air. To be honest, Kushina had never thought the chamber would see use. She preferred the war room, the training fields, and the cliffside where the sea air cleared her mind. But she had built this hall anyway, out of caution. Now, as the scent of sandalwood mingled with the sea breeze drifting through the windows, she patted herself on the back for the foresight. But her expression turned serious as she sat at the table's head, her crimson hair tied back, and her face set in stone. It was easy to dismiss the land of T as weak. They possessed no hidden village and no standing army beyond samurai. Perhaps the daimyo had a handful of ninja bodyguards, jonin at most, but nothing compared to the might of even a middling shinobi village. Nagato alone could have crushed them. Kushina, Akinari, and the others could have erased the nation in a day. But strength wasn't what made them dangerous. It was the system they represented. The shinobi world's daimyo operated in a strange, untouchable sphere, separate from the hidden villages. They treated conflicts like games. Their hidden villages were more about bragging rights than conquest or defense. When Konoha fell to her wrath in the Second War, the fire daimyo lost prestige, not land. The same occurred in the First War. Why the shinobi tolerated it, Kushina still didn't fully understand. She wasn't a politician nor a schemer, she was a fighter. Yet she knew enough to recognize the danger. Attacking a daimyo directly would shatter this unspoken rule. Which would, in turn, threaten every daimyo, of all the nations. While she wasn't exactly afraid of facing every hidden village at once, she would rather build her power and the power of her clan here to minimize any consequences. The sliding door opened. The minister entered. He bowed low from the waist. "Thank you for the hospitality, Lady Kushina," he said, his voice laced with a subtle unease, his brown eyes avoiding hers. Kushina inclined her head. Even in the traditional hierarchy, a Kage is beneath a daimyo but above a minister. Let him remember that. "I'm Minister Daiki, from the land of T," he continued, straightening. He paused, gauging her reaction. From everything he's heard, the Akagakure didn't like beating around the bush. He got straight to the point. "I'm not sure if you're aware, but our nation owns the lands of this village, my lady." "I wasn't," Kushina lied easily, her tone flat. "My clan fled here to escape persecution from the other villages. Now that it's been brought to my attention, we're willing to buy these islands. They're not valuable to the land of T, I'm sure." Daiki hesitated, his lips twitching. "That is, generous. However, the daimyo has another proposal." Kushina's eyes narrowed. He swallowed, the words rushing out. "As you know, the land of T has never formed a hidden village. We never saw the need before, but now that you and your clan are settled here No. Kushina's voice cut through like a blade. "As I said, we're open to buying the islands, but the Uzumaki will remain unbound." The minister swallowed, sweat prickling his neck. But. The daimyo's wishes were clear. "If you do not accept, then perhaps you will have to vacate the islands, or He cut himself off, realizing too late the threat he had spoken. He cursed his daimyo. "Or what?" Kushina's voice was ice, her gaze piercing as she rose and stepped toward him. I misspoke. She leaned in, her face inches from his, repeating, or what? Cold sweat poured down Daiki's back, his fine robes clinging to his skin. Oh, or and nothing. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. You can have the islands. They're not worth much, as you said. Kushina held his gaze a moment longer, then leaned back, satisfied. That's what I thought. Tell your daimyo this is how it will be. Yes, Lady Kushina. Daiki bowed low, his hands shaking as he gathered his robes. He excused himself quickly, nearly stumbling as he hurried from the chamber. When the door slid shut, silence filled the hall once more. Kushina exhaled slowly and dropped back into her chair, rubbing at her temples. Always one problem after another, she muttered to herself. She doubted very much this would be the end of the Land of T's interference. A/N, this chapter officially marks 100k words. TBH, when I first started writing this, I never thought I'd get this far. It's my first work ever, so I wasn't sure I could stick with it, but here we are. Thanks to everyone still reading. Chapter 60, Virut. Inside the Akage's personal quarters, high within the tower that stood as Akagakure's heart, Kushina Uzumaki sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, her crimson hair tied back in a ponytail. Her face was a mask of concentration, her blue eyes half closed as she meditated, her breathing slow and deliberate. Her features took on a subtle, fox-like sharpness, complete with fox ears, as an ethereal red energy emanated from her, not the Ninetales' usual dark aura, but something softer, tinged with the elusive essence of natural energy. She was chasing Sage Mode, a technique that would boost her power by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, her brow twitched, and her concentration shattered. Damn it, she cursed, her voice echoing in the quiet room. Anger flared, hot and immediate. She lashed out without thinking, kicking the low desk in front of her. Crash. The wood splintered under her foot, exploding into debris that shot across the room like shrapnel. Several shards hit against the wall with a deafening crack. But the seals flickered, absorbing the damage. Dust clouded the air, and Kushina cringed, her frustration giving way to exasperation. Third desk this month, she muttered, rubbing her temples. The seals were a precaution she'd insisted on after the second desk's demise. For a long time, Kushina had been grappling with Sage Mode, a technique that eluded her to this day. Unlike Fuinjutsu or Taijutsu, where her Uzumaki heritage and Jinchūriki power gave her an edge, natural energy was her weakness. She had no talent for it. She couldn't even sense it, let alone make or control it. That is, without Kurama. The Ninetales could naturally create Sage Chakra, though he was unable to enter Sage Mode himself due to his unique physiology. He had begun supplying her with it instead, which carried her through most of the difficult steps. All that remained was the final hurdle, learning to balance and control it. Yet sadly, Kurama could not help her with that part. The delicate act of harmony had to be hers alone. And Kushina simply lacked the knack. Your concentration wavers every time your emotions flare, Kurama's deep voice rumbled in her mind, calm but edged with reproach. Nature won't yield to you out of spite or anger. You either control it calmly or not at all. Kushina clenched her fists. You think I don't know that? Her frustration bubbled into the air. She hated admitting weakness, even to him. Especially to him. But Kurama only rumbled, unimpressed, his tail shifting lazily inside the seal. Still, she wasn't one to give up. She never had been. She'd clawed her clan back from extinction, defied the 5 great nations, and crushed the land of the sky. Sage Mode would not defeat her. I'll master this damn Sage Mode if it's the last thing I do, Datebane, she shouted aloud, voice echoing in the empty chamber. But not today. Her emotions ran too hot, and concentration was already beyond her. For now, she had to turn her mind elsewhere, to her Akage's duties. An important ritual tomorrow needed preparation, and there were always matters around the village that demanded her attention. For one, the infrastructure. Her clansmen and the civilians had worked tirelessly for nearly a year and a half on their new village. For outsiders, it would sound impossible to accomplish so much in that span. But the Uzumaki were different. Their vitality let them work almost tirelessly, performing the labor of 10 ordinary men. Already, the government buildings were complete, the Akage's building, the guard station, the academy, etc. Housing had been finished as well, with extra quarters to accommodate their steadily growing numbers. Shops had sprung up, and the port was functional. What the Uzumaki lacked was not manpower but knowledge. When she had first gathered them, none possessed expertise in urban planning or construction. She had been forced to gather outsiders from Iwagakure. But now that the village stood whole and the Uzumaki were trained, the question remained. What to do with those outsiders? You want to kill them all? Akinari asked, his voice low, almost disbelieving. Kushina had convened her advisors in the command center, a stark chamber of polished wood and stone, its walls lined with maps marked in red ink to track threats around the world. A single window overlooked the harbor, where the Land of Tea's envoy had recently departed. The air was heavy with tension. Kushina sat at the head of the long table. Akinari, Nagato, Aina, and Akagi faced her, their expressions carried unease. Rina stood beside her, as always. This was the solution Kushina came up with, or, more precisely, the idea Kurama had offered. His exact words had been, "Who cares? Just kill them all." And she agreed. "Yes," Kushina said firmly. "There's no need to overcomplicate things with memory seals, which can be broken, or vows of secrecy. If we do things my way, they'll be silent, forever." Date Bane. The chamber fell into a heavy silence. None of their hands were clean, each of them had killed before, in war or otherwise. But civilians who had lived among them for over a year and a half. That was different. "My lady," Akagi began, cautiously, "this decision would not sit well with the clan. Many have grown close to the workers over time. They may be outsiders, but they've toiled alongside us, shared our meals, and helped build our homes." Akinari picked up the thread, his tone earnest. "The Uzumaki have always honored those who help us. These workers were forced here, yes, but they've worked hard, far away from their families. Killing them now, it's not our way." Nagato spoke next, tone soft but steady. "I agree with them. Isn't that what it means to be Uzumaki? To honor our allies, to value life. We shouldn't kill indiscriminately. Human life is precious." Aina nodded silently, her agreement clear in her tense posture. Kushina frowned, her eyes narrowing. The pushback from the others stung. Was she so out of touch with her clan? To her, the decision was logical, outsiders were a risk and their intimate knowledge of akagakure was dangerous. To her, this seemed like common sense. Rina's voice cut through, passionate but predictable. "I agree with Lady Kushina." Kushina ignored her. Rina would take her side, even if she said the grass was purple and the trees blue. In other words, she was a yes-man. "Enough," she said softly, but the words silenced the room. "I won't allow any loose ends. The only way to ensure our secrets stay ours, is to end them." Akagi opened his mouth again. "But my lady dash." Silence. She cut him off sharply, and Akagi flinched. "Trusting outsiders is what destroyed us before. I won't make the same mistake again." Date Bane. "My decision is final." The room went still. They all lowered their eyes, unwilling to challenge her any further. They knew once the Akagage had spoken her final judgment, there was no changing it. The advisors fell silent, their gazes dropping to the table, hands clasped tightly. They knew once the Akagage had spoken her final judgment, there was no changing it. The next day, the sentence was carried out. Under the night's moon, the civilian workers were rounded up in a secluded clearing beyond the village. The Uzumaki guards, their faces grim, executed them swiftly, their blades leaving no room for suffering. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sea salt, the cries of gulls drowned out by the silence of the clan. The decision rippled through akagakure like a stone in a still pond. The Uzumaki were no strangers to death, their hands were stained from battles and rescues. But these were civilians, not enemies, people who had eaten with them and laughed with them. Many clansmen had formed bonds and worked side by side with them since akagakure's founding. To the Uzumaki, loyalty to allies was sacred, and this act felt like a betrayal of their own values. Yet none opposed Kushina. Not only was it futile, but she had saved them and rebuilt their clan from ashes, to defy her felt ungrateful. They mourned in silence, their grief a quiet weight in the village's bustling streets. Nagato took it the hardest. He had never grown comfortable with killing to begin with, but this weighed on him differently. As he walked the Akagage building's corridors, his dark red hair falling over his troubled Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, a memory returned to him unbidden. A half-collapsed building in Amegakure, rain dripping through holes in the roof. 3 children huddled together against the cold, himself, Yuhiko, and Konan. They were his first family, before the Uzumaki, and remained his closest friends even now. His devotion to Kushina was undeniable, she'd given him a home, a family, and a purpose, but her order shook him. Her distrust of outsiders gnawed at him. Even in their first meeting, Kushina was reluctant to save Yuhiko and Konan. Since then, she's only grown colder, he has no doubt that's Lord Kurama's work. What if one day, Kushina decided they, too, were merely outsiders? That they present a risk? What if her suspicion turned on Yuhiko and Konan? The thought chilled him to his bones. He remembered the little cruelties already. How she had forgotten to build them housing, forcing him to shelter them. How she forgot to ration their food. Always small things, petty things, but deliberate. It was proof of her disdain. In a way, he thought bitterly, she was doing to them what Konoha had once done to her, casting unfair judgments based on what people couldn't control. It was like she pushed all her hatred of the hidden villages onto whatever outsider was around. And for the first time, Nagato found himself wondering if loyalty to blood was worth more than loyalty to family chosen by the heart. Kushina, lying next to Kurama in her quarters, felt the clan's silent discontent prickling at the edges of her malice sensing. She pushed it aside. Her thoughts wandered, as they normally did, to him. Freedom demanded sacrifice, and she was prepared to shoulder the hatred of the entire world if that was the price. Even if that hatred came from her own clan. To her, the greatest virtue was loyalty. She had believed that ever since Konoha, since her so-called friends abandoned her, since the village schemed against her, since even Mito betrayed her. The Uzumaki themselves were not innocent, for they were the ones who cast her away to Konoha in the first place. Only Kurama had never betrayed her. Only he had remained constant. Only he had ever cared for her above all else. That was why her loyalty would always belong to him. And in the end, amid the silence of her clan's discontent, in the arms of Kurama, his voice was the only one that truly mattered. Chapter 61, The Seven Tails. Inside a shrine, on a lonely mountaintop secluded from akagakure, Kushina, Kurama, and Littlefu prepared for a ritual. The air here was thinner, colder, and carried a stillness that pressed against the skin. Tall cedars surrounded the clearing, their branches swaying. The shrine stood at the heart of it all. This place had been painstakingly built by her people. The original no-mask hall had been lost in Yuzushio's destruction, but here, atop this hidden peak, they had remade it. Dozens of eerie masks hung in rows along the walls, each one carved with a distinct, unsettling face, some laughing, some scowling, and some bearing expressions so lifelike that Fu had flinched upon first seeing them. Below, just as in the original, a secret chamber waited, filled with scrolls and techniques known only within the Uzumaki clan. Every inch of the shrine was laced with Kushina's seals. Woven into the wood, the stone, and the earth, they shimmered faintly if one looked hard enough. No intruder could set foot inside the secret chamber without Uzumaki blood flowing through their veins. Even then, to tamper recklessly with the place meant certain death. The entire structure would self-destruct, swallowing secrets and trespassers alike. Kurama himself was barred from entry, though not by intent. The seal work didn't recognize him, the barrier responded only to Uzumaki blood. He had grumbled for a few seconds when he discovered the flaws. But in the end, he had dismissed them with a flick of his tails. It was a trivial matter, hardly worth more than a snort. Lately, Kurama found his patience tested not by seals but by himself. In recent months, with the immediate threats pushed back, he had nearly fallen into old patterns, the same rhythms that had defined centuries of his existence. Sleep, and then more sleep. In the world's eyes, he had been a force of nature, a calamity that appeared, destroyed, and vanished again. What no one understood was that most of his days had been spent in silence. Lying in clearings and basking in the moonlight. Occasionally, he entertained himself by studying the jutsu of nations he left in ruin, or by pondering the sage's words from so long ago. But mostly, he slumbered. It would have been easy, too easy, to drift back into that routine now. With the conflicts momentarily distant, the temptations of lethargy whispered to him. Yet there was one thing, one reason, that kept him sharp and alert. Kushina. There was never a dull moment with her. Never silence nor monotony. Around her, his thousand-year solitude seemed almost like a bad dream. If he faltered now, the price would be more than his own pride. He would not simply reform years later, reborn from chakra as always. This time was different. Failure meant the destruction of his consciousness, and worse, the true death of Kushina. Everything would be over, for good. He would not let that happen. And so, they had come to this, the ritual. The consumption of the seven tails, Komiai, his brother. That had been the original reason they brought Fu into their fold, to strip her of the beast sealed within. But as months passed, Kushina had grown attached to the girl. Kurama could see it in the way she spoke to her. The ritual mattered for more than power. Done correctly, it would preserve Fu's life by leaving some of the seven tails chakra behind, inside of her. Kurama himself didn't care about that outcome, he would have devoured the seven tails without hesitation if not for Kushina's insistence. But for her sake, he agreed. Because she had asked it of him. He supposes even Kushina's hardened heart couldn't bear to kill her. It might be because she could relate to Fu as a fellow Jinchūriki. Now the girl sat fidgeting at the edge of the shrine, her orange eyes darting between the masks and Kushina. Her fear was obvious. Kurama, is everything ready? Kushina's voice was solemn. HN. He grunted in confirmation. He gestured toward the beds they brought into the shrine. Lie down here when you're ready. Kushina nodded. She turned, crouching so she was eye level with Fu. The girl's small hands twisted at the hem of her dress. Lady Kushina, is it gonna hurt a lot? Her eyes darted between them, the bug inside me, it's angry. I can feel it buzzing. Kushina crouched beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder. It'll hurt, Fu, I won't lie. But it's necessary, all right? You'll be okay. Her voice was gentle, almost maternal. Fu bit her lip. What if it hurts too much? What if I don't make it? Kushina reached out and tucked a stray lock of green hair behind her ear. Then I'll be right here the whole time. You're not going anywhere. Kurama snorted from where he loomed beside them, his tails flicking lazily. She'll live. The seals are stable. It's pain, nothing more. Fu glanced up at him, frowning. That's easy for you to say. You're huge and scary and strong. Kurama's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, amused. Scary is the point, brat. Remember it. Kurama. Kushina shot him a sharp look, though there was no real anger in it. Stop trying to terrify her. Ignore him. She squeezed the girl's shoulder. We're doing this together. You're strong too, you know. Fu managed a small smile, her anxiety easing slightly. Okay. I'll try to be brave, like you. Kurama huffed, turning to the altar. Enough chatter. Lie down, both of you. This isn't a tea party. He gestured to the beds. Kushina guided Fu to her bed, helping her settle onto the cushioned surface. Just breathe, Fu, think of something nice like the flowers by the harbor. She climbed onto her own bed, her breathing steadying as she prepared for the ordeal. Kurama began, stay calm, Kushina. Komiai's gonna fight, don't let it rattle you. His voice was steady, commanding. Kid, when you feel it moving, you let it go. Don't hold on, or it'll hurt worse. Fu's voice trembled. It's buzzing louder now. It doesn't like this. She gripped the bed's edges, her knuckles whitening. Tell it to shut up, Kurama growled, as the green aura erupted from Fu, shimmering like ethereal flames. It flowed toward Kushina's stomach, where the nine-tailed seal glowed in response. Both tensed, pain etching their faces. Fu cried out, her small body arching, while Kushina clenched her jaw, her blue eyes burning with resolve. It's fighting hard, Kushina hissed through gritted teeth, her voice strained. Komiai's stubborn, huh? Kurama's gaze narrowed. The sight called back memories of the day Mito passed his burden to Kushina. He had been cautious then, careful not to fight too hard against the transfer. He had not wanted to give Kushina a nightmare on the very day she became his host. He knows what's coming. He's always been a pest. But he's not escaping this. Just focus, Kushina. I'm trying, Datebane, she snapped, sweat beading on her forehead. Her hands gripped the bed. Fu whimpered, her voice small but fierce. It's mad at me. Tears streamed down her face, but she held still. Keep breathing, you're doing great. She forced a smile, though her body trembled with the effort of containing the 7 tails, along with the 9 tails. Kurama's voice cut through, sharp but steady. Less talking, more focusing. The seal's holding, but you're both slipping. I'm not slipping. Kushina retorted, though her ragged breathing betrayed her. Just, help me, you overgrown fox. Her defiance drew a low chuckle from Kurama. Hours passed, and the shrine filled with the hum of chakra. Fu's cries faded to whimpers, her small frame exhausted, while Kushina's breathing grew labored, her hands white-knuckled. Finally, the green aura dimmed, fully absorbed into Kushina's seal. Komiai was gone, his divine fragment merged with Kurama's within her. Unlike the Zero Tails' artificial malice, the 7 Tails was a real piece of the god tree. Fu collapsed back onto her bed, unconscious but alive. Kushina sat upright slowly, drenched in sweat, her chest rising and falling heavily. Kurama's hand extended, brushing through her damp hair with a gentleness that would have stunned anyone who once feared him. It's over, he murmured. For a moment, the world seemed still. Then Kushina's eyes snapped open. Her expression hardened, cold as ice. What is it? Kurama asked, his tone flat but alert. Her mind's eye of Kaguya stretched outward, and her voice dropped to ice. It's Nagato, and Yuzushio. Konan, too. Kurama's own awareness followed her lead. He swept his senses across the island, and there it was, a small boat slicing across the water, 2 figures aboard, heading away from the island. Chapter 62, The Cost of Betrayal, Bonus. The residential district of Akagakure buzzed faintly with the hum of village life. Yuzushio, Konan, and Nagato were all gathered at his home. The house was quiet, the lamps dimmed, the blinds drawn. From the outside, it looked like any other Uzumaki home, neat and carefully kept, but inside, the air was heavy with secrecy. As one of the highest-ranking Uzumaki in terms of power, Nagato had been granted a fine property. Its halls were spacious, its garden full of red blossoms, and its location near the Akagakure building, the center of the village, spoke of his importance. It had everything he could ever need. And yet, the 3 of them were not enjoying any of its comforts. Instead, they huddled in the basement, voices hushed as though the shadows might betray them. A single candle flickered between them, its flame bending whenever one of them shifted. Nagato, are you sure this is a good idea? Yuhiko's voice broke the silence, tinged with a rare hesitancy. He was always the boldest of the three, it was odd seeing him like this. Yes. Nagato's reply came firm, though hesitation edged his voice. His crimson eyes glowed faintly in the dim lighting. I don't think it'll be safe here for you two in the long term. The clan will protect me, but you. He trailed off, his gaze lowering. Everyone who would target you is already focused on Lady Kushina. You should be safe in the mainland now. Conan's soft voice cut through the tension. What about you, Nagato? Her eyes, usually so calm, shimmered with worry. She leaned forward slightly. Nagato's lips pressed together. He glanced down at his pale hands resting in his lap. I'll stay here. Yuhiko's chair scraped back sharply against the floor. What? His voice rang louder than he intended, and he immediately glanced at the ceiling as if expecting someone to overhear. Lowering his tone, he added urgently, you'll be screwed if you stay here. You know how she feels about insubordination. Conan nodded, silent, but urgent, her eyes pleading with Nagato to reconsider. Nagato's voice faltered, and he turned his gaze to the shadowed corner of the room. I can't leave. The Uzumaki clan is my home, my blood. It's where I belong. Not anywhere else. Yuhiko's face twisted, a mix of frustration and hurt. Not even with us. Your friends. The family we built together. His voice cracked. The three of them had survived Amagakure's reigns, fought side by side, and forged a bond he thought was stronger than steel. To hear Nagato say anything otherwise was like a blade to the chest. Yuhiko, don't make this harder than it already is, Nagato pleaded, his voice raw. Lady Kushina saved us all, you, me, Conan, and my entire clan. She gave me a purpose and a home. I can't just turn my back on her. The words struck deep. Yuhiko looked down, rubbing the back of his neck, his defiance slipping. You're right. I'm sorry. It's just, damn. Conan's voice was barely audible, a soft whisper. It's always been the three of us. Nagato turned his face away, shadows crossing his features. I know. But things can't stay the same forever. Right now, this is what we need to do while she's absorbing the seven tails. At that, both Yuhiko and Conan fell silent. Their nods came slowly, reluctantly, like people accepting a sentence they could not appeal. The docks of Akagakure were eerily quiet, the usual bustle of fishermen and shinobi absent under the midday sun. The salty tang of the ocean mingled with the faint scent of wood from the boats bobbing gently in the harbor. The Uzumaki had evolved since their days of relying solely on Kurama to ferry them off the island. Now, sleek vessels lined the docks. Nagato, Yuhiko, and Conan stood together one last time, a small boat prepared for the latter two's departure. Nagato's voice was steady but laced with regret. I need to place a seal on your memories. It won't erase me or our time together, just the Uzumaki's secrets. You understand, don't you? Yuhiko and Conan nodded without hesitation. Their trust in Nagato was absolute. They knelt before him, their heads bowed slightly, as Nagato raised his hands. A soft yellow glow emanated from his palms, his chakra precise and controlled. He placed a hand on each of their foreheads, the warmth of his chakra seeping into their minds. The sealing process was swift, almost imperceptible. Nagato's mastery of chakra control made the technique seamless. Though he wasn't a Fuinjutsu specialist, growing up with the Rinnegan had given him near-perfect chakra control. When he stepped back, his hands trembling slightly, he said, "That's it." Yuhiko's eyes glistened as he stared out at the horizon, the endless expanse of water stretching before them. "I can't believe it's over," he murmured, a single tear trailing down his cheek. Conan, usually so composed, broke. She threw her arms around Nagato, her sobs muffled against his chest. Yuhiko joined them, his own tears falling freely now. Nagato's stoic facade crumbled, and silent tears streamed down his face as he held his friends tightly. "Maybe someday we'll meet again," he whispered as they parted, his voice thick with emotion. "I'll make sure it happens," Yuhiko said fiercely, gripping his shoulder. "No matter what." Conan nodded, her tear-streaked face resolute. "We'll find you, Nagato." Nagato managed a sad smile. "I hope so." The boat creaked as Yuhiko and Conan climbed aboard, their silhouettes small against the vast ocean. As they sailed toward the mainland, the midday sun cast a golden glow over the water, illuminating their departure. Nagato stood rooted to the dock. And as he watched the boat grow smaller and smaller along the horizon, one thought weighed in his mind. The dawn had passed. Hours slipped away. Nagato remained on the dock long after they had vanished, the sea breeze tugging at his cloak, the waves lapping against the wood beneath his feet. He had spent the previous night wrestling with his decision, torn between loyalty to his blood, the Uzumaki clan, and the family he'd chosen in Yuzushio and Konan. And in the end, he had taken the coward's path, refusing to choose fully, trying to preserve both. He loved the Uzumaki, and he loved Yuzushio and Konan. He could not sever either bond, so he had cut himself in two. Cowardly, perhaps. But he knew in his soul he would not have chosen differently. A sudden chill ran down his spine. The air shifted. His breath caught in his throat. His body stiffened as if he had plunged into ice water. There was only one person in this world who could strike the kind of terror into him. He turned slowly, meeting her gaze. Her face was a mask of ice, cold and unyielding. Yet there was a fragility to it, like the frozen surface of a lake that would shatter the moment it was stepped on. Her red hair swayed in the breeze, and her blue eyes bore into him with an intensity that made his knees weak. "Why?" she asked. One word, and yet it carried the weight of 1,000 questions. "Why did you go behind my back? Why didn't you trust me? Why did you betray me?" Nagato's throat tightened. He had only rarely glimpsed Kushina's emotions, she guarded them fiercely, sharing them only with Kurama. And yet in 2 years, he had seen cracks appear, little moments where her heart slipped through. This was one of them. "I couldn't bear to see them hurt," he whispered at last. Her expression softened, but only slightly. She could sense his sincerity. Kushina, with her connection to Kurama, could always tell when someone spoke the truth. Still, her gaze remained piercing. "I don't regret leaving Akagakure," he continued, voice unsteady but full of resolve. "I don't regret what we've built here. The Uzumaki are my family. They always will be. But Yuzushio and Konan, they're a different kind of family." His gaze fell to the boards of the pier. "I'm sorry. But my loyalty will always be divided." "You could have come to me," Kushina said, her tone firm but not without a trace of hurt. Nagato's lips curved into a bitter smile. "Could I?" This time, her eyes wavered. They both knew the truth. Kushina's distrust of outsiders ran deep, and Yuzushio and Konan had never fully earned her approval. "I sealed their memories." He swallowed, shifting uneasily. "They won't be a threat." Kushina's gaze returned, inspecting him closely. He felt sweat bead at the back of his neck. The ocean breeze was cool, but her silence made the air feel suffocating. "Your family," she said finally, her voice softer. "So I'll grant you this one favor." Nagato's face brightened, but her expression hardened. "But this act of disloyalty won't go unpunished." Nagato's body trembled, but he forced himself to kneel, his head bowed. "I'll accept any punishment." Kushina looked down on him, her emotions complicated. If there was one thing she hated above all else, it was betrayal. She could endure thieves, killers, even Madara Uchiha himself. But betrayal came from those closest to you, those you trusted. That was the cruelest wound of all. And Nagato had betrayed her. Yet he had done it not with malice, but with love. He was only 12, still a child despite his maturity. His earnestness was real, she could see that better than anyone. But, she could not let this go unanswered. "Give me your arm," she commanded. Nagato extended it without hesitation, his head still bowed. She gripped it firmly, nearly knocking him off balance. She pressed her hand against his forearm, and a seal in the shape of a fox flared to life, burning into his flesh. Nagato groaned, the pain unlike anything he'd felt before, a searing agony that seemed to reach into his very soul. "This seal was developed with Kurama's help," Kushina said coldly. "It uses his power to sense malice. Whenever you harbor another disobedient thought, it will burn." She released him, and he collapsed to the pier, clutching his arm, groaning. The mark glowed with a cold, red light. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. "You'll bear this mark for the rest of your life." Her voice cut into him as he writhed. "This is the cost of betrayal." Nagato looked up at her, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes filled with pain but also acceptance. He had made his choice, and he would carry its weight. Chapter 63, Admiration. The village square of Akagakure churned with the quiet tension of anticipation. An announcement had circulated through the Uzumaki clan, summoning all to gather before a quickly erected platform at the heart of the village. Over 100 clansmen, their red hair catching the late afternoon sun, heeded the call without hesitation. They stood in neat rows, their faces a picture of curiosity, and their whispers audible. The platform was adorned with black banners bearing the red Uzumaki swirl. Kushina had issued the summons only hours after resolving Nagato's defiance. She had underestimated the depth of her clansmen's discontent over her decision to execute the builders, outsiders who had helped construct Akagakure's walls. She had assumed they shared her disillusionment, her hard-earned distrust of those beyond the clan. After all, the Uzumaki had endured the destruction of Yuzushio, betrayed by allies who turned on them. How could her people not see the builders' smiles as masks hiding inevitable treachery? She believed her decision to eliminate the outsider builders was obvious and necessary. In her mind, the matter should have been self-evident, these outsiders could never be trusted. Not truly. History had already taught her the cost of naivete. But Nagato's hesitation had revealed something troubling, her people were not as hardened as she was. They still clung to a dangerous innocence, unable or unwilling to see betrayal until it struck them in the back. They still thought fondly of the men and women they had eaten beside, shared laughter with, and worked shoulder to shoulder with during construction. They could not accept that all it would have taken was one whisper, one bribe, or one weakness, and the secrets of their clan would have spilled. Yet her people doubted her. There had been no open rebellion or challenge to her leadership, but the undercurrent of discontent was palpable. She needed to clear the air, to make them understand why she had done what she had done. Kushina mounted the stage. She wore a simple black cheongsam adorned with crimson Uzumaki swirls, her hair tied back in a loose bun. Her appearance, delicate and almost girlish, might have seemed at odds with her reputation, were it not for the oppressive aura she carried. It weighed on every person, pressed on every chest, the kind of intangible pressure that only a person who had slaughtered thousands could emanate. Image. She stood tall, her blue eyes scanning the sea of red-haired clansmen. With chakra enhancement, her voice boomed across the square, clear and unyielding, carrying the weight of her conviction. You whisper of cruelty. You murmur that I have spilled blood needlessly. You question. You ask, why did I kill them? Why did I spill the blood of those who built these walls? The crowd stirred, a ripple of unease passing through them. A few averted their gazes, while others leaned forward, hanging on her words. I will tell you why. Kushina's voice rose, sharp. Because they were not Uzumaki. Because they saw what no outsider should see, our secrets, our strength, our sanctuary. To let them live would have been to invite betrayal. To trust them would have been to place a dagger at our own throats and wait for the day they chose to strike. Her words hung in the air, heavy. She stepped forward, her presence filling the square. But hear me now, and understand, what I have done for us, for the Uzumaki, for our survival, for our future. Outsiders helped build these walls, yes. They laid the stones with their hands, but they were never meant to walk within them. They were never meant to live among us. The crowd murmured, a mix of agreement and hesitation. A few nodded, their faces hardening, while others shifted uncomfortably, their trust in her warring with their lingering doubts. Kushina's eyes blazed. We are not a clan that bends. We are not a clan that begs. We are a clan that endures. We endure because we are willing to be ruthless when others are weak. Mercy is a luxury for those who are already safe. We are not safe. We stand on the ashes of Yuzushio, surrounded by enemies who would see us fall again. Do you wish to see us fall again? The silence cracked. From the middle of the crowd, a voice shouted, no. Others followed, a rising wave of defiance against the thought. No, you do not. Kushina's voice thundered, matching their fervor. And neither do I. And so I chose as a leader must choose, not for comfort, not for sentiment, but for survival. She paused, letting her words sink in. The square was alive with energy, the air thick with the weight of her conviction. Let the world call us cruel. Let them call us merciless. Let them tremble at the name Uzumaki. Because the truth is this, only a people feared will never be conquered again. Remember this, our survival is not in their hands, it is in ours. The crowd erupted, voices colliding like crashing waves. Uzumaki. Uzumaki. The chant swelled. Kushina raised her hands, commanding silence, her breath even though her pulse hammered. Whether you think my work is right, she continued, her voice softer but no less commanding, whether you believe that I have been diligent, that I have worked, that I have stood up for you during these almost 2 years, that I have used my time decently in the service of my people. She paused, sweeping her eyes across them, daring them to look away. You cast your vote now. If yes, then stand up for me as I have stood up for you. The answer came in an eruption of chants. Long live the Akagakure. The cry repeated, over and over, until the words merged into one thunderous declaration. Her name echoed against the walls, against the mountains beyond, and against the sky. The Uzumaki, united once more, stood as one. Their faith in her assured. As she looked at their fire and heard their chants, Kushina allowed herself a small smirk, basking in the energy of the moment. When the chants finally faded and the square emptied, Kushina walked back through the quiet halls of her home. The rush of victory still burned through her veins, yet beneath it pulsed the familiar ache of solitude. Every triumph seemed to come with that hollow echo, another weight piled onto her shoulders. She stood by the window, gazing out at the village below. The crimson and black banners fluttered in the evening breeze, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the silence. Her chambers were sparse but elegant, adorned with only practical things like few jutsu scrolls, and a single red blossom in a vase. Kurama stirred next to her, his presence a warm sensation in her chest. He had been silent during her speech, but now his deep, resonant voice broke through. You were magnificent. Kushina blinked, almost startled by the rare praise. She turned from the window, her hands clenching at her sides. Magnificent. She hesitated. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. If I've gone too far without even realizing it. You are exactly what they need, what you need, Kurama said, his tone carrying a gentleness she rarely heard. You carried them, Kushina. Every word, every breath, you took their fear and discontent and turned it into fire. They needed to believe in something unshakable, and you gave them you. She swallowed, her gaze dropping to the floor. You make it sound so noble. One of Kurama's tails unfurled, curling around her like a warm embrace. It is noble, he countered. Strength isn't cruelty, and surviving is nothing to be ashamed of. You're not like them, Kushina. You're something more, and they followed you because they could feel it. Kushina leaned into him, the tension in her body unwinding. The weight pressing on her chest lightened, tempered by his quiet certainty. Kurama. She whispered, a trace of vulnerability slipping through her guarded exterior. His head lowered until his face brushed close, his red eyes steady and unwavering. No matter what they, or the rest of the world, might say, I will only ever admire you. Her lips curved into a faint smile, hidden against his body. She let herself exhale fully, the fire in her chest no longer raging but steady, shielded within his warmth. Chapter 64, Eternal Peace. Months ago. The northern reaches of the continent were a desolate expanse, where jagged cliffs loomed over barren valleys and the wind howled. Deep within a dark cave, hidden from the world's prying eyes, Madara Uchiha sat hunched over a wooden desk. The air was damp and heavy, thick with the musty scent of stone and the faint metallic tang of ink. A single flickering lantern cast long shadows across the cavern's walls, its light barely reaching the jagged stalactites overhead. The desk in front of him was covered in curling papers of scientific research. Diagrams of organs, charts of cellular growth, and formulae that twisted into illegible complexity spilled across the table. His eyes moved slowly over the words, though much of it was beyond him. Madara's spiky hair, once black as the night, had begun to fade, and his skin, wrinkled and sallow, hung loosely over his once powerful frame. Though he was only in his 60s, he looked easily a decade older. That was the price of awakening the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. His vitality had been drained away, leaving him a shadow of the warrior he once was. The grafted Hashirama cells and the ghetto statue kept him alive, held him tethered to this world, but even they could not halt the cruel toll of time. Madara sometimes allowed himself a bitter smile. Once, his name alone had been enough to still armies. Once, the sight of his Sharingan had made Kage tremble. If it were just a few decades earlier, the villages would have cowered before him, eager to hand over their tailed beasts. Conquest would have been as easy as taking dango from a child. But now, those days were gone. He pushed the thought aside. Madara Uchiha was not a man who lingered long on regrets. What-ifs and dreams of what could have been were worthless. He was a man of action, and there was still work to be done. There was always work to be done. The battle with that girl, Kushina Uzumaki, and her fox had drained him further than he cared to admit. He could still feel the ache from their hits. But so long as he held the Rinnegan, there was still a way forward. Everything would work out. It had to, for the sake of the world. A knock echoed against the stone walls. His purple-ringed eyes lifted, narrowed. Enter, he commanded, his voice hoarse but carrying the weight of a tyrant. The door creaked open. A slender man stepped through, his pale white skin almost luminous in the darkness. Yellow eyes, slitted like a serpent's, gleamed as he bowed. This was Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin of Konoha. Although he was little more than fodder in front of the ghost of the Uchiha. He moved with a serpentine grace, and his long black hair framed a face that seemed both youthful and unnaturally ageless. Madara's lips curled faintly as he watched the man approach. He had found Orochimaru skulking in the shadows of that wretched village, Akagakure. The very thought of that place was enough to ignite his ire. It was supposed to be the dream he had once shared with Hashirama, a village strong enough to end the chaos of the warring states. Instead, it had become a weak, bloated relic clinging to ideals that were already rotting. The new generation was nothing more than a disappointment. If Hashirama had only listened, if he had only cooperated, then everything would have been better. But that was the past, and Madara had no use for what-ifs. In Orochimaru, he had found something useful, a twisted, but brilliant mind. He had discovered the snake conducting forbidden research, and rather than condemn him, Madara had extended his hand. The thought irritated him, but Orochimaru's intellect reminded him of that bastard Tobirama Senju. The man's genius was undeniable, and Madara, more than anyone, understood the value of a useful tool. How is the research? Madara asked, his tone clipped but expectant. Orochimaru bowed, a gesture that felt more performative than respectful. It's well, Lord Madara, he said, his voice smooth and sibilant. He slithered closer and laid down another sheaf of papers upon the desk. His long, abnormal tongue flicked out to wet his lips. In time, I believe I will find a way to restore you to your prime. Your power, your vitality, all of it will be yours once more. His voice dropped into a whispering hiss. Not to mention, I have a new upgrade in mind. Something I am sure will please you. Madara's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru's eccentricities were unsettling, but his brilliance was undeniable. Why Konoha had cast him out, branding his forbidden research as taboo, baffled Madara. Hadn't Tobirama, the second Hokage and mentor to the third, dabbled in similar dark arts? The hypocrisy of the leaf was a boon for Madara, delivering Orochimaru into his hands. Work fast, he said briskly. This is urgent. Orochimaru bowed again, a sly glint in his eyes as he retreated. Madara watched him go, fully aware of the snake's schemes. He didn't know the details, but Orochimaru's ambitions were palpable. That was why Madara demanded precise research notes, ensuring he could track every step. He would not be outplayed, not by some upstart who thought himself clever. For a moment, he considered putting Orochimaru under genjutsu. But no. This work required clarity. A muddled mind would only hinder progress. He would let the snake play his games, so long as the results were satisfactory. Returning his gaze to the research, he flipped through diagrams of cellular grafts, notes on chakra, and pages upon pages of forbidden techniques. Over his lifetime, Madara had collected countless jutsu, many too dangerous for anyone else to wield. Now, Orochimaru was tasked with unraveling them, and with studying the strange white zetsu soldiers birthed from the husk of the ghetto statue. The shadows beside him bulged, then split apart as a black substance emerged, rising from the ground like thick tar. It solidified into the shape of a pitcher plant, one half pale white, the other dark as midnight. Zetsu, his will, bowed low. Lord Madara, the black half intoned, its voice deep and serious. I've received intel that the 5 great hidden villages are forming an alliance. A pact to protect each other against the Uzumaki. The white half wiggled its head and added brightly, if I eat dirt, does that make me part earth style? Madara's expression did not so much as twitch. He had long since perfected the art of ignoring the white half's inane comments. He focused on the words of the black half. An alliance. He muttered, voice low. Keep me updated. Yes, my lord, Black Zetsu replied. Should I dispatch any Zetsu to spy on the Uzumaki? No, Madara said sharply. His gaze hardened. I have told you before, their leader can already sense you. Do not forget. His face darkened, a bitter edge to his voice. Mito had the same ability. I've seen it before. The memory of Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife and the first Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, was sore. Zetsu nodded solemnly, the white half humming a tuneless sound before the form melted back into the ground, leaving Madara alone with his thoughts. Kushina Uzumaki. The name itself was an irritation. She was the largest threat to his grand design, perhaps even greater than Hashirama himself had been. With her Uzumaki vitality, her sealing arts, and her bond with the Nine-Tails, she was something no ordinary successor could ever surpass. A perfect Jinchūriki. A girl with the potential to endure for decades, perhaps even centuries. Longer than he could ever hope to survive in his current shell. Kushina Uzumaki was a problem unlike any he'd faced, rivaling even Hashirama in potential. Her Uzumaki vitality, combined with her status as a perfect Jinchūriki, made her a near-immortal force. She could outlive him by decades, perhaps centuries, her power growing while his waned. No successor he could cultivate would ever defeat her. The realization gnawed at him, fueling his resolve. That left him with only one option. If no one else could achieve it, then he would return to his prime and accomplish it himself. The world was vast. There had to be a jutsu, buried somewhere in its depths, capable of restoring him. And with his knowledge, his resources, and Orochimaru's twisted brilliance, he would uncover it. He would rise again. Madara's hand curled into a fist, the veins on his wrist standing out like cords. He would bring peace to this world. Not a fleeting truce or a fragile compromise, but true peace. Eternal peace. Chapter 65, Blue Roses. The late morning sun hung low over Akagakure, casting a golden glow across the village's winding paths and crimson-roofed homes. The air carried the salty tang of the nearby ocean, mingling with the sweet scent of blooming flowers from the fields beyond the village walls. Kushina Uzumaki walked with a spring in her step. At 16, she was a vision of vitality, her blue eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and determination. Kurama, in his human-like form, walked beside her, his presence softened by the casual ease of the moment. His crimson eyes scanned the horizon, but they softened whenever they lingered on her. His dark robes, adorned with subtle orange accents, billowed slightly as he matched her pace, his usual rough demeanor tempered by a quiet curiosity. Today was different than normal. No clan duties or looming threats, just the two of them stealing a rare moment away from her responsibilities. Kushina had insisted on this outing, calling it a date with a teasing grin that made Kurama's ears twitch. She had dragged him from the Akagakure building, past the curious glances of clansmen, and out toward the fields on the village's outskirts. "You need to get out more, you know," she'd said, her voice bright but firm, brooking no argument. Kurama had grumbled, as he always did, but followed her anyway, unable to resist her pull. The path wound through Akagakure's residential district, where red-haired children darted between houses, their laughter echoing off stone walls. Kushina waved at them with a polite smile, although when she looked at him, she felt a nervous flutter in her heart. She pushed the thoughts aside, focusing on the warmth of the sun and the crunch of gravel beneath her sandals. "Where are we going, brat?" Kurama's deep voice rumbled, a playful edge to it despite his attempt to sound exasperated. He crossed his arms, his sharp features softened by the faintest smirk. Kushina spun on her heel, walking backward to face him, her hands clasped behind her back. "It's a surprise. You'll like it, I promise." Her blue eyes glinted with mischief, though a blush crept up her cheeks under his gaze. "Besides, you're always cooped up in that stuffy building sleeping. You need some fresh air." He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "I'm a tailed beast. I don't need air." She stuck out her tongue. "Don't be so grouchy. You're with me, so you're gonna have fun whether you like it or not." Her confidence was infectious, and Kurama's smile widened despite himself. "You know," she teased, kicking a pebble down the dirt path, "if you just admit you like spending time with me, you wouldn't have to pretend to be annoyed all the time." Kurama's ear twitched. "Brat, if you think I enjoy wasting hours watching you skip around like a child dash." "Skipping." She spun around, planting her fists on her hips. "I'm not skipping. I'm walking gracefully." "Graceful?" His deep voice rumbled with amusement. "If you say so." Kushina puffed out her cheeks, then relaxed into laughter. The sound echoed through the trees, light and musical. Kurama pretended to ignore it. Hours passed like that, banter, comfortable silences, and the quiet tempo of the forest. Eventually, the trees began to thin, and a soft light spilled across the horizon. The bustle of the village gave way to the fragrance of flowers. Kushina darted forward, her sandals brushing against tall grass, until the world opened before them. A vast field of flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, a living sea of color swaying with the wind. Blue roses dotted the expanse like scattered sapphires, their hue vivid and unreal against the green. Petals danced in the breeze, catching the sunlight in a shimmer. Kushina hopped forward, kicking up a few petals as she spun to face him. "So, what do you think, Kurama? Pretty amazing, right? I told you this place was worth the walk." Kurama raised an eyebrow, his crimson eyes scanning the field. "It's a bunch of flowers, brat. I've seen better." Kushina's smile faltered for half a heartbeat, but she quickly turned back toward the sea of blossoms, letting the colors soak into her. It was pretty, he could admit that much. But it wasn't a sight he hadn't seen before. Over his long life, he had seen waterfalls tumbling into hidden valleys, fields painted with every flower under the sun, and mountains crowned with eternal snow. He had seen beauty in every form imaginable, and he had seen it all too many times. With time, even wonder dulled. With time, the vivid became monotonous, the rare became common. He knelt in the grass, plucking a single rose. Turning it between his fingers, he glanced at Kushina, still absorbed by the sight around her. Beauty only mattered when it was novel and rare, when it stood apart and above. The roses would not shine so brightly without the weeds creeping at their roots. If every plain in the world bloomed with these vivid roses, they would lose all meaning. They would merely be another sight you see every day. Kurama let a trace of chakra flow into the rose, watching indifferently as it withered in his hand, collapsing into brittle ash. For him, what has been is what will be, and what has been done is what will be done. So it was in the ages before, and so it will always be. There is nothing new under the sun. A sudden weight dropped onto his back. Kushina had leapt up, wrapping her arms around his shoulders as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If he were weaker, he might have toppled, but instead he straightened, steady, holding her legs beneath his arms. "What are you doing?" he asked, voice dry. Kushina leaned forward, resting her chin on his shoulder with a mischievous grin. "You look so gloomy over here, figured I'd fix it." He snorted. "I wasn't gloomy. I was just thinking." "Then, stop." She playfully slapped his chest. "Why bother with thoughts that only make you sad?" Kurama chuckled under his breath. "So simple. Simple's better, date Bane." She hopped down, landing softly among the petals. Kushina bent down, plucking a blue rose from the ground with careful hands. She tucked it behind her ear, then turned to him with a radiant grin. "How does this look?" she asked, tilting her head slightly, the flower perfectly matching the color of her eyes. Kurama didn't answer right away. He stood, entranced, as if caught off guard by how effortlessly she belonged in that scene. Light poured through the clouds, bathing her in its brilliance. Her long red hair cascaded down her shoulders. The off-shoulder blue dress she wore swayed gently with the faint breeze. Image. Pretty good, he finally said, his tone deliberately casual. Kushina laughed, the sound clear and bright, like silver bells echoing across the field. Pretty good. That's it. You'd normally say, not bad, brat, or, it could be worse. She deepened her voice in a poor imitation of his gruffness. You've finally given me a real compliment. Kurama looked away, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's only because you fish for them so often. I do not. She huffed, cheeks flushed. I just want to know your opinion. Is that so terrible? No. He turned back to her, his crimson eyes intense, making her blush slightly. You're beautiful. Wadash, Kushina blurted, caught off guard, but Kurama cut her off, his voice earnest. Among all the mortals I've ever known, you alone are the most captivating. The weight of his sincerity stunned her. She had been called beautiful by her clansmen before, but coming from Kurama, it felt entirely different. A warm glow blossomed in her chest. Thanks. She murmured, her voice small in the vastness of the field. They stood like that for a while, the silence between them carrying more than words. Kushina fiddled with the hem of her dress, her heart racing. She had dreamed of this moment countless times, wondered what it would take to draw feelings from him. But part of her always doubted it was possible. Her thoughts spiraled. Could a tailed beast, ancient and inhuman, ever feel the way she did? Could he love a human, or was his heart bound to something beyond her reach? The questions had haunted her, keeping her awake as she traced the lines on the ceiling, wondering if she was foolish to dream of him. But here, in this field, with his gaze fixed on her, she felt a spark of hope. She wasn't one to shy away from hard truths, so she took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly. Do you like me? She asked, her voice trembling despite her usual boldness. Kurama's expression stilled, his eyes narrowing as he considered her question. You're tolerable, he said after a moment, his tone teasing but soft. Her face brightened, a playful glint returning to her eyes. She knew him well enough to hear the affection beneath his words, but she wanted clarity. Yes or no? He sighed, the sound carrying a hint of exasperation, but his gaze never left hers. Yes. Her smile broke wide, joy spilling across her face. Tentatively, she reached for his hand, her fingers brushing against his. The vulnerability in her eyes deepened as she looked up at him. Do you love me? She whispered. Kurama's eyes widened. The question struck him deeply. Love was a foreign concept to him, a human emotion he'd never fully grasped. He'd admired the sage of 6 paths centuries ago, someone who could be considered his father, but that had long faded into memory. For 1,000 years, he'd felt nothing but rage and isolation, until Kushina. She wasn't all that exceptional among humans. Sure, she was smart, bold, sweet, beautiful, and fiercely determined, but Kurama had known others like her. Women whose innocence and sweetness could sway the heart of any man or whose beauty could topple empires, yet none had stirred him the way she did. Among his 1,000 years of solitude, her presence alone was a warmth that made him feel alive, instead of merely existing. He couldn't pinpoint when it began. There was no grand moment or epiphany, it was something quieter, insidious, that had crept into him without notice. The way her laughter cut through his bitterness. The way her stubbornness stood against his callousness. The way her presence made the centuries of emptiness fade. He thought of what his life would be like without her, and the answer came to him immediately. Yes, he said at last, his voice low but certain. I do. Kushina's eyes went wide, glistening with sudden tears of joy. Then, unable to contain herself, she leapt forward, throwing her arms around his neck. The force made him stumble back a step, catching her instinctively. Her lips pressed against his, soft, her heart beat wildly against his chest. When she pulled back, her face was aflame with blush, but her smile was brighter than the sun over the field of flowers. I love you too, Datebane, she said, the words spilling out with unrestrained happiness. Kurama stared at her, momentarily dazed, before allowing a small, genuine smile to curve his lips. For the first time in centuries, the malice inside him softened into something else. Something warm. Around them, the field swayed, blue roses dancing in the wind. A/N, I would appreciate it if anyone still reading could review my story. It still has gray stars, and I'd like for it to at least have a rating. Thanks. Chapter 66, 5 Kage Summit. Kushina was once again found in her office, surrounded by towering stacks of documents, administrative reports, and hastily scribbled intelligence notes. The air was heavy with the scent of ink and parchment, the only sound the scratch of her pen against paper. Her blue eyes, sharp but weary, scanned the latest report. A sigh escaped her lips as her mind drifted for what felt like the 100th time that day. The monotony of leadership was exhausting. She couldn't imagine how much work the other Kage had, with their larger populations and endless problems. Kushina leaned back in her chair, brushing a strand of red hair from her face. She'd much rather be spending time with Kurama, and in fact, she already was. The Akagakure sitting at the desk was simply a shadow clone. The real Kushina was elsewhere, spending time with him, basking in the quiet warmth of his presence, while she, a perfect replica, handled the tedious duties. Ever since the day she had confessed her feelings, they had spent nearly every moment together more than before, even. She liked to think it was going well, though Kurama was difficult to read. He was ancient, older than the modern nations, and callous. At times, she caught the faintest glimmers of warmth behind his words or in the way his tails curled near her, but subtlety was not something Kushina excelled at reading. Sometimes, she thought she was in over her head as a young 16-year-old. I mean, who's ever heard of a 900-year age difference, she mumbled under her breath, twirling her pen. If Kurama had rejected her that day among the blue roses, she might have sworn off romance entirely. But he hadn't, and now her heart was his, irrevocably. She couldn't imagine being with anyone else. That was just the kind of person she was, stubborn and absolute. When she loved with everything. The clone shook her head, refocusing on the task at hand. She wasn't the Kushina who could afford to daydream about love, she was the Akagakure, or at least a temporary stand-in. Her duty was to Akagakure, to the Uzumaki clan, and to the future they were carving from the ashes of Yuzushio. Her attention drifted to the documents spread across her desk. The data they could gather from the outside world was sparse, frustratingly so. For one, Akagakure was still too isolated and insular. For another, the Uzumaki simply weren't suited to covert operations. Despite being called shinobi, subtlety was not their strong suit. Their immense vitality made them stand out to any sense or need, glowing like a light in the dark. On top of that, most Uzumaki were brash, impatient, or too honest to make convincing spies. The handful she had sent out returned with little more than rumors or scraps of information. Still, there were enough hints to paint a picture. The 5 great villages, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, and even Konoha, were moving cautiously, but deliberately. Kushina had expected something like this. She, Kurama, and her advisors had discussed it at length. But she had hoped their rivalries would keep them divided longer. Pride, stubbornness, and distrust usually kept the Kage snapping at each other like dogs over a bone. Yet this time, they were willing to risk and compromise more. She tapped her desk. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, had sent his son as a political hostage to Konoha, a bold move to secure trust. Suna and Kiri had made similar gestures, sacrificing their pride for unity. The villages were taking her seriously, more seriously than she'd expected. With a smirk, she muttered, but still not seriously enough, date Bane. The Uzumaki were a force to be reckoned with, and she would make sure the world knew it. Elsewhere, far from any eyes or ears that might pry, the Kage gathered. The air was thick with tension, the stone walls of the chamber cold and dark, lit only by flickering torches. Each Kage stood or sat at a circular stone table, their guards a silent presence behind them, their expressions filled with unease or stone. The threat of Kushina Uzumaki and her resurgent Uzumaki clan loomed large, a shadow over all of their lives. This led to the second 5 Kage summit. For the first time in decades, all of them gathered. But the faces were different from years past. Anoki of Iwa sat hunched but sharp-eyed, his face etched with grim determination. At his side stood Han, the stoic Jinchūriki of the 5 tails. The Raikage, radiated thunderous intensity. His presence seemed to vibrate with restrained violence, and at his side lounged his brother, the 8 tails host, B, whose casualness contrasted ice fury. From Kirigakure came Mizukage Kahakuyuki, tall, composed, and cold, with Jinin Akabino of the 7 swordsmen of the mist standing near him. The Kazekage, Takumi, looked younger and less imposing than the others, but the shrewd gaze he shared with Chiyo made it clear he wasn't a puppet. His nation had the toughest environment, and it showed. And finally, Jiraiya, the 4th Hokage, uncharacteristically solemn, with Hiruzen Sarutobi at his side. Of them all, Konoha had the most precarious position, outside of Kumo. Their numbers and workforce were wounded. The only thing remaining were a few high-level fighters, but they didn't even have a Jinchūriki. Anoki's voice cut through first. You've all seen the reports. Kushina Uzumaki has rebuilt her clan. She created a new hidden village, with the 9 tails bound to her. It may be isolated so far, but who's to say that continues? We cannot ignore this. Kahaku leaned forward, eyes glinting like ice. I agree. If they're left unchecked, it'll mean the end of all of us. I met her not long after they settled. I know exactly how she feels about us. Their new village is a threat. Chiyo folded her hands, her tone grim. The Uzumaki should have perished with Yuzushio. If they've rebuilt, even partially, then our past wars will be for nothing. We cannot afford their resurgence. At that, I slammed a fist against the table, making the wood groan. Talk all you want about hypotheticals. My father is dead. Half my village lies in ruins. Who do you think is responsible? His glare burned, first at Jiraiya, then sweeping across them all. Kushina Uzumaki commands the Nine Tails. I'll not sit here and wring my hands while she gathers power. We go to war. Now. B whistled low, trying to cut the tension. Yo, bro, rage won't bring him back. Think before you snap the pact. I growled but didn't sit. I've thought plenty. War is the only path forward. If we hesitate, she'll strike first. Inoki snorted, adjusting his position in the chair. Calm yourself, Rakage. I don't like the Uzumaki any more than you do, but rushing in blindly is how villages fall. Kushina's not just some upstart, she's got the Nine Tails and her clan is nearly unmatched. Kahaku's voice was cool. The Tsuchigage's right. Even when nearly all of us teamed up, taking Yuzushio was a struggle that cost many lives. That was when they didn't have a ninja on our level. With Kushina. He shook his head. Kushina's isolated on her island, but that makes her unpredictable. My spies report she's gathering intel on us, though her scouts are clumsy. She knows we're moving against her, and she's not sitting idle. Takumi nodded, his voice low and gravelly. Suna can't afford another war, not after the last one. But from Kushina's actions, it's clear she holds a grudge. If we don't act, she'll bring the fight to us. Jiraiya raised a hand, his tone calm but firm. I hear you, all of you. Konoha's in a bad spot too, but war with Kushina means war with the Nine Tails, and that's a fight none of us can win easily. She's young, 16, and headstrong, but she's not reckless. She's trying to protect her clan, just like we're protecting ours. There's still a chance to negotiate. I scoffed, his voice dripping with scorn. Negotiate. With a girl who slaughters anyone who looks at her wrong. She's a monster, Jiraiya, and you're fooling yourself if you think she'll listen. I say we rally our forces, storm that island, and end this before she brings a tailed beast bomb down on us all. Inoki snorted. Spare us the sentimental lectures, Hokage. We've all seen what happens when one clan grows too strong. The Uzumaki sealing arts alone are dangerous, now the Nine Tails is with them as well. If Kushina truly rebuilds her people, she won't stop at defense. Power begets ambition. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice measured. Your anger is justified, but Jiraiya's right. Kushina's not Madara Uchiha. She's mainly driven by a love for her clan, from what I can tell. At the very least, we should be more patient. Inoki leaned forward, his eyes sharp. Then what do you propose? She's already united her clan, and history has shown that she's stronger than the best of us. That was over a year ago. If we wait too long, we'll be facing an enemy we can't counter. Kahaku tapped her fingers on the table. We could isolate her further. Cut off trade routes, block her scouts, and starve her village of resources. Chiyo spoke at last, her voice dry. Isolation won't work. As far as we can tell, they've made barely any contact with the outside world. They don't trade, and they're most likely self-sufficient by now. Takumi spoke. War will not be clean. Even if we destroy their village, we'll pay dearly. The Uzumaki don't die easily. Every corpse they leave behind will curse us for generations. However, I don't see any other way to solve this. I barked, I agree. Waiting only makes her stronger. Jiraiya met his fury with calmness. And rushing in makes us weaker. I won't deny the danger. If Kushina misuses the Nine Tails, I'll be the first to act. But I won't risk everything I love so easily. Silence fell, thick with unease. Each Kage weighed their desire for war against caution. Finally, Inoki leaned back, frowning. Then we agree on this much, Kushina cannot be ignored. Whether we strike soon or wait, every one of us must prepare. The Uzumaki will not fade quietly. I growled low in his chest but sat, fists clenched tight. Prepare all you want. When the time comes, I'll finish this. Jiraiya's gaze was solemn, and his voice carried a quiet finality. Then let's pray that time never comes. Chapter 67, Festival, Bonus. The evening sky over Akagakure was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that glimmered like jewels. Lanterns lined the winding streets below, their soft orange glow casting a cozy warmth across the village. The subtle crash of waves against the distant shore mingled with the lively hum of celebration. The Uzumaki filled every corner of the village, celebrating. Their laughter and chatter swelled into a joyous chorus, mixing with the distant hum of music and the sharp crackle of food vendors grilling skewers. Children darted between stalls, their bright eyes alight as they clutched candy and paper toys. It was a scene painted with life, something the Uzumaki were famous for. Tonight marked the anniversary of Akagakure's founding. Another year had passed, bringing the world into year 42, and the Uzumaki honored their survival with revelry. It hadn't been long, though, since Kushina had confessed her feelings, a shift in her life that made everything taste different, even the air on nights like this. This past year was much more boring than the last, but in her opinion, that was a positive. In this world, interesting things spell doom. The peace that came from her new village was much more preferable. She watched it all from above, standing on the balcony of the Akagakure building. Her blue dress swayed gently in the coastal breeze, and a strand of red hair fell across her face, which she tucked behind her ear. Her room opened to a commanding view of the village, where she could look down at the festivities. The golden light of lanterns reached her face but not her heart, for though the sight was beautiful, it felt distant. She leaned against the balcony's stone railing, her thoughts drifting. It was moments like these where she almost wished she could be one of them. Just another Uzumaki, nameless and unburdened, laughing without fear of tomorrow. She longed for the freedom of slipping into a crowd without titles or expectations clinging to her. To celebrate as someone ordinary, without the weight of a clan, a village, or the future resting on her shoulders. But that was not the fate dealt to her. If the Uzumaki were to thrive, she had to remain vigilant. She had to stand taller than all of them. Behind her, Kurama lounged on a low couch in her sparse but elegant room. His human-like form couldn't quite contain his fearsome aura. His dark robes with orange accents contrasted with the room's crimson tapestries, and his crimson eyes watched her with a mix of curiosity and affection. He rose, his footsteps silent, and approached her, his presence a comforting warmth at her back. Without a word, he slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her gently against him. "You can go with them, if you want," he said, his voice low but tinged with understanding. "Isn't it you who always says the Uzumaki care for their own? Do you think they'd lose faith in you if you stopped being cold for one night?" Kushina leaned into him, her cheek brushing against his chest. "It's not that," she murmured, her voice soft but heavy. I can't relate to them anymore. Whenever I try, I slip back into being the Akagakure. I don't know how to let go." Kurama nodded, his arm tightening slightly. "That's fine. We're above them. We don't need to celebrate as the commoners do." His words were blunt, but not cruel. For him, it was a straightforward truth, and Kushina knew it. She sighed, her breath warm against him. "Sometimes I still want to." Her blue eyes flicked to the festival. The simplicity of their joy felt like a world apart from her own. His red eyes turned skyward, catching the glow of the full moon that sat proud and high. "You'll see things as I do eventually. The longer you walk this path, the more you'll realize it mortals blur together. They'll become nothing more than ants in your eyes. That's the true cost of immortality." Kushina frowned, pulling back slightly to look at him. "But I'm not immortal." Kurama's lips curled into a smirk, sharp but strangely reassuring. "There are many ways to become immortal. Finding one shouldn't be difficult for the strongest people in the world." She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled but teasing. "I'll leave that to you, then." Kurama grunted, a low "hn" that vibrated through her. They stood in silence for a moment, the festival's laughter a distant echo. The weight of her responsibilities, Nagato's defiance, the 5 villages alliance, Madara's looming threat, pressed against her, but Kurama's presence anchored her, a reminder that she wasn't alone. He spoke again, his voice softer now. "Let's go somewhere else." Kushina tilted her head, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "Somewhere else? Like where?" He didn't answer. She smiled, a flicker of her old mischief returning, and nodded. "All right, Fox. Lead the way." They slipped away from the Akagakure's tower, vanishing into the night without fanfare. The streets were too loud and too crowded, and so Kurama led her toward the quieter edges of the village. The distant festival lights faded, replaced by the vast expanse of stars above, their brilliance unmarred by the village's glow. At the far edge of Akagakure, a cliff overlooked the ocean. The moonlight shimmered on the waves, silver and endless. Here, the breeze was cooler, carrying the scent of salt. He settled on the grass, his robes pooling around him, and gestured for her to join him. Kushina sat close, her shoulder brushing his, her blue dress catching the moonlight. The night was quiet, save for the waves below and the occasional chirp of crickets. It felt like a world apart from the festival, a private haven where she could be Kushina, not the Akagakure. She glanced at him, her heart fluttering at his crimson eyes in the starlight. "This is nice," she said, her voice light. "You're getting good at this date thing, you know." Kurama snorted, but his smirk betrayed his amusement. "Don't get used to it. I'm only here because you'd whine if I stayed behind." She laughed, the sound bright and free. "Oh, please. You love this as much as I do. Admit it, you're having fun." He raised an eyebrow, his voice dry. "Maybe a little." "Whoa." She nudged him playfully, her grin widening. "That's a lot for you, Fox. I might start thinking you're soft." He grunted, looking away, but his hand found hers, his fingers warm and steady. She squeezed his hand, her heart swelling at the quiet gesture. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence. Then, a spark shot into the sky, bursting into a cascade of red and gold. Fireworks erupted above the meadow, their colors reflecting on the ocean's surface. Kushina gasped, her eyes wide with delight as another burst followed, painting the sky with blues and greens. Kurama, did you dash? He shrugged, his smirk returning. I always figured you had a fondness for explosions. She laughed, leaning into him as the fireworks bloomed, each burst a fleeting masterpiece. I've always thought explosions were true art. Her voice softened, her blue eyes reflecting the vibrant colors. Thank you, for this. Kurama's arm slid around her, pulling her closer. So sentimental, he muttered, but his tone was warm, his gaze fixed on her rather than the sky. Kushina nestled against him, the fireworks painting her face with light. The weight of leadership lifted, replaced by the simple joy of being with him. The meadow, the stars, and the fireworks, it felt like a date, a moment of romance in this brutal world. She didn't know what the future held with the ghost of the Uchiha or the 5 Kage, but here, with Kurama, she felt ready to face it all. A/N, I would appreciate it if anyone still reading could review my story. It still has gray stars, and I'd like for it to at least have a rating. Thanks. Chapter 68, Diplomats. The twilight sky over Akagakure draped the pier in a golden sheen, the salty breeze carrying the scent of the sea. The wooden planks creaked softly underfoot. Kushina Uzumaki stood at the pier's edge, flanked by Nagato and Akinari, her most trusted allies. The wind tugged at their cloaks. Her sharp blue eyes tracked the approach of a grand ship, its dark silhouette slicing through the fading light. It was a grand ship, though not in the ostentatious way of the land of T's gaudy crafts. This was more like a warship. Its dark hull bore scars from countless voyages, reinforced with steel plates and special wood. Every inch of it radiated practicality, built to endure storms, to carry troops in droves, and to cut through the sea with speed. In many ways, Kushina should have considered the sight insulting. Using such a vessel to enter her village's harbor was like declaring, we come not as guests, but as conquerors. But to her surprise, she didn't care. In fact, she was in an unusually good mood. But her appearance reflected none of that levity. She wore her usual shinobi uniform, black attire trimmed with the crimson Uzumaki spiral, and a plain black cloak. She didn't have the fancy robes or hats of the other Kage, but she was never a fan of pageantry. She presented an image of ice and steel, her presence honed with malice. Yet beneath it all, her heart thrummed with anticipation, a mixture of excitement and readiness for the inevitable confrontation. This was no ordinary envoy or merchant. These were not some disposable caravan of courtiers and messengers that had come to her shores. The ship before her carried the 5 Kage themselves, each accompanied by their strongest subordinates. A diplomatic party representing the full might of the 5 great villages, Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, and Kiri. The leaders of these villages had gathered here, in her village, to stare her in the eye. Typically, such meetings were handled by advisors or subordinates sent to negotiate in the Kage's stead. But these were extraordinary times, and the Kage's presence was meant to signal sincerity, a gesture of respect toward Kushina and her resurgent Uzumaki clan. They had said the matter of peace was too delicate for lesser hands. Kushina almost laughed at the thought again. It was such an obvious veil. They weren't here to honor her, they were here to surround her. She saw it for what it was, a threat. When she first read the letter proposing this summit a few weeks ago, she had indeed laughed, thinking they were naive for chasing after peace, but the humor died quickly when Kurama's rumbling voice cut in. Naive. They want your head along with the rest of your clan. And now, as the warship loomed, the malice she sensed rolling off its deck confirmed every word. If the talks failed, they would attack. Here and now. Once, the notion of such treachery might have stunned her. Attacking at peace talks was something only scum did. That was the idea built up by centuries of shinobi tradition. But those same Kage had torn down Yuzushio and slaughtered her kin. What was tradition to murderers? What was honor to hypocrites? Their plan was almost clever. Attack her in her own land, where she would be forced to protect her people and worry about collateral damage. Overwhelm her with their elites, while denying her the chance to unleash Kurama's full fury without risking Akagakure itself. On paper, the scheme was good, and 2 years ago, it might have ended her. But that was no longer the Kushina of today. Her lips curved into a defiant smirk, her red hair catching the twilight's glow. She was stronger than she had been before. She studied Fuinjutsu constantly over the years, unlocked both of her clan's Kekaigenkai, and brought her physical capabilities to the next level. And she was not alone. Her clan had clawed its way back from ruin. She had faith in them. Nagato, with his piercing Mangekyo Sharingan, could match nearly any foe. Akinari, with his overpowering kenjutsu, was just as formidable as Sakumo Hataki. Either could take on a Kage-level shinobi like Jiraiya. As for the 7 swordsmen of the mist, they were strong, yes, but only at the level of elite jonins. Her Uzumaki jonin could meet them head-on. From everything she could see, her enemy had miscalculated. The scrape of the ship's hull against the dock snapped her from her thoughts. A gangplank lowered with a heavy thud, the sound reverberating across the pier. The first figures emerged, their presence intimidating. Tsukumo Hatake, his white hair glinting in the twilight, led the group, his white light chakra saber sheathed. Tsunade followed, her strength evident in her poised stance, followed by Chiyo and her brother Ebizo, their faces weathered by the cruel environment of Sunagakure. The 7 swordsmen of the mist were next, but they were so insignificant, she didn't even bother learning their names. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, exuded a calm authority, but it was Danzo Shimura's presence that caught Kushina off guard. She'd always pegged him for a coward, a schemer who sent others to die while hiding in Konoha's shadows. His appearance here was a bold move. Next came a man in an all-green jumpsuit, his bushy eyebrows and wide nose sparking a vague memory. Then it clicked, Might Due, Konoha's eternal genin, a man who'd never risen beyond genin rank. Kushina remembered seeing him a couple of times before she defected. She nearly scoffed, amused at his inclusion, until Kurama's voice cut through her thoughts. Be careful. That one's dangerous. He uses the 8 gates, and he's far better trained than Shino. Her amusement vanished instantly, replaced by a wary respect. Might Due seemed to sense her gaze, a shiver running down his spine, though he didn't meet her eyes. The 8 gates had given her a little trouble when Shino wielded them. If this goofy-looking guy could use them at an even higher level, here, with so many enemies, the threat was amplified. Might Due was no joke. Next came the Jinchūriki. 4 out of the remaining 7. The presence of so many tailed beasts seemed to weigh down the air. There was Bunpaku of the sand, carrying Shikaku. Han and Rashi of the stone, vessels of Kokuo and Son Goku, respectively. And finally, B of the cloud, who was the 8 tails host. The only one besides Kushina who could claim to be a perfect Jinchūriki. The other Jinchūriki were not stable enough to be of any use in battle, or so she guessed. Kushina exchanged glances with Nagato and Akinari, their silent astonishment mirroring hers. This was the shinobi world's elite, save for hidden threats like Orochimaru or Madara, who stayed in the shadows. She'd underestimated their desperation, believing their political divisions would prevent such unity. Yet here they were, leaving their lands undefended to confront her. It was almost flattering. Lady Kushina. Akinari's voice was low, strained. Are we truly prepared to deal with all of them? Nagato leaned closer, his jaw tight, his eyes betraying the same doubt. There are so many. Kushina didn't fault them. If they were any less powerful, just the weight of so many powerhouses would probably disable them immediately. Leave it to me, Datebane, she said, her tone crisp, slicing through their unease. Her confidence steadied them. Akinari and Nagato both stepped back, their trust absolute. The Kages disembarked last, their presence exuding authority, Kahaku Yuki, poised and icy, Takumi, shrewd and weathered, Anoki, floating with grim determination, Ai, radiating barely contained fury, and Jiraiya, solemn as the 4th Hokage. They formed a disciplined group, the Kages at the front, and their subordinates standing silently behind them. Anoki stepped forward, his voice smooth despite their enmity. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Kushina. One by one, the others did the same, though Ice was stiff and Jiraiya solemn. Kushina returned a slight nod, her expression cool but calculated. Yes, it is. She paused, her voice firm. I'm called the Akagakure now. Red Shadow. Anoki murmured, a faint smile on his lips, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. A fitting name. His tone was polite, but the air crackled with tension, their intentions a barely veiled threat. Kushina said nothing. Formalities were smoke and mirrors, she had no patience for them. Her gaze swept the crowd instead. Tsukumo's eyes met hers, and in them she saw sadness, regret, even, but also resolve. The malice rolling off of him told her exactly what it was for. Once, she had thought of him as a friend, almost an uncle. But that time was gone. Jiraiya's eyes followed. His change surprised her. There was no levity or lightheartedness, only a man hollowed by tragedy and hardened by his duties. And Tsunade. She felt complicated emotions seeing her again. Once, Tsunade had been like an older sister to her. But Kurama's whispers still rang in her mind from that night. It was likely this Senju who betrayed her. Kushina's gaze sharpened. The warmth of old bonds burned to ash. Let's talk somewhere else, Kushina said at last. She turned on her heel, her cloak blowing in the wind. Nagato and Akinari fell in beside her. The Kage nodded silently and followed, their footsteps heavy on Akagakure's pier. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the tension to reach its climax. Chapter 69, Ultimatum, Bonus. The twilight had deepened into a dusky violet as Kushina Uzumaki led the 5 Kages and their elite subordinates through a dense forest on the outskirts of Akagakure. The salty scent of the sea faded, replaced by the rich scent of pine and damp earth. The path, barely worn, wound through towering trees and illuminated by the dying light of the past day filtering through the canopy. Kushina walked at the head of the procession, her black shinobi uniform, embroidered with the crimson Uzumaki swirl, blending into the shadows, her red hair a vivid contrast catching the dim light. Her black cloak brushed against the earth. She said nothing as they advanced, her silence was heavier than any insult or taunt. Nagato and Akinari flanked her closely, ever watchful, their sharp gazes sweeping over the assembled dignitaries. Weeks ago, when the 5 great nations sent their letter proposing this summit, Kushina had replied affirmatively, giving her ample time to prepare. She had no intention of letting them into Akagakure proper, where a single misstep could undo years of her clan's rebuilding efforts or cost her people's lives. She would never allow it. Instead, she guided them to a secluded building she'd had constructed deep in the forest, far from the village. This precaution ensured any potential conflict would spare her people and their hard-won progress. The structure stood in a quiet clearing, a building of wood and stone bound by masterful Uzumaki craftsmanship. Though it lacked the size and grandeur of her Akage building, its presence was commanding in its simplicity. The Uzumaki had built it to last. It was large enough to accommodate the entire delegation, yet isolated enough to contain any violence. 24 Uzumaki jonin stood guard at the entrance. They were fewer in number than the endless shinobi corps the other villages could field, but each bore the sharp presence of elite warriors. The spiral emblem on their cloaks glimmered faintly under the lantern light. Their expressions did not waver as the 5 Kage and their retinues arrived. Kushina felt a surge of pride. These were her people, whom she molded over the past 2 years. When Kushina reached the door, she did not stop to acknowledge her men. Their silent nods were enough. She pushed the doors open and led the Kages inside. The hall's interior was Spartan, a circular chamber lit by flickering lanterns. The room's centerpiece was a round table, reminiscent of the 5 Kage summit, carved from dark oak and inlaid with intricate spiral patterns. 6 chairs surrounded it, one for each Kage, including Kushina. Hers was slightly larger, a deliberate act of pettiness she couldn't resist. She took her seat first, her posture relaxed but her gaze piercing, projecting an aura of ice and steel. Nagato and Akinari stood silently behind her. Nagato's Mangekyo Sharingan glinted faintly, and Akinari's hand rested near his katana. The other Kages followed suit. Jiraiya took his seat slowly, expression carved from stone but a small amount of uneasiness slipped through. I dropped into his chair with a huff, impatience and anger radiating from him. Inoki floated down gently, his aged eyes sharp. Kahaku Yuki sat as well, icy and composed. Takumi sat last, his face weathered by Suna's deserts. Behind each leader stood 2 shinobi, Tsukumo Hataki and Hiruzen behind Jiraiya, the 2 Jinchūriki of IWA standing like stone pillars behind Inoki, and the ever-loyal Be looming at Ice side. She didn't recognize the rest. The others, the swordsmen of Kiri and other retainers, waited silently in the gallery off to the side. Their presence filled the chamber with an oppressive weight, every breath laced with tension. Kushina spoke first, her voice flat but cutting through the tense silence. What is it that the Kages wanted to discuss with me? It was Inoki who leaned forward, his hands folded before him. His gravelly voice carried through the chamber. I was chosen beforehand to speak for all of us, to put forward our united stance. She scanned the other Kages, ice-clenched fists, Jiraiya's somber gaze, Kahaku's unreadable expression, and Takumi's shrewd eyes, seeing no disagreement. She nodded curtly. Then, go ahead. Inoki's voice was steady, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Kushina Uzumaki, for the theft of territory from the land of Tea, for the near-genocide of Kanagakure and Kimogakure, for the murder and enslavement of countless civilians, the 5 great nations charge you with crimes against humanity. His eyes hardened. If you surrender peacefully and submit yourself to judgment, we will spare your clan. The words hung in the air. Kushina's breath caught, her blue eyes widening in stunned disbelief. The pattern in Nagato's eyes rotated in alarm, his hands twitching, while Akinari's grip tightened on his thunder sword. She hadn't expected such boldness. Since her devastating attack on Konoha, the 5 nations had tread carefully around her, wary of her wrath and Kurama's power. She'd assumed this summit would follow suit, a cautious dance of diplomacy, not an outright ultimatum. Their numbers, bolstered by their elite subordinates, had clearly emboldened them, their fear giving way to desperation. Say that again. Kushina's voice was low, laced with menace, as she unleashed the full malice-filled aura of the 9 tails. The air grew heavy, the lanterns flickering as her chakra surged, a suffocating wave of primal energy. She had no qualms about fighting if it came to that, but she'd hoped to bide her time, building Akagakure's strength for a future conflict on her terms. This display was meant to deter them, to remind them of who they faced. The room shuddered under her aura. The Kages broke out in cold sweats, their faces paling. Some of the weaker 7 swordsmen of the mist collapsed, their swords clattering to the floor, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of her presence. Even the Jinchūriki shifted uneasily, their tailed beasts stirring within them. Nagato and Akinari remained steady, they had experienced this more times than they could count. I snarled and slammed a fist down onto the table, the crack of impact reverberating through the hall. The wood splintered beneath his strength, though it did not break. Enough games. Will you surrender or not? If you resist, we will wipe out your entire clan for good. Inoki, beside him, nodded, his face pale and glistening with sweat. Though less brazen than I, his resolve was clear. The Kages had played their full hand, knowing that failure today meant their own destruction. They'd rather fight now than wait for Kushina to crush them one by one, as she had Konoha and Kyumo. Kushina's fury boiled. The very mention of sparing her people only if she surrendered ignited a fire inside her chest. Her chair scraped violently against the stone floor as she stood, her cloak billowing. The force of her movement sent the chair flying backward, crashing onto the ground with a hollow thud. "I'll never surrender, Datebane," she bellowed, her voice echoing with defiance, her blue eyes blazing like twin flames. Not even if Madara and Hashirama were here right now. Her words were a challenge. She and her clan would remain unbroken, no matter the odds. The room fell silent, the air thick with the promise of violence. The Kages tensed, their subordinates shifting, hands inching toward weapons. Tsukumo's eyes held a flicker of regret and Tsunade's a shadow of pain, but their resolve matched their leaders. Nagato and Akinari stepped closer to Kushina, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Her tailed beast form activated, a cloak of burning crimson, with golden chains fused into each of her 9 swaying tails. They shone in the low light. This time, she had a pair of wings. Something she got from Kurama absorbing the 7 tails. She unlatched her scythe from her back. Nagato and Akinari flickered past her, toward the gallery. Their opponents were lower level, she would handle the real threats. The 5 Kage spread around her, every one of them wary, yet bound by desperation. Hiruzen's gaze was grim, and Jiraiya's strained. Takumi's iron sand spiraled into a black storm above him. He dropped into a crouch, 8 tails flaring in defiance. "Don't think you can beat all of us at once," Hiruzen declared. His voice carried authority, but there was an undercurrent of dread already gnawing at him. Kushina's lips curved into a sharp smile. "I don't think it, old man. I know it." Her chakra surged, and the ground cracked. Instinctive terror radiated outward, born of the Zero Tails corruption. Some shinobi in the distance froze, unable to breathe. Even the Kage felt their hands shake. The Raikage, moved first, his body a blur of lightning. He aimed straight for her chest, intent on breaking her spine with one strike. Kushina twisted, her wings snapped open, and 2 golden tails lashed out. They caught him mid-charge, an impact like metal spears piercing steel, and slammed him into the dirt with such force the ground cratered. I roared, his persistence burning brighter, but Kushina didn't relent. The chains wrapped tighter, seals glowing, until his lightning armor flickered out. With a final snap, his ribs gave way, and blood sprayed from his mouth. His body went limp. "1," Kushina whispered, voice cold, counting her kill. Inoki destroyed the roof and soared above, stone skin hardened with earth release. "You can't outlast us all, girl," he shouted, dropping down with a dust release cube forming in his palms. Kushina answered with a dozen shadow clones bursting from her cloak. Each leapt skyward, their wings beating furiously and intercepting his line of sight. He tried to fire, but his hesitation, caused by the dark chakra of the Zero Tails, cost him. She appeared behind him in midair, golden tails snapping outward. He turned too slowly. The tails pierced through his back, bursting from his chest in a spray of blood. Inoki gasped, eyes wide, before his jutsu fizzled and his body plummeted. 2. Takumi, the 3rd Kazekage, unleashed a storm of black iron sand, a deadly shifting sea that threatened to bury her. Blades formed midair and spears twisted, each speck of iron was honed to kill. Kushina braced, wings curling inward as her cloak thickened, golden tails whirling around her like whips. The clash was deafening, sand grinding against her chakra, sparks flashing with every impact. For a moment, Takumi's iron sand slowed her, pinning her cloak's tails under crushing weight. "Got you, dash," he hissed, pressing harder. But Kushina's tails lit up and seals spread through the iron sand. In seconds, his own weapon turned heavy, sluggish, and bound. He realized too late. She surged forward, tails breaking free, and cut him clean in half with her scythe. Takumi choked. Uzumaki, curse dash, his words drowned in blood. 3. Kahaku, the Mizukage, summoned a vast amount of ice, exploding upward in a tidal wave. It rushed to swallow her whole. Kushina didn't even dodge. Her chakra flared, and her tails curled around her. The potent chakra of the 9 tails first melted the ice, then evaporated it immediately. From the wall of mist, she lunged forward. Her tail pierced Kahaku clean through, pinning him like a fish on a spear. The ice collapsed with him, and his final breath was lost in frozen blood. 4. Hiruzen and Jiraiya stood together, faces grim. For a heartbeat, teacher and student locked eyes. They knew there was no making it out of this alive. They had been too arrogant before. So, both attacked. Earth and fire jutsu surged, and from Jiraiya's lips, a torrent of oil that turned the battlefield into an inferno. Kushina burst through it all, wings shielding her, and her tails tore through the stone and fire alike. Jiraiya tried to flank, summoning Gamabunta in desperation. The great toad slammed his blade down, only for Kushina to catch it with her tails and shove it aside like a toy. Her clones swarmed Bunta's legs, planting sealing marks that detonated. The summon disappeared with a furious croak. She struck Jiraiya then, a raisonnon blooming in her palm. It tore into his chest, obliterating his ribs and lung. He screamed once, eyes wide with pain and disbelief, before falling silent. Hiruzen bellowed in rage, staff striking again and again. Monster. You shame the Uzumaki name. Kushina's cloak caught each strike. His eyes wavered, the fear and despair she poured into his heart growing too heavy. She coiled her tails around him, pulling him close. You should have protected me, she whispered. His eyes widened in horror before her tails crushed him. 5. 6. From the rear, she heard a roar of grief. Tsunade broke free from Nagato and Akinari. Her eyes were wild, full of rage and sorrow at Jiraiya's body. Kushina, she screamed, charging headlong. I'll tear you apart for this. Kushina sheathed her scythe and met her head on. Her fist met Tsunade's, the impact shaking the earth. Tsunade's blows were powerful, but Kushina's were faster, stronger, and unyielding. A tail whipped out, coiling around Tsunade's waist. She tried to break free, but Kushina yanked her close, driving a raisonnon into her chest. Bone shattered. Tsunade coughed blood, her hand reaching weakly toward Jiraiya's fallen form. Then she was gone. 7. From the smoke, another figure rushed forward. Mike Dewey, eyes blazing and body trembling as he unleashed the 8th gate. His skin split, and steam roared from his body as red flames consumed him. For Konoha. For youth. His kick crashed into Kushina's jaw, snapping her head back. The shockwave ripped trees from the ground. Kushina staggered, but only for a moment. Then she grinned, blood wiped from her lip. Not bad, old man. Dewey pressed harder, fists and feet striking like meteors, each one powerful enough to kill. But her cloak endured, chains intercepting blow after blow. His body was breaking and burning itself to ash with every strike. At last, she caught him mid-kick, tails binding his limbs. She pulled him close. You fought harder than most. Then the chains crushed him. His body disintegrated into ash and was scattered to the wind. 8. Across the field, Nagato and Akinari's struggle reached its peak. The 7 swordsmen were dead, Han and Rashi were sealed, but it was Sakumo who stood alone, his blade flashing like lightning. Akinari's chains finally caught his leg, dragging him down long enough for Nagato's flames to burn his side. Sakumo fell to one knee, blood dripping from his lips. Kushina approached, her golden tails swaying behind her, their glow reflecting in his fading eyes. He looked up at her, breathing ragged. Kushina, it's over now. I can't stop you. His hand trembled, gripping his sword. Then, softer, please, take care of Kakashi. He's all I have left. For a moment, her expression softened, just a fraction. She crouched, looking him in the eye. I'll take care of him. Of that much I'm certain, sensei. Relief flickered across his face before the light went out of his eyes. Now, only be remained. He took the gap in battle to fully transform into Gyuki. His massive size shook the forest. His 8 octopus tails lashed out, crushing the stone and earth. Kushina answered in kind, her cloak swelling and her tails expanding until she stood in Kurama's full avatar. Nagato and Akinari fled while the 2 titans clashed, the shockwaves rattling the island. Gyuki's strength was immense, but Kushina's sealing tails were merciless. They wrapped around him, binding, burning, and tightening until the great beast howled in agony. He fought with all his heart, but the fear, the pressure, and the raw power crushed him. With a final surge, Kushina dragged Gyuki down, her chains driving into his flesh, and locking his chakra away. His roar ended in silence. Her large form shrank, returning to a smaller state. As the last echoes of battle faded, Kushina whispered the final number under her breath, 9. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crackle of embers and the distant groan of splintered trees. She let her tails retract, golden light dimming, the battlefield heavy with the scent of ash and blood. But then, her eyes snapped wide. A surge of malice unlike any other, dark and suffocating, pressed against her senses. Her heart clenched in recognition. That aura, colder than death itself, could only belong to one man. Madara Uchiha. The name left her lips as a whisper, but it carried like a curse. A/N, this battle was very tough to coordinate, so I broke it off into segments. Otherwise, I would go crazy trying to remember everything. Let me know what you think. Thanks for reading. Chapter 70, Shura. The night was still smoldering from Kushina's slaughter of the 5 Kage when the forest trembled again. From the shadows stepped a man cloaked in red armor from the Warring States era. His presence was suffocating, and his aura colder than death. The moonlight caught the fan-shaped crest on his back. His Rinnegan gleamed in the darkness, purple with black rings. It was Madara Uchiha. He seemed much younger than the last time she saw him. Kushina unlatched her scythe, her grip so tight her knuckles turned white. Her cloak of foxfire flickered brighter. Out of everyone she's ever faced, Madara was the one who came closest to killing her. Kurama's low growl reverberated within her mind. So it's him. The fox rumbled. I can't help you this time, not when he has the Rinnegan. Kushina exhaled slowly, meeting Madara's gaze without flinching. You just keep crawling back, old man. Hashirama should have put you down for good. Madara smirked faintly. His voice was deep and calm, carrying an authority filled with natural arrogance. Hashirama failed, and so did you. Your power is impressive, Uzumaki. But you'll never beat me with borrowed power. Her tails ruffled as her anger surged. Borrowed. Kurama's mine, heart and soul. I'll prove it by tearing you apart, Datebane. Madara moved first. With a mere gesture, the air compressed and exploded. Almighty push rippled through the clearing, trees uprooting, and the ground shattering. Kushina crossed her tails before her, bracing. The blast hurled her backward, crashing her through 2 trees before she skidded to a halt. He was already on her. The gunbai's edge slammed into her side. Her tails whipped up, catching the blow, sparks screaming from the collision. The sheer force numbed her arm. Then, a strike from nowhere cracked her jaw sideways. She stumbled, barely catching her balance with her scythe. Another blow hammered her knee. Something invisible was attacking her in tandem. Limbo clones, invisible and intangible to most, they flickered just outside reality and touched only the target. Madara's Rinnegan placed them between worlds. They were already assaulting Kushina from angles she never could have anticipated. Kushina strained her senses, her mind's eye of Kaguya and malice sensing working together. The air rippled with faint negative emotions, ugly and sour, the kind she'd trained herself to taste. The Zero Tails had left her more sensitive to corruption, and with her refined senses, even Madara's unseen clones weren't clean. She ducked just before one's fist shattered the air above her skull. That attack was dodged, but another slammed her spine, dropping her to a knee. Madara's gunbai crashed down. She twisted, tails locking against it with a ringing crack. He bore down, eyes gleaming. You can sense them. Interesting, he snorted. It will make killing you less dull. She shoved him back with a roar, side sweeping wide. Her wings snapped, launching her forward in a burst of speed. A tail lashed out, snaring his wrist. She yanked, dragging him off balance, and tried to slam a raise-non into his chest, but he twisted out of the way. It exploded against the ground in front of him. The explosion tore a crater, hurling them both apart. Kushina rose from the dust and clapped her hands together. With Kurama's help, sage markings bloomed around her eyes as red eyeliner. Her eyes turned crimson with slits like Kurama's, and her face had vaguely fox-shaped features. Natural energy steadied her limbs and sharpened her senses. The Limbo clones were still there, flickering just at the edge of her perception, but now she could read them a little clearer, each distorted pulse of malice. One lunged. She spun, golden tail smashing through it. Another tried for her throat, her scythe curved up and severed the phantom's arm before it scattered. Madara's brow furrowed as he wiped blood from his lip. Sage mode. Chains erupted from the ground around him, radiant links snapping tight. He answered with a crushing wave of almighty push, shattering half of them, but 2 caught his legs. Kushina dived, scythe aimed for his chest. At the last second, his gunbai swung up, catching the blade. The shock wave cracked the earth, both fighters straining, faces inches apart. You fight well, Madara admitted. But raw power is never enough. You don't have my skill. Black markings bloomed across his neck, crawling like oil over his skin. His chakra twisted, it was already dark and evil, but it became even more vile. The ground withered where it touched. Orochimaru's curse mark. Madara's grin widened as strength flooded his limbs. He ripped free of the chains as if they were paper and vanished. Kushina barely sensed the malice spike behind her before a Limbo clone's heel drove into her ribs, cracking them audibly. Another swept her legs out, while the real Madara's gunbai crashed down, hammering her into the ground. She gasped blood. Her tails writhed, deflecting the next strike, but every defense opened her to another assault. The limbo were faster and sharper, coordinated in perfect rhythm with Madara. A raise-non flared in her palm, but he caught her wrist, his Rinnegan draining it to nothing. His fist buried in her gut, folding her in half. She crashed into a boulder, coughing blood. Her cloak flickered. The malice from him was overwhelming and suffocating. Kurama's voice shook. Kushina, don't give in. Damn it. She forced herself to stand, scythe trembling in her grip. I won't lose. Not to you. Not to anyone. Madara's clones closed in, circling like wolves. His voice was soft. You're formidable. I didn't think anyone after Hashirama and I could reach this level of power, but you proved me wrong. His sharp gaze pierced her, too bad it's not enough. He struck again. The assault was merciless. Limbo fists cracked her jaw, broke her nose, and shattered her guard. Her tails lashed wildly, catching some, but each defense left another opening. The gunbai slammed her across the clearing, snapping trees in her wake. Her scythe fell from her hand, and her cloak dimmed. She staggered, her body refusing to obey. Then a clone's hand speared through her chest. She froze, staring down at the bloody fist emerging from her sternum. Her world went silent. The red cloak shattered for the first time. Blood poured down her front, warm and heavy. Madara's shadow loomed, his gunbai raised for the final strike. In the end, you were still but a slave before these eyes. The strike cleaved through her waist, cutting Kushina clean in half. For a heartbeat, she remained standing, then her vision collapsed into darkness. Her life force plummeted, ebbing away faster than even her immense vitality could replenish. Inside the seal, Kurama's rage thundered. Kushina. He prepared to break free, knowing the Rinnegan's shackles would bind him the instant he emerged. It would mean slavery, perhaps forever, but doing nothing and watching her die was unthinkable. He would never forgive himself. But before he could act, her sundered body lifted into the air as if rewound by unseen hands. Her upper half rejoined her lower half, flesh and bone stitching back together in reverse motion, like time had gone backwards. Her lungs convulsed as breath flooded them, her chest rising sharply. From the tree-lean stumbled Nagato, his face ashen, and his Mangekyo burning. He dropped to his knees from the strain. Kushina gasped, alive, her eyes snapped open. Even Madara faltered, surprise flickering across his stoic mask. He had not foreseen this. Her fist met his jaw before he could process. The impact cracked like thunder. Madara's body was launched backward, vanishing into the night at supersonic speed. Kushina didn't hesitate. Wings spread, she shot to Nagato's side, scooping him and Akinari up with her tails. With every ounce of strength left, she fled, streaking toward akagakure. The village stirred as she descended. Her clansmen froze, unease rippling at the sight of their akakage drenched in blood, with her cloak tattered and her face grim. Kushina ignored their stares. She had no time for an explanation. Inside the akakage building, at its heart, lay the failsafe she had built with Jinchūriki Uzumaki. A seal crafted for one purpose, survival. In case she ever lost. She didn't think it would ever see use, but here she was. Her palm slammed against its surface. Golden energy erupted outward, cascading through the village like a wave. It struck every Uzumaki, resonating with the faint inscription she had carved onto each of them a while ago. One by one, her clansmen flared with light and vanished, drawn into the safety of the seal. The weight crushed her chest. She had sworn never to flee again. Not after Yuzushio, not after she betrayed and created her own village. And yet here she was, forced to abandon their home, forced to run from him, Madara Uchiha. She clenched her teeth, hot tears burning behind her eyes, but forced herself forward. Their survival came first, she could think about vengeance later. With her people secured, Kushina turned and launched herself across the ocean, each wing beat fueled by desperation. When Madara regained his bearings, the forest was empty. Kushina's chakra was gone, and her people were spirited away. He ground his teeth, rare frustration breaking his calm. To escape me twice. His Rinnegan narrowed. Uzumaki Kushina, you test my patience. His pride bristled. Once, long ago, she had resisted him as well, though he had been an old man then. Now, in his prime, with the curse mark, she had stolen victory from him again. He should have crushed her utterly, yet she had slipped his grasp. But as his gaze fell upon the battlefield, his scowl twisted into a smirk. He saw B, who was bound, with his 8 tails chakra sealed. Han and Rashi, as well. The 2 Jinchūriki of IWA were his for the taking. Everything he needed was right here. In the end, Kushina's interference had accelerated his plans, driving the world faster toward his design, decades faster. He was almost grateful. Almost. Very well, he murmured, as he strode toward his captives. Run while you can, girl. In the end, you can't escape your fate, no one can. The night swallowed his laughter, deep and terrible, as the moon cast its cold light upon a world sliding ever closer to his dream. A/N, this is the final chapter of the third volume. For my first ever fanfiction/novel, I didn't think I'd make it this far, but here we are, at the final stretch. The next volume might be the last one. But I'm going to take a break before writing it. I've been releasing at least a chapter a day, normally 2, for the past month or so, which is difficult alongside everything else I do. It won't be a long break, though, because I'm excited to get into the next volume myself. I have some ideas that I think will be interesting to write about. So, for the people still reading after 70 chapters, thanks. I appreciate the support.